Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Court, 132, take off the blindfold. Ha ha ha, interesting. Hawkeye let out a hearty laugh, looking at Zoro even more enthusiastically. How many years has Hawkeye been on the throne at the top of the sword Dao alone? And now, someone actually came before the throne and challenged himself. Young swordsman, register your name. Hawkeye has completely admitted Zoro in his heart at this moment, and Zoro in this state is indeed qualified to speak out to solve himself. I am Roronoa Kenpachi Lu Zoro. Zoro smiled and drew his sword again. In this state, Zoro has given up everything he thinks doesn't matter. What defense, what fancy sword skills. Zoro in the current state can only draw A, relying on Kenpachi's own beast-like intuition, he keeps drawing A. When, the crisp sound of blacksmithing constantly echoed in the sky above Marlene Fando. Hawkeye struggled to follow Zoro's stormy, haphazard slashing. It has changed from holding 11 knives with one hand at the beginning to holding it tightly with both hands. Yes, that's it, that's the feeling. Hawkeye also felt that he was completely on fire at this moment. Although I did come here to pass the time for Whitebeard at first, but after seeing Zoro in this state. What Whitebeard, what punishment, it should be unimportant. Defeat you at this moment. I will become stronger. Hawkeye kept concentrating on his spirit, saw the right moment, and slashed out with one blow. In the next moment, a dark green sword light appeared on Zoro's chest from bottom to top. Just when Hawkeye was about to pursue the victory, he saw Zoro smiling indifferently and slashing at him again. Although Hawkeye had put the black knife across his head and tried his best to resist, he was still cut by Zoro's knife and injured his shoulder. Why didn't you dodge just now? Hawkeye looked at Zoro whose chest was bleeding, and was puzzled. If I hadn't defended just now, but traded with Zoro, then I would have pierced Zoro's chest with the knife just now. What are you talking about, dodging? Zoro put away his bloodthirsty smile, looked at Hawkeye impatiently and said. Swordsmen, aren't they born for fighting? Since this is the case, then in the course of the battle, whether it is death or injury, it is just the price paid for enjoying the battle. Come on, let's fight. Such a wonderful battle, isn't it worth letting people enjoy it? Shunpo, a move unique to the Shinigami world, a skill that moves the body quickly and instantly. It can move to the opponent's side or further away at a speed that the opponent cannot see, which is very similar to Shaved in the world of pirates. Jingle, the sound of the bell coming from behind made Hawkeye startled, and he swung his knife and slashed behind him. Zoro raised his hand to block it, then looked at Hawkeye, and asked with some doubts. You are so strong, don't you like fighting? Interesting, really interesting. Hawkeye looked at Zoro in front of him and smiled happily. Sure enough, expecting you is the most correct thing I've ever done. The two looked at each other, and their figures became blurred again, intertwined with each other. In an instant, the coercion produced by the green blade glow, the invisible slash, and the collision made everyone around look sideways. But as the two continued to fight each other, Hawkeye gradually got used to this kind of chaotic slashing. Gradually, the bloodstains on Zoro's body gradually increased. Too strong. Who is this brat? A kid who hasn't even been to the New World, how can he compete with Hawkeye to such an extent? Who is it? Who is this group of pirates? Listening to the discussions of the people around, Lu Fei looked at Zoro and could only curl his lips in disgust. Big wave ratio. Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and really didn't want to swear. Now Zoro is still releasing water. Others don't understand. How can he, Lu Fei and the rest of the Traversers not understand? Who is Zaraki Kenpachi? There is no limit to the setting of that guy in the Shinigami world. Don't look at the current battle. Hawkeye seemed to be familiar with Zoro's moves, and began to press Zoro to fight. But Zoro, the grandson, hasn't even taken off his blindfold, and this guy is holding a knife in one hand. Hey, Lu Zoro, you be ****************************************** D. Don't let the water go, you have something important to do today. Lu Fei couldn't stand it any longer, and shouted in Zoro's direction. What did you say to solve the battle as soon as possible? If I didn't shout this voice, I guess this guy can fight Hawkeye until the Summit War is over. Just keep fighting like this, who knows when the Summit War will end, and if my old man comes back at that time, he will definitely give me an iron fist of love. That's right, Zoro, hurry up, you're going to return Kenpachi like this. That's right, you look like this, if Zaraki Kenpachi really comes, you will be the first one to chop. Yes, Xiao Langbi, hurry up. Hearing their own captain spraying, the rest of the Traversers on the melee couldn't help it anymore, and took the opportunity to spray indiscriminately. For some reason, seeing Zoro at this moment, a swordmaster suddenly popped up in Lu Fei's mind, and it was also a big wave. Known by countless netizens as the Juggernaut Wuming who is full of blood and pulls the Arhu, and whose blood is full of waves. As the weapons collided again, the two separated a little distance and looked at each other. Are you still hiding your strength? Hawkeye looked at Zoro and asked in disbelief. Hearing Lu Fei's shout from afar, Hawkeye fixedly stared at Zoro, as if wanting to see through Zoro thoroughly. Originally thought that Zoro had brought enough surprises to him. After all, in this world, as a swordsman, there are only a handful of people who can fight against me. But now, the battle scene has become so fierce, and 330 was told that the opponent still hides his strength, so how can Hawkeye believe it? And, most importantly, Zoro in his current state, that chipped weapon. When you cut yourself, it's not just your own body that hurts. At the moment of being cut, one's own soul seemed to be hurt, and the pain was unbearable. Cough cough cough. Zoro also came back to his senses, coughing a few times hastily to cover up his embarrassment. Zoro also heard the captain's words, but he really didn't release the water, but really forgot. After transforming into Kenpachi, it seems that my character has also been influenced by Kenpachi, and my mind is full of enjoying the battle. Let's have a evenly matched battle. So I have completely forgotten what I said to myself at the time to solve it as soon as possible. Ahem, a little bit, really just a little bit. Zoro smiled awkwardly, and really forgot his blindfold. Looking at Hawkeye who was about to get angry, Zoro hurriedly explained, I really forgot, I didn't look down on you, really. Then, come on, let me see, you are the one who strikes with all your strength. Hawkeye retracted the knife, folded his arms, and said lightly. Okay. Zoro was still a little embarrassed, and immediately pulled off the blindfold. Boom. In an instant, Zoro's body shone with a dazzling golden light, and then turned into a huge golden beam of light, soaring straight into the sky. 133, this battle, Zoro wins. Really, wouldn't it be better if it was like this earlier? Lu Fei looked at Zoro with disdain, and muttered dissatisfied. That's right, with such a strong character like Kenpachi, there's no one else who can make this scumbag play like this, Sanji also whispered. It's so powerful, so beautiful, it's worthy of being the supreme being. Shouty knelt on one knee, looked at the golden beam of light, and shouted with admiration on his face. And listening to Lu Fei and others' complaints, the few people who had fought against Lu Fei were completely confused. Especially the clown Buggy and Lao Sha were the most touched. Not long ago, he was a little swordsman who couldn't even know hockey. At this moment, has he grown to the point where he can be tough on Hawkeye? And that golden beam of light, just looking up for a while, made Lao Sha and the others feel their souls trembling. Evil ghost, run. This is not a battle we can participate in. The people around them originally thought that they had opened a safe distance, but who would have thought that the man with bells all over his head would take off the blindfold at the moment? That terrifying aura seemed to have been completely substantiated, like countless sharp knives, cutting across his body. Heavy, viscous, oppressive, suffocating. And the people who wanted to escape, under Zoro's golden Ryutsu, were crushed to the ground before they could move their legs. Evil spirits. The people who fell on the ground foamed at the mouth before finishing their words, rolled their eyes, and completely fainted to the doctor. What kind of monsters are you people? Lao Sha suppressed the fear of his soul, and muttered softly as he watched Lu Fei and the others. La, Lao Sha, are you panicking? Lu Fei looked at the heavy-faced K. Lakadar, and couldn't help joking. Little brat, Lao Sha was about to reply arrogantly, but was interrupted by Lu Fei. Just kidding. Lu Fei pointed to Zoro, and then said, that's the guy, there are 6 more on our boat. What? Lao Sha looked at Lu Fei in disbelief, not even realizing that the heavy eggplant in his import had fallen to the ground. Hey, what are you doing lying to you? Lu Fei put his arms around Lao Sha's shoulders proudly, pointed at the squinting eyes and Brook and said, did you see, the one with the squinting eyes, the one with a bad stomach, and this one with a skeleton rack? Well, what's the matter? Lao Sha asked Kaido blankly. These 2, hidden cards, are still above that man. Lu Fei smiled proudly. I'm not, I'm very weak. He squinted his eyes and smiled kindly, indicating that he was very weak. Old Sha, right, don't listen to our captain bragging. I'm from the Atmosphere team. Brook also hastily explained. The Atmosphere group, you know, is the kind that holds 2 bouquets of flowers and cheers when everyone is fighting. Listening to the explanation of the 2, the people who didn't believe it at first, looked at Squint and Brook's eyes, and it became more and more weird. Boom. Zoro, who is on the battlefield at the moment, has been completely liberated, with a golden light all over his body, looking excitedly at Hawkeye. I've been waiting for a long time. Zoro waved his hand casually, wanting to test his own strength at the moment. A terrifying slash flew straight into the sky, and even split the several warships surrounding here into 2. Interesting. So much fun. Hawkeye felt the breath of Zoro at this moment, and trembled unconsciously. I will lose. Facing such an enemy, I will definitely lose. Feeling this trembling breath, Hawkeye felt for the first time that he would lose. However, as the world's #1 swordsman, the fighting spirit in Hawkeye's heart at this moment became even more boiling. Maybe I will fail and die today, but the way of a swordsman is like this. Come on, Hawkeye shouted, holding his partner, Haidao Yi tightly with both hands. The next blow will completely determine the winner. Although he played some tricks, it is truly wonderful to be able to fight against a strong opponent like you. The 2 looked at each other and ran towards each other at the same time. Boom. 2 rays of light soared into the sky, intertwined and competed with each other. Rumble. The ice cracks and the sea surges. Who wins? No, I don't know. Countless people watching the battle swallowed unconsciously, looking at the 2 people in the smoke. Suddenly, an absurd idea popped up in everyone's minds, which even they themselves couldn't believe. Maybe, after today, the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yeah, how is it possible? That's Hawkeye. But when everyone looked at the two people in the smoke, and thought of Zoro's suffocating aura, everyone became more anxious and eager to know who would win this battle. After the smoke dissipated, the two stood with their backs facing each other, maintaining the posture of firing their knives. Sure enough, the number one swordsman in the world should not be underestimated. Zoro suddenly shot a bloody arrow from his chest, and knelt on the spot while holding the knife. Oh, brat, what are you talking about? Hawkeye slowly withdrew the black knife, and said dissatisfiedly, this time, but you won. After finishing speaking, a huge wound suddenly appeared on Hawkeye's chest, and he fell to the ground. Won. How could it be? That's Hawkeye, the world's number one swordsman. What did we witness today? When everyone was shocked, Lu Fei frowned, pointed in Zoro's direction, and said with disgust. Who have you brought back that idiot? Lu Fei curled his lips, he really didn't want to deal with this D. Others didn't see this blow clearly, how could I and others not see clearly? I said to let this B*** D use all his strength, but this idiot still holds a knife with one hand. If this battle hadn't been won, what greeted Zoro would definitely be the iron fist of love and cordial greetings from Lu Fei and others. And it should be said that it is a classic scene. It is a duel between two people, the one who falls first has nothing to do, but the other standing person loses. Dislike. 2. The rest of the people also turned their heads away one after another, disgusted with Zoro. Obviously can hold a knife in both hands, give Hawkeye a kendo 2 breaks. At that time, let alone Hawkeye, Kaido may seriously injure you with this knife. In the end, this silly boy actually beat others with one hand. Just when everyone was disgusted with Zoro, this guy was already bleeding and jumped back by himself. Treatment. Urgent need of treatment. Chopper looked at Zoro who had become a blood man, hurriedly pulled out the medicine box and bandages, and bandaged Zoro. The white light dissipated, and Zoro returned to the ponytail state again. Hey. Zoro sucked in a mouthful of the mat, looked at Chopper and wailed, it hurts. Chopper, lightly. Don't move around, the wound will get bigger. Chopper looked at Zoro who was moving around, and shouted worriedly. Leave him alone, good Zhao Wong, Chopper, just let him bleed to death. That's right, what are you doing to save this guy? You little Langby, where's your two-stage swordsmanship? Zoro, who was about to spray back, completely froze when he heard this sentence. Well, didn't you forget? Zoro turned his head to one side, very embarrassed. Little Chopper, that wound needs to be disinfected. Lu Fei looked at Zoro and smiled at Chopper. Yes, Chopper, the wound needs to be disinfected. That's right, what should I do if I get infected? Yes. Chopper hurriedly dug out a bottle of alcohol from the medicine cabinet. Dog, Captain Dog, you. Zoro just wanted to run, but was held down by several people. You, don't come here. Don't make trouble, this doesn't hurt, really. That's right, when the time comes, I'll give you the whole AK, and I'll get you the Laifu. Bigger and stronger, create greater glories. You understand me, change. Go away, I want your sister's AK. With Zoro's heart-wrenching cry, the first battle came to an end. In this battle, Zoro wins. .134, Grandma Lee knocked on the door, opened. In this fierce battle, thanks to Zoro's victory, the pirates' momentum in the current battlefield has risen again, constantly impacting the defense line set up by the Marines. All the pirates feel excited at this moment, wishing to break through Marines' defense line immediately, and have an evenly matched battle with the three admirals, Sengoku and others. Hey, isn't this our world's number one swordsman, what's his name? Lu Fei looked at Zoro who was mummified by Chopper at the moment, and suppressed a smile. Of course it's Nanaroya Kenpachi Lu Zoro. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, and continued. How about it, are you happy, Zoro-san? Lu Fei looked at the mummy Zoro and joked with a smile. Ahem, false name, hey, it's all false name. Zoro raised his head, 10 faces said indifferently. If it weren't for being wrapped into a mummy at this moment, don't say it, paired with this sentence, it really has the demeanor of a funny master. Come on, let's stop making trouble, Brook, hurry up and give this guy a small blood bottle. Lu Fei said to Brook, hurry up and ask Zoro to log in again, the battle has just begun. Okay, Brook heard that, immediately took out a bunch of small red bottles from the space backpack, and stuffed them into Zoro's mouth. Captain Dog, why didn't you use it just now? Zoro thought that he was covered in blood just now. Not only did he not receive the treatment of a hero, but he also let the group of people catch and disinfect him with alcohol. Thinking about it now, the feeling that both legs are shaking, Zoro can't wait to give Lu 673 a shower. Who told you to be AB**************************************** D? Lu Fei glanced at Zoro angrily. Obviously it's a wild card, but you insist on all kinds of S***X, and you are not allowed to take a bath with alcohol, it is already a gift from everyone. Swish. While everyone was still chatting, suddenly a golden light flashed in the sky, and Mr. Kizaru had already arrived above Whitebeard. Holding the orchid fingers with both hands, it shone with golden light. 8-foot Chong Guyu, numerous golden light bullets shot out from Kizaru's hand, like a sky full of stars shining on Whitebeard. It started. Lu Fei watched Kizaru's sudden attack, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. At this moment, Whitebeard, who was standing on the bow of the ship, didn't move at all, and saw a person flying out from the side, and took all the attacks of Old Man Huang. Countless light bullets seemed to crush this person completely. But after the explosion, the person was surrounded by blue flames and was unharmed. This is. Nami looked at the pineapple head in the air and asked in surprise. This is the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the first team, Phoenix Marco. Lu Fei explained with a smile. Yo, it's scary, Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru stood in the air and smiled wretchedly. Even rarer than Logia, Zone, Phantom Beast. As soon as the words fell, Marco waved his wings, turned into a flying phoenix, and flew towards Kizaru. Facing the 8-foot Chongguyu issued by Master Huang again, he flew to the front without dodging or avoiding. With a volley whip kick, he kicked towards Kizaru. Kizaru suddenly gave a wretched smile and turned into golden light, as if he was really kicked into the city wall by Marco's kick. By the way, it started with what you just said. Nami looked at Lu Fei curiously, not quite understanding. Ahem, battle, the battle has begun. Lu Fei looked at Kizaru who was kicked into the city wall, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. How does this make me say? Said that Kizaru started to act. But only Mr. Huang's acting skills. There is really no one else. How could he be kicked away even if he blocked Marco's kick with his arm? The most important thing is, was it kicked away after elementalization? However, Marco's strength should not be underestimated. After all, he is the captain of Whitebeard's first team. His strength is not as good as Admiral's, and he is at least a quasi-grand prize. Seeing Kizaru being kicked into the air, the giant army on Marine's side naturally couldn't hold back anymore. Hawkeye was defeated and Kizaru was blown away. At this moment, Marine urgently needs a morale-boosting action. But before the troop of giants could move, Diamond Joe's had already sprung out from the other side, lifted the ground with one hand, and drew a circle on the ice. In the next second, Diamond Chow's unexpectedly picked out a large lump of solid ice from the ice surface. With a backward throw, the giant ice directly hit the Marines. Really, those guys. The red dog looked at the huge ice cube above his head, and stood up from the chair unhappily. One by one, AWOL. Akainu complained to Aokiji and Kizaru. If we all attack, who will guard this place? As he spoke, hot magma gushed out from Red Dog's right arm. In the face of the coming ice, the molten slush punches. Great eruption, boom, accompanied by the scorching molten BBAF rock, Akainu completely shattered the huge ice with just one blow, and evaporated completely, leaving nothing behind. But in the next second, countless bursts of lava fell from the sky and shot at the pirates. The meteor lava falling all over the sky kept hitting everyone, just like the end of the world. At the same time, a huge lava hit Whitebeard directly. I saw Whitebeard countering with a knife, blowing lightly, and the originally burning lava was blown out directly. Go and light the birthday cake, lava imp. Whitebeard grinned. On the other side, the brushless magma also smashed towards the melee. Yo, it's so scary. Lu Fei looked at the magma that was about to fall above his head and smiled nonchalantly. If it was me a few days ago, I really can't handle it. It's dead, it's really over now. The clown buggy looked at the lava rain all over the sky, holding his head and crying. Come on, I'll show you off. Looking at the other people who wanted to make a move, Lu Fei smiled. Now that Zoro has finished playing, then I should also show off a little, and let my friends see the results of the 2 weeks I left. At this moment, Lu Fei closed his eyes and mobilized his body's memory area. Open the door first, open, second door, open, the third wound door, open, 8 inner gates -6th scenery gates open. Following Lu Fei's low shout, a ball of green energy suddenly exploded from Lu Fei's body. A powerful breath soared into the sky, directly blowing aside Buggy who was holding his head on the spot. Okay, you're just hanging up. Excellent, boss. Everyone originally thought about what Lu Fei wanted to show off. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this. 8 inner gates. In the world of Hokage, it can be regarded as the end point of the martial arts. Every time a door is opened, the strength will be greatly improved. The color of the steam generated from the 6th gate will vary. Jingmun is green, Jingmun is blue. The gate of death is blood red, but it will also die due to the exhaustion of its own vitality. Seeing the lava that was about to fall, Lu Fei didn't complain to his friends anymore, he jumped up and flew into the air. To the peacock. At this moment, Lu Fei's arms turned into afterimages, hitting countless high-speed punches, and the flames burst out towards the incoming lava. At this moment, the countless flames generated by Lu Fei's high-speed attack formed a scene like a peacock spreading its tail in the air. Boom. Looking at the lava that had turned into dust, Lu Fei didn't just stop there, but looked at the red dog's position. Since everyone has sent gifts over, how could he not return a gift? If we just go back here, wouldn't it be an honest person to bully others? What is youth? Do you know what youth is? Lu Fei looked at the position of the red dog and shouted loudly. Before the red dog could respond, Lu Fei then shouted. Youth is. Your grandma knocks on the door, open. The door opens. Boom. At this moment, the color of Lu Fei's body in midair has changed from green to blue, and the aura exuded from his body has reached a terrifying level. Day Tiger. Lu Fei aimed at the position of the red dog, and punched out. 135, smashing his dining table. Roar. With a roar in the air cannon that was originally flying towards the red dog turned into the shape of a tiger on the way. He opened his bloody mouth wide and bit the red dog. Is that the only way? The red dog folded his arms, looking at the attack with disdain. There is no armed color attached, and there is no such strange energy attached as Kizaru said. I don't need to dodge such an attack at all. Akainu looked at Lu Fei with disdain. Hearing Kizaru's description, he thought what kind of ability Lu Fei would use. Is this the only result? What a disappointment. Akainu shook his head, instantly elementalized his body, and let Hiroto pass through his body. Hey, B******************. D. Lu Fei curled his lips, looked at the mad-faced red dog, smiled disdainfully, and fell from the air. The blow just now was just to say hello. Moreover, Lu Fei never said that this blow was aimed at the red dog. Boom. After a roar, the red dog still folded his arms and looked at Lu Fei with disdain. But the 3 chairs behind the red dog at this moment have already been blown away by the day tiger, and even the scum is gone. I see you sit there next. Lu Fei glanced at the red dog with disdain, his playfulness was not concealed. Brook, let's start. Lu Fei turned his head and said to Brook. Okay boss, look at you. Brook chuckled. Next, it's time for me, Brook, to play the first atmosphere group. Brook stretched out his right hand, and a huge magic circle instantly wrapped Brook in it. Super magic. The world has changed. The ice surface that was originally destroyed by the red dog's molten meteor shower and Zoro and others just now became thick ice again under this super magic. When Brook lightly tapped his staff on his feet, and 4 magic circles suddenly appeared in front of Mary, too big and too small. This hand of magic caused the people who were still fighting to look at Lu Fei again. It's no wonder everyone's curiosity is so strong. It's really Lu Fei's group, they are too good at making troubles. Obviously, in the inner bay just now, the ice layer has been broken and scattered. But who would have thought that Lu Fei, the skeleton among the crowd, would completely seal the ice surface once he stretched out his hand? How can this not surprise everyone? And just as everyone was bewildered, countless skeletons walked out of the 4 magic circles. First of all, the most eye-catching are the 2 huge stone statues carrying 2 boulders. And the skeleton soldiers who came out of the other magic circles lined up in square formations and stood in front of the melee. Boom. The 2 stone statues neatly placed the boulder in their hands at the front of the melee, then walked to the sides, knelt down on one knee, and stood respectfully on both sides of the boulder. What do they want to do? I don't know. Why are there so many skeletons? Just watch quietly. That's right, this group of pirates don't know where they came from at all. As the boulder fell, the skeleton soldiers with shields first walked towards the boulder in a neat line. Countless skeleton soldiers knelt under the boulder, building up layer after layer, building up a huge step. Next, the soldiers wearing golden skeletons came to the boulder neatly and divided into 2 teams. Standing straight on both sides of the road is only raised high. The skeletons in silver armor pushed the cannons and walked towards the 2 sides of the stone statue, lined up one by one. Huh, did you add cannons this time? Lu Fei curiously looked at the skeletons pushing the cannons, and asked Brook curiously. Yeah, what did you feel last time? Brook smiled. Isn't it improved after going back? Hey, die_Ruinenstadt_East_Amur_Knock_Sean. Abandoned ruins, still beautiful. Witch_Ward_Lang_Zeit_Alf_Dine_Rucker. I've been here, waiting for your return. Woohoo, added music. Lu Fei, who was about to get off the boat, didn't expect Brook to prepare such a song for himself. This time, not only cannons are added to the stage, but also the performance of the band is added. And this piece of music was B.O., which was called the Divine Comedy of Drawing the Sword by countless netizens at that time. Because the atmosphere of the song is solemn and majestic, and it is also an episode when the male protagonist pulls out the weapon from the girl's chest, it is called the Divine Comedy for Drawing the Sword. Yeah, after all, this battle is broadcast in many places. Our cards must be fixed at once. Okay, 666. Lu Fei just bragged at Brook. To be honest, there is probably no one who can study the way of appearance like this. Then let's go, boss. Brook laughed and said to Lu Fei. Wait, Lu Fei suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Lao Sha and the others and said. Those who are not afraid of trouble, just follow. After finishing speaking, Lu Fei used the Flying Thunder God, and the golden light flashed, appearing under the melee. Wait for me, Nami pouted dissatisfiedly, her body turned into lightning, and appeared beside Lu Fei. Then I'll go down too. Robin smiled at everyone, hugged Chopper in his arms, and activated the fruit ability. Dazzling 100 Blossoms Phantom Wings. Robin jumped up, countless arms grew from behind, turned into a pair of wings, and fell slowly. Seeing this situation, everyone used their abilities and jumped off the boat. Although Frankie said no, but when he turned over and got off the boat, the change of clothes had been completed. A handsome mid-air spinner, already wearing Iron Man armor, knelt on the ground on one knee. Brook tapped his staff, and a portal appeared in front of him. The moment he stepped in, Lu Fei and the others appeared behind him. Ask for flowers. Squinting eyes waved the white cloth, causing the white cloth to rotate around him, disappearing in place. In the next second, he also made a cool debut. Even Sanji, stepping on the flames, jumped off. Really, can't you just keep going? Zoro finished taking drugs and recovered from his injuries, looking at the little friends around him who started to show off their skills. I couldn't help it. However, Zoro lowered his head and thought about his skills, as if he really didn't have any cool displacement skills. Roll, FK you bastards to death. Zoro cursed helplessly. This is called the Atmosphere Group. Lao Sha came back to his senses at this moment, looked at Zoro and asked. Are the requirements for the atmosphere group so high now? Old Shaw looked at the skeletons below in a daze, and he froze the sea again, and then summoned countless skeletons. Don't listen to those bastards, they don't have a word of truth in their mouths. Zoro thought for a long time, but he didn't expect that he could make a gorgeous appearance. 0. He could only take Johnny and Joseph and walk down with a displeased expression. Yo, come down so plainly. Lu Fei looked at Zoro and joked. FK, you guys should FK well, you bastards will die sooner or later, Zoro muttered dissatisfied. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed happily. Then, let's go. Lu Fei looked ahead and walked towards the boulder. As Lu Fei took the lead, the little friends behind also hurriedly followed. This time, Johnny and Joseph, perhaps because of their increased strength, never panicked the first time. Lu Fei and the others stood on the boulder. The next second, Brook waved his staff, and a handful of luxurious seats appeared behind the friends. Even the few people who followed were arranged to do it aside. After all, the person in the C position must be Lu Fei and his group. Watching Lu Fei and the others sit down, Xiao Di took a step forward, looked down at the crowd, and said. To all the supreme beings, present a salute. Following Xiao Di's opening, the skeletons on both sides of the boulder ignited the cannons neatly. Rumble. The sound of cannons filled the sky, and everyone watching was shocked from ear to ear. The pomp. This is the pomp. Everyone looked at Lu Fei and the others, and at the three admirals standing with their chairs destroyed. For a while, I felt a little funny. Serve the food, DK. Brooke said to DK after listening to the sound of the finished cannon. Okay, Master Brooke, Xiao Di said respectfully, and then several skeleton knights appeared. Placed tables, fruits, delicacies, and drinks in front of everyone for everyone to enjoy. On the other side, the Red Dog was completely mad when he saw this scene. Especially seeing the strange eyes of those pirates, and looking at the shattered chair behind him, the Red Dog couldn't help but get even more furious. Rush, rush, break his dining table, Akainu yelled towards the Marines below. 136, Red Dog, my mentality is a bit broken. Looking at the furious Akainu below, everyone couldn't help being happier. But having said that, although the character design of Red Dog is very annoying, the strength of this guy is also quite terrifying. In the original book, not only did Ace feel heartbroken with a single punch, but in the comics, it seems that Whitebeard also got half of his face destroyed by Akainu in the end. Powerful and extremely obedient, such a guy, if 5 elders uses it well, the most troublesome thing in the future is probably the Red Dog. And following the Red Dog's order, Marine, who was partially on passive defense, quickly surrounded Lu Fei and the others. After all, this way of appearing on the stage is enough to irritate people, and now they are still in the battlefield and start eating like no one else. Look at the rich food on the table, various fruits with countless names, and various fine wines. This is where the war is coming. Those who don't know think that this group of people came to Marlene Fando for a 433 outing. Cut him, kill, for justice. And when everyone was eating and chatting happily, 2 marine giants were already holding giant axes, and they came to kill them. Seeing the huge marine above their heads, Lu Fei and the others didn't panic at all, but raised their wine glasses instead. This glass, toast to yourself. To our meeting too. Lu Fei holds the wine glass and raises it upwards. Respect yourself. Ha 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 ha. Everyone drank the wine in their hands. And just when the 2 giants thought they had caught Lu Fei and the others' flaws, and wanted to kill everyone with one blow, 2 figures sprang out from the side, jumped into the sky, and blocked the blows of the 2 marines. When I saw Johnny and Joseph holding the sealed state, the name of Zanpakuto when it was not liberated, smiling and looking at the 2 marine giants in front of them. I can't let you disturb, how about the elegance of the big brothers? Let us play with you. After blocking the blow, the 2 took 2 steps back slightly. Johnny suddenly stroked the sealed state with 2 fingers, and said in a low voice. Stretch, Hozukimaru. Joining the knife with the scabbard, it turned into a spear, and then pulled a spear, and with a sweep, the marine giant was shot down. Roar, Zabameru. Joseph on the side saw that Johnny had liberated Zanpakuto, so he hurriedly followed, and with a single swing, he also shot down another marine giant. Yo-ho, Lu Fei looked at the liberated 2 people, and was very shocked by their performance. Although when Lu Fei handed over the sealed state to the 2, he didn't have much hope. After all, if you want to fully activate Zanpakuto, you not only need to practice for a long time, but you also need to pass the test of Zanpakuto. That is to hear Zanpakuto's name. Not an easy task. My 2 little brothers, aren't they bad? Zoro looked at Lu Fei's shocked expression, and raised his eyebrows triumphantly, looking very wretched. Awesome. Lu Fei also praised the progress of the 2 without hesitation. However, I am also more and more curious about what you guys did during the 2 weeks I was away. Hearing the question raised by Lu Fei, several people's faces darkened at the same time, as if they didn't want to remember the scene at that time. Brother, shall we go down first? Johnny and Joseph looked at Lu Fei, pointed to the crowd attacking below and said. From the looks of it, did you seize the chance to become stronger? Go. Looking at the 2 who were eager to try, Lu Fei got up from his seat, patted the 2 on the back and said with a smile. Remember, don't die. Okay big brother. No problem big brother. Johnny and Joseph howled excitedly when they heard Lu Fei's words, and jumped off the boulder to fight the marine who came. Looking at the 2 people who were active below, Lu Fei just smiled. Anyway, The imprint of Flying Thunder God had already been engraved when he patted the backs of the two of them just now. Let the two of them sharpen themselves in this battlefield. In the current battlefield, due to the taunt by Lu Fei and others, Marine, whose morale was low, suddenly exploded with amazing fighting power. The two sides fought back and forth, which was very lively. For a while, the front line was still deadlocked in the inner bay, and they did not move forward at all. The grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the revolutionary dragon, must also eradicate you completely. Suddenly, Red Dog's voice drifted across the battlefield. Although the sound was not loud, it made everyone stop again, looking at Red Dog and Lu Fei in bewilderment. Although the distance between the two is not too far at the moment, it is not too close. But Red Dog's words clearly reached everyone's ears. Are you a troll? Lu Fei looked at the Red Dog with interest, but after parting with Blackbeard, he unexpectedly met someone who was not afraid of death. Xiao Di, Lu Fei called out, and Xiao Di immediately understood, moved the chair behind Lu Fei, and stood aside respectfully. Oh, I didn't expect Master Akainu to be so caring about such a simple little character like me. Lu Fei sat on the chair, crossed his legs and smiled. A small roll, Akainu snorted disdainfully. Your identity is not as simple as a small roll. Then I'm really flattered. Lu Fei looked at Akainu who was standing, and said with a smile, Hey. Master Akainu, don't you sit down and talk. Didn't you see that this 2.8 will be in line with Lu Fei? 9 to 5, weekends and weekends, you can travel at public expense. Little devil, don't think. Red Dog was about to spout a few words, but was interrupted by Lu Fei again. Yo, don't be so nervous, Sakazuki. Kizaru slumped on the recliner, enjoying himself. Oh, Mr. Huang immediately laughed a little wretchedly when he heard that his salary was doubled and he could also take weekends off. Hey, Lu Fei slapped his head and said annoyedly, look at my memory, I just forgot and broke your chair all of a sudden. But when Red Dog turned his head, he found that Kizaru and Aokiji had already sat down without paying attention. Red Dog wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Fei. If it weren't for being in the battlefield right now, Red Dog would really like to ask the two of them, are they so tired? Do they have to sit down? Brook, where is he? Lu Fei shouted at the top of his voice, didn't you see that Admiral is still standing? Hurry up and send him a chair. Aokiji is also lying on the chair happily, not wanting to talk to the Red Dog. Kuzan, Pelusolino. Looking at the two people who had already collapsed, Red Dog's mentality collapsed again. Behind the three admirals on the opposite side, three luxurious lounge chairs appeared. Porosalino. Looking at the interested Kizaru, the Red Dog shouted angrily, and his mentality was a little bit broken again. Little devil, who are you looking down on? The Red Dog looked at the chair behind him, his right arm was covered with lava, and he punched the chair to pieces. Oh yes, double the salary. Triple the salary. Hey, brother Aokiji, Mr. Kizaru, do you have any idea of changing jobs? Hi, look at my memory. Brook stopped eating, stood up with a smile, and tapped his staff. 137, Whitebeard drinking. Looking at the Red Dog who was a little depressed, Lu Fei smiled even more happily. However, Akainu was angry, and knew that it was not the case for him to make a move, so he could only sulk all by himself, looking at Lu Fei and Kizaru Aokiji unhappily. If Kizaru and Aokiji hadn't been playing fish like this, I would have been on it just now. Tisk, it's a pity. Lu Fei glanced at the Red Dog and said regretfully. Ah, what a pity. Zoro looked up, chewing on delicious food, and asked, is it a pity that the Red Dog didn't make a move? You two, let's eat your food. Lu Fei cast a glance at Zoro, who was simple-minded. As for Zoro, who is so stupid, if he really explains it, who knows how long he will have to explain it to this guy. It's a pity that Lu Fei said it was actually about Red Dog. Strong and tyrannical, and extremely obedient, if this makes the object of allegiance to himself. It is simply flattering. When the time comes to see the one that is not pleasing to the eye, with a direct look, the Red Dog will bite the crazy teddy directly. That scene was simply 11. However, Lu Fei also understands that Red Dog's character design is here after all, and it is impossible to change the object of allegiance to himself. Ding. The system is a friendly reminder that if the host is lucky enough to extract the Mangekyo of Uchiha water, he can change the object of Akainu's shoe allegiance. Hearing the friendly reminder from the system, Lu Fei already has a picture in his mind. What if the two sides confront each other during the decisive battle, and the Red Dog turns against him in the next second? Forget it, it's not crooked. Lu Fei shook his head, God knows when he will be able to draw Shisui's Mangekyo, let's go say hello to Ace's dad first. Swish. The next second, with a flash of golden light, Lu Fei came to Whitebeard and greeted Whitebeard with a smile. Hey, old man, you are Ace's father, right? My naive old brother, thanks to your care. But Whitebeard looked at the incomprehensible boy in front of him, feeling very emotional in his heart. What kind of person Shanks entrusted his left arm to? Entrusted to the new era. Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei carefully. Until now, he has not found that Lu Fei has the qualifications to be a king. At best, it can only be said that he is a good captain. And how many such people are there in the new world? Little ghost, your appearance is too high profile. Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei and said calmly. But I recalled Ace in my mind, holding a newspaper with excitement, pointing to the picture of Lu Fei, known as the Pirate Killer, and happily introducing it to everyone. Little devil, do you know who your enemy is? Such a high profile on the battlefield. It will kill you, Whitebeard said in a grumpy tone. Grumpy little old man, Lu Fei muttered dissatisfiedly. What did you say? Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei, and suddenly understood why the Red Dog ordered to smash this guy's dining table. This damn child, talking is really too irritating. What is a grumpy little old man? Who am I? Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Known as the strongest man in the world, he is nearly 5 meters tall. You little man under 2 meters, calling me Whitebeard a grumpy little old man. If it wasn't for the guy in front of him to be Ace's younger brother, Whitebeard would have punched Lu Fei to let him know what the strongest man is. Come on, let's not talk about that. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard with a beard and staring eyes, and smiled indifferently. Immediately with a wave of his hand, several jars in the system space were placed at Whitebeard's feet. These jars of precious spirits should be honored to you, and I will withdraw them first. HMPH, spirits. Precious. Whitebeard snorted disdainfully. He has been in the sea for so many years, what kind of spirits have he never seen? Don't think that a fine wine jar can be called strong wine. Little devil, the world is still very big. After you have seen it well, you can talk about such big things. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he stomped Kong Yunchi heavily on the ground. What should I do if I'm a little upset? Lu Fei's mentality fluctuated a little bit. When he gave gifts, when did he encounter this situation? And you are still Ace's father. We are not strangers in this relationship, there is no need for this. Little devil, take the wine away, and come again after you have seen the world. Whitebeard cast a glance at Lu Fei and said. In fact, Whitebeard didn't want to treat Lu Fei with such an attitude. Under normal circumstances, he might have accepted it with a smile. But on the one hand, because of Shanks, I want to see what kind of courage the kid who can make Shanks block his right arm has. On the other hand, because this guy is also Ace's younger brother, the current battlefield is already so chaotic. If you don't have strength, you will really die. Tisk. Lu Fei didn't think about it so much, but felt that the old man was targeting him, and then said in a strange way. No way, no way. It's not true that there are people who haven't even drank burning knives. No way, no way. There are really people who have never drunk it and still talk nonsense. Little devil. Whitebeard glared at Lu Fei, although he was testing, but his hands were inexplicably itchy. What should I do? Want to have a taste. Known as the strongest man in the world, Lu Fei handed over a wine jar and looked at Whitebeard with a smile. Little devil. Whitebeard angrily took the wine jar 210, and drank it boldly. That's it. As soon as the words fell, Lu Fei activated Flying Thunder God and left Whitebeard who was still coughing violently. To thank Whitebeard, I exchanged for 5 altars of burning knives. And looking at Lu Fei who left in a flash, Whitebeard couldn't help but smile happily after he regained his strength. And amidst Whitebeard's bold laughter, many marines saw a huge sound coming out from the sea. If you drink it one mouthful at a time, who will cough if you don't cough? Cough. Kid, cough cough. Whitebeard blushed and coughed violently. Ouch, old man, drink the remaining 4 altars slowly. Because of its high concentration and strong taste, it gets its name like a flame after drinking it. Lu Fei looked proudly at the coughing Whitebeard, not to mention how beautiful he was. This wine is 70 spirits. This huge sound shadow is much bigger than a marine warship. This exaggerated figure was unscathed by marines shelling. E.T. ? With an exaggerated giant blade in hand, with one slash, all the fort warships blocking the way were cut into 2 pieces. Little Aussie. Debut. Small. Cough cough. Kid. Whitebeard blushed and suppressed a cough. 138. Shinsō, doesn't count as a gun. With Little Oz active on the battlefield, Marine wanted to use giants to subdue giants, so they also sent their own troop of giants. However, compared with Little Ozzy's giant troop on Marine's side, there is still a certain gap in size. It's almost like seeing a big witch. In the next second, Little Ozzy resisted the bombardment, abruptly pulled the warship out of the ice, and threw it vigorously at the giant Marine that was coming towards him. Boom. With just this blow, the giant army was smashed to pieces by this warship, and even the walls in the bay were smashed by the warship. But Little Ozzy roared angrily, leading the crowd to kill towards the bay. Marine, it's about to start. Zoro was full of wine and food, looked at Little Ozzy who had already appeared, and stretched his muscles. Zoro, who was familiar with the plot, knew the moment Ozzy appeared. Next, Marine will execute Ace in advance. Then, let's make a fuss. Lu Fei looked at Little Ozzy not far away, and said to his little friend. Damn it, hurry up, hit Sengoku, capture Akainu alive. Hey, is there something strange mixed in among us? Lu Fei almost staggered and fell from the boulder. Even I dare not say that I will fight now, and I can capture Akainu alive. All of you, how inflated are you? Little Ozzy's huge figure walked towards Ace step by step, but also because of its huge size, it became the endpoint of Marine's attack target. If we talk about Little Ozzy in the original book, maybe he will receive a box lunch in this battle. But now, Lu Fei and his group have come behind Little Ozzy. Seeing Little Ozzy leading the crowd to the square, the tyrant bear suddenly moved. I saw the tyrant bear stretching out his hands, continuously compressing the air, creating a huge air bomb, which was slowly shrinking. Continuously compress the energy, gather it in both hands, and throw it towards Little Ozzy. Bear paw impact. Just when the air bomb was about to hit Little Ozzy, Zoro jumped up and came into the midair. Face the wind. Zoro swung his knife and blocked the air bomb from the wind wall. Boo! The air bomb, which would have exploded violently, encountered Zoro's wind wall, and could only make a sound of bubble bursting before disappearing. How is this possible? Everyone in Marine looked at Zoro in disbelief. Everyone has seen this move of Tyrant Bear. Its destructive power cannot be underestimated. This is the #1 swordsman who is now on the throne. It's terrible, no wonder Hawkeye will lose. The strength is so terrifying. Listening to the discussions of many Marines, except for Zoro who fell down from the midair happily, the rest of the traversers are black lines at one end. God damn the #1 swordsman. If Zoro hadn't logged into Zaraki Kenpachi's account. Now Zoro's strength. Hawkeye can hit this grandson's Shang with one hand. But after all, they are their own crew members. Lu Fei and the others really can't say anything, they can only watch Zoro standing where he is filling the cup. Little Ozzy saw someone help him block the blow, smiled and expressed his gratitude, and then locked his target on Shichibukai. At this moment, Little Ozzy also understands that if he doesn't solve Shichibukai in front of him, he can't reach Ace at all. Little Ozzy clenched his fist and aimed at Doflamingo, his huge fist headed towards Mingo in a posture of overwhelming Mount Tai. Boom! As soon as the blow landed, it directly penetrated the wall of the square, and the sky was filled with dust, covering everyone's sight. This thing, which one of you will come? Lu Fei glanced at his little friend, and pointed to the flamingo in the sky, Doflamingo. I saw that Doflamingo had already jumped into the air gracefully when Little Ozzy's punch fell. Caw! Doflamingo let out a wild and weird laugh. Let me do it. He squinted and smiled, and took out a short sword from the magic circle. Huh! Lu Fei and the others looked at him strangely and squinted their eyes. Has this guy been an ADC all along? Why, now you have abandoned hot weapons and switched to cold weapons. And just when everyone was confused, the squinting-eyed figure had disappeared. When, squinting and swiping the short sword casually, blocked Doflamingo's blow. Only now did Lu Fei and the others understand the operation of squint eyes, if it wasn't for squint eyes that blocked the blow. One of Ozzy's legs must have been amputated by Doflamingo. Caw! Doflamingo turned around with a smile, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, you are so strong. No, it still feels a little hot on the eyes. Lu Fei looked at Doflamingo, and really couldn't understand why the old thief Oda chose such a suit for this guy. Cropped pants, beanie shoes, sunglasses, and a flamingo coat. Doflamingo is obviously handsome, but with this outfit, I don't know if others will accept it. Anyway, Lu Fei thinks that he will definitely not wear it on the road. Damn it, spirit guy. It's not like Zoro hasn't seen a spirit guy before, but Zoro said that he has never seen a spirited guy who was more than 3 meters tall. Seeing Zoro complaining, everyone couldn't hold back anymore. Flamingos. Hey, what a long leg hair. I don't know if there are bean eyes under the sunglasses. That's right, I'm curious. But when everyone looked at Doflamingo, this guy opened his arms and laughed again. Yink meow 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 meow. Pirate is evil, Marine is justice. This concept has been rewritten countless times. Lu Fei pointed at the flamingo who suddenly fell ill, and couldn't bear to complain. Did everyone ask you, what did you say to yourself alone? Hey, justice will prevail, of course. Only the winner is justice. Doflamingo stretched out his arms and laughed maniacally. She. Cough, cough cough. Comma. Everyone looked at Lu Fei and Doflamingo in distaste, and choked on their saliva when they could laugh. It turned out that besides Lu Fei, there was Brother Mingo, the flamingo. Yeah, I also think that what you said is quite right. Looking at Doflamingo with squinted eyes, he smiled kindly. But, we're wasting too much time here. Could you please, step aside? She. Brother Ming looked at him with narrowed eyes and smiled. You can try it yourself, brat. Super hit whip. Brother Ming smiled and stretched his palm back, spraying out dozens of almost transparent thin silk threads from his palm. Twist these silk threads together to form a large thread column, and throw it towards squinting eyes. Swish. Squinting his eyes to dodge this powerful blow, he looked at Brother Ming and smiled kindly. If that's the case, there's no other way. In the next second, squinting his eyes, he pulled out the short sword, stood in front of him, pointed the tip of the sword at Brother Ming's position, and said with a soft smile. Shoot him, Shinsō. Boom. In an instant, the blade extended instantly, and everyone felt a blur in front of them. The short sword in Squint's hand has already stretched countless times, completely piercing Brother Ming's waist. Sure enough, the height is too high, do you still need to adjust the angle? He squinted and smiled kindly. The short sword, tens of meters long, changed back to its previous appearance again. Cough, cough cough. Doflamingo fell to his knees with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. For a moment, the squinting eyes completely changed. If it was really a simple stabbing, even if his body was pierced, he would definitely not be in such a mess. But at the moment when he was hit, Brother Ming realized how much he had underestimated this squinting eye just now. The trembling of the soul, the feeling that the soul seems to be penetrated, is really memorable. At this moment, Lao Sha and the others who were following behind looked at him with eyes narrowed in confusion, remembering what this guy said at the time. I'm weak. Squinting eyes and smiling kindly. This girl is called weak. Lao Sha really wants to leave right now, it's too bullying. One said he was in the atmosphere group, and he had the same power as Aokiji when he raised his hand. And what about the one in front of him, speaking the most cowardly words and fighting the fiercest? Scrapping a Shichibukai, but before Lao Sha complained, Lu Fei and others couldn't help it. No, didn't you say that you play with guns? Yes, everyone will bear with your dragon-slaying magic, after all, you have a magic circle. That's right, what the hell are you now? Why are you using Zanpakuto? Or Shinsō? It's too foul. Hearing the complaints from several people, he squinted his eyes innocently and looked at everyone and asked. Shinsō, doesn't that count as a gun? 139, Fujiwara 12 rings. Listening to the torture of the soul with squinting eyes, several traversers were completely in a state of bewilderment. Shinsō, doesn't that count as a gun? In the minds of several people, this sentence kept repeating for a while. Hey, Zoro came back to his senses, squinting his eyes in confusion and said. How can Shinsō count as a gun? Aren't you supposed to use some sniper rifle, Gatling? But, behind their names, don't they all have the word gun? He squinted his head and tilted his head, looking like a good boy who asked questions when he didn't understand. Is it because the characters of the two guns are different? Isn't it the same? Zoro thought in his head, recalling the stroke order of the sniper rifle and Shinsō. Okay, Lao Wu, you're really serious, don't play with fools all the time. Lu Fei glanced angrily and squinted his eyes. No, how could I? He squinted and smiled softly, harmless to humans and animals. Tisk. Lu Fei stared at squint eyes speechlessly. No wonder people always say that squint eyes are hard to deal with. With such a bad personality, wouldn't it be even more exaggerated if he added a pink hair? And Zoro is AB D2. I haven't seen him. Usopp just doesn't want to tell his secrets, just to tease you. Looking at this guy's expression, he must be thinking about the stroke order of the sniper rifle and Shinsō. Come on, you can have some snacks, Kyan. Lu Fei pushed Zoro angrily. Obviously, with a bright mind, he can definitely be promoted to the third highest ranking on the ship, but because of a small brain problem, one is in the middle of the battle. What's the matter with Kyan here? Zoro looked at Lu Fei blankly, very puzzled. Come on, die. Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly. With this IQ, just take risks with yourself in this life. If you go out and do it alone, you will definitely be sold the next day. Hey, it's also fortunate that you're not pink. Lu Fei sighed speechlessly. Captain, I don't really understand what you're talking about. Squinting eyes spread out his hands, expressing his innocence and ignorance. Hey, pink hair. Brook stroked his chin, looked at Doflamingo who had slowly stood up, and looked at Lu Fei, as if thinking of something. He hurried to Lu Fei's side. Boss, I have a gadget that is very interesting, do you want to see it? Brook smiled wretchedly. Stop. Lu Fei looked at Brook's wretched smile, and hurriedly stopped. Are you sure, BBAB can be played? Hi, boss, look at what you said. Brook smiled obscenely again. When I was there, this was something rarer than world props. Is it so strong? Zoro, AB ********* D, didn't continue to struggle. Hearing that there was something interesting, he rushed over. Hurry up. Sanji also looked at Brook with bright eyes. As for who has the most fun things on board, it definitely belongs to Brook. The squinting eyes are exaggerated weapons, but these gadgets in Brook's space are very interesting. Dang. A white light flashed in Brook's hand, and a figure about 1 centimeter in size appeared. When everyone looked carefully, it was a little girl with pink hair and wearing a school uniform. If there is anything special, it is the little girl's eye-catching long pink hair, with a black bow tied on the bangs in front of her forehead. Hey, isn't this the next prime minister of the island country, Shika Fujiwara? Zoro looked at the figure in shock, not quite understanding why Brook took out the figure. Island country, what the hell is the prime minister? Sanji pointed to the figure and asked incomprehensibly. Such a little girl is actually the next one. I can't understand it at all. When this battle is over, I'll bring it to you. Zoro looked at Sanji and immediately understood. Okay. Sanji nodded happily, just happened to have almost finished reading recently, and it's time to buy some goods from Zoro. What are you talking about? Nami listened to several people's words, and listened to them separately, and she understood. But together, what a weird thing. Don't understand at all, okay. Not only Nami Robin, but even Lao Sha and others beside him looked at Brook curiously. Hey. Brook gave out a sinister smile, facing Doflamingo, he crushed the figurine. Oh, don't give it to me. Zoro made a distressed voice. If this thing is left in the previous life, who knows how much money it will cost. And they all came to Otherworld, the value of this thing is not generally comparable. It turned out that Brook was good, and he crushed it in one hand. And just as Zoro looked distressed, Doflamingo just stood up, and suddenly a chair appeared behind him. What's the matter? Lu Fei also looked at Brook curiously. Why did this guy sit down? Look, boss. Brook smiled sinisterly. The good show is about to begin. A figurine. Zoro still had a distressed expression on his face. Just as everyone was stunned, Doflamingo lost control of himself and sat on a chair. In the next second, a pink-haired girl appeared behind Doflamingo, carrying a small bench and placing it behind the chair. Hey, the pink-haired girl stood on the small bench holding the glued newspaper in her hand. No way. Looking at this familiar scene, Lu Fei already guessed what would happen next, and hastily took out his video camera. But Lu Fei became more curious about Brook's game world. Can this thing also be made into a superb prop? Hey, what a scene. Zoro's heart-wrenching expression turned into excited anticipation. Ha! The pink-haired girl showed everyone the folded newspaper with a smile on her face. Next second, the little pink-haired girl pouted, vigorously waved the folded newspaper in her hand, and slammed it on Doflamingo's head. At the same time, lovely tone words came out of his mouth. Hey, ha, ya, hey, bang, bang, bang. After a full 12 strokes, the Doflamingo's head is smoking. Hey, this is the ultimate control tool, Fujiwara 12 rings. Brook raised his head and said proudly. Chick chirp, cowhide cowhide. Everyone clapped vigorously, and today indeed added a strange piece of knowledge. After the pink-haired girl finished smoking, she smiled comfortably and disappeared. Leaving only Doflamingo sitting on a chair doubting life. Ahem, I still owe 2 chapters, Xiaomeng is new to remember, there are pictures in this chapter. 140, Whitebeard enters the battle. Ha 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 ha, oh, I can't do it, my stomach hurts from laughing. 3-meter-high guy beats a 1.5-meter-tall girl. Lu Fei and his group are laughing like crazy at the moment, but to be honest, Brook's gadgets are really mind-blowing. Goddamn Fujiwara 12 sounds. But Brook, why do I feel that this thing doesn't hurt? Lu Fei looked at Brother Ming who was still sitting on the chair doubting his life and asked Brook with a suppressed smile. The 12 rings of Fujiwara just now seemed to have been controlled for quite a long time. But Doflamingo didn't suffer any substantial damage except for the smoke coming from his head. Huh, it's a control tool, it doesn't hurt. Brook explained with a smile. It is a control prop that forces the target to take 12 hits during the use of the prop. Then why didn't you use it on the red dog just now? Lu Fei suddenly remembered, when he spat with the red dog just now, what if Brook did this? Obediently, if the red dog is really allowed to take 12 blows, that old face of the red dog will be completely lost. Hey, didn't you forget? Brook scratched his head, and it wasn't his own fault. In fact, in my own backpack, there are too many fancy things. If Lu Fei hadn't mentioned a pink hair, who knows when Brook would remember this prop. While the few people were chatting, several other Shichibukai had already surrounded the crowd. He, what an embarrassment. Moria taunted while looking at Brother Ming on the chair. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Brother Ming came back to his senses, stood up and smiled indifferently. Although he, Doflamingo, is rebellious and cruel, but he is a good guy, and he has a particularly good brain. How else would it be possible to seize the throne of Dressrosa 10 years ago and become King, Dressrosa? And in the instant fight just now, Brother Ming already understood that no one has any chance of winning against this group of guys by himself. Just as Lu Fei and the others focused their attention on Moria and the others, Mingo simply slipped aside and vented to the rest of the pirates. And when several other Shichibukai and Lu Fei and others confronted each other, Marine launched an attack again. Boom! Countless shells bombarded Little Ozzy, although Zoro tried his best to help Little Ozzy defend. But helplessly, there are too many shells, and Little Ozzy's figure is too huge. For a moment, Little Ozzy fell to the ground covered in bruises. Little Ozzy, Ace on the execution platform cried out in grief, tears streaming down his face. But at this moment, Little Ozzy was so injured that he didn't have the strength to continue standing up. On the other side, Whitebeard looked at the fallen Little Ozzy, although his heart ached, he still uttered. Go on Ozzy's body. Many pirates listened to the order, shouted, and gathered in the direction of the gap opened by Oz. In the battlefield at this moment, the battle situation became more and more strange. Marine's side kept shrinking troops. Marine, who was originally outside the bay, was silently retreating. Without the knowledge of many pirates, the battle line was firmly controlled in the inner bay. No matter how many pirates charged, they couldn't reach the square. Tisk, how do you feel that more and more people are coming here? Lu Fei looked at more and more Marines around him, feeling very upset. Although everyone is only one step away from the square at this moment, there are too many Marines in front of Nehi. Marine, who went forward one after another, didn't seem to be afraid of death at all, and firmly controlled the battle line in the inner bay, preventing the pirates from taking a step forward. Although Lu Fei and others can use their skills to enter the square in advance, once they leave the main force and let the Marines hold back, it will be really troublesome. Not to mention saving people, even with the current strength of everyone, the soldiers can punch you one by one, and the Marine side can hold you back. Hey, isn't it that Marine wants to completely eliminate the pirates? Zoro was extremely happy at the moment, using the stepping forward to chop, one by one, knocking the rushing Marine unconscious with the back of the knife. What the hell? Lu Fei struggled to recall the plot after hearing Zoro's words. However, Lu Fei traveled too early, and he can't remember many details, not to mention that everyone is in the chaotic battlefield now. It's because Marine wants to take over the pirates. Zoro continued to travel through Marine, and by the way, a wave of spoilers. By the way, didn't the red dog incite a wave of squads and give Whitebeard a backstab? What the hell? Lu Fei hurriedly kicked away the Marine in front of him, and only remembered the plot when he heard Zoro's prompt. This is broken. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Lu Fei hurriedly searched for the red dog under the execution platform. But besides Kizaru, who was slumped on the chair, there is no shadow of the red dog under the execution platform. No, Aokiji is gone too. Lu Fei looked at what disappeared, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger. No, Zoro temporarily stopped, returned to Lu Fei's side and whispered, didn't you go to say hello to Whitebeard just now? Didn't you talk about it? FK, you didn't, boss. Zoro looked at Lu Fei in disbelief. Forgot such an important thing. Asked for flowers. This is not in line with the character of the captain of the old Gobi. And when the two of them looked at Whitebeard's way, they saw the long knife of the vortex spider squad piercing Whitebeard's chest. At this moment, the audience is shocked. Whitebeard, who values his family most, has his own son impaled on his body. How is this possible? Whitebeard let his own son stab him. That's right, what's going on? Doesn't Uhusi attach great importance to family members? Could it be that everything is fake? Listen to the discussions of the pirates below and Squiyod's questioning. Whitebeard knelt on the ground on one knee, and his expression became dazed for a while. How is this possible? Whitebeard is going to mutiny. I don't believe it. That's the strongest man in the world, how could he be with Marine? While listening to the voices of the pirates below, Whitebeard looked at Sengoku's position with a dazed expression. Zero. Sure enough, Sengoku's strategy is even better. At this moment, Marine kept shrinking the battle line, and rows of pacifists appeared outside the bay, completely blocking everyone's retreat. The pirates who came to join the battle were all lured into the inner bay at this moment, to the point of no return. Just when Whitebeard was being suspected by everyone, Lao Sha stood up at this moment and roared angrily. It's ugly, Whitebeard, I don't want to lose to a cowardly man like you. Hearing Lao Sha's angry roar, Whitebeard glanced quietly at Lao Sha, and then at Squiyod. Immediately, he hugged Squiyod, whispered a few words of comfort, and jumped off the boat to join the battlefield. At this moment, Whitebeard is holding Kong Yunchi, and the blade is pointing directly at the execution platform. Charge. At this moment, with Whitebeard's charge, all doubts disappeared at this moment. Whitebeard is still the proud Whitebeard. It is impossible for him to join forces with Marine, and it is even more impossible for him to betray his sons just because of his and Ace's lives. What a nice little old man. Lu Fei couldn't help admiring him. Just one sentence dispels all doubts, probably except for Whitebeard, few people can do it at all. Old Wu. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, a Shunpo appeared beside Lu Fei with squinted eyes. Little Aussie should be saved. It's just that the injury is serious, and at the same time, it's a bit out of date. He squinted and smiled. Let everyone keep their whole cards, and the real battle will start when Ace is rescued later. Lu Fei said in a low voice. Understood. After squinting his eyes, B disappeared. 141. Red Sand Scorpion, see it. The battlefield at this moment, with the addition of Whitebeard, became more and more chaotic. Because Lao Sha yelled at Whitebeard just now, he was distracted. Let Doflamingo take advantage of the loopholes, manipulate Diamond Chaozi, and give Lao Sha a savage impact, which makes Lao Sha vomit blood. Lao Sha is not used to Doflamingo's bad temper after being subjected to such a blow. Still forming an alliance. Form an alliance. Who will form an alliance first? Lao Sha said that he really gave you Brother Ming face. So the two fought together inexplicably, and the fight was inseparable. On the other side, the King Evakov faced the Tyrant Bear, and Jinbei faced Moria. Even Lao Sha's subordinates, Bar Lock Studio, tried their best to block Marine in the battlefield. As for the last Shichibukai, Hancock, after handing over the ace handcuff key, 817, to Lu Fei, he pretended to be defeated and sat on the ground. Lu Fei, this woman, can you explain it properly? Nami turned into lightning and came to Lu Fei's side, smiling kindly. On the other side, although Robin was also activating his ability to stop Marine constantly, he turned his head slightly, ready to listen to Lu Fei's explanation. Ahem. Lu Fei looked at Nami with a gentle face, and sucked in a breath of cold air. What should I do? The harem seems to be closed. Wait online. Urgent. And how to explain this thing? Lu Fei has cold sweat on his forehead, could it be that he has seen the Empress? Then remove the scars of the three Empress sisters by the way. Then Hancock fell in love with himself. What kind of novel? Can you talk like that? Is the domineering Empress really in love with me? That. Lu Fei turned his head in embarrassment, trying to find an excuse, but suddenly found a Marine giant vice admiral, holding a big knife, slashing all the way, walking towards Whitebeard's position. Originally, Lu Fei planned to see Whitebeard's demeanor, but in the next second, Whitebeard suddenly fell to one knee and vomited blood. I'm going first. Lu Fei hastily launched Flying Thunder God, flashing in the direction of Whitebeard. Isn't this a mess? Seeing Whitebeard vomiting blood, Lu Fei didn't understand that this was the recurrence of Whitebeard's old injury. The sudden situation at this moment made it impossible for Whitebeard's sons to rush to Whitebeard's side. Go to hell, Whitebeard. The giant vice admiral held a knife in both hands, and was about to slash at Whitebeard who was vomiting blood. Daddy, damn it, hurry up, hurry up. At this moment, many captains of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to Whitebeard with all their might. When, in the next second, a strange-looking puppet suddenly appeared in front of Whitebeard, blocking the fatal blow for Whitebeard. Catch up. Lu Fei was wearing the Shao organization robe at this moment, blocking in front of Whitebeard. Akatsuki Organization, Scorpion of Red Sand. See above. And what blocked Marine Vice Admiral's knife was one of Scorpion's treasures, third cage. Although it's a pity, 5 can kill Whitebeard, Lu Fei looked at the giant Vice Admiral in front of him and smiled. But this little old man, he can't just die like this. At least, you can't just die so plainly. As soon as the words finished, Lu Fei ticked his fingers. The puppet of third cage suddenly stretched out multiple large knives in his right hand, and the speed was so fast that the giant vice admiral's knives flew away in an instant. Senju FK. Following Lu Fei's manipulation again, thousands of arms appeared on the puppet's arm in an instant, smashing towards the giant vice admiral, and releasing purple poisonous smoke at the same time. Boom. After a loud roar, a trace of blood spilled from the mouth of the giant vice admiral, and he collapsed in front of Lu Fei. Don't worry, the poisonous smoke is not fatal. Lu Fei looked at the giant and smiled. It's just the next battle, you may not be able to participate. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Marco had already rushed over, supporting Whitebeard with a worried expression on his face. Is the physical condition so bad? Marco, as the captain and ship doctor of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, saw Whitebeard at this moment, and he still didn't understand. And just now Schoolyard's attack could be dodged, even if it was the attack of Whitebeard's cronies, he couldn't hit it. Daddy, Marco said, worried about Whitebeard's health. Grandpa, why don't you just forget it? Lu Fei glanced in Ace's direction, and said with some reluctance, next, leave it to me. Gu la la la. Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up holding Kong Yunchi, and looked at Lu Fei arrogantly. Little devil, who are you for me? As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard slammed Kong Yunchi into the ice surface, his palms became claws, as if he wanted to tear the void into pieces. I'm Whitebeard. With Whitebeard's roar, in an instant, the world fell apart. The ground under the Marines' feet seemed to be overturned. Except for the square in the center, the entire sea surface is divided into countless sections. Rumble. After this devastating attack, the entire Marin Vandua was in ruins. Akainu's strongest move, Double Fist, uses lava to generate a large number of giant lava punches. Following Sengoku's strategy of closing the door and letting the dogs go, Red Dog stepped forward upon hearing the words, and hot molten lava 2.1 poured out from both arms. And as the Red Dog's meteor volcano launched, the cannons on the barrier and the pacifists behind them also launched an attack at the same time. You too, you're such a disgusting brat, gurgling, Whitebeard smiled brightly. At the same time, inside the barrier, another cannon protruded from door to door, surrounding the pirates. And just after Whitebeard's attack, the outer wall of the square unexpectedly raised another layer of wall. What are you talking about, old man? You should take good care of your body. Lu Fei also choked back, not used to Whitebeard at all. Like belied showers, the magma keeps falling, turning the earth into a sea of lava. The whole person is like a volcano that is about to erupt at any time, and then, the Red Dog's fists continuously release magma attacks upwards. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Only the execution platform where Ace was left remained intact, only because the three admirals resisted together and blocked Whitebeard's blow. Meteor volcano. Are you scared? You disgusting brat. Whitebeard took the opportunity to choke Lu Fei. It is taller and stronger than the previous wall. What an extremely proud little old man. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard and sighed helplessly. What a terrifying attack. Lu Fei couldn't help smiling as he looked at the huge magma fists in the sky. And at the escape exit behind, countless pacifists, with golden lights shining in their mouths, aimed at everyone. 142, 100 machine exercises. Then, in order to take care of your body, old man, leave the attack from the sky to me. Lu Fei glanced at the molten fist in the sky, and smiled at Whitebeard, as if he cared about the old man's body very much. Gu la la la, kid, can you hold it? Whitebeard smiled boldly. Facing overwhelming attacks at this moment, the two talked and laughed happily, and hockey leaked. Old man, you should be worried, can you defend against the attack on the ground? Lu Fei looked at Hockey's awe-inspiring Whitebeard, and tore off the red cloud black robe on his body. Red Sand Scorpion, awakened state. Hundreds of machine drills, Scorpion. At this moment, Lu Fei's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. He has completely turned into a puppet state. It has red hair, a poisonous steel cable on its abdomen, a spiral weapon on its back, and 4 scrolls on its back. Little devil, your body. Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei in shock at this moment, unable to speak at all. Under Whitebeard's perception, Lu Fei at this moment, except for the scorpion on his chest, still has a sense of life, and there is no trace of flesh and blood on his whole body. 11. Body. Lu Fei hurriedly looked at his body, wondering what happened. Lu Fei twisted his body and examined it carefully. No problem. Is it possible? Lu Fei hastily took out a small mirror from the system space and looked at his handsome face. Yeah, although it's changed, it's still the same handsome. However, is the expression too fierce? Lu Fei pinched his face, a little puzzled. Attack, attack. Marco looked at the attacks coming from all directions, and almost had a heart attack. What's going on with the old and the young, that they can chat with each other with such a little spare time? Little devil, I'm talking about your body. Why did it look like a puppet? Whitebeard stomped Kong Yun to the ground heavily, setting off a burst of ice balls. Oh, you said this. Lu Fei smiled indifferently. I ate a ninja fruit, this is just a special state. Brat, I hope you know what you're doing. Whitebeard was also relieved to hear Lu Fei's explanation. In fact, it is not to blame Whitebeard, the whole pirate world, where is there such a crazy move? Even if it is a machine transforming a person, the brain should be the original one. But the dead brat in front of him is fine. Except for the scorpion character, there is nothing original in his body. Gong, attack. Brother Xiaoma is about to cry now, can you chat for a while? Oh, Lu Fei looked at the little Ma brother who was about to cry, and smiled awkwardly. Old man, I'll leave the ground attack to you. Lu Fei reached out and took out a scroll from behind, and threw it towards the sky. Boom boom boom. In the next second, countless puppets flew out of the scrolls and floated above everyone. Crack. Lu Fei lifted the cover of his chest, and countless thin blue lines were precisely connected to each puppet. Then, I'm up. Lu Fei looked at the surprised expressions of Whitebeard and Marco, and activated his skills. Red secret skill armed color machine drill. Hum. In an instant, the puppets all over the sky were covered in armed colors and they became extremely black. But at the same time, the hardness of these puppets all over the sky has reached a terrifying level. Damn. Lu Fei staggered and almost fell to his knees. Originally, no matter how to activate the skills, it would be fine, but this B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Fortunately, a few days ago, Lu Fei won 9 taels, otherwise, the consumption in this moment would be enough for Lu Fei to drink a pot. Gu la la la, what a scary kid. Seeing the astonishing scene in front of him, Whitebeard smiled even more heartily. The degree of armed color is so terrifying. Marco looked at the sky full of armed-colored puppets, speechless in surprise. However, you can't let this little brat show off by himself. Gurgling, Whitebeard plunged Yunch into the ice again. Then he stepped forward, smashing the void with both fists again. Click. The next moment, the void vibrated, and the cannonballs that filled the sky completely exploded in midair. Even the pacifists behind them scrapped several of them under the blow of Whitebeard. Boom boom boom. On the top of everyone's heads, Lu Fei is controlling puppets all over the sky, constantly facing the huge molten fist. Hey, the temperature is really exaggerated. Lu Fei took out another scroll from behind and threw it into the air. Scroll Eclipse Stream. Lu Fei sprays a powerful, corrosive, and highly toxic water jet from the pipe in his palm. If it can be extinguished, let it fall on the spot. And those that can't be extinguished, anyway, all the puppets are covered with armed colors, so they won't suffer much damage. Lu Fei simply treated some of the puppets as baseball bats. One won't work, just 2, 3. Anyway, the molten fist of the red dog has a huge target, and there is no state of swinging at all. Moreover, Lu Fei was not the only one in the field, and the rest of the pegs also used their magical powers, which relieved a lot of pressure for Lu Fei. Bang 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 bang. Anyway, I don't know what else to do, please fill the sky with puppets. 3 of them are not happy. However, Marine's ground-washing attack, under the defense of Whitebeard and Lu Fei, did not suffer any damage. Sure enough, I can't keep you. Red Dog saw that Whitebeard and Lu Fei teamed up to neutralize this wave of attacks. Red Dog couldn't help raising his hands again, wanting to intensify. Looking at the Red Dog who was about to attack again, Brook below took out a figure again, looked at the Red Dog and smiled. Be quiet, little cutie. Click. As Brook crushed the figurine, the Red Dog suddenly trembled and sat down uncontrollably. Next second, the pink-haired girl who suddenly appeared pouted, vigorously waved the folded newspaper in her hand, and slammed it fiercely at the Red Dog's head. Fujiwara 12 sounds. Reappear the rivers and lakes. Hey, ha, ya, hey, bang, bang, bang. In the stunned expression of everyone, Marine 3 Admiral, Red Dog, was smoked from the head of a little pink-haired girl. Although the rest of the Marines wanted to help, they found that their attacks couldn't hit the pink-haired girl at all. He could only watch helplessly as the Red Dog was whipped 12 times with a face full of shame and anger. You still want to smash my dining table? I'll blow your dog's head off. Lu Fei gestured in Brook's direction. Ha 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 ha, Gu la la la. Whitebeard and Lu Fei, looking at the Red Dog at this moment, let out hearty laughter. 143, Old Sand Leather. Lu Fei let out a breath slowly, and untied the state of Beiji drill. Although the skills of Ultimate Storm don't consume much mental and physical energy, but at the same time, covering 100 puppets with armed colors at the same time, is it still a bit overwhelming? Lu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had consumed a lot before, he had half a 9 taels as a gift from the system. At this moment, Lu Fei's recovery ability is also extremely exaggerated. Gu la la la, brat, can you continue to fight? Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei who had almost recovered, and couldn't help scolding the little monster in his heart. I should ask you this, old man. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard, pretending to care about the old man. In fact, if possible, Lu Fei would really like to use some Brook's little red bottle for Whitebeard. Although it can't cure Whitebeard, it can at least make Whitebeard last a little longer. However, Brook's medicine bottle has very strict conditions of use, that is, only his own crew can use it. So even knowing that Whitebeard's physical condition is approaching the limit, Lu Fei expressed that he was helpless. Gu la la la. Whitebeard pulled out Kong Yunchi, waved it casually and said with a smile, then you have to follow along, brat. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard accelerated and ran towards Little Ozzy's position. When Whitebeard blocked the attack, he also used the fruit ability, but it could only leave traces on the barrier, and it could not be destroyed at all. Therefore, the only place where we can attack at this moment is the place where Little Oz fell down, and it is the only place where we can enter the square. But Whitebeard also understands that Sengoku, the Buddha known as the resourceful general by the world, will not let everyone pass so easily. But so what? But Whitebeard, hey, old man, you really don't talk about martial arts. Lu Fei changed his costume again and appeared beside Whitebeard. No martial arts. Whitebeard was very interested in this word. Yeah, you didn't even start, and just sneaked away. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard with strange eyes. Gu la la la. Whitebeard smiled brightly. And watching the two people running towards the gap, Sengoku gave the command to attack again. In an instant, countless marines surrounded the two of them. Shelling, shooting, the old and the young seemed to have become the center of the battlefield, as if exuding dazzling light. Boom. Whitebeard uses the shock fruit, punches out at will, and a group of marines take off in front of him. You are in good health, master, son, Lu Fei smiled, and then softly shouted, beast. After Lu Fei chose Tiandao Pain, the system changed Tiandao's skill slightly in order to make Lu Fei's experience better. As long as you shout softly, you can summon the rest of the people to launch an attack. Boom. In front of Lu Fei suddenly appeared a little loli who was wearing the same red cloud and black robe as Lu Fei. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Boom. A cloud of smoke rose, and a huge rhino suddenly appeared under the little Lolita's feet. Carrying the little Lolita on his back, he ran forward. With a strong impact, the two of them once again opened up a path. Everyone, follow Dad. I can't let Dad fight alone. Come on. On the other side, Zoro looked at the rushing Lu Fei and smiled. Such an interesting scene, how can there be less money? Let's make a fuss too. Go go go. As Whitebeard and Lu Fei ran, more and more pirates joined them, followed behind them, and joined the charge. Attack. Sengoku looked at the gathered crowd and ordered again. Following Sengoku's order, the artillery on the rampart fired at the crowd again. You can't stop here. Whitebeard threw a punch, blocking part of the shell. Yeah, we're almost at the end. Lu Fei chuckled, Suradao. Boom. Another man in a red cloud and black robe appeared and pulled his wrist and arm apart. Pull out a string of missiles from the arm cutout, aim at the shells in the sky, and launch rockets to intercept them. Ding. Nami bounced a coin, his body was full of lightning. Railgun. Activate. With a flick of Nami's thumb, a thick orange beam of light streaked across the sky. World. Sanji shouted softly, and a man in golden armor flew out from behind Sanji. Muda 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 muda. The stand-in kept waving his fists, and the cannonballs exploded all over the sky. Although many pirates followed behind the two and gathered into a group, the target was very obvious. However, Marines' shelling did not cause many casualties to it. Woohoo, we're here at last. Lu Fei and Whitebeard passed through the gap and stopped when they saw the three admirals blocking in front of them. At this moment, everyone finally reached the city wall and came to the square, and not far in front of them was Ace who was kneeling. Hey, bro, we're here. Lu Fei looked at Ace not far away, and greeted again. Stupid son. Whitebeard also showed a rare kind smile and looked at Ace. Captain, wait for us, we will let you out immediately. Ace, we will definitely rescue you. Never give up, Ace. Listening to the solidarity of the crowd, I looked at the familiar or unfamiliar faces in front of me. Kneeling on the execution platform, Ace burst into tears. Damn it, I'm too distorted. Ace lowered his head and said in a trembling tone. Obviously at this time, father, brother, and partners are all bleeding and dying. But I'm so happy that I can't stop crying. Until now, I understand the value of life. And just when Whitebeard, Lu Fei and others were about to fight the three admirals and marines again, Sengoku suddenly ordered to execute Ace in advance. Damn, you don't play according to the routine. Old Sengoku. Lu Fei shot a kunai towards the execution platform, trying to activate Flying Thunder God. Boo, but in the next second, unexpectedly, a golden light appeared from Kizaru's fingertips, crushing nothing. Boom. Seeing that Kunwu was shattered, Lu Fei hurriedly used Wukong and flew towards Ace. But how can the general air dance technique pass the light so quickly? In midair, a ball of golden light flashed, converging into a human shape, blocking Lu Fei's front. Damn, old Huang. Lu Fei looked at Kizaru who suddenly appeared in front of him, and yelled, don't act recklessly. Be careful, I will deduct your salary in the future. Yo, that's really scary. Kizaru smiled wretchedly, raised his right foot, and was about to launch a flash kick. When, Zoro jumped into the air and blocked Kizaru's blow. But at this moment, two beheading knives are about to cut Ace's neck good. My mother, don't mess around. Looking at the big knife that is about to fall, Lu Fei really panicked. It's all over here, if Ace is really cut, I really have nowhere to cry. Mr. Huang, stop messing around. Lu Fei raised his hand and shot several kunai shots, but Kizaru stopped them all. Oh, brat, your mind is disturbed. Kizaru put away his smile, and said something inexplicably to Lu Fei. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Seeing that the blade was about to fall, Ace would die on the spot. Swish. All of a sudden, the two beheaded people flew backwards with blood dripping from their bodies. Sand factory. At this moment, Lao Sha was standing under the execution platform, smoking a cigar, wounding two marines with sand knives, and saved Ace. Lao Sha, cowhide. Lu Fei first yelled at K-Lock Doll, then turned his head and looked at Kizaru with a kind face. Old Huang, do you feel my heart now? Yo yo yo, it's really scary. Kizaru raised his hands and said terrified. .144, the red dog joins the battle. At this moment, all the pirates in the audience couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene, and fought against the marine beside them again. And Lu Fei also calmed down at this moment, floating in midair, looking at Kizaru very unhappy. Unexpectedly, the panic at that moment just now gave Kizaru the opportunity to destroy his kunai. But thinking about it carefully, Kizaru's blocking and what this guy said did make some sense. Although everyone has come to the square, the execution platform is not far away, just one step away. But the three admirals in front of them are still standing in the audience and have not yet come out. If I had gone rashly just now, Sengoku at the top and Red Dog at the bottom, the two of them pinching each other for a moment, would really be enough for me to drink a pot. Lu Fei looked at Kizaru, who was smiling obscenely in front of him, and became even more curious about this guy's position. However, even so, I'm still a little upset. Lu Fei looked at Kizaru in front of him, and smiled more kindly. After all, if it weren't for Lao Sha's shot just now, Ace would have been chopped off. Yo, kid, your expression is really scary. Kizaru's fingertips shone with golden light, pointing to Lu Fei. But at this moment, although Kizaru's fingertips were shining with golden light, the thing didn't activate, as if it was waiting for Lu Fei to attack. I'll settle the score with you later, Mr. Huang. Lu Fei glanced down and fell from the sky quickly. Yo, what a scary little ghost. Kizaru glanced at Lu Fei meaningfully, turned into a golden light, and returned to the original place. At this moment, the battlefield has become anxious again. For such a long time, 983, the positions of many pirates are still gathered at the entrance of the square. Marine's low-end combat power distanced itself and stood at a distance for artillery support. Marines of medium strength and numerous vice-admirals continued to attack the crowd. All of a sudden, the two sides fought inseparably. What should I do, Captain? Zoro cut off a marine with a single knife, and got close to Lu Fei. At this moment, Zoro seemed a little anxious. To be honest, in a one-on-one situation, Zoro was confident that he would not frighten anyone. But at this time, they not only have to face the harassment of progress, but also muster their spirits to prevent long-range shelling and gunfire. If you are not careful, you will be hurt. We need to advance the battle line further. Lu Fei glanced at the three admirals. Drag three admirals into the battle. Otherwise Ace won't be able to save him. But it's a bit troublesome now. Zoro pointed at the position of the three admirals, and smiled helplessly. Everyone will be dragged to death, and there is no way to move forward. Zoro is also very helpless. The whole cards are not allowed to be used, and the time of time travel is very embarrassing for everyone, and there is no time to learn hockey properly. If someone awakens conquerors at this time, it will certainly not be the case. And another reason is that when everyone's physical strength is about the same, Blackbeard will definitely get involved, so Lu Fei and others must keep their physical strength and whole cards. Wait for my signal later, I'm going to talk to Whitebeard. Lu Fei dropped a sentence and disappeared. At this moment, Whitebeard, who didn't know whether it was because of lack of physical strength or injury, stood there panting heavily. Whitebeard's son stood by and blocked Marine in front of him. Old man, can you still do it here? Lu Fei appeared in front of Whitebeard with a flash of golden light. Gu la la la. Whitebeard stomped Kong Yunchi heavily. Little devil, who do you think I am? I am. Okay, I know you are Whitebeard. Lu Fei interrupted the arrogant little old man, who looked very much like coaxing a child. You disgusting brat. Whitebeard gave Lu Fei a hard look. The way the two talked, except for Marco who was calmer, the other captains were going crazy. My father, that is Whitebeard, is known as the strongest man in the world. That self-esteem is not a bit high, even though the guy in front of him is Ace's younger brother. But the one who can talk to his father like this, and the father has not gotten angry, is definitely the only one in the world. Any thoughts, kid? Whitebeard glanced at Lu Fei and asked impatiently. Although Ace's crisis has been alleviated just now, Whitebeard and others understood it very well. Before completely rescuing Ace, it's useless to say anything. Marine's execution won't work once, and the second execution will definitely come soon. I need to push the battle line further. Lu Fei pointed to the three admirals and said, and, I need to drag the three of them into the battle completely. Gu la la la, brat, I leave it to you. Whitebeard moved his body, and it seemed that the short breath had already restored Whitebeard's physical strength a lot. Okay, Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard and nodded. From now on, cover Lu Fei's group with all your strength. Whitebeard shouted BBFE towards the middleman. In the next second, a shocking energy surged out of Kong Yunchi in Whitebeard's hand. Immediately, with a wave of the sword, the void in front of him was shattered. The marines in front of them flew away, except for a small number of people in front of them. Ordinary marines couldn't even resist Whitebeard's saber energy. Let's go, brat. Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi and walked towards the third admiral's position. And Aokiji, who was guarding the front, jumped up and poured out the ice from his hands. Boom. At the moment when Aokiji's attack fell, a huge bone wall suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking countless ice from the bone wall. Needless to say, the support of the crew was really reassuring. Looking at the blocked ice, Aokiji wanted to continue to move forward, but Kong Yun cut his body through in the next second. But Aokiji's strength can be compared with the Red Dog's 50-50. When he was hit by Kong Yunchi, his body had already been elementalized. Aokiji, hanging on Kong Yunchi, didn't panic at all, instead holding Whitebeard's broadsword tightly with both hands. And as the ice continued to spread on Kong Yun, Aokiji also continued to activate his abilities. Ice Cube 2 Thorny Spears. 4 ice spears appeared around Aokiji in an instant, and they were about to shoot at Whitebeard. But just when Lu Fei was about to make a move, Diamond Chaozi slammed into him, smashing Aokiji in front of him to pieces. Although it slowly condensed again, blood still overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Old Wu, looking at the red dog being dragged into the battle, Lu Fei called softly. Captain, appeared beside Lu Fei with narrowed eyes and a smile. I leave it to you, Lao Wu, look for the right time. Lu Fei handed the key that Hancock gave him, and handed it to Squint, although he really wanted to save Ace himself. But since the red dogs have entered the battle, I must fulfill the dream of my previous life. Seeing Whitebeard's puzzled expression, Lu Fei pointed behind him and smiled. It's completely arranged. Then you should guard it carefully. Whitebeard looked at the red dog in front of him and said with a disdainful smile. Whitebeard watched the red dog's attack, and threw out a punch, shattering the void. Yo, am I late, old man? With a flash of golden light, Naruto appeared in front of Whitebeard. At this moment, the war is about to break out, and Whitebeard also seized the opportunity, activated the shock fruit ability, and Kong Yunchi swung straight away. Sakazuki stepped in front of Whitebeard and blocked the blow with his foot. Seeing that the first blow missed, the red dog immediately received another blow. Dog bites Red Lotus. If you continue to make such a fuss, this island will not be able to sustain it. The red dog said to Whitebeard with a terrifying aura all over his body. When, a powerful shock wave exploded instantly on this battlefield, causing quite a commotion. After a loud roar, Sakazuki looked at the black puppet standing in front of Whitebeard, very surprised. The red dog's lava arm suddenly turned into a dog's head, and opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to completely tear Whitebeard in front of it. As he said that, the red dog's left arm turned into a fiery molten fist, hitting Whitebeard. Just in time, brat. Whitebeard grinned. Boom. Okay. Squinting his eyes, he took the answer, and the figure disappeared. 145, Pirate Version, 6 Paths Lu Fei. Little devil, sure enough, we have to eradicate you completely. The red dog looked at Lu Fei beside Whitebeard, and hot magma surged all over his body again. I want you to know that the battlefield at this moment is not something that a brat like you can step into at will. Especially your rotten wood is useless. Cut, you know what a fart. Lu Fei looked at the red dog who didn't understand art, showing contemptuous eyes. The artist Shisha Scorpion has said that only the beauty that never decays can be called real art. How can you, a vulgar person, understand such an elegant thing? Little trash, that's it for you, you won't be able to eat 4 dishes in this life. Pooh, hey, vulgar. Looking at the red dog emitting black smoke in front of him, Lu Fei smiled disdainfully, thinking that the red dog is still young, isn't it? To talk about things like pre-war trash talk and get people's mentality out of the way, Lu Fei said that he didn't really lie to anyone. Oh, isn't this Master Akainu? Lu Fei's white light flashed, and the change of clothes was completed. At this moment, Lu Fei is wearing Kizaru's same style of sunglasses, with Kizaru's same style of mustache, and a set of golden pajamas. Yo, it's really scary. Lu Fei smiled with his mouth twisted, reminiscent of the god of war with his mouth twisted back then. Seeing what Lu Fei looked like at the moment, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he, Whitebeard, has been in the sea for so many years, so he can be regarded as a man who has seen the world. But the kid in front of him, to be honest, Whitebeard said that even if he lived another 100 years, he might not be able to meet such a thing. And just when Whitebeard was complaining in his heart, Lu Fei, the hermaphrodite, appeared. Hey, it's not like someone smashed a puppet and felt proud. No way, no way. You know, I have 100 puppets like this. And the one who broke the puppet was Marine's 3 admirals. As admiral's so strong now, he's so happy to break a puppet. Little devil, are you looking for death? Akainu looked at Lu Fei with a gloomy expression, wishing he could stuff his lava iron fist into this guy's mouth. Seeing this expression, Lu Fei didn't let go of such an easy opportunity to make a fuss. To be honest, if you start fighting directly, it's fine. I, Lu Fei, still admire you as a character. But you have a mentality before the war, the problem is still too much, just let me shut up. What? Large double standard dog, hey, hello. Lu Fei tilted his head and looked at the red dog with a puzzled expression. No, Master Akainu, you don't really think I'm talking about you. This is so fresh. Lu Fei looked at the red dog who had already lost his mind, and continued to say in a strange way, although I have seen people pick up money. But, Lu Fei suddenly put away his smile, looked at the red dog calmly and said. But I've never seen someone so cheap, who actually likes to pick and scold. As soon as the words came out, Red Dog didn't know what others heard, anyway, his current state of mind was a bit cute. And I was on stage just now, but I was slapped 12 times by a little girl with pink hair. Now, Lu Fei, a brat, is actually G him off again. After these words, the red dog went completely crazy. Boom. In an instant, the red dog gave off a frightening aura, and the molten lava on his body surged even more intensely. Little devil, die here. Akainu roared, and suddenly his whole body became elementalized, turning into hot lava. The figure appeared in front of Lu Fei in an instant, his right hand formed a fist, and slammed towards Lu Fei's door heavily. Dark Hound, little brat, get out of the way. Whitebeard hurriedly yelled at Lu Fei, his right fist wrapped in a shocking force, ready to help this dead brat. Seriously, Whitebeard hadn't thought of that either. A Marine 3 Admiral, unexpectedly became angry during the session of spamming each other, and took the lead in attacking. How did this damn brat say that? Right, don't talk about martial arts. The current Akainu just doesn't talk about martial arts. Hey, Lu Fei didn't panic at all when he saw Akainu who was in front of him in the blink of an eye, but felt that the mentality of the red dog was normal. Ask for flowers. I haven't exerted my strength yet, so it won't work. Looking at it this way, red dog's psychological quality is not good either. That's it. If it weren't for the inappropriate battlefield he is in now, Lu Fei said that he would be no different from the red dog for 10 days and 10 nights. But I was a famous pianist in the canyon back then, can't I beat it or spray it? But looking at this familiar move, Lu Fei didn't dare to be careless. You must know that Dark Hound's move, in the comics, literally blows off half of Whitebeard's head. Little devil, the red dog roared angrily, and even Kizaru Aokiji, who was in the distance, looked at Lu Fei strangely. A mass of golden energy instantly enveloped Lu Fei. Strong explosiveness, high skill, and extremely destructive power. It unfolded in an instant and turned into a black plane, blocking the red dog's blow. Phew, Whitebeard looked at the safe and sound brat, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows again. But facing his new hang, Lu Fei said, sprinkle water. If it was someone else, Whitebeard really wouldn't dare to guarantee it, but the brat in front of him would definitely not die so easily. Yo, Marine 3 Admiral. Lu Fei looked at the red dog in front of him, and smiled obscenely, it's really scary. Just when the red dog thought he had hit a punch, a small black ball suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei. Pirate version, 6 paths Lu Fei. Debut, he holds a black iron rod in each hand, and 9 small black balls float out of nowhere behind his back. Looking at the attack that exploded in front of him, although Lu Fei had to admit that the blow from the red dog was indeed very powerful. But just when Whitebeard was about to say something more, Lu Fei in front of him suddenly changed drastically. Then, Master Akainu, let's start the second round. Lu Fei looked at the red dog in front of him and said provocatively. But it's really a pity. Lu Fei looked at it and smiled. I almost died. Boom. At this moment, Lu Fei had blonde hair with special effects on his head, and was wearing a coat composed of golden energy. 146, injured. Feeling himself in this state, Lu Fei was extremely excited. Although the skills and secrets are all in the ultimate storm, they cannot be compared with the 6 paths Naruto in the world of Hokage. But as long as Lu Fei keeps strengthening his strength, one day, he can reach that point. And most importantly, 6 paths Naruto has too many skills and secrets. In addition, in this state, Lu Fei's speed, strength, perception, mechanism, etc. have been greatly improved, just like a special burst state. But in this mode, there is also a fatal shortcoming. Even the physical strength consumed has reached an exaggerated level. Just like the state of the Super Saiyan 3 in the Dragon Ball world, although there is a sudden batch, the consumption of physical strength has also become very exaggerated. If Lu Fei hadn't won half of the 9 tails, he would have saved this state until the end, so that Blackbeard could have a good time. Little devil, you. Whitebeard looked at Lu Fei in front of him, and was so shocked that he didn't say, 263. How many whole cards does this kid have? Whitebeard is really a little confused now, this little shame in front of him. Hi, this is not the awakened state of ninja fruit, Lu Fei grinned at Whitebeard. But Naruto's state, in the world of pirates, should be regarded as fruit awakening. So, Master Akainu, I'm going to go. Lu Fei felt the exhaustion of his physical strength, so he was naturally unwilling to delay. After all, the sooner you finish the work, the sooner you call it a day. And in this state, at this point in time, no matter who the opponent is, Lu Fei has the confidence to fight against the opponent. Go, Lu Fei shouted, his figure turned into a golden light, and appeared behind the red dog in an instant. At this time, Lu Fei's speed had already reached ultimate. Even compared to Mr. Huang who ate sparkling fruit, it is not much worse. When Akainu turned around abruptly, his right fist was braving hot lava, blocking Lu Fei's back sap. Little devil, although your appearance is really scary. The red dog glanced at Lu Fei disdainfully, and suddenly said with a mocking smile. But your combat experience is pitiful. Remember, the next time you sneak attack, don't tell me. Boom. Just when the red dog was triumphant, a golden fist suddenly stretched out from Lu Fei's arm, and he gave the red dog a lower uppercut, sending it flying into the air. Hand of 9 Tails Chakra. Activate. The golden energy on Lu Fei's body can turn into the Hand of Chakra, which looks like a fox's sharp claw, to attack at will. Ah, Master Akainu, what are you talking about? Lu Fei looked at Akainu who was knocked into the air, and asked in confusion. Still fighting experience. Lu Fei looked at the red dog that was knocked into the air and smiled disdainfully. Black Soul, the Wolf, Neo, have you ever played? Red Dog, you have never played these games, you talk to me about your combat experience. Wang Lu Fei, I will give you a knife today, to open your eyes. In a split second, I'll stun you. Lu Fei raised his hand and shot out several quality kunai. In the air, before Akainu had time to stabilize his figure, he felt a golden light flash in front of him again, and the figure of Lu Fei appeared beside him again. Combo skill, Flying Thunder God Infinite Sap. I beat. In an instant, Lu Fei held 2 black sticks, accompanied by the flashing golden light, beating Akainu continuously in the air. Especially the fragile places like the head, cheeks, and waist. Even if Akainu is elementalized, under the beating of the special props, the little black stick, the injury should still be injured. In just a short moment, Akainu received several sap blows on the head, and was almost knocked stupid. Little brat, Ze could only protect the important parts of his body at the moment. At the same time, I also understood what Kizaru said about Lu Fei's terrible state. At this moment, Akainu, even though his body is full of magma, can still be hit by that little black stick. I hit. Lu Fei seemed to think that he had had enough, and kicked Akainu away with a whip kick. Cough. The red dog that flew upside down coughed out a mouthful of blood, and just as it was about to stabilize its figure, it saw Lu Fei smile wretchedly. Lu Fei waved his hand, and the 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind him burst towards Zigo. Since the move using truth-seeking ball has no name, Lu Fei licked his big face and gave this move a nice name. Truth-seeking ball technique. In an instant, under the command of Lu Fei, 9 truth-seeking balls launched a fierce attack on Akainu again. Although the temperature of the lava was indeed very high, the red dog couldn't do any damage to the 9 black balls in front of him. Instead, I was confused by these high-speed truth-seeking balls. Bang 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 bang. With the high-speed attack of the 9 truth-seeking balls, more and more blood spilled from the corner of the red dog's mouth. Well, this is enough. Lu Fei hooked his hands. In the next second, 9 truth-seeking balls bombarded Akainu's body at the same time, and then flew back behind Lu Fei. Cough. Another mouthful of blood spewed out of the red dog's mouth. Tisk tisk, what a tragedy. Lu Fei looked at the red dog in midair, and asked worriedly, Master Akainu, are you alright? Brat. Akainu let out an angry growl. Oh, it's okay, then I'm relieved. Lu Fei exhaled pretending to relax, glanced at Lao Wu's position, and found that his little friend had already started to move. Then he looked at Akainu in midair again, and posed a classic knot seal pose, multiple shadow clone. Bang 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 bang. After a puff of smoke, 8 figures appeared beside Lu Fei at the same time. Sage Art Super-Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken. At this moment, each of the 9 Lu Fei held a spiral shuriken of different colors. This technique is the fusion of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts to create 9 spiral shurikens with different attributes. 1, 2, 3. Following the order of the main body Lu Fei, the 9 people threw the spiral shuriken in their hands to Akainu in the midair. Boom. Accompanied by the earth-shattering loud noise, everyone raised their heads blankly, staring into the sky in a daze. Flames billow and dust rises. The scorching air wave blowing towards the face told everyone how exaggerated the explosion was. Lu Fei fell from the sky, wiped the sweat from his head, and then cancelled the 6 paths mode first. This state is really a waste of energy. Although the explosion is indeed exaggerated, the physical fitness of the pirate world is also exaggerated. The red dog punched Lu Fei's back, and the hot lava exploded on Lu Fei's back. Although Lu Fei has tried his best not to let Whitebeard participate in the battle, to prevent the recurrence of old injuries. La, it's really. Whitebeard was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and pointed to his chest with a painful expression. Or, leave it to me. But before Lu Fei could finish speaking, Huzi and Lu Fei would be responsible for the 7 shadows. All of a sudden, the hairs on Lu Fei's body exploded, and the cold sweat on his head couldn't stop falling down. Although he tried his best to defend with armed forces, he still suffered a lot of damage. Wow, Lu Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Damn, still careless. Boom. 1.3 But what should come, finally came. Whitebeard, known as the strongest man, still did not escape the erosion of the disease. Armed color coverage. Lu Fei really didn't expect Red Dog to recover so quickly, let alone let Red Dog seize the opportunity in such a short moment. Lu Fei didn't believe that Akainu could be completely wiped out with just one blow of his own. Lu Fei hurriedly used the 6 paths mode, but felt the hot magma breath behind him, and found that the truth-seeking ball would be hit by the Red Dog before it could fully unfold. Dark Hound. Old man. Lu Fei hurried over, looking at Whitebeard worriedly. Wow. Whitebeard suddenly fell to one knee, vomiting blood. 147, the Red Dog should fall. Seeing the sudden scene in front of them, everyone was anxious and wanted to step forward to rescue, but they were held back by the Marine beside them. In this battle, Marine was fully prepared, even if his men were injured or even died. On the one hand, Marine still has a steady stream of troops. As for the pirates, there were only so many people here. One casualty means one less combat power. It is impossible to fight a war of attrition with Marine. And now the most important thing is that Whitebeard's old injury relapsed, and he knelt on one knee, unable to move. The other is Lu Fei's side. Because of his carelessness, he wanted to check Whitebeard's injury. Instead, the recovered Red Dog hit a Dark Hound and sent him flying out. Right now, the 2 most active characters in this battle have fallen, and many pirates have lost their minds for a while. He wanted to step forward to rescue him, but he was surrounded by more and more Marines, and he couldn't escape for a while. Damn, I'm here to hold Kizaru, you go. Zoro yelled at Marco, wrestling with Kizaru. Marco heard the words, braving regeneration flames all over his body, and ran in the direction of the 2. But there is another person in front of him, blocking Marco's front. This person is Marine Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider. This person's life return's hair has been played to the point of perfection. In a moment of desperation, Marco was caught by the hair of the Ghost Spider and handcuffed by Seastone before he could fully react after just a face-to-face meeting. -11 fell to the spot in an instant, and the regeneration flame on his body was extinguished in an instant. Damn it. Seeing such a critical situation, Zoro hastily gave up the fight with Kizaru and wanted to go to support. But Kizaru behind him would not give up such a good opportunity at all, shooting out several golden lights from his fingertips. In a moment of desperation, Zoro was pierced through the shoulder by Kizaru's golden light. "Hey, kid, where do you think this is?" Kizaru looked at Zoro and said with a sense of oppression, "This is a battlefield." Tisk. Zoro covered his shoulders and looked at Kizaru with an unhappy expression. "Now everyone in my family is completely dragged down, and Sanji and Squinted Eyes have almost touched the execution platform at this moment. One step away, really one step away from saving Ace. At this time, calling to come back to support, wouldn't it be a failure again?" But who would have thought that at this critical moment, both Whitebeard and the captain collapsed inexplicably. Looking around again, Diamond Chaozi, who was fighting with Aokiji, was also caught by Aokiji for a moment, and was frozen into a block of ice, unable to move. The situation at this moment has instantly turned into a situation that is unfavorable to his group. "Yo, brat." Kizaru looked at the injured Zoro. Instead of continuing to attack, he smiled and said, "Although the abilities of each of you are indeed terrifying, however, you have never encountered such a situation of wandering between life and death along the way." Kizaru didn't know why, but he didn't choose to continue to do it. Instead, he took out a jade nail file and sharpened his nails. And on the other side, seeing Whitebeard who was vomiting blood, many Marines would not let go of such a good opportunity and rushed forward one after another. Looking at the countless sharp knives in front of him, Whitebeard wanted to make a move, but his body didn't allow Whitebeard to make any moves at all. Puff! In an instant, Whitebeard's huge body was pierced by 4 Marines with big knives. But the attack is far from over. How could the Marines let go of this opportunity? Even a Marine ran up to Whitebeard and jumped high. "Raise the long cannon in your hand and aim at Whitebeard's face." For a moment, thick black smoke billowed from Whitebeard's neck. At this moment, Whitebeard's body was out of control, and he was about to fall staggeringly. At this moment, Akainu was standing in front of Lu Fei, with hot molten lava on his arms, looking coldly at Lu Fei who fell to the ground. Although the red dog did suffer a lot of damage in the explosion just now. But it is not fatal. Akainu can still act, can sell the fight. "Little devil, in the face of absolute justice, die here." As soon as the words fell, the red dog's right arm rolled hot magma, and it punched Lu Fei. For a time, the hearts of many pirates were ashamed. Could this rescue really end in failure? Could it be that the strongest man in the world, and the kid who was so active just now, will really fall down completely in this place? "Daddy!" Lu Fei, Ace on the execution platform let out a heart-piercing cry. Swish, boom. After the smoke cleared, Akainu looked at the familiar pitch-black puppet in disbelief. It is the third Cage, who is armed with colored entanglements, who blocks the fatal blow of the loyal dog. How is it possible to die in this place? Lu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to stand up. I have had a hard time. I just came here. And Whitebeard on the other side, how could he be knocked down by the group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in front of him? Because, I am Whitebeard. The 2 roars that suddenly came out on the battlefield shocked the hearts of everyone around them. In the next second, Whitebeard waved Kong Yunchi in his hand. For a while, flying sand and rocks, and clusters of clouds cut where they passed, as if the wind was blowing and the remnants were not dry. On this battlefield, a violent wind and sandstorm was set off. With one blow, countless Marines soared into the air. The whole of Marin Vanduo seemed to be raining Marine. "Brat!" Whitebeard yelled in Lu Fei's direction. "It's done, old man." Lu Fei clenched his hands into fists, and a manic green aura erupted from his body again. 8 inner gates, 6th scene gate open. Fixed. Akainu. Lu Fei's figure instantly appeared in front of Akainu. And because of Whitebeard's voice, Akainu turned his head unconsciously for a moment, allowing Lu Fei to seize the opportunity. Armed color peacock. At this moment, Lu Fei's arms turned into afterimages, and Jian attacked crazily. At this moment, the peacock-like scene bloomed again. Boom. With one blow, Akainu vomited blood, and unconsciously flew towards Whitebeard. "Well done," Whitebeard yelled. Watching Akainu flying towards him, Whitebeard's left hand vibrated with energy fluctuations, and hit the oncoming hostage dog's waist directly. Even though Akainu had already turned into elements at this moment, he was still hit by Whitebeard's move and spit blood from the mouth again. "Old man, go up," Lu Fei shouted, and instantly entered the 6 paths mode again. As soon as the words fell, a huge mass of golden energy gushed out from Lu Fei's body, enveloping Lu Fei in it. Roar. At this moment, Lu 707 turned into a huge golden 9 tails, making an earth-shattering roar. What an amazing kid. Whitebeard's right fist was once again wrapped in shocking energy, sending Akainu flying into the air. Boom. Following a puff of smoke, 2 identical golden 9 tails suddenly appeared beside Lu Fei. But in less than a second, the 2 golden 9 tails disappeared. But in the hands of the main body, there are 2 super huge spiral shurikens. 6 paths oversized jade spiral shuriken. And Whitebeard didn't stop there. Instead, his left fist was surrounded by shock energy, constantly accumulating strength. At the moment when the 2 giant spiral shurikens hit the red dog, a punch blasted out. Boom. Under the joint attack of these 2 people, a huge explosion roared in the air. Just the energy dissipated by the explosion caused the entire battlefield to begin to collapse. At this moment, Marlene Fando felt like the end of the world. The earth fissioned, the city shattered, and the entire marine headquarters completely collapsed. And Akainu, who encountered such an explosion, fell from the sky. I don't know whether it is life or death, and slowly slipped into the cracked abyss. Tisk, old man, it's a bit too much. Lu Fei fell from the sky and cancelled the 6 paths mode. But as soon as he stopped at this moment, Lu Fei immediately sensed the injury at the moment, and Lu Fei grinned in pain. But to be honest, if the red dog can climb out again to continue fighting, Lu Fei will really be convinced. Gu la la la, Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. Boom, and just as the two were talking and guarding, a pillar of fire poured down. Ace, rescued. 148, Blackbeard appears. After the flames dispersed, a shirtless man came out. Daddy, I'm here. Ace moved and called out softly to Whitebeard. After saying hello, he looked at Lu Fei and said with a smile. Really, you have been like this since the beginning, never listened to advice, Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at the rescued Ace, smiled and stretched out his hand. Ace looked at Lu Fei suspiciously, shouldn't there be a hug at this time? But since his younger brother wanted to shake hands, Ace still looked touched, and extended his hand to Lu Fei to shake. And when the two hands were clasped together, Lu Fei grabbed Ace's wrist and smiled very kindly. Lu Fei, you are not. Ace looked at the kind-hearted Lu Fei, and countless pictures of being cheated flashed through his mind. Lu Fei grabbed Ace's wrist, and with a sudden force, he pulled Ace towards him. Right hand into a fist, armed with color coverage. Its name is Armed Color Black Tiger Heart. Boom. Ace howled, and retreated unconsciously. Lu Fei immediately accelerated and appeared in front of Ace, with one foot in the air. Armed Color White Crane Wings. All fight. Lu Fei was independent at the moment, with the temperament of a deputy martial arts master. No. Ace was really confused at the moment. Just now this man was desperately trying to save himself, but when he stood in front of him, why was he beaten again? And when you fight, you still use moves. What's more terrifying, now you have added armed colors. Brother, I should have told you to be careful of Blackbeard. Lu Fei looked at Ace, who kept his figure steady, and smiled kindly. When Ace heard this sentence, he fully understood what was going on. But when he was in Alabasta, Lu Fei reminded himself of Blackbeard's strength. It seems that you have remembered. Lu Fei smiled more kindly. Armed Color Rabbit and Eagle. No. Armed Color hyphenation point Double Dragon goes to sea. Lu Fei, really, listen to my sophistry. Armed Color Monkey Stealing Peach. No. After a long time, seeing Ace, whose legs were clamped tightly in tears of regret, Lu Fei exhaled often. Cool, now I'm finally cool. And when Lu Fei finished beating Ace, Lu Fei's little friends also gradually leaned over. Boom. Everyone looked at the giant ship coming behind them, and it turned out to be the Moby DK. Who knew who drove this giant ship? Looking up, it turned out to be the great whirlpool spider Squid. But just when Squid was about to drive the boat in, and was about to cut off the Empress and make atonement for everyone, a big hand blocked the giant ship going forward. Although Whitebeard was seriously injured at the moment, he was panting heavily from exhaustion. But as long as Whitebeard is still alive, he will not let his son go on a risky journey to kill everyone. Squid, do you know how unfilial it is for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person? Whitebeard shouted firmly, although panting heavily. Don't be so self-righteous, just relying on your blow, you can't kill me. As he spoke, Whitebeard turned around, looked at everyone on the battlefield and shouted, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates is listening, and now give the captain's final order. At last, wait, Dad, you said such an unlucky thing. Let's go back to the New World. But no matter how the people behind him shouted, Whitebeard still looked forward and said firmly. You and I will part here, and everyone must live on. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Father Whitebeard is ready to be buried here? I'm a remnant of the old days. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Whitebeard blasted out with a punch, and the void shattered. The shaking had stopped, but because of Whitebeard's blow, the ground and sea shook again. Old man. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard beside him with a downcast expression. Although Lu Fei knew that Whitebeard would die here, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still a little bit sad. Gu la la la. Whitebeard glanced at Lu Fei, and smiled boldly. If I met you sooner, I really want you to be my son. Forget it. Lu Fei shook his head and smiled. It's fine to be a son, but it's okay to be a master. At that time, when you are old, I will let you be the big brother. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard and smiled. This is already my biggest concession. If you are not too old, I will definitely fight for the big brother. Gu la la la. Whitebeard laughed even more joyfully. What an arrogant brat. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard walked down and blocked the marine who came to reinforce him with his own strength. And the rest of the people, no matter how unwilling and reluctant they were, still obeyed Whitebeard's order and began to retreat. Ace stood there blankly, looking at Whitebeard's back. He could only use the fruit ability to support him from a distance, and knelt down to thank Whitebeard for his constant care. In this cruel battlefield, Whitebeard turned around, looked at Ace kneeling on the ground, and asked a more worrying question. I am qualified to be your father. As soon as these words came out, Ace could only lower his head and burst into tears. Of course, Ace shouted firmly. On the other side, Lu Fei's friends also gathered beside Lu Fei. In this battle, no matter how many armors everyone has on their bodies, they are more or less injured. Jinbei, Lao Sha, Evikov. Lu Fei looked at the three of them and said with a smile, I will leave my crew and my brother to you. Lu Fei, Ace raised his head, and was about to ask something, when he was struck by squinting eyes and slashed with a saber. Little devil, after this incident, we'll be settled. Although Lao Sha was covered in bruises, he was still proudly smoking his cigar. It's clear. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha, feeling a little touched for no reason. Unlike that B********* debuggy, this guy really put in a lot of effort in this battle. Getting a full court MVP is not a problem. Looking at the few people going away, Lu Fei and the rest of the friends immediately started drinking small bottles. After preparing to recover, ate a wave of Whitebeard. It's a pity to die here like this. Nami, Chopper, Robin and others have already evacuated with the large force. Only Lu Fei, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Brook, and Frankie remained on the battlefield at the moment. And the man who blocked all the Marines in front of him, Whitebeard. While looking at the evacuated crowd, Whitebeard activated the fruit ability again. With one blow, the square was divided into two. Whitebeard isolated himself from the crowd, ready to face all the Marines in front of him alone. At this moment, Whitebeard no longer had any scruples, and began to kill the quartet. Although the body is about to reach its limit, it still successfully blocks all the Marines and prevents them from taking a step forward. But at this moment, a group of people appeared on the dilapidated execution platform. Good Zhao good, it was Blackbeard who caused this battle, and his teammates recruited on the 6th floor of Impel Down. The battle has begun. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard and the others who appeared, and looked at the partners around him with a smile. You have been fooling around with me, do you really not regret it? Yo, are you going to start sensational? Zoro picked his nostrils, and Tien Fen said in disgust. Haven't we always been like this? He squinted and smiled, and took out Shinsō from the magic circle. It's okay, if you are gone, who will I cook for? Sanji took out a giant blade and carried it behind his back. I've been wanting to kill this guy for a long time. Brook pointed at Blackbeard, clearly resentful. I'd better increase my bounty, 500 Baileys is a bit too much. Frankie took a sip of his teacup happily, and Marco, who saw Blackbeard appearing, turned into a phoenix and was about to rush over, but was stopped by Whitebeard. I'm going to make a deal with him with my own hands. No one is allowed to shoot. After speaking, Whitebeard turned his head to Lu Fei and others. This time it's my family business, kid, don't make a move. 149. System Selection. Watching the appearance of Blackbeard and his group made Sengoku beside him instantly furious. Obviously, Blackbeard, one of the Shichibukai, not only did not appear at the beginning of the battle, but at this time brought the impelled down criminals and stood rampantly under the execution platform. Shiryu, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* What happened to Magellan? What happened to Impel Down? Seeing Sengoku's angry look, Blackbeard and others laughed even more happily. Aside from personal preferences, Blackbeard is really a ruthless person. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard on the stage with a little admiration in his heart. After lurking for many years, when the dark fruit appeared, he showed his fangs, killed Saki, and obtained the dark fruit. After defeating Ace and giving it to Marine, after obtaining the title of Shichibukai, it caused a war between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Then Blackbeard is sneaking into Impel Down to recruit. In just a few days, from an errand runner to a big boss, Blackbeard can be regarded as the #1 figure in the pirate world. That's right, thanks to you knocking Ace out. Zoro looked at Blackbeard who killed the backcourt, and muttered to Lu Fei. Otherwise, 927, with Ace's personality, would just go straight up. That's right, it's a good thing that you fell unconscious, boss. Brook agreed, if you're really awake, you won't let the red dog kill you, but let Blackbeard kill you, that would be really funny. Lu Fei turned around and took a look behind him. The large army had already withdrawn quickly, and besides Marco and Whitebeard, he was the only one left in the field. However, Whitebeard should be at the end of his battle. He squinted at Whitebeard's position and said suddenly, "Is there any other way?" Lu Fei asked with squinted eyes. The big reason why I didn't evacuate with the main force was to see if there was any turning point. It was a pity that this man died here. Another reason is that you don't want Blackbeard to get the shock fruit. I can't help it, the fire of life is about to go out. Squinted shook his head, expressing that he was helpless. Forget it then. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard's back and said, then let us all witness this scene. Ding. Congratulations to host for triggering a special plot, the end of the king. System BBEH. Lu Fei is a little confused, why the plot is triggered at this time, is there any other choice? Ding. Choose 1. Prevent Blackbeard from stealing shock fruit. The system can help host recycle shock fruit, and eliminate the side effects of the fruit, and at the same time reward host with special physique, you can eat multiple devil fruits. Ding. Choose 2. Hold back and watch Blackbeard successfully obtain the shock fruit, and reward host with a special reward, Impure World Reincarnation. At the same time, update the items in the host Hokage store. Items related to the characters currently owned by the host can be purchased in the store, and at the same time cancel the condition that special items can only be purchased with devil fruit. Ding. Friendly reminder, the updated Hokage items, skills, etc., can be used to improve the strength of your own crew. Tisk, it's not a good choice. Lu Fei fell into a tangle when he heard the 2 choices given by the system. The 2 options given by the system seemed to be pretty good. My group didn't evacuate, wasn't it just to prevent Blackbeard from taking the shock fruit at the last moment? If you choose the first one, you will be able to spend a few years on your own and become the ceiling's combat power. But the second one gives Impure World Reincarnation. This is a proper skill in the Hokage world. But the system, my Impure World Reincarnation, do I still need sacrifices? Lu Fei hurriedly asked the system. Ding. Impure World Reincarnation does not require sacrifices, the system will directly prepare the required materials, only the reincarnation blood or hair is required from the host. Ding. For characters after Impure World Reincarnation, the host can choose to exist for 2 hours a day at peak state, or 50% of the strength, and the existence time is not limited. While Lu Fei was struggling, Whitebeard had already started fighting with Blackbeard. At this moment, endless darkness spread from Blackbeard's body, and black matter burst out. Dark Cave. Blackbeard activated his ability, and at this moment, with Blackbeard as the center, endless darkness spread from under Blackbeard's feet, devouring everything around him. Even Whitebeard, who was standing at the moment, slowly wanted to sink. And even if Whitebeard wanted to use Shock Fruit's ability, he was blocked by Blackbeard's right hand exuding black breath, absorbing the shock energy. Boom. Blackbeard seized the opportunity, first punched Whitebeard in the stomach, and at the moment Whitebeard paused, he punched Whitebeard in the jaw. Boom. With one blow, Whitebeard's body flew upside down uncontrollably. Dark Water. Blackbeard activates his ability, drawing Whitebeard towards him again. Whitebeard wanted to use the shock energy again, but was absorbed by Blackbeard again. Exclamation mark. Blackbeard punched out again, knocking out Whitebeard and Kong Yunchi in his hand. Hey, Captain, you're back to your senses. Zoro patted Lu Fei, signaling that Lu Fei had come back to his senses. Ding. The story of Whitebeard ending is coming to an end, the host chooses the tank as soon as possible. In the next second, the shock energy entangled in Whitebeard's hands, ready to explode Blackbeard's head. What are you thinking, boss? Conceit, rashness, that's your weakness. Whitebeard squeezed Blackbeard's head hard. Could it be that, is that? Zoro pointed to the top of his head. Although he didn't say it clearly, it was clear what Zoro was talking about from the many comparisons he was doing. Boom. Tear. It's a little tangled. Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard who was being pressed and beaten at the moment, and was even more tangled for a while. A bloody arrow burst from Blackbeard's chest. Blackbeard fell to the ground, rolling on the spot in pain, and the sound of wailing kept coming out of his mouth. Whitebeard used Kong Yunchi's knife handle and right leg to firmly restrain Blackbeard's hands. Ding. When the host selects option 1, additional bonus items, open the host body limiter. That's right, what happened again? At this moment, as time continued to pass, Whitebeard seized the opportunity, waved Kong Yunchi chicly, and slashed at Blackbeard. Ding. When the host chooses option 2, the host will be rewarded with a portal to another world, and can carry all the crew members. P.S. The portal will only be released after the host clears the story of the pirate world. Damn it, could it be that the red dog appeared again? Zoro immediately drew out the magic knife and looked around. Lu Fei came back to his senses, but still had a troubled expression on his face. Obviously this guy said he wanted to witness Whitebeard's last moment, but at such a critical moment, this guy actually lost his mind. 150, Whitebeard falls. And with the continuous accumulation of shock energy, Blackbeard was completely shameless. Stop it, Dad, stop it. Blackbeard looked at the shocking energy in front of him, completely panicked. I'm your son, are you really going to kill me? Blackbeard panicked completely, and twisted his body crazily, trying to get rid of Whitebeard's control. And hearing Blackbeard's shout, Whitebeard's eyes still flashed a trace of unbearable after all. In the next second, Shock Fruit's ability exploded. Boom. The ground cracked, and smoke rose everywhere, covering the two of them, blocking everyone's sight for a while. After the smoke cleared, Whitebeard stood with a knife in his hand. Blackbeard knelt on the ground, moaning constantly. In the end, do you still want to hold back? Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard who was kneeling on the ground, still uttering wild words, and shook his head involuntarily. System, choose the second option. Lu Fei said to the system. Although this choice is to stand still and watch Blackbeard capture the fruit ability, but even if Blackbeard has the ability to shock fruit. At this moment, Lu Fei has already made a plan in his heart. When Blackbeard is at its most rampant, let's see what Whitebeard is at its peak. Everyone, stand still for a while and wait for Blackbeard to seize the ability, and then look at the situation. Lu Fei said, looking at the friends around him. Why, Captain? Zoro looked at Lu Fei in confusion. Didn't everyone hide the big move just to prevent Blackbeard? You suddenly came to such a trick, and everyone was stunned. I made a foolish choice, and I will explain it to everyone afterwards, Lu Fei said with a smile, looking at the puzzled faces. That's all right. Zoro withdrew the magic knife, and his own captain spoke, there must be some special reason. And in the battlefield at this moment, although Whitebeard's body is already riddled with holes, it has reached the limit. But still holding on to his body, Haki walked towards Blackbeard awe-inspiringly, wrapping around the shock energy with his left hand, ready to give Blackbeard the final blow. Kill him, you guys. Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard who was approaching gradually, panicked completely, took out his pistol in his arms and fired one after another, calling for his teammates at the same time. Hearing Blackbeard's shout, his teammates rushed to Blackbeard without the slightest hesitation, and tried their best to attack Whitebeard. All of a sudden, guns fired, and all kinds of harsh attacks hit Whitebeard. Boom. At this moment, the gunshots from Blackbeard's side continued, and until the bullets in his hand were exhausted, Blackbeard wanted to change to a gun and continue shooting. The person Luo Jia is waiting for, at least it won't be you, teach. Whitebeard holds Kong Yunchi in his hand, and Haki still stands awe-inspiringly on the spot. Then he looked at Sengoku in the distance, and spoke again. One day in the future, there will be people who carry these hundreds of years of history and challenge the world. One day it will come. A huge battle involving the whole world. Whitebeard looked at the shocked Sengoku and grinned. Peace, it is real. Whitebeard's words resounded through the sky, and were transmitted to the whole world through the image bug in the hand of Buggy, who was hiding aside. And just as Whitebeard was dying, Whitebeard closed his eyes and thought about his life. What a long journey. Thank you all. Farewell, sons, Whitebeard murmured, and fell. He's dead, but he's still standing there. Blackbeard looked at the dead man in front of him, still so awe-inspiring, and froze in place for a moment, not daring to move. Although he has fallen, he is worthy of being a king. He squinted and opened his eyes, looking at Whitebeard's back, feeling very emotional. Yeah, this is one of my favorite characters. Zoro sighed, but after all, Whitebeard's body has come to an end. Even if his own group intervenes, it can't change anything. And Whitebeard, who is extremely self-respecting, said in advance that no one would be allowed to intervene. Compared to dying in obscurity on the ship, dying heroically in this battle is a good ending, right? Hey, Lu Fei looked at Whitebeard, who passed away after all, and sighed. But I immediately came back to my senses, I sighed. Didn't I have impure world reincarnation? When the matter is settled, wouldn't it be nice to give everyone a surprise? Come on, adjust your mood and get ready to work. Lu Fei moved his body and said to everyone, although the battle is over, you don't want to give this shameless person a good beating when you leave. Goods. It's better to send him to see Whitebeard, isn't it better? Lu Fei smiled and pointed to Blackbeard. Lu Fei, you. Marco looked at the person Lu Fei wrote with a look of shock. Although it was known for a long time that Lu Fei and his group must have been left at the end for some reason. But unexpectedly, Lu Fei and others actually wanted to send Blackbeard to see his father. Oh, old horse, you should leave quickly too. Lu Fei smiled. Seeing Whitebeard's figure covered with a black cloth, Lu Fei knew that Blackbeard was about to succeed. No, I can't let you do this. Marco stood in front of everyone, and said anxiously, you have exhausted a lot of energy, and now you are no match for Blackbeard and the others. While Marco stopped Lu Fei, Blackbeard had successfully stolen the shock fruit ability. At this moment, Blackbeard stood in front of Whitebeard, laughing maniacally, and his right hand exuded a black breath, covering the earth. But in the next second, Blackbeard formed a fist with his left hand, and after accumulating power, he punched out. Ask for flowers. Boom. In an instant, the void was shattered, and the ability of shock fruit overturned the world again. What? Many Marines looked at this familiar ability, and fear crept into their hearts again. Many Marines sat on the ground in despair, having completely lost their fighting spirit. At this moment, Blackbeard's right hand gushes out the endless darkness that can turn everything into nothingness, and his left hand surrounds the shocking energy that destroys everything. What a power! Blackbeard laughed maniacally again. In front of Blackbeard, a kind of Marine who was devastated, looks like a villain. What's the matter? No one is coming. Blackbeard ticked his fingers at all the Marines, with an arrogant expression. Now, no matter how many people there are, I can easily deal with them. Looking at the opposite Marine who didn't dare to move, Blackbeard scratched his head mockingly. It's really boring. And just when Blackbeard mocked to sink Marlene Fando into the sea completely, he saw a whole body attack from above. The Sengoku of the Buddha turned into the form of a great Buddha, and a set of palm techniques descended from the sky. Boom. A palm fell, and several people were defeated in an instant, spitting blood and flying backwards. Tisk, how did you guys rescue Ace just now? Lu Fei looked at the shiny golden Sengoku, and looked at Sanji with narrowed eyes in confusion. As far as this blow is concerned, if you say that the two used their whole cards to block it, Lu Fei still believes it. But the problem seems that I didn't see Sengoku in the golden state just now. Ahem, maybe, let's release the water. Sanji watched the terrifying blow that completely defeated the Blackbeard gang, and couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. If this guy came here just now, he and Squinted Eyes might not be able to go so smoothly. But in the current battlefield, Blackbeard got the ability of shock fruit after all, so he fought back and forth with Sengoku for a while. Alright, everyone, are you all ready? Lu Fei looked at the two who were fighting each other, and smiled at his little friend. Now is the best time to make a move. It's been done long ago. Zoro carried the magic knife, and seemed to have endured it for a long time. Go. Second him. No, against Blackbeard at this moment, you are sending yourself to death. Marco stood in front of everyone and shouted eagerly. Don't worry, old horse. Lu Fei looked at Marco and smiled. Would you believe me if we said that we didn't use our full strength just now? What? Marco looked at them in shock, not believing Lu Fei's nonsense. Obviously just a few people made the one who vomited blood vomit blood, and the one who let Kizaru shoot through the shoulder. Now you say you keep your hands, the ghosts will believe you. Come on, don't worry, old horse. Lu Fei smiled and asked everyone. This time, which one of us will go first? Then let me do it. Sanji's clothes burst suddenly, and his figure disappeared in the same place in an instant. 151, bald black fat man. And looking at Blackbeard who was fighting against Sengoku, Burgess wanted to help, but was suddenly blocked by a figure and fell down with a punch. I'm sorry, why did the old man arrive so soon? Lu Fei, who was just about to attack, couldn't help being stunned when he saw this figure. The person who made the shot was the strongest marine, Garp. Ahem, when you hit me, try to avoid it. Lu Fei said to his friends with cold sweat on his head, if you find anyone, just take them around as much as you can. Although I don't know how the old man came here, but at present, it seems that the old man has a dark face, and he must be full of anger. Then, let's go, Lu Fei ordered, and everyone rushed towards Blackbeard. You. Marco raised his hand, trying to reach out to stop him, but the few people had disappeared. But Marco didn't leave just then, but stayed where he was, looking for opportunities and wanted to take everyone away. Ding, found Whitebeard's body, should it be kept in the system room? When Lu Fei passed Whitebeard's body, the system suddenly asked, store it, 640. Lu Fei said in his heart, after all, impure world reincarnation needs Rybird's blood cells and the like. And Lu Fei was worrying about how to store such a large piece of Whitebeard. The system beeped. I have to say, compared to the first system, this system is so intimate. With a flash of white light, Whitebeard's body has disappeared in place. On the other side, Blackbeard resisted Sengoku's blow with the ability of shock fruit, and said with a disdainful smile. Buddha Sengoku, is that the only way? And just when Sengoku was about to start spraying, a muscular man suddenly appeared behind Blackbeard. Hey, Blackbeard, it's gone. Sanji's figure suddenly appeared behind Blackbeard, exuding a strange red aura. When Blackbeard turned his head in disbelief, but was completely stunned by the scene he saw before him. Suddenly, behind Sanji, a red ghost appeared, hanging on the tablecloth on his chest, holding a knife and fork and looking at him with a grinning grin. The terrifying aura exuded even made Blackbeard feel for a moment that he was standing on the plate at the moment. It's like a piece of meat served on a plate, it can only wait quietly for the evil spirits to enjoy it. I'm starting. Sanji clasped his hands together and let out a soft drink. Touching with both hands makes the sound of iron friction. Damn it. Blackbeard's right hand gushed out a black aura, just about to fight back. But at this moment, Sanji has already suppressed his anger. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Armed color hyphenation point knife. Sanji's right hand became pitch black, his right hand melted into a knife, and he slashed out. The moment Sanji swung the knife, a huge silver table knife sliced across Blackbeard's body. Shiny. Where the knife passed, the ground was split into two. But Blackbeard's body was uncontrollable and flew into the air. Wow. A bloody arrow shot out from Blackbeard's chest, and the severe pain made Blackbeard howl in the air. But Sanji didn't stop there, instead tiptoed and flew towards Blackbeard. Armed color hyphenation point fork. Sanji turned his fork in his left hand and slammed heavily on Blackbeard's stomach. Its strength was so great that the left hand plunged deeply into Blackbeard's belly, almost hitting Blackbeard. Shiny. With one blow, another huge silver fork pierced Blackbeard's body. Wow. Blackbeard spat out another mouthful of blood in the air. This time, I won't release water. Squinting his eyes and carrying the bazooka, Blackbeard has completely locked on. Long-range strike. Frankie had already finished his disguise and locked onto Blackbeard. And Sanji, who was still about to have a good time, looked at the two people below, completely panicked, stepped on the moonwalk and stepped aside. Let's have an appetizer first. He squinted and pulled the trigger. Justice from heaven. Frankie flew into the air, and countless miniature rockets flew out of the mecha. Boom. Under the joint attack of the two, a huge explosion sounded above everyone's heads. Even the scattered breath once again made the battered Marlene Fanduo shake. Is it my turn? Brook held his staff and stomped the ground heavily. Don't make trouble, I'm here first. Zoro yelled hastily, as if thinking of something for a moment, he suddenly retracted the magic knife in his hand into the system space. In the confused expressions of several people, Zoro held a delicate sword and pointed at Blackbeard in the air. No. Lu Fei stared blankly at Zoro, although he didn't want to admit it, but the way Zoro is holding the sword at the moment is exactly the one in his memory. Peerless swordswoman, Fiona. However, it is not known whether Zoro's skills at the moment are the old version or the new version. Break through the air. Zoro's figure flew towards the Blackbeard in the air at an extremely fast speed. Everyone felt a flash of light before their eyes. Zoro had already held a sharp knife and slashed across Blackbeard's chest, leaving a bloodstain again. Want to dance with me, the waltz of death? Zoro swung his long sword, looked at Blackbeard in front of him and smiled. I don't want to. Hurry up, you are the one who talks the most. That's right, hurry up, I didn't see that Brook and I are still waiting to make a move. Lu Fei curled his lips and looked at Zoro with disgust. If Fiona really came out, maybe a few people would shout, my youth has returned. But what kind of waltz are you dancing with a ponytail? And Zoro in midair, listening to the complaints of his partners, almost lost control of his figure and fell from midair. Bastards, don't complain. Zoro was very helpless, in fact, he didn't even want to say some lines. But this Fiona, to activate this big move, she must read lines. Blade Waltz, activate. Blade Waltz, the original ultimate move of Alliance Peerless Sword G Fiona. When the skill is activated, she is in an invincible state. In the next second, Zoro was stepping on dance steps, and his figure was constantly flickering around Blackbeard. Elegant, and deadly. Brook smiled. Sure enough, the old version of Fiona looks good. Well, that's right, Lu Fei nodded and smiled, it's a pity that this guy is a man now. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed happily, not caring about the confused Marine around. Boss, shall I go first? Brook looked at Zoro who was about to end his ult, and asked Lu Fei. After being affirmed, Brook stretched out his finger, and a small black flame flew out from Brook's fingertip. The small black flames flew slowly, as if a gust of wind could extinguish the flames. But the moment the little flame touched Blackbeard, boom, Blackbeard was wrapped in a huge mass of black and red flames, and let out a tragic wail. Seeing Blackbeard falling with black smoke all over his body, Lu Fei smiled kindly. It's me, let me start with a little skill too. Lu Fei looked at Blackbeard who had rolled his eyes, and smiled kindly. Team up with little profound truth. Launch, boom, a cloud of smoke exploded. In the next second, Lu Fei flashed white light, wearing a Hokage robe and a Hokage hat. Beside Lu Fei, a man with long hair appeared. Yike, Madara, Madara, Lu Fei laughed, clapping his hands together, a wooden dragon appeared behind Lu Fei. Come on, Lama Hashirama. Uchiha Madara spewed out a mouthful of flame and set the wooden dragon on fire. Roar, now the wood dragon, burning with flames, flew towards Blackbeard. Boom, the wooden dragon exploded, and Blackbeard, who was just about to land, was blasted by the wooden dragon in front of Lu Fei and the others. Boom, the two shouted angrily, and increased the output range at the same time. After a loud roar, Blackbeard, more trees protruded from the ground, and the flames of Uchiha Madara were scattered in all directions. What? Fire-style fire extinction. Boom, an overwhelming wall of fire hit Blackbeard. Is that the only way? Lu Fei smiled crookedly, looked at Uchiha Madara, and increased his hands. Lu Fei clapped his hands, and in an instant, 0.7 trees grew from the ground, entwining Blackbeard and trapping him. In an instant, the flames spit out from Uchiha Madara's mouth tripled in size. Snapped. No, it can't be called Blackbeard at this moment, it should be a ragged, black body. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara next to him made muters with his hands, and flames spewed out from his mouth. Baga, Uchiha Madara was not annoyed, she wore blue chakra all over her body, and also increased the output of flames. A bald black fat man with no hair on his whole body fell in front of everyone. In the next second, the trees ignited by the flames emitted dazzling flames and exploded. 152, Blackbeard mentality collapsed. Tisk, that's too miserable. Looking at the big black fat man on the ground, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. I don't know that it was Brook's hellfire that burned this guy's head. It's still the NPC matched by the system just now, Uchiha Madara's fire style, which was lost. But to be honest, Blackbeard's appearance at this moment is really a bit miserable, not only is he covered in white smoke. Hair, eyebrows, beard, as long as it is the hair that is exposed outside, I'll let Lu Fei and Brook get rid of it. Pat, the big black fat man moved his fingers suddenly, and slowly got up from the ground. It hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard struggled to stand up, but staggered and fell to the ground. At this moment, Blackbeard didn't know whether it was the sudden blow from Lu Fei and others, or because he really couldn't accept the reality. He stared blankly at the sky, as if he had been completely spoiled by Lu Fei and others. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Blackbeard looked at the sky blankly, as if he had lost his soul. Seriously, Blackbeard could touch his conscience and swear to God. 11 I have never provoked Lu Fei and his group, that is, I just had a few words with Lu Fei in a certain town at that time. But at that time, he was immediately beaten up by Lu Fei and his gang. Yes, that's right, I did say harsh words at the time, saying that I would make Lu Fei and others look good the next time we meet. But I am a pirate, what's wrong with saying a few harsh words? Who doesn't say a few harsh words when running away? Looking at Blackbeard's aggrieved look, he can't even mess with Lu Fei and his group. Does this break the guy's mind? Lu Fei looked at the big black fat man in front of him, and felt that he couldn't do it anymore. And this guy is going to cry soon, right? Is it true that men don't cry easily? It's just not the time to be sad. But if it is really in the Summit War, this guy can cry, and it will be considered a famous scene in the world of pirates. Lu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment, looking at Blackbeard who hadn't recovered yet. It was really difficult to make up the knife at this time. Captain, what should I do? Zoro leaned over and asked a little helplessly. It's a bit hard to let go. Brook also scratched his head, looking at Blackbeard who was sitting on the ground suspicious of his life. He was also very helpless. Why do we look like bad guys? Frankie took out the teacup from the system space and took a sip helplessly. Hey, wait, Lu Fei sighed, feeling very helpless. But then again, if I have been lurking for many years, I finally seized the opportunity to realize my dream. Shaking Guogo with one hand and dark fruit with the other. Just when he thought he was invincible, suddenly a group of gangsters came out from somewhere, punched and kicked him. I guess I doubt my life too. He obviously got the two strongest powers in the world, but he was still beaten like a father beating his son. I will definitely lose my soul, and I will sit on the ground and doubt my life. While everyone was waiting for Blackbeard to come back to his senses, Sengoku's remarks had already regained the confidence of many Marines. Numerous Marines picked up their weapons again and double-teamed Lu Fei, Blackbeard and others. Captain, why don't I go to the knot? He squinted at the crowd, then looked at Marine who was slowly surrounding him, and said. For squinting eyes, the best choice is to take advantage of your illness and kill you regardless of whether your mentality collapses or not. Should I stay? Looking at Blackbeard who hadn't recovered yet, Lu Fei was thinking rapidly in his mind. For now, Blackbeard has completely lost its value as an opponent. Although the double fruit ability is indeed very strong, and maybe there will be 3 fruits in the future, but the speed of my group is much more outrageous than that of Blackbeard. You can also take a breath and let Ace or Whitebeard from Impure World Reincarnation solve it when the time comes. Captain, do you want to? Looking at the silent Lu Fei, he squinted his eyes as if he had guessed something. What, your words are a bit difficult to understand. Zoro asked anxiously. On the battlefield at this moment, most of the pirates have already started to evacuate by boat, and only a small number of people are blocking Marine and fighting for the opportunity for others to escape. Countless Marines joined the battlefield again, and pacifists also joined the battlefield again. Forget it, leave it to Ace. Lu Fei thought for a while and made a decision. We, prepare to withdraw. Okay, Zoro put away the knife helplessly. He had prepared so many whole cards, but he didn't use them at all. At this moment, Blackbeard is too weak. Fortunately, at this moment, Blackbeard didn't know what everyone was thinking. If he could hear it, Blackbeard would definitely rant against them. This feeling is as if you have worked hard for many years and finally married 2 beauties who were not born in a century. But who would have thought that during the wedding night in the bridal chamber, these 2 beauties were actually men? It will be the turn of Lu Fei and others to be dumbfounded. And when Akainu appeared again, Kizaru and Aokiji appeared out of nowhere, blocking the evacuated crowd. Of course, those who know that it is a man and are more excited are not included in this list. 4537. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Although at this moment Akainu is seriously injured all over his body, his forehead, corners of his eyes, and mouth Kakuzu are overflowing with blood, and even walking is very strenuous. It turned out that after Akainu slipped into the abyss, not only did he not hang up, but instead let the thing reach the magma in the ground. But by chance, Akainu appeared in front of everyone again, blocking Lu Fei and his gang. I saw magma spurting out, and then a person walked out slowly from the magma. It was Admiral Akainu. No, and when everyone was about to evacuate, the magma surged and exploded directly in front of everyone. After such a long rest, coupled with the supply of underground magma, Akainu came back online at the last moment and joined the battle. Look at the other 2 goods, one looks slightly injured, and the other has slightly dirty clothes. Just say, you don't hesitate to be ignorant at that time. If Lu Fei is Akainu at this moment, his mentality will definitely collapse. Can this come alive? What the hell? It's amazing. Lu Fei looked at Akainu in front of him. Even though he was struggling to walk, he still stood up. Is it that hard? 153, hidden plot. But then again, regardless of personal preferences, Akainu is really the hardest one in the top battle. Unlike the rest of the 2 salted fish, especially Kizaru, which was too mixed. After all, Aokiji started to become lazy after experiencing the Ohara Buster call. As for Kizaru, an old B************, if Long was by his side, Lu Fei would definitely have to ask him if he was an undercover agent. Otherwise, why did this product disappear when the red dog was not around? Now as soon as the red dog appears, Kizaru immediately appears. In the face of absolute justice, you must die here. The red dog said, looking at Lu Fei and his group in front of him, with lava surging all over his body again. Damn it, why are you suddenly a little moved? Lu Fei looked at the red dog whose body was starting to sway, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Why did the world government poach such a good employee? Hey, Lu Fei sighed, looking at the red dog with some pity. What a good employee. Oh, right. Zoro slapped his head, leaned over to Lu Fei's side and whispered, Boss, don't you use the fire skill? Yeah, what's the matter? Lu Fei cast a glance at Zoro, very curious. Didn't everyone know about this matter from the very beginning? Isn't your reflex arc a bit too long? Listening to Zoro's speech, the eyes of Lu Fei and others looked at Zoro like a fool. Ahem. No. Zoro looked at everyone's eyes, blushed, and realized that he had said something wrong, and hurriedly explained. I mean, boss, don't you have Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods? Zoro whispered, then pointed to the red dog in front of him and said. What a good employee. If others are lazy, they will work overtime, and they don't need overtime pay. Yo-ho. Squinted Eyes looked at Zoro strangely. If it was someone else, Squinted Eyes would not be so curious. But when the words came out of Zoro's mouth, everyone's eyes became even weirder. Yeah, what a hard-working person. Brook looked at the red dog and smacked his lips in satisfaction. It's really hard to find someone who is powerful, obedient, and hardworking. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Fei hastily stopped the topic, and the conversation became more and more outrageous. Besides, even if I get Shisui, who knows if distinguished heavenly gods can be drawn? Even if I win, who knows what the restrictions are? Ding. Friendly reminder. When the host draws the character of Uchiha Shisui, you can exchange it for distinguished heavenly gods in the new Hokage store. Ding. But because the distinguished heavenly god's ability is too powerful, this world can only use it once. Alright, after hearing the system prompt, Lu Fei already had a simple plan in his mind, but after all, it can only be used once, so he still needs to study it carefully. Okay, let's think carefully about the future. Let's go. Lu Fei looked at Marine who had already set up a battle in front of him, and opened his mouth to remind his partners. The first priority now is to retreat quickly. Lu Fei watched more and more Marines pouring into the battlefield again, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. If you don't run away now, who knows if your group will drag these endless Marines to death. Ah, are you trying to run away? Red Dog looked at Lu Fei and the others in front of him, took off his hat, straightened his cropped hair, and said mockingly. But it's true, your captain is so virtuous, there's nothing you can do about it. Akainu patted the dust on his hat, with an expression that doesn't matter if you want to run away. As soon as these words came out, Lu Fei and his group of traversers looked at the Red Dog with strange expressions. Shouldn't these words be sprayed by Red Dog when he was chasing Ace? Why, now that Ace has run away without a trace, is he targeting his own group? But the problem is, Lu Fei and his group have already finished taking drugs, and their condition is almost back to normal. You, a bloody boss, where did you find the courage to taunt a group of nearly full-blooded gangsters? And it didn't take long, didn't there be a guy who thought he was invincible just now, and taunted him? The results of it, this guy is still looking at the sky, doubting life. Ahem, Captain, how about us? Zoro glanced at the Red Dog with obvious meaning. Yeah, how about, let's do it again. Brook looked at the Red Dog and smiled. Really want to fight again? Lu Fei looked at the Red Dog, and then at the friends around him, with a strange expression on his face. Come on, that's right, just now Blackbeard didn't feel good at all. That's it. Seeing his little friend's eager expression, Lu Fei felt helpless, but what can he do? Let's fight. Even if Shanks doesn't come for a while, Brook still has extra boats for everyone to escape. Old horse. Lu Fei turned his head and waved to Marco. In the next second, Marco turned into a phoenix and flew in front of Lu Fei. The next battlefield, leave it to us, and we will be the rear. Lu Fei looked at Marco and smiled. You happen to be able to fly, let my crew retreat first. You. Marco looked at Lu Fei and his group in disbelief, his eyes seemed to be looking at a group of lunatics. Originally thought that Lu Fei called him over to discuss the evacuation plan together, but who would have thought that this group of people would actually want to stay here and continue to fight? Come on, let's do this. Lu Fei watched more and more Marines, and knew that there was no delay. Sanji. Lu Fei yelled at Sanji, and Sanji immediately understood Lu Fei's intention. Zawarudo. At this moment, the entire battlefield, time completely stopped. Sanji's stand-in, once again reduced to running errands, hugged Marco and ran towards the distance. 2 seconds later, Marco appeared in the distance with a dazed expression. And just as Marco was leaving, Garp appeared behind Lu Fei and the others with a gloomy face, blocking the evacuation route. If you want to escape, step on my dead body. Garp looked at Lu Fei and others, and shouted loudly. That's the path you choose. Come on, things got even more troublesome. Lu Fei was speechless looking at Mr. Garp who insisted on adding drama to himself. Obviously Blackbeard is still doubting life there. Why do you ask yourself? At this moment, in front of Lu Fei and the others, there are not only an exaggerated number of Marines surrounding them, but also 3 admirals and Sengoku in front, and Garp behind them. For a moment, Lu Fei and the others seemed to have completely lost the chance to escape. Next time I will never let you hang out again. Lu Fei looked at his friends who were still laughing and muttered angrily. I'll go first. Lu Fei stepped forward and entered the 6 paths mode again. When I finish playing the AoE in a while, the little soldier should keep his hand. Lu Fei seemed to have thought of something, and said to the people in the middle of the court. Sure, we are not bloodthirsty people. We just want to beat the Red Dog up. That's right, hurry up, I'm hungry. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden plot, the road to the king. Hey, we just want to come here as we please don't mess with me with the system. Lu Fei can't help but miss the original system at the moment. Although it is indeed quite tricky, there are not so many things at all, unlike now, although the rewards are generous, but the nutrition of hiding the plot is really not good enough to keep up. Ding. This task is not mandatory, and the host can also choose to give it up. Well, that's what I said, you go on. Lu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. Ding. The road to the king. This task requires the host to declare war on the world government. The harder you speak, the richer the rewards will be. Don't make trouble, how do you take this task? Lu Fei complained frantically in his heart. Declare war on the world government. Just my own group. If war is declared at this moment, Sengoku Kizaru and others will definitely not release the water. Absolutely the head will be hammered. Hello. Ding. Friendly reminder. No matter whether the host accepts the mission or not, after this battle, the world government will raise the threat level of host and others to the highest level. At the same time, there will be a battle between the host and the world government, which cannot be avoided. Ding. When the host accepts this task, he will provide means of escape, and within a year, the system will provide a mirror space. Even if the other party stands in front of the host and others, they will not be able to detect it. I seem to have to make another foolish choice. Lu Fei looked at his little friend helplessly, and said, 154. Harem technique. After a while of whispering. After hearing Lu Fei's description, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then burst into bursts of joyful laughter. Even Sengoku Garp and the others around looked at Zoro and the others in doubt, really not quite understanding. It is obvious that he is already surrounded by groups of people, and even escaping has become an extravagant hope, so why is he still smiling so happily? I said, why did you just froze in place when you said you were going to do something? Zoro finally understood why Lu Fei was acting like that just now. However, after this battle, we have indeed become dangerous elements. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. After all, everyone has been in this war for so long, not only saving Ace, but also hammering Blackbeard who stole the shock fruit. With a high probability, as long as the world government is not blind, there will definitely be no good fruit for my group. I don't care. Frankie took a sip of the teacup happily. So, boss, accept it quickly, this is a reward for whoring for nothing. Brook moved Lu Fei, and was also very curious about the way he left afterwards and the so-called mysterious prize. Then I really took it. Lu Fei looked at the crowd in confusion, not expecting at all that his partners were all troublemakers. Pick up, hurry up and finish it, go back to eat. That's it. Seeing this group of guys who are afraid of chaos in the world, Lu Fei can only end the task with tears in his eyes. 580. After all, my own system has already said that I will definitely have to fight against 5 elders at that time. At this time, the reward for whoring for nothing, can I not? Ding. The task has been accepted, and when the host declares war, rewards will be issued based on the score. It's over. Lu Fei felt a little headache. What will he do with these harsh words? If it is a confrontation with Red Dog, Lu Fei is absolutely confident, even if Red Dog finds 3 more people, Lu Fei will not panic. But in this part of talking harshly, it definitely can't be like Blackbeard just now, looking like a villain. Although there is no sign of Buggy in the battlefield at this moment, who knows if this guy is hiding in that corner and secretly taking pictures of himself and his group. Captain. Narrowing his eyes, he leaned over and whispered something to Lu Fei. Isn't it a bit too arrogant? Lu Fei looked at the squinted eyes, which was very weird. If this is really done according to Squint Eye's suggestion, then the fun will be great. It's come to this point, Captain, there's no way to back off. Squinted and opened Kazilan's big eyes, looking at Lu Fei, she said seriously. Alright, I'll do as you say, you close your eyes quickly, it's too scary. Lu Fei said hastily, squinting his eyes. It's better not to open your eyes. Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and when he met Lao Wu's eyes, Lu Fei felt that he was almost naked for a moment. And just when everyone was about to continue chatting, the Red Dog couldn't help it. Last words, let's say it here. Originally, Red Dog thought that he was going to die soon, so there was no problem in confessing his last words. But who knew that the more these guys chatted, the happier they were, and they didn't take their own group seriously. How can the bad-tempered Red Dog endure this? In an instant, the Red Dog activated his fruit ability, shooting out countless magma fists one after another. Seeing the flying fist of magma attacking everyone, Zoro snorted in disdain, and then swung his knife. A thin wall of wind appeared in front of everyone, blocking Akainu's blow. I've said it all, don't use long-range attacks. Zoro held a saber flower, and put the demon sword in the scabbard minister. Then I'll release the AoE skill first. Lu Fei burst out with golden energy, and entered the 6 paths mode again. Multiple shadow clone technique, activate, bang, 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 bang. As the battlefield was filled with smoke, countless 6 paths Lu Fei appeared in front of Marine within a few breaths. Tisk tisk, it's really spectacular. Zoro looked at the countless shadow clone, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Hey, by the way, which of us will hold up Sengoku Garp for a while? Brook asked his friends. After all, everyone's primary target is the Red Dog, but Sengoku and others will definitely not just watch them commit murder. So, find a sacrificial person and take Sengoku for a stroll first. Hey, you guys, you can't. Zoro looked at the eyes of a few people, and it was clear that he wanted to sneak Sengoku in them. Hey, what the deputy captain said is off-putting, isn't it? Brook BBDJ put his arms around Zoro. You are the #1 swordsman in the world right now. I know you've been staring at the sword of the great dutiful son for a long time. Zoro was still about to say something, and Brook looked at Zoro with a smirk. Hey, that's what I said, they'll be finished if I slip or not. Zoro chuckled. But help me delay for a while, I'll hang up. No problem. Brook made an okay gesture. And on the battlefield at this moment, many Marines looked at the sudden appearance of so many Lu Fei, and did not dare to make a move for a while, looking at these 6 paths Lu Fei cautiously. Look, Lu Fei looked at Marine in front of him and smiled. This is the ninjutsu that once defeated the immortal. The people who were already cautious became even more nervous when they heard Lu Fei's shout. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the group of Lu Fei in front of him without moving. Hee, all I want is for you to widen your eyes, and Lu Fei gives an evil smile. Naruto's strongest ninjutsu, harem technique, let's go, boom. A huge cloud of smoke filled the battlefield. Damn it, is it a smoke bomb? Quick, don't let them go. Watch them, for justice for the Marine. But after the smoke cleared, countless young ladies with cool clothes and slender bodies appeared in front of everyone. On the Marine side, all of them blushed and stared at the various young ladies in front of them with wide eyes. The ninjutsu used by Lu Fei at this moment is exactly what Naruto in the Hokage world is good at, an upgraded version of the seduction technique. Now on the battlefield, the girls that Lu Fei has transformed into can look like anything. What black silk and white silk small fishnets, long hair, short hair and big waves, bare feet and high-heeled boots. As long as it is a Marine who likes women, he can find the target he likes on the battlefield. Pucci, countless blood spurted out desperately. And the people on Lu Fei's side, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Brook also fell down in a pool of blood. Wonderful, wonderful. The four of them gave a thumbs up and looked at Lu Fei with bright eyes. Damn pirates, it's so. 4. Justice. Either lift up the skirt slightly, or lower the body slightly, dwang twice, or lower the body, and slide the fingertips across the thighs. 3. On New Oda's battlefield, it was extremely quiet, only the sound of everyone swallowing their saliva remained. I can't stand it. Ahem. Sorry, next chapter, definitely over. At this moment on the battlefield, not only Marine, Zoro and his group were also a little bit overwhelmed. After a soft cry, countless little pink hearts flew towards Marine. Seeing that there are still a small number of Marines who can withstand such an offensive, these girls played by Lu Fei look at each other and understand it. They each took catwalks and walked in front of the Marines who were still holding back. 155. From now on, we will stand in the sky. Promise. Lu Fei glanced at the four people lying in a pool of blood unhappily, and said angrily. Isn't it just that I have more clones, dress a little cooler, and look a little more enchanting? How did the four of you get tricked? Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, and really didn't want to watch these guys anymore. He is obviously from that world too, look at him squinting his eyes, why does he look calm? And forget about the rest of the people, why Frankie, you, and Uncle, would fall into a pool of blood, it's completely unreasonable, okay. Is it true that a man is LSP until his death? In that teacup of yours, is it something like goji berries and red dates that you put in every day? Hey, Flutter. The four who were still struggling, complained because Lu Fei hadn't lifted his transformation yet. The four gave thumbs up again and fell into a pool of blood. Come on, die, it's too embarrassing. Hey, Lu Fei turned his head and tried his best to control his emotions, not looking at the four LSPs. In fact, having said that, this really does not blame Zoro at all. Although everyone has seen everything in the previous world. But apart from a certain mysterious place, this group of people had never seen so many girls at once. Or is it a girl of all kinds, dressed coolly, among all kinds of styles, who is quite wow. And even if you know that Lu Fei has changed, everyone really can't bear this moment. So after Lu Fei dwang hit twice, not only Marine knelt down, but Zoro and the others also completely fell in a pool of blood. However, in this battlefield, is there anyone who is still standing? Of course there is, that is the strongest beater, Red Dog. At this moment, the Red Dog looked at Marine who was collapsed into one piece, and Lu Fei who still looked like a woman, and was completely blown away. So vulgar, how to corrupt Marine's justice so much? The Red Dog roared and charged at Lu Fei. Dog bites Red Lotus. The Red Dog's lava arm instantly turned into a dog's head, and it opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to tear Lu Fei apart completely. And when Lu Fei was about to fight, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Akainu's blow. Boom. The dog's head was blocked by a long knife and could not move forward to divide the wealth. It's over. The man stood in front of Lu Fei with a knife in his hand and said. It's really slow. Lu Fei smiled and looked at the familiar man in front of him. The person here is really one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. I'm here to end the war. Shanks said handsomely with a straw hat hanging behind his back. Seeing Shanks appear in this battlefield, Akainu on the opposite side couldn't help secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Yo, isn't this brother Shanks? Lu Fei hooked Shanks' shoulder and smiled happily. Ahem. Shanks felt the sensation coming from his arm, and his old face blushed. Don't make trouble, quickly untie this thing. Ha ha ha. Lu Fei smiled joyfully, and then released the harem technique. It is indeed the strongest ninjutsu in the Hokage world, and this AoE effect is second to none. Then this hat, I accept it. Lu Fei picked up the hat hanging behind Shanks, and put it on his head. Lu Fei, you. Shanks was shocked at first, and then he laughed heartily as if he understood something. This straw hat is exactly the hat of Luo Jia, the Pirate King. It's just that when the two parted, Shanks wanted to keep the hat, but Lu Fei refused. Because at that time Lu Fei hadn't decided whether to accept it or not. So the two agreed that after Lu Fei embarked on the journey, if they meet again, Lu Fei will tell Shanks the answer. Let's talk later. Shanks stopped laughing and walked slowly towards Marine. Continuing the fight like this will only increase the casualties of the two armies without limit. Standing in front of Sengoku, Shanks said, if there are still guys who haven't made enough trouble, let us accompany you to the end. The moment Shanks pulled out the griffin, Shanks' partners also stood behind him for a moment. The way of appearance is very handsome. At this time, Blackbeard also recovered, holding a weapon, aiming at Shanks and his group. However, considering that Blackbeard's current physical condition is really bad, and the red hair pirates are all elite soldiers, they can't get any advantage if they fight at this time. Forget it this time, anyway, the goal has been achieved. Blackbeard said a few harsh words, greeted his own crew, and left on his own. Guys, I hope you can show me some face here, Shanks said with his saber back, looking at the crowd in front of him. Although Shanks' voice was not loud at the moment, it was heard clearly in everyone's ears. Just when Marine was about to continue to fight, Sengoku stood up, gave the redhead some face, and shouted. War, it's over. Hearing Sengoku's voice, Shanks just turned around and was about to have a good chat with Lu Fei and others when he saw a scene that made him collapse. Lu Fei et al., for unknown reasons, have been controlled by Kizaru and Aokiji. Lu Fei, you. Shanks pulled out the griffin and stared at Kizaru. But after all, I said it just now, let everyone give myself a face, it seems a bit inappropriate to draw a knife out by myself. At this moment, Shanks completely lost. The classic triple question comes to mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Little devil, this is the end, Kizaru said, holding the Tiankongan sword and resting it on Lu Fei's neck. Ah, that's it. Lu Fei smiled kindly, looked at the Tiankongan sword on his neck, and couldn't help thinking in his heart that Lao Huang's salary would definitely be deducted in the future. Although I am not the boss of this guy right now, but with such a heavy hand, I will definitely clean it up in the future to avenge today's revenge. Little devil, what are you laughing at? Kizaru looked at Lu Fei and his group who were subdued, and was also very curious. With such a strong combat power, why did he suddenly freeze in place, and let himself control it, without the slightest desire to escape? D grandson, what the hell are you thinking? Garp's eyes flashed with unbearable, wanting to rescue him. But as the hero of Marine, especially the two words behind him, Garp couldn't breathe. Lu Fei, you. Shanks was very puzzled, why Lu Fei and others were so powerful, but at this moment, they were controlled by Marine. Unreasonable, it is too unreasonable, and even if this group of people were controlled, they were still laughing and laughing, not worried about what they would face next. Well, I'm sorry, Shanks. Lu Fei looked up at the sky and said with a smile, it's time. Time. Shanks looked over Lu Fei's head, but found nothing at all. Little ghost, what are you thinking? Kizaru smiled with a crooked mouth, and Aokiji looked at Lu Fei and the others curiously. Boom. There was a loud noise above the head, causing everyone to look towards the sky unconsciously. The sky actually cracked a gap. Boom. The voice above the head became louder and louder, and in the next second, a pair of huge palms were seen opening the gap. What is this? What? Come out. Damn, what is the ultimate? As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen huge black creatures with white masks emerged from the black space in the gap that was opened. Aokiji, get out of the way. Kizaru turned into golden light and left in a flash. In the next second, several streaks of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Fei and the others. It's a pity, Mr. Huang. Lu Fei looked at Kizaru, smiled softly, and then turned his head to Shanks. It's a bit late, so. Ask for flowers. So. Shanks stared blankly at Lu Fei, feeling more and more confused about this kid. So next time we meet, let's have a good chat. Lu Fei smiled and waved to Shanks. Want to escape? Akainu looked at the crowd surrounded by the beam of light, and immediately launched the magma flying fist. But at this moment, everyone has been enveloped by the beam of light, and any attack will have no effect. Do you want to catch me, Akainu? Lu Fei looked at the furious red dog, stretched out a finger, and said calmly, 1 year. I only give you 1 year. D***********, what are you talking about? Akainu still did not give up, countless magma flew towards Lu Fei and others again. 1 year later, I will go from the Sabayati archipelago to the New World, and wipe out all the forces. And after the New World is pacified, I will come to Marlene Vander again to destroy the world government. End this era of chaos. So, you only have 1 year to prepare. Hearing Lu Fei's arrogant words, countless people froze in place, unable to speak out in shock. Even Shanks' pupils dilated, looking at Lu Fei in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, brat, do you know what you're talking about? Akainu laughed exaggeratedly. A brat who hasn't even been to the New World. He's talking nonsense here. Sweep the forces of New World. Destroy the world government. Ha 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 ha. Little devil, there must be a limit to nonsense. Akainu said jokingly. Boom. And as the new gravitational force in the beam of light became stronger and stronger, Lu Fei and the others stood on the boulder and slowly flew towards the sky. You are too arrogant, Akainu. Looking at the playful red dog, Lu Fei said softly. In the beginning no one was standing in the sky. You too, me too, even God. However, since I'm here, the throne of the sky should be replaced. Lu Fei stroked his hair and said with a soft smile. From now on, we will stand in the sky. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Lu Fei, Zoro, Squinting Eyes, Sanji, Frankie, Brook, these 6 people simultaneously burst out black orbs and exploded in all directions. Conqueror's Haki. Why, how can you hear? Although the marine below could see it, they couldn't feel the horror of everyone's Conqueror's Haki at this time. How is it possible? Akainu looked at the 6 people in the air in disbelief. But when the 6 people gushed out the Conqueror's breath at the same time, the knowledgeable marine below went completely crazy. Otherwise, I will cut you off. But because of the beam of light, it already belongs to another space. Really? What kind of monster is it? Really? Let's finish talking. Zoro stopped in his tracks, and added again, as long as you haven't done anything bad. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 1 year later, if you want to follow, just come. Oh right. When stepping into the space crack, Lu Fei suddenly turned his head and said again. It's over at the top, ha ha ha, please ask for a monthly ticket for flowers or something, what about Daxi? After speaking, Lu Fei's figure stepped into the gap and disappeared. If you say that you heard Lu Fei at the beginning, you can still take it as a joke, and you will hear it as soon as you hear it. How is it possible? 6 people at the same time. After finishing speaking, the figures of the crowd disappeared into the sky, leaving only the dumbfounded crowd on the ground. A year later, Aokiji looked at Lu Fei and others who disappeared, and murmured to himself. At this moment, Whether it was the well-informed Shanks, the Marine's Marshal, the hero, or the three admirals, they were all too scared to speak by the astonishing scene in front of them. 156. Lao Sha boarded the pirate ship. Merry Christmas everyone. With the departure of Haki from Lu Fei and others, the Summit War finally came to an end. After this battle, Marine hastily mobilized a lot of people to station in the Sabayati archipelago to prevent Lu Fei and others from making any big moves in the future. After all, at the end of the battle, all 6 of Lu Fei broke Conqueror's Haki. How can this make Marine feel at ease? You know, Conqueror's Haki is not a bad street skill, anyone can have it. That's Conqueror's Haki. Out of a million people, only one person has superpowers. Even in the New World, there are only a handful of people who own Conqueror's Haki. But as time went by, Lu Fei and others seemed to have completely disappeared after this battle. In the 4 seas, the Sabayati archipelago, 940, and even in the New World, all traces of Lu Fei and his gang have been completely lost. And because during the Summit War, the phone bug was cut off early by Sengoku's order, people all over the world didn't know what happened. Although Buggy stole one afterwards, most of the time, this guy just patted himself, hoping to use this to expand his strength. The best people around the world know about Whitebeard is before his death in battle. I don't know anything about what happened after that. I don't know about the red dog being smoked by a little girl's head, and Lu Fei's transformation into 6 paths mode, let alone Lu Fei and others' declaration of war on New World in the end. But after all, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. What Lu Fei and his gang did in the Summit War finally spread. But after all, everyone didn't see the scene after that, and when they heard this, most of them laughed, very disdainful. Most people think that Lu Fei and his group just pretended to be a little more lucky and survived the Summit War. Didn't you see that Whitebeard, who was so powerful and known as the world's #1 man, fell in this battle? How could a pirate group that had never even been to the New World declare war on the world government? As for the beating of celestial dragons before, many pirates thought it was brainless, and they didn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. But among the small number of people left, especially those who participated in the whole battle, they are paying close attention to the news of Lu Fei's group. Just because they believe that Lu Fei and others who have awakened the conquerors can't be so silent forever. Talk to Whitebeard in the slightest, the two teamed up to smash Akainu, everyone rescued Ace, and Blackbeard doubted life in shock fruit form of hammer, etc. What happened in this battle? If others are as capable and survived, it will be enough to boast for a lifetime. But after all, most people don't know what happened, and with the disappearance of Lu Fei and others, and the news released by Marine, this incident seems to have come to an end. In the news released by Marine, this is what people are told. Although there were battles with many pirate groups in this war, it was indeed met with tenacious resistance from the Whitebeard pirate group, which took longer than expected. But relying on the soldiers of the Marine headquarters to fight with a sense of justice, the notorious Whitebeard pirates and the pirates under their command have been completely defeated. Our Marine team has achieved a near total victory. As for the rest, such as Ace ran away, Blackbeard got shock fruit, etc., they were completely ignored by the Marines. Once the news was released, people all over the country rejoiced. More and more people believe that Lu Fei and others are just a group of little ghosts who were lucky enough to survive. But time, one day, will tell people the truth. The time finally came to a certain day after a year. This day, countless well-known pirates gathered again in Sabayati archipelago. Countless people are eagerly looking forward to seeing whether this so-called Lu Fei is really a king who turned out to be a king, or a clown who uses the name of a king to be self-satisfied. Even Marine sent additional troops to ambush here, waiting for Lu Fei's group to appear. Sabayati archipelago, somewhere in an inconspicuous corner, a portal appeared out of nowhere, and 2 men in ragged clothes and full of honey came out. Finally out, Lu Fei breathed the air of pirate world, extremely excited. Little devil, remember your promise. Lao Sha looked at Lu Fei arrogantly, took out a cigar, and took a sip with pleasure. In the future, remember to call the captain or the boss when there is someone else. Lu Fei glanced at Lao Sha. Little brat, it's really cheap. By the way, this contract is provided by the system for free. And because of Lao Sha's wonderful performance on the top, Lu Fei will naturally not let such an excellent worker go. This year in the dungeon, not to mention taking a bath, you have to eat and drink at will. After signing the contract, you can enjoy the 0.3 benefits provided by the Lu Fei system, and if Lu Fei tears up the contract, all the benefits from Lao Sha's side will be withdrawn, and the memory will also be changed. Damn little devil. Lao Sha was furious for a while, but the ones that Lu Fei described at that time still replied arrogantly, got it. After a simple discussion among the people, Lu Fei, Zoro and the others fudged, what is more than Pluton's weapon, what is immortality and so on. But because the system went crazy when they left the dungeon, everyone didn't appear together but was immediately disrupted. If you want to talk about why Lu Fei and Lao Sha got together, this matter should start after the few people left at that time. It turned out that after the beam of light fell, not only Lu Fei on the battlefield, but also everyone on the melee was teleported to the Sabayati archipelago together. Hurry up, hurry up. Hearing Lu Fei's suggestion, Lao Sha couldn't hold back immediately when he saw the state of the two of them. Because you don't know what will appear in front of you or behind you in the next second. What happened after that was that Lu Fei and others were all trying in the dungeon of the secret realm. Anyway, under the attack of dimensionality reduction by Lu Fei and others, coupled with the flickering of Masters of Success, Lao Sha successfully led the lock studio, signed a contract, and boarded the thief ship of Lu Fei and others. Before the people who were teleported to the Sabayati archipelago had time to rest, Lu Fei received another system task. Come on, let's find a place to freshen up properly. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha, then at himself, and said helplessly. Coincidentally, Lu Fei and Lao Sha were assigned to a team for the trial. Basically, the system wants to help Lu Fei and others improve their strength, and all members will randomly enter the secret realm of the dungeon. During this year, they cannot leave the dungeon. Interestingly, Jinbei, Buggy, and the S******** King all evacuated separately. Only Lao Sha and his bar lock studio are still on the merry. 157. True and False Lu Fei. After a while, Lu Fei and Lao Sha finished washing and returned to their original appearance. Originally, Lu Fei planned to go to Rayleigh's tavern first, and wait for everyone to arrive there. After all, everyone was taken care of by Rayleigh at that time. But by coincidence, Lu Fei and Lao Sha saw the leaflet scattered on the ground. It clearly states that the pirate group that has disappeared for a year is the highly controversial pirate group that claims to be out of interest and is recruiting a large number of teammates. Recruitment. Lao Sha looked at the information on the flyer, looked at Lu Fei inexplicably, and then asked a question that couldn't be asked without a cerebral thrombosis in 10 years. Did you do it? Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha like he was looking at a fool. He was so smart at the beginning, so why did he feel that Lao Sha became more and more stupid after joining the gang? How much is this? Lu Fei stretched out 2 fingers and shook them in front of Lao Sha. Little ghost, are you looking for death? Lao Sha asked with a murderous look on his face as he showed his golden hook. Although he signed the contract, Lu Fei is indeed his boss, but so what? When the old man is upset, he should still be angry. G-Lock Doll, the ruthless horror Shichibukai. 11 Cooperation relationship, get what you need together. Don't be shabby, ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Lu Fei smiled happily. In fact, to be honest, Lao Sha is really good, but he is too arrogant to be funny. What? Looking at the recruitment order, Lu Fei felt more and more familiar, and suddenly slapped his head. Got it, isn't this the story of True and False Lu Fei? Let's go and join in the fun. Lu Fei said with interest, then took out 2 pairs of glasses and handed Lao Sha a pair. Casual wear glasses, one of the props obtained by chance, reduce the sense of presence when worn, and at the same time appear in the eyes of others with another identity. Have you chopped it off? Lao Sha showed his golden hook, very conscious of beating a worker. Don't, Lu Fei hastily stopped, and said to Lao Sha, look at my eyes later. Such an interesting scene, I must wait for everyone to come and take a photo together. As for the location, is it Island 46? Lu Fei put away the recruitment order with a smile, and headed towards Island 46 with Lao Sha. And in a certain tavern, the group of Lu Fei is calculating how many people they can recruit. If Lu Fei and his group saw this scene, they would definitely laugh so hard that they couldn't straighten up. Not to mention the fat version of Kizaru who wears glasses, has a round mustache, and has lost weight. There are a bunch of imitations around this product. Nami, whose face was flattened by a pan, and Frankie, who has a weird figure and holds a teacup. Even squinting his eyes, he became a big fat man. It's just that the guy with squinting eyes is holding a guide stick in his hand. Needless to say, this group of people is a group pretending to be Lu Fei. Lu Fei, squinted, and there were 2 wonderful girls sitting at the bar, with creamy skin and graceful figure. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei couldn't bear it anymore, and opened his mouth to scare the 2 of them with his worth, and let them join the gang. But the 2 people in front of them are genuine Nami and Robin, how could they deal with this group of pirated copies? Seeing 2 beautiful girls who didn't show any face at all, Lu Fei was about to draw out his gun and shoot, but was stopped by Nami with a big pie face, and took the opportunity to carry Nami's shoulders, ready to equip a wave of good guys. Oh, it's really scary. Robin brushed the hair on his forehead and said with a gentle smile. I wanted to take a good rest, really. Nami sighed helplessly. In the secret realm, it was the 2 teaming up. Originally, after leaving, the 2 of them were going to take a good rest, but who knew that they would encounter such a situation again? Go, Pikachu. Nami threw a red and white ball behind him without looking back. There was a bang, and a yellow-skinned mouse jumped into the air, accumulating terrifying thunder and lightning all over its body. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Nami issued an order to Pikachu, and at the same time, a thunderbolt shot out from his body, blasting Nami with a big pie face. Pie, ka, chew. After a lovely cry, the pirate Lu Fei and others all stopped. Rolling his eyes, he fell to the ground with white smoke coming out of his mouth. After the 2 paid the bill, they also headed towards Island 46. After all, the 2 also knew about Lu Fei's recruitment of partners, but according to the real Lu Fei's character, Jia Ding wanted to join in the fun. After a long time, the fake Lu Fei and others came back to their senses and chased out the door, but they had already lost Nami Robin. Damn it, fake Lu Fei was very angry. After his group came to the Sabayati archipelago, no one dared to make a move. How could the fake Lu Fei be reconciled to suffering such a great humiliation this time? Then the fake Lu Fei took out his pistol and shot at an ordinary passerby. Swish, boom. After a sound, a special quality kunai bounced the bullet away. If someone carefully checks it carefully, he will definitely find it. Before the gunshot, kunai was entangled by the weapon and stopped in front of the bullet's flight path. The fake Lu Fei, who was used to being domineering before the murder was completed, became furious again. Lu Fei was about to burst out laughing in his heart at this moment. Just as he was about to explain, a picture popped up in his mind. The fake Lu Fei put the gun on Lu Fei's face and said dissatisfiedly, "Little devil, do you want to die?" After the two met Kizaru. Although Sagia and younger brother are not well known, Sagia and younger brother have a lot of stupid strength. Lu Fei said with a respectful smile. Cough cough, it's a mess. The fake Kizaru doesn't know the real Kizaru in front of him, and the real Kizaru knows the fake Kizaru in front of him. This avatar is clearly wearing Mr. Huang's sunglasses, dressed with a crooked smile. Lu Fei coughed in embarrassment, and didn't want to think about it anymore, it was too much. The fake Kizaru is going to shoot the real Kizaru, and the real Kizaru will kill the fake Kizaru with a crooked smile. Hey brother, the Saw family and the younger brother of the Saw family are here to join the elder brothers. Lu Fei gave Lao Sha a look, clasped his fists, and smiled at Lu Fei. If the elder brother accepts us two brothers, Lu Fei patted his chest boldly and said, I will serve tea and water later, and take the lead in the charge, whatever is fine. In the end, the fake Kizaru collapsed the real Kizaru, or the real Kizaru did not let the fake Kizaru collapse the real Kizaru. Lu Fei smiled generously, and went to fake Lu Fei to sell himself crazily. One is fine, but what is going on now? All of them have to come out to find trouble. But hasn't the wanted notice from Marine been updated? Lu Fei looked curiously at the fake Lu Fei's outfit. FK, this outfit. An older fat Kizaru. At this moment, it was the fake Lu Fei who met the real Lu Fei, and Lao Sha watched with a proud face, holding a 943 cigar in his mouth. 158, Big Clever Chopper. While Lu Fei was crazy about promoting himself, on the other side, Chopper was eating marshmallows and taking Johnny and Joseph for a walk to see if he could meet his friends. After a year of training in the secret realm, Chopper has also mastered a lot of weird abilities in the inherited system. People who don't know the situation will definitely be fooled by that naive and cute appearance when they meet Chopper for the first time. By the way, the strength of Johnny and Joseph, who teamed up with Chopper, has also improved rapidly. After all, in that secret environment, everyone couldn't predict when the next wave of monsters would appear. The only thing they could do was keep fighting. The three of them are constantly fighting, and at the same time they are constantly breaking through their own limits. But don't say it, although the three of them were wandering around on the street, they really met other people. It's just that there is a subtle gap between the appearance of the few people in front of them and the few people in their impression. The first thing that catches the three people's eyes is Zoro, the vice captain with 3 swords across his waist and a handsome earring on his left ear. It's just that this Zoro is so bloated that he can't even see his chin because of the good food. The second place is Sanji, who is handsome in a black suit, has blonde curly eyebrows, and carries a 7-star knife. But this Sanji has explosive blonde hair, is skinny, and looks a little malnourished. The last one is the pinnacle of appearance, Nico Robin. I saw this elderly woman, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, carrying a fox in a hat with a thick chain. Needless to say, these few people let a discerning person know that it is a pirated copy again. But these 3 people and 1 beast, with the name of the pirate group driven by interest, insisted on running rampant on the streets, and no one dared to provoke them. Ha, it's Zoro and the others. Chopper's eyes were shining with stars, and he hadn't seen his partner for more than a year, but Chopper couldn't think well. As he spoke, Chopper took the cotton candy and ran towards the crowd with his short legs. Brother Chopper, wait for us. Johnny looked at Chopper who had already thrown away, and shouted hastily. However, how do you feel that Big Brother Zoro and Big Brother Sanji have changed so much? Ah. Joseph scratched his head, feeling a little confused. At this moment, Chopper seemed very excited. He didn't expect that he would actually meet other partners after just walking around like this. Although everyone has changed a lot after 1 year, but the clever Chopper still recognized everyone at a glance. Hey, wait for me. Chopper ran towards them quickly with his short legs. But it was the voice of the clever Chopper that made the few people in front of them not calm for a moment. Why is there a talking civet cat following us? Then fake Sanji seemed to think of something, took out the wanted warrant from his arms and checked it carefully. Just like that, few people were scared to death. Chopper, 50 million. In the picture, Chopper has white hair and is breaking off his hooves. The contempt in his eyes makes everyone feel smart. But the one in front of him is fluffy and not scary at all, instead it makes people want to hold it in their arms and rub it well. It should be right, although the hair color is different. Fake Zoro compared the looks of the two. Don't tell me, except for the different hair color and different expressions, everything else is exactly the same, but the little cutie in front of me doesn't seem very smart. While several people were thinking, Johnny and Joseph behind them caught up. Big Brother Zoro, Big Brother Sanji, head of Robin Big Sister. The two bowed to the three respectfully. Come on. Everyone who was a little hesitant at first, saw Johnny and Joseph, and instantly confirmed that these 3 were genuine. But it seems that these 3 people seem to be not very smart. Seeing this, Robin, who was at the top of his appearance, kicked away the little fox beside him, and took out a cucumber to tempt Chopper. The little fox who was kicked away was stunned for a moment, then opened his bloody mouth and bit Robin's head when he came back to his senses. For a moment, blood gushed out of Robin's head, and Chopper was so frightened that he hurriedly took out the medicine kit to prepare for treatment. What's even more exaggerated is that when the fake Robin was seducing Chopper, 2 men in black suits suddenly ran out beside him. Use the fox and Robin with a sack, and run away quickly with the fake Robin on your shoulders. The speed was so fast that several people froze in place for an instant. Quick, let's save Robin. Chopper immediately shouted to everyone. But the other two were only slightly taken aback, and then began to comfort Chopper. What, this is Robin's life, why leave her alone? This move made Chopper instantly furious. Obviously everyone had only been separated for a year, why did everyone change into this indifferent and heartless look? I'm so sad, I can't stop the tears, Chopper shouted to the two of them with tears in his eyes. Chopper wanted to awaken the relationship between the two, but what greeted them was another wave of comfort from the two. That's enough, if you don't go, I'll save it by myself. With tears of grievance, Chopper pushed the two away and ran towards the place where Robin disappeared. Brother Chopper, wait for us. Yeah, Brother Chopper. Johnny and Joseph, two bastards, saw Chopper running away, bowed again like fake Zoro and Sanji, and chased after Chopper. Ah, it's true. Fake Zoro looked at the three people who disappeared with a dazed expression, filled with emotion for a moment. Forget it, let's meet with the captain first. Fake Sanji suggested. The two hit it off immediately, and then walked in another direction, as if the matter just now, the two didn't take it to heart at all. On the other side, Chopper, who was unable to extricate himself from grief, buried his head and ran wildly, but was suddenly stopped by a voice. Looking up, it was Nami. When Chopper was about to ask Nami to rescue Robin, the real Robin came out from the side, which made Chopper stunned for a moment. Wow, Chopper cried out excitedly and got into Robin's arms. I thought you were taken away. Chopper wiped his tears and cried aggrievedly. At this moment, Chopper still didn't realize that the Robin who was captured earlier, and the Robin in front of him were not the same person at all. Okay, Robin comforted Chopper gently. Afterwards Johnny and Joseph who came over saw the original two, and then Wang Jiaohao realized that the few people just now were counterfeit. Although Chopper also understood it, he was still puzzled why the two Robins looked so similar. On the other hand, with Lu Fei's flickering, Lu Fei and Lao Sha successfully broke into the pirate gang. At the same time, together with Wei's fake Sanji and Zoro and others, they started to go to Island 46. Ha, it's so interesting. Lu Fei took out his camera and kept photographing several people approaching. It's really funny. Lao Sha looked at Lu Fei who was so excited, with black lines on his face. At this moment, Island number 46 has gathered a large number of pirates. This group of pirates were all recruited by the fake Lu Fei through a recruitment order. Although many people still remain skeptical of Lu Fei, many pirates still admired Lu Fei and his gang making a big fuss about Enies lobby in the early days of the Summit War. So, is it the clown or the king? As long as Lu Fei and others appear, everything will be completely clear. Point 159, understand the applause. Taze. Fake Lu Fei and his group brought Lu Fei and Lao Sha to Island No. 46. Looking at the crowds of pirates below, the fake Lu Fei raised his arms and got the support of many pirates. But among these pirates, there are quite a few masters who have emerged recently, and with Lu Fei's howling voice alone, there is no way to win these people back. For example, the seriously injured Albio with 92 million Baileys, Rip Sabus Duty with 88 million Baileys, and even a new generation of supernovas, the captain of the Gulliver Pirates. As for the fake Lu Fei standing on the stage, seeing that a small number of people were still silent, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Just as he was about to say a few words, Lu Fei from the side rushed out. Brother, big brother, how can I let you do this kind of thing? Lu Fei looked at the fake Lu Fei with a respectful face and smiled. Let's leave it to the Sajia. Lu Fei patted his chest hard, wanting to show off in front of fake Lu Fei and others. Leave it to you. Fake Lu Fei looked at Lu Fei suspiciously, a little disbelieving, and he couldn't handle the situation. You little pirate, what can you do? Brother, you are wrong. Lu Fei patted his chest and said, before the Saw family went to sea, they were doing propaganda work in the village. While talking, Lu Fei suddenly thought of a famous scene, and couldn't help but said more excitedly. This kind of scene, in our place, is full of water. Sprinkle water. Fake Lu Fei looked at Lu Fei with a confused face. Some didn't quite understand what sprinkle water meant. Oh, look at the mouth of Sajia. Lu Fei patted his own mouth annoyed. 333. This is our native dialect. That's right, it's just a small scene, a small meaning. Looking at the few people who still looked suspicious, Lu Fei immediately issued a military order. Brother, just look at the Saw family. If it doesn't work, the Saw family is willing to let the elder brother cut it down to deter these pirates. When Lu Fei heard this, he gave Lu Fei a high look, patted Lu Fei on the shoulder and said, since you are so confident, work hard, maybe the post of deputy captain will be yours in the future. What a guy. When Lu Fei heard this, he couldn't help calling him a guy, but he didn't expect this fake Lu Fei to be interesting, so he started drawing cakes. If you are an ignorant little pirate, you will definitely make your blood boil with the fake Lu Fei's words. Okay, big brother, just look at me. Lu Fei pretended to be valued by the leader, not wanting to be excited. Immediately, Lu Fei walked to the front of the stage, looked at the pirates below, and suddenly said, I originally thought that everyone gathered here because they had great ambitions. Lu Fei looked at the crowd below, shook his head and said with a smile. But now it seems that all of you present are rubbish. As soon as this remark came out, everyone below became angry. If it weren't for the fake Lu Fei's deterrent power, this group of people really wanted to go up and kill this guy. It's obviously an unknown little pirate, but he opens his mouth to call everyone trash. How courageous he is. It seems that everyone is a little dissatisfied with what I said. Lu Fei looked at the gradually agitated crowd, and continued BBDI with a smile. But I can't see any signs of wanting to succeed in everyone. So, let me ask everyone, do you want to succeed? Think, come on, doesn't this just bring up the atmosphere? If you want to promote, you must suppress first. The ancients did not deceive me. Looking at the crowd who were gradually becoming emotional, Lu Fei suppressed a smile, put on an excited expression, and shouted loudly. I know that everyone is a pirate with a dream. To be honest, I believe that everyone present went to sea with the belief of becoming the next strong man. But without Pele, without a famous knife, and without even a powerful devil fruit, etc., limit us. And those so-called 4 emperors, the so-called One Piece, don't they just have stronger fruits and better weapons? Lu Fei pretended to be sympathetic, the main purpose of which was to blend in with the crowd and fish in troubled waters. Yes, if I had a famous sword, I would definitely become a great swordsman. That's right, the next Hawkeye is me. Yeah, isn't Whitebeard just having shock fruit? I want shock fruit, I'm tougher than Whitebeard. Excited now, Lu Fei looked at the crowd in the audience. Obviously he had prepared so many foolish words, but he didn't expect to be mobilized like this. Looking at the excited crowd, Lu Fei opened his hands and shouted loudly to the pirates below. Do you want to increase your strength? Think. Do you want a reward of over 1 billion? Think. So you want to be the next 4 emperors, the next Whitebeard? Think. Do you want to be the next One Piece? Think. Then join my big brother's pirate team. Lu Fei pointed to the fake Lu Fei behind him, and shouted loudly. Strength, financial report, status, as long as you join, everything is not a problem. Understanding applause. Many pirates have been completely limped, clapping wildly, looking excitedly at the fake Lu Fei group on the stage. And my elder brother has the spirit of the sea. Those who betray my elder brother will give it to Shijan Fang for profit. They thought, whoever betrays my brother will send Bailey to him. Quote, the people who will be loyal to my elder brother in the future will be hundreds of millions in that day. Understand the applause. Looking at the excited people in the audience, Lu Fei chuckled, stepped aside, and gave the stage to the fake Lu Fei and others. Tisk, you really have a bad taste. Lao Sha couldn't help sighing as he looked at the group of fools in the audience. I'm very sincere about what I said. Lu Fei chuckled. Anyway, the friends haven't come yet, so it's very interesting to tease this group of pirates. But at this moment, before the fake Lu Fei came to the stage to brag, everyone was surrounded by Marine. Fake Lu Fei was a little scared for a moment, but looking at most of the fanatical pirates in the audience, he couldn't help feeling confident in his heart. And the many pirates just now, after Lu Fei's flickering, were also full of confidence. What Marine is not Marine? This will be Whitebeard appearing in front of everyone, and the pirates dare to go up and fight. And just when the two sides were about to fight, Lu Fei's little friends walked slowly from a distance with lazy steps. Although Zoro and the others did not release haki, it was only based on the aura of these people. Whether it is a pirate or a marine, they have consciously made way for everyone to move forward. Really, I'm just talking about this way of speaking, why is it so familiar? Zoro looked at Lu Fei and said angrily, it's really fun, Captain Dog. Hey, everyone, you're all here. Lu Fei saw his little friend, took off his glasses, and waved excitedly at everyone. At this moment, everyone in the field, looking at Lu Fei's group, and then looking at the fake Lu Fei's group, already understood what was going on. Looking at Gen Lu Fei's eyes, he couldn't help feeling resentful. When the fake Lu Fei and his gang saw this scene, they broke out in a cold sweat immediately, and prepared to flee. I didn't say, you can leave. With a flash of golden light, Lu Fei appeared behind the pirates, patted the fake Lu Fei on the shoulder, and laughed softly. No, I don't want to leave. The fake Lu Fei suppressed the fear in his heart, and explained to Lu Fei with a smile. Then stand still for me obediently. Lu Fei looked at the several people smiling very kindly, and just a trace of murderous aura exuded made them almost faint. As for the false Lu Fei and the others, when they saw this situation, their bodies straightened immediately, but because of fear, their bodies kept trembling. Come here, everyone. Lu Fei waved excitedly at the crowd, and then searched for something in the crowd. Yes, Lu Fei didn't expect to find it so casually, but he really found it by himself. Yes, it's you, little green, Lu Fei shouted, pointing at a lower green hair in the crowd. Hey, I'll kill you. Zoro drew out half of the magic knife and looked at Lu Fei with a gloomy expression, as if he felt insulted. Oh, you are also a green hair, forgot to forget, Lu Fei chuckled, then looked at the little green hair and asked. Would you like to follow us? The little green hair in front of him is the little fanboy of Luffy and others in the original book, Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo was stunned for a moment, unable to speak his excited words. Ah, don't you want to? Lu Fei scratched his head, looked at Bartolomeo in front of him, and pretended to be regretful. That's really. No, I am willing. Bartolomeo shouted excitedly in an instant, taking out 2 bowls, one large and one small, from nowhere, ready to pour wine. As for the wine, let's drink it on the boat later. Lu Fei pointed to the marine around, and said with a smile. 160, everyone who becomes stronger. However, the most important thing right now is to take a photo with everyone. Lu Fei handed the camera to Bartolomeo, the crowd and the pirated Lu Fei and others, and took an interesting photo. In the photo, Lu Fei and others are smiling very happily, while the pirates also smiled, but they laughed very miserably. No, I'm not convinced. Exactly, why did you accept such a pirate? That's right, our bounty can be more than his. It's not fair, we want to compete on an equal footing, and we also want to be crew members. As soon as Bartolomeo finished taking pictures, he was besieged by many pirates. Fair. Lu Fei looked at the noisy crowd in front of him, suddenly put away his smile, and glanced at them indifferently. In an instant, a nameless fear suddenly rose in the hearts of the people caught by their eyes, and they wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. But his legs couldn't be controlled, he could only lower his head in panic, not daring to look into Lu Fei's eyes again. Zoro should have said at the time, as long as you haven't done bad things. Lu Fei looked at the pirate in front of him and asked, if you haven't killed innocent people or robbed innocent people. Step forward. The pirates below all lowered their heads, not even daring to make a sound, for fear of being targeted by the moody man in front of them. Everyone is a pirate, how could they never kill or rob? Today is the day when I reunite with my partners, and I don't want to take you under the knife. So, while I'm in a good mood, get out. As soon as the words fell, everyone suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies lighten, and ran in all directions in horror, wishing to stretch out their legs more for a moment. It's scary, it's scary. Is this the big pirate? No, I don't want to be a pirate. Seeing the people fleeing in all directions, Lu Fei turned his head and smiled handsomely at Nami Robin. How about it, do you have the feeling of a domineering president, ha ha ha. Lu Fei raised his head, very proud. Very handsome. Robin looked at Lu Fei and smiled very gently. Hey, I didn't expect that such a cool man like me would be like a firefly in the dark no matter where I am. So bright, so outstanding. Lu Fei angrily wiped his bangs on his forehead, took out a goblet, took a sip, and looked ahead with worry. Be normal for me, hello. Nami changed his painting style again, his right fist surrounded thunder. Thunder fist, 3 in a row, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 big bumps popped up on Lu Fei's head, and Lu Fei rolled on the spot in pain. Really, it's not serious at all. Nami glanced at Lu Fei angrily, and said to Robin dissatisfied, Robin, you are really too, don't spoil him. Really, Nami, you are still so violent. Lu Fei put it on Nami's shoulder, however, you are really cute. In the next second, Lu Fei hugged Nami's face, rubbing against Nami like a cat. Nami's cheeks flushed instantly, but there is only one end for Lu Fei to die like this. Thunder fist, 5 combos. At this moment, Lu Fei was smoked from being inserted, and fell to the ground. Well played, this shameless B*********** D should be beaten to death, bah. Zoro gave Lu Fei a disdainful glance. That's right, it's very good. After eating a mouthful of dog food, it's still stuffed. Sanji also turned his head angrily, not wanting to look at this product. It turns out that it's popular to lure dogs in and kill them. Squinted eyes nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I learned. It's great, it's nice to have someone's body. Brooke looked at his skeleton frame, expressing his envy. Hey, the lonely old man, I can't afford to hurt you. Frankie took a sip of tea, his eyes drifting into the distance. Wow, is this the lightning power of Nami's big sister's head? Bartolomeo looked at Nami adoringly with little stars in his eyes. And just as a few people were coughing, a laser shot from a distance. Zoro tilted his head, and the laser flew past his ear the next second. So handsome, as expected of the #1 swordsman in the world today. Bartolomeo bragged to Zoro again, and Zoro was almost stunned by his praise. But if you want to say who was the most famous among Lu Fei's group, it should belong to Zoro. After all, this guy defeated the #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, during the Summit War, although Zoro registered under the account of Zaraki Kenpachi. But Hawkeye didn't mind, and instead admitted his failure at the end of the Summit War. Enough is enough, Lu Fei. Zhang Taowen looked at Lu Fei and the others, and said dissatisfied. At this moment, because of the participation of pacifists, the Marines have almost captured all the fleeing pirates except for some powerful pirates. Go. Zhang Taowen waved his hand, and a pacifist kicked his feet and flew towards the crowd. Ask for flowers. The pacifist opened his mouth wide, emitting a dazzling golden light, wanting to completely defeat Lu Fei and the others with one blow. But after all, a year ago, everyone was no longer afraid of this thing. Could it be that after a year of hard training, everyone's strength has dropped? Then Lu Fei was playing with Kun Wu, just as he was about to show off to everyone. Sand-bound coffin. I saw Lao Sha raised his palm towards the pacifist, and the pacifist was instantly wrapped in countless sands and suspended in midair. Sandstorm funeral. Lao Sha aimed at the target and shook his right hand suddenly. Boom. The huge pressure of the sand crushed the pacifists abruptly. Hey, that's outrageous. The corner of Zoro's mouth twitched crazily. Lao Sha was originally a sand fruit-capable person. Wouldn't he be more flexible after learning Gaara's skills? 0. Captain Dog, did you hand it in? Zoro looked at the picture of Y, and glanced at Lu Fei. Ahem, isn't this one of us? Lu Fei replied awkwardly, and at the moment of the explosion, 2 pacifists stepped forward again, but the targets they aimed at were indeed Nami Robin and others. Seeing that the golden light was about to shoot out from the mouth of the pacifist, the two orange beams were like lasers, instantly piercing through the two pacifists. Railgun. Second company. Really, I've been underestimated. Nami tossed his hair, his whole body was wrapped in lightning, and he was full of heroic spirit. Suck. Lu Fei swallowed. It seems that the way to die will be simpler in the future. If this happens, he will probably lie down for a long time. Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat off his brow, and kept admonishing himself in his heart that he must not be too outrageous in the future. How is it possible? Zhang Taowen looked at the people in front of him, although he already knew the ending. But Zhang Taowen never imagined that the pacifists could not even withstand a blow from Lu Fei and others. Stop it. Lu Fei looked at Zhang Taowen, who looked confused, and said with a smile, "You are not our opponents, so let's go. Zoro, it's up to you to perform." Lu Fei turned around and shouted, and Zoro immediately understood. Turning the knife into his hand, he waved it casually, and a terrifying slash slashed across, leaving a deep crack on the ground. "Those pirates, consider it a gift for you." Lu Fei waved at Zhang Taowen, and slowly disappeared from Marine's sight with his little friends. Point 161, set sail, set sail. On board the Mary. Don't tell me, Rayleigh is taking good care of our Mary. Lu Fei looked at the spotless Mary, very happy. After all, because everyone was going to the trial at that time, do you have any other acquaintances in Sabayati Archipelago? The Mary can only be taken care of by Rayleigh first. Hey, boss, you're done with this matter. Thank you, Tyrant Bear. Brooke sighed. Although everyone did entrust the Mary to Rayleigh's care, it was impossible for him to stay by Mary's side without eating or drinking. And since the Marine headquarters moved to New World, the Sabayati Archipelago has become more and more chaotic. Many pirates specially pick on Rayleigh's absence and want to drive Melly away. But at this time the Tyrant Bear suddenly appeared and blocked everyone. Although 343 seemed to have been completely transformed into a robot, they still guarded the Mary day and night until Brooke and others appeared. Tyrant Shang left with his broken body and returned the Mary to the hands of Brooke and others. That said, I really owe a big favor. Lu Fei waved his hand to little Melly on the mast, and said hello. By the way, Bartolomeo, you shouldn't have done anything wrong. Lu Fei suddenly thought of something, and looked at Bartolomeo with a calm face. Although this guy is indeed his and others' little fan, but if he went on another path, Lu Fei would not let this guy become his subordinate. Of course not, brother Lu Fei. Bartolomeo waved his hands hastily and said, although I'm a gangster, I'm being polite to the people in the town. Bartolomeo explained that after all, Lu Fei and others are different from ordinary pirates, and their behavior style is also different from pirates, so he has never done anything out of the ordinary in these years. Yeah, that's not bad. Seeing the child's nervous expression, Lu Fei couldn't help but praise. Take your time in the future, we don't have any special rules, so relax. Everyone checked the Mary, and when they were about to leave, they found Rayleigh and Shaki who were involved. While everyone was chatting, two unexpected guests appeared. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh and Shaki, Lu Fei and others embarked on a new journey with two guests. The first stop, of course, is the Fishman Island. Set sail, set sail. Following Lu Fei's order, the Melly and the advanced Luffy, which is Bartolomeo's ship, sank into the bottom of the sea together, heading towards the Fishman Island. Chopper Nami and other spirited people looked around curiously, admiring the scenery of the seabed. Zoro, Sanji and others who were too sleepy found a place at random and lay down there. As for Lu Fei, it was hard to receive these two familiar guests. One is Trafalgar Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates, and an op fruit-capable user. The other is one of the original Marine 3 admirals, Aokiji Kuzan. Both of you, explain your respective reasons for coming here. Lu Fei and the others looked at the two people in front of them curiously, not knowing what they wanted to do. Logically speaking, the plot of these two people has not yet arrived, why did they appear so early? Then let me talk about it first. Luo looked at Aokiji who said nothing, and really didn't understand why Aokiji would appear. Lu Fei is in charge, I seriously ask you a question, I hope you can tell the truth. Luo looked at Lu Fei seriously and asked. All of a sudden, I'm so nervous. Lu Fei smiled helplessly. Say it, I'll answer you very seriously. At the end of the Summit War, you said you wanted to pacify New World. Luo looked into Lu Fei's eyes and asked seriously. Yeah, what's the matter? Lu Fei held the teacup and took a sip happily. Don't mention it, the older brother just knows how to take care of his body. After drinking this sip of tea, his body will feel warm. Then you know, Jay. Luo continued. Lu Fei thought about it seriously for a long time, and said something that made Luo collapse. I don't know. Good guy. Luo's forehead was covered with black lines for a while, and he couldn't help wondering whether he was right or wrong in finding this guy. But before Luo continued to ask questions, Lu Fei tilted his head and shouted at Zoro. Hey, Zoro, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, do you dare to FK him? What the hell, Kaido? Zoro opened his eyes and smiled disdainfully. Don't talk about Kaido, just let Kaido's big brother, Guy, come over more, and it's over if I cut him or not. 4 emperors, meet me and let him become the 3 emperors. While talking, Zoro muttered something, turned over and went to sleep. After all, the past 10 years had exhausted Zoro. If you seize this time, you will naturally have to take a good night's sleep and make up for it. Hey, brother Aokiji, what about you? What are you going to do? Lu Fei smiled and looked at the lying man in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Come on. When Lu Fei heard this sentence, he already understood Aokiji's position, and immediately stretched out his hand to hold Aokiji together. It's really yours, Zoro. Lu Fei gave Zoro a thumbs up. Hey, you are really troublesome, brother Aokiji. Lu Fei sighed, this lazy man is really a bit unpredictable. How lazy is this guy? He started to paralyze before even talking a few words. Well, I did say this at the time, but I didn't expect Aokiji to actually come. You're the one who's in trouble, brat, Aokiji groaned, then lay down. So, will you attack ordinary people? Aokiji didn't answer, but asked Lu Fei instead. He really deserves to be the #1 swordsman in the world today, he is crazy. Besides, didn't you say that your salary would be doubled and you would have 2 days off on weekends? Although Lu Fei had a kind smile on his face, he was thinking rapidly in his mind. Then, you are welcome to join, brother Aokiji. However, it's not impossible to come to my place. Lu Fei smiled, looked at Aokiji and asked seriously, what if I really want to level New World and overthrow the world government? It's so troublesome, don't think about it, kid. Aokiji interrupted Lu Fei's thoughts, and then said, some things can only be seen more clearly when you leave the marine. Kaido's big brother, Guy Moore. Hey, didn't first get marine fired, I have nowhere to go. Aokiji yawned, feeling sleepy, so I came to seek refuge with you. Looking at Luo with a look of astonishment, Lu Fei decided to let Luo take it easy. After all, Zoro's speech was too crazy. So, I found you. 162, Encountering the Sea Monster Kraken. For the joining of Aokiji, the Traversers are already familiar with it. Everyone knows what the original Admiral Aokiji was like, and the rest of the little friends also said that they are not surprised. After all, anything, compared with the incomprehension of their own captain, is like sprinkling water. Hey, Sanji, can you cook more delicious food? Lu Fei turned his head and shouted at Sanji, I'm really hungry. As soon as the words came out, the friends around immediately gathered around, all opened Kazilan's big eyes, and looked at Sanji expectantly. Even Zoro and the others, who were already asleep, jumped up like a carp and hugged Sanji's thigh. Yes, do something to eat, Mr. Shang. Yeah boss, this year, you don't even know what we eat. I want panda magic tofu. I want to eat steamed buns. Then I want the red snapper continent map. Stop, Sanji shouted hastily, looking at these guys speechlessly. Isn't it just that I haven't eaten something good for a year? It doesn't look like this. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open, looking at Sanji pitifully, like kittens and puppies waiting to be fed. Okay, I'll go see what's there, Sanji sighed, turned and walked towards the kitchen. Chi. Lu Fei immediately took the lead in applauding, and Sanji walked towards the kitchen amidst the warm applause of the crowd. Lao Sha was holding a cigar in his mouth, looking at everyone's expressions with disdain. Although he is also a part-time worker, Lu Fei and his group are still too young and have too little experience. Unlike him, the original Shichibukai, K-Lock Dar, Alabasta's underground king, having been in a high position for many years, what delicacies of mountains and seas have not been eaten in 903? And at this moment, the cold male god Luo is still in a state of confusion. On the one hand, Luo couldn't understand at all what kind of food could make this group of guys who just said they wanted to level New World become what they are now in the next second. On the other hand, I was very curious, didn't my group talk about important things again? Why, it suddenly became like this. What about the serious atmosphere just now? How about continuing the conversation as agreed? Is this going to serve you some black tea and some desserts, and let you have a tea party, bastards? Finally have the opportunity to see brother Sanji's glowing cooking. Bartolomeo looked adoring, and was so moved that he shed tears. Hey, crazy, you won't be able to cry after a meal. Luo feels like he's already collapsed, but the personality of the high cold male god can't be broken for a while. Glow cooking. Aokiji took off the massage blindfold and looked at Bartolomeo suspiciously. Although I have heard that Sanji cooks delicious food, but it seems that everyone has never seen it, so Aokiji always thought it was a rumor. Yeah, big brother Sanji's glowing cuisine, Bartolomeo nodded excitedly. It is said that as long as you eat the food of Master Sanji, you will reach the peak of happiness. Bartolomeo bragged about Sanji's cooking wildly to the two of them, as if he could really become a fairy if he ate one bite. Glow, don't make trouble, it's probably just a rumor. Luo couldn't bear it anymore, and after interrupting Bartolomeo who was still bragging, he said to Lu Fei, it's probably just a rumor. Is Lu Fei in charge? Ah, that's right, you're right. Lu Fei looked at Bartolomeo, who looked mad, but didn't hear what Luo said. Hold it back, absolutely hold it back. Luo Chang held back his killing intent, it was so irritating, it seemed like he had stabbed them. And when a few people were coughing, Sanji had already walked out with a mysterious large plate. It's just that the plate was covered with a layer of cloth, so everyone couldn't see what was inside. I told you guys, help me at least. Sanji looked at the look of waiting to be fed, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Hey, Brook, where's Xiaodi? Let it out. Lu Fei suddenly slapped his head. At this moment, if you don't let Xiaodi out to serve tea, what are you waiting for? Oh, look at my brain. Brook slapped his head, and then released Xiaodi. After seeing everyone busy for a while, they sat down and waited for Sanji to open the dishes. Hey, there's really no one with such a group of goods on the stall. Sanji sighed, and when he lifted the white cloth, a golden light shot into the sky. Oh hoo, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they watched this familiar scene. Strong iced sea bream mountain. Sanji smiled, and then asked Xiaoyu to go to the kitchen to get the rest of the house. The golden light dissipated, and the cold air radiated. It turned out that under the white cloth was an iceberg. Is glowing. Luo looked at the iceberg in disbelief, even more confused. It is obviously just a dish, why does it glow? This is too beyond common sense. Cut, it's just a big piece of ice, what's so strange? Lao Sha still looked arrogant with his cigar in his mouth. Where's the sea bream? Isn't it fresh sea bream mountain? Newcomers, aren't they? Take a look at us old crew members, which one doesn't want to pick up the plate and run away? BBBC, Lao Sha, you are still complaining. Didn't you see that Bartolomeo is crazy? But anyway, I have been with him for a year, Lao Sha's performance is really good, Lu Fei kindly reminded him. Stop pretending, if you keep pretending, there will be no more pieces. Lu Fei hurriedly grabbed the chopsticks and joined in the fight for food. I saw Lu Fei and others raised their chopsticks one after another, picked up slices of fish as thin as cicada's wings from the iceberg, and stuffed them into their mouths with the prepared sauce. It's just sashimi, Lao Sha muttered arrogantly, picked up a piece, dipped it in the dipping sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Interesting. Aokiji also imitated everyone and took a bite. Raw, sashimi. Luo looked at the fish fillet on the chopsticks in disbelief, although it was indeed as thin as cicada's wings. But, isn't this dish all you have to do with your hands? Forget it, at least it's someone's kindness. Looking at the crazy crowd, Luo also dipped the dipping sauce into his mouth. And the moment the three of them stuffed the sashimi into their mouths, they seemed to be in an extremely cold place. It's freezing cold and the wind is blowing. And just when the three of them were about to be unable to bear the cold wind, a gust of warm wind blew by. The ice and snow melted, and all things revived. In an instant, the scenery around the three of them became green, and the surrounding vegetation exuded vitality. Plop, plop, plop. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them were beating violently, as if they had returned to the youngest moment, the most energetic moment. This, amazing, wonderful, wonderful. At this moment, the three of them fully understood why Lu Fei and his group would be so humble, the poor requester Sanji. If I had such a cook in my family, I would definitely offer it like this. Hey, the three came back to their senses and just wanted to have another bite. Only then did I realize that the second dish, giant panda magic tofu, was almost finished by several people. So in the following scene, the three of them stopped pretending and joined the ranks of the food-grabbing army. After drinking and eating, everyone collapsed on the deck chairs in unison, not wanting to move. How about Lao Sha, Lao Luo, is the taste okay? Lu Fei looked at K-Lock Doll with a big belly beside him, and asked with raised eyebrows. Ahem, it's okay, isn't it? Lao Sha replied arrogantly, although it is indeed extremely delicious, but I, Lock Doll, the character design of the leader of Gaoleng, can't. That's it, Luo Yi collapsed on the chair, maintaining the persona of a cold and male god. But the two of them have completely betrayed them with their swollen belly. At the moment when everyone was resting after dinner, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the direction of everyone's progress. And this monster is the legendary monster, Kraken, a huge octopus with one tentacle, much bigger than the melee. One of you solve it. Lu Fei collapsed on the chair, not wanting to move. No, it's too much. Lie down, big deal conquerors, bang him. When everyone was discussing who would make the shot, Kraken accelerated and flew towards everyone. Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, it's a good deal for you. Sanji threw the steamed buns that the four of them hadn't finished eating at Kraken. Although Bowsy looks like gravel in Kraken. But this time, the steamed buns made by Sanji are not bad street stuffed buns, but the top delicacies in Xiaodang's family. Sishin Seafood ate treasures steamed buns. It is the power that is said to calm the waves of the world. And the ending did not disappoint everyone. The four buns pierced through the coating and flew into Kraken's mouth. This huge octopus, Kraken, has turned into a naive look. If it weren't for the different species, everyone would have thought that the creature in front of them was not an octopus, but a husky waiting for food. 163. Young people don't speak 5. Now, somewhere in the bay of the Fishman Island. This is heaven. Lu Fei looked at the bustling crowd in front of him, and couldn't help being very envious. It turned out that after Sanji recovered Kraken with soul-suppressing steamed stuffed buns, the little octopus came to the Fishman Island with everyone's boat on its back. But for some unknown reason, when sending everyone to the Fishman Island, Kraken seemed to hear some voice, so he left everyone in a hurry and left. Moreover, I don't know if the plot is a bit different, but Lu Fei and others did not encounter the obstruction of the new Murloc thief group on the way there. On the contrary, it was a coincidence that when Lu Fei and others stepped into the Fishman Island, they met Kami. In order to entertain her savior well, Kami called her good friends, a group of young and beautiful mermaids, who were playing happily with Zoro and others in this place. Why, are you envious? Nami looked at the dejected Lu Fei and smiled softly. Ahem, how could it be? Lu Fei straightened his body immediately, looking at Nami on the left and Robin on the right. Sorry, my mermaids. Farewell, my mermaids. At this moment, a small version of Lu Fei seemed to appear in Lu Fei's heart, biting a handkerchief, sitting in place silently, weeping tears of regret. You bastards, I'm going to kill you guys. Lu Fei looked at the happy people, and constantly exuded strong resentment. These guys really don't take the captain with them, they only care about having a good time by themselves. Check out Zoro Sanji gang and play with all kinds of mermaid girls. The wretched smile on his face really made Lu Fei more and more angry. I can't wait to join the battlefield and play with the mermaid girls. But there were two gentle girls sitting beside Lu Fei, who watched Lu Fei hard. As long as Lu Fei doesn't die and dares to play with Miss Mermaid, the black-bellied Robin doesn't know what will happen, but the short-tempered Nami's lowest skill is lightning fist 5 consecutive starts. And just as Lu Fei was releasing resentment, 5 small mermaids flew to Kami's side. This is the little guy who discovered you at that time, the Medaka quintuplets. Kami pointed to the 5 cute little guys, and everyone introduced them. 5 cute little guys lined up and started counting. I'm a Medaka, I'm a Medaka, I'm a Medaka, I am a Medaka, then you must be a Medaka. Nami poked the cute little guy with his finger and asked with a smile. That's not it, I'm number 4 Medaka no, 2, the little guy pouted and said angrily. Nyen, don't young people speak 5 wooed. Lu Fei looked at the little guy with a look of surprise. Hey, don't play homophonic stocks at this time, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* So, that's not bad. Lu Fei thought to Robbie, but he didn't expect that after such a short contact, Luo Dao's homonym was stalked. However, I don't know if Luo wants to maintain the personality of the cool male god, or because of his fruit ability, instead of playing with the mermaid girls, he gets together with Lu Fei and others. Lao Sha was smoking a cigar on the sidelines. As for Aokiji, Lu Fei can already hammer it out, this guy is an LSP. It seems to be wearing a blindfold and resting aside, but under Lu Fei's careful observation, this guy's blindfold is obviously not wearing properly. If you change your posture a little, you can see the beautiful picture of the mermaid girls. In addition, this guy changes his posture after a while, making Lu Fei even more sure that this guy is an LSP. When everyone was having fun, the holy light shone above their heads, like a god descending from the earth. I saw a whale supporting a person in the sky and slowly falling down. The person who came was the king of the dragon palace of the Fishmen Island, Neptune, the god of the sea. By the way, no wonder I said this little shark is so familiar. Lu Fei slapped his head. At that time, Kraken lost the little whale in his hand after eating 4 buns. Ask for flowers. And after hearing that this little girl has been imprisoned for 10 years, Lu Fei, Zoro and others, overflowing with sympathy, prepared to take Shirahoshi out for a while. In order to thank everyone for saving the princess's pet, Neptune, the sea god, invited Lu Fei and others to visit the Dragon Palace. After eating and drinking in the Dragon Palace, Lu Fei and others thanked the king for his kindness and left the Dragon Palace. At that time, Lu Fei and others thought that the little whale was a snack that Kraken grabbed casually. The destination of everyone at the moment is the sea forest, where Princess Shirahoshi wants to mourn her mother. What Dragon Palace king, die? Although there is Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess in Dragon Palace, how could several LSPs give up so many girls for a mermaid princess? But seeing Cammy's eager eyes and Lu Fei's already jealous tooth itching. However, after everyone left, a small whale with a bulging belly quietly followed behind them. Zoro and the others, with tears in their eyes, reluctantly said goodbye to the mermaid girls, and went to the Dragon Palace with the king. Besides, the chefs of your Dragon Palace, even if they are tied together, are not Sanji's opponents, what a fart. And in the mouth of this little whale with a bulging stomach is the princess of Dragon Palace, Shirahoshi. But what is surprising is, did not expect everyone to go to sea a year earlier, and still encounter such a plot. But at this moment, Zoro and others have already had a great time playing with the mermaid girls. That's why there is a scene where after Lu Fei and others leave, the little whale follows behind. Flying chess, shaking dice, 15-20, etc., plus the beer exchanged from the system space, have already been played, so how can you care about you, a bad old man? Coincidentally, Lu Fei, Zoro and the others just felt a little stuffed and wanted to go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, I touched Shirahoshi's boudoir. How can cooking with you be more fun than shaking dice and drinking with the girls? 164. Meet Jinbei by chance. In the forest of the sea, after Shirahoshi, a natural and dumb girl, mourned her mother, everyone in Jinbei and Xiaoba, who happened to meet, started a tea party. And by the way, let's see what kind of mess Hody Jones is going to do on the screen. In fact, it was a coincidence that at the Dragon Palace, Lu Fei and the others were full after eating and drinking, abducting the ignorant girl Shirahoshi and leaving. Hody Jones led his men into the Dragon Palace, preparing to seize the throne. As for Neptune, the sea god, because of his age, he dodged his waist before he could make a move. This time, Hody Jones can directly take over the entire Dragon Palace without any effort. And use the video bug to broadcast live on the whole the Fishmen Island, saying that the next step is to overthrow Neptune's rule and establish a new regime. As for Lu Fei and the others in the forest of the sea, seeing this scene, they almost burst out laughing. But when everyone thinks about it, there is really nothing wrong with Hody Jones. As a qualified villain, it is natural to do some villain things. It is understandable enough to overthrow the original rule, establish a new regime, and use the death of the princess to incite the Murloc's hatred of humans again. After all, as a villain, he can use any insidious means. But what this guy actually thought was that since the One Piece King Luogia used his death to start the era of the Big 11 pirates. Well, today he is as good as Hody Jones, he has a feeling of counting romantic figures and looking at the present. However, what this guy meant was to execute Neptune, the god of the sea, and let the Murlocs rule over the human race, thus ushering in the advent of the era of the great Murlocs. Ha ha ha, ouch, I can't do it anymore. Zoro laughed and rolled on the spot when he heard Huodi Jones' speech. Don't mind Aang Jinbei. Lu Fei suppressed a smile and said to the judges. At the same time, he cast a disgusted look at his friends who were laughing madly. Didn't they see that Jinbei is still here? At least you should restrain yourself. What's going on with this situation where you're about to laugh out loud in the ICU? But this Huodi Jones is really a little brainless. He is also a Murloc. Compared with Jinbei, he is really not a little bit worse. Leaving aside the 4 emperors of New World, including Blackbeard who has just reached the 4 emperors, the strength of these 4 people, pinching Huodi Jones, isn't it like pinching a little chicken, effortless? And in other words, even if the 4 emperors are too lazy to deal with this kind of miscellaneous fish, they can't be ashamed to make a move. What about the Red Dog? Do you really think that the Red Dog eats dry food? You must know that Sengoku resigned after the Summit War ended, but Red Dog relied on his strength to fight Aokiji in a serious fight, and became the Marine Marshal. If Huodi Jones really does this, it is estimated that Red Dog will make another Buster Call in 9 out of 10 chances. But at this moment, Huodi Jones in front of the screen was still talking nonsense, saying that he wanted to kill all the humans on the Fishman Island, and also wiped out all the Murlocs who had made friends with humans, and by the way, let the thugs from Murloc Street go ashore to live. In the end, Huodi Jones told everyone that this guy will execute Neptune, the god of the sea, in the square 3 hours later, thus opening the era of the Murlocs. As soon as this remark came out, Lu Fei was still thinking about how to operate it. Zoro, Sanji and several LSPs couldn't help it, and threatened to kill this product. Originally, they planned to ask Kami to take a group of her to find the mermaid girl after the chat here. In the end, Huodi Jones was a good guy, and he directly said that he wanted to kill the mermaids who were friendly with humans. This made Zoro, Sanji and the others, how could they bear it? Go, FK him. Zoro was no longer young now, and with a gloomy face, he shouted at the other LSPs. Smash his head off. Sanji lit a cigarette, and Haki said emphatically. You can touch me, but you can touch a girl, it's a special group. Brook was covered in black air, and he was about to drive conquerors. This, Luo was already shocked into a black and white painting style. After all, as a cold and male god, he really didn't understand what the focus of Lu Fei and the group was. And just when Lu Fei and his group were about to find fault, Jinbei couldn't sit still and stopped Lu Fei and his group. The reason is also very simple. Every time humans come to the Fishman Island, they always burn, kill and loot, which will only bring fear to the Murlocs. Therefore, Jinbei cannot let Lu Fei and others take action, so as not to intensify the conflict between the two sides. Why do you think we went to the New World? Lu Fei suddenly looked at Jinbei calmly and asked. Regarding Jinbei's worries, Lu Fei actually understands. After all, this family has made a lot of efforts to improve the relationship between the two parties over the years, even including the princess. But this ethnic group has no strength, or there is no strong support behind them, all the efforts will eventually come to nothing. I didn't see other celestial dragons, and someone with a little bit of strength could completely kill celestial dragons. But why for so many years, no one dared to do anything to celestial dragons? Why? Jinbei felt the strong sense of oppression on Lu Fei's body, and was shocked for a moment and didn't know what to say. Why? Lu Fei didn't answer Jinbei's question, but pointed to Nami behind him, and asked Jinbei, Nami's hometown, Kokoyasi village, has a Murloc Arlong, you should know about it. I know. Regarding Arlong, how could Jinbei not know that the person who exiled Arlong in East Blue was Jinbei himself? Now that we've talked about this matter, Lu Fei turned his head to look at Nami, and asked very seriously, are you going to destroy the Fishman Island? Destroy Mermaid Island? Nami stared blankly at Lu Fei. Yes, ruined. Lu Fei said seriously. If you think about it, all the creatures on the Fishman Island, including this island, will only exist in history. Now I have such strength. And Jinbei learned about his unintentional actions from Xiaoba's mouth, which ruined Nami's family. Afterwards, Nami was imprisoned for more than 10 years, drawing sea charts for Arlong day and night, and had to save money to redeem the village from Arlong's hands. It was not until the end that Nami discovered that redeeming the village was just a lie. Sorry, I have an unshirkable responsibility for this. Jinbei knelt down on his knees, begging Nami's forgiveness. Excuse me. Looking at Jinbei who was kneeling on the ground, Lu Fei's fire suddenly ignited for no reason. Okay Lu Fei. Nami shook his head, interrupted Lu Fei, then looked at Jinbei and said. Although Arlong did torture me 573, but in this tragic fate, I also met many partners. Everything has made my life, and I won't hate you just because you are a Murloc. Nami sighed, and suddenly smiled softly, so, don't apologize for my life at will. Seeing Nami who was completely relieved, especially Jinbei who heard Nami's words, couldn't help crying. While everyone was moved to tears, Lu Fei looked at Jinbei and said seriously. So, taking action against Huodi Jones is only the first step. I and my friends will completely end the era of great pirates. At the same time, the Fishman Island will be included in our sphere of influence in the future and will be protected by us. And as a benefit, I will let you live on land. As soon as these words came out, Jinbei looked at Lu Fei in shock, digesting the news from Lu Fei's mouth. Let's go to work. Lu Fei greeted his friends, started the melee, and prepared to rush towards the square. By the way, Lu Fei seemed to have thought of something, and said to Jinbei, who was still thinking, if you want to stop us, just do it. On the contrary, if you also want to join, I welcome it. After speaking, the melee headed towards the square, leaving only Jinbei, Xiaoba, and the mermaid Shirahoshi, who were still in a dazed state. As for the mermaid Kami, of course Lu Fei and others kidnapped her. Otherwise, with these few goods, who knows if the king is still alive when he finds the square. 165, Luo, who was gradually confused. At this moment, there are still 2 hours before Neptune's execution. And Lu Fei and others, with Kami leading the way, came to the edge of the square early and hid. It's just that Lu Fei and his group didn't rush to make a move. Instead, they set up a mahjong table on the spot and played mahjong. Anyway, there is still some time before the execution, and everyone is not in a hurry. Because, Lu Fei and others, who are familiar with the plot, have to wait for Hody Jones to reveal that he killed the princess. By the way, shortly after Lu Fei and others left, Princess Shirahoshi and Jinbei also hurriedly chased after them. However, Princess Shirahoshi and Jinbei, who were naturally dumb, were caught in the trap set by Hody Jones. And Lu Fei and the others played mahjong carelessly, making the cold male god Luo next to him look confused. Didn't everyone shoot hockey all over the place just now, saying they want to punch 4 emperors and kick world government? What the hell is this mahjong game now? Is it that much of a change? Looking at the heartless people, Luo said that he really didn't understand what this group of people were thinking. Don't you care about the battlefield? Luo pointed to more and more people in the distance, and said to Lu Fei and the others. What are you panicking about? Lu Fei glanced at the densely packed murlocs in the distance, not panicking at all. 80,000. What's the use of having a large number of people? Isn't it a group of food deliverers? Touch a hand. Sanji looked at the cards in front of him and shouted excitedly. Touch the feathers, I'm so stupid, give the money. Zoro snatched the 80,000 from Sanji's hand, and pushed the cards in his hand. Everything, give the money, give the money. And in the square at this moment, as more and more people gathered, the already inflated Hody Jones became even more crazy, as if everything was under his control. With the 70,000 thugs who migrated from Murloc Street, plus the more than 20,000 humans captured by Hody Jones over the years, Hody Jones' troops in the square at this moment have reached more than 90,000 people. Oh, by the way, among the 90,000 people in a while, which one of you will take action? Seeing Luo's face getting darker and darker, Lu Fei decided to say something. After all, Luo is also a good beater, especially after Doflamingo was cut down. Lu Fei still has great confidence to fool this guy over. In addition, the number of people in the square was told by the system, otherwise how could Lu Fei say an accurate number? Me. The little fanboy Bartolomeo immediately raised his hand and shouted excitedly. Then I'll come too, 90,000 people, let's have a good time. Zoro also raised his hand to sign up. What? There are 90,000 people on the opposite side. Luo looked at the 2 people who raised their hands, and his heart broke down. Yes, you are awakened conquerors, but not so inflated. With 90,000 people, it takes a long time to cut 10 people with 1 knife. Yeah, that's fine, then you 3 come, and we all have a good rest. Lu Fei looked at the 3 of them and said with a smile. Me too. Luo Mubi pointed to himself, he didn't sign up. But looking at Lu Fei, who had already made up his mind, Luo could only accept the reality with a helpless face. Let the 3 of them be 3, and after a good discussion, they can still fight. Moreover, in order to reach an alliance, Luo felt that he had to show his strength. There are 90,000 people on the opposite side, we need to have a good discussion. Luo looked at the 2 people in front of him and said. 90,000 people, the 3 of us. Zoro glanced into the distance, thinking about countermeasures. That's right. Looking at the thinking Zoro, Luo almost cried, is there finally a normal person? Oh, Zoro was afraid of his thigh, as if thinking of something. And Luo looked at the excited Zoro with anticipation, waiting for Zoro's plan. 1 person, hit 30,000. Zoro drew out his magic knife and shouted excitedly. It's over. Bartolomeo roared, and he and Zoro were about to walk towards the 90,000 people. Wait. Luo stopped the 2 of them with a broken face, his mentality was about to collapse, and he looked at the 2 and said angrily, you are really quick at calculating. Can you beat it? Moreover, 1 person pays 30,000 yuan. As the number 1 swordsman in the world, Zoro can beat it. Bartolomeo, you are a newcomer to sea, can you fight it too? But in order to fight well in this battle, Luo decided to discuss it with the 2 calmly. That's 90,000, can it be tough? Luo adjusted his mentality and said to the 2, let's use our brains and think of a plan. That's scary. Hey, do you think this will work? Zoro pointed to himself. Now I am Huo Li Wanghao Jones. Leaving aside the fact that this guy is a man, no man can be moved by Bartolomeo's enchanting appearance. Zoro made eye contact with Bartolomeo, and Bartolomeo knew what Zoro was going to do. Exactly, Zoro muttered as well. In an instant, not only Luo, but even Lu Fei and others who were playing cards had goosebumps all over their bodies. Ah, I've been tricked, Zoro said with a heavy expression while covering his chest. Beauty trap, Zoro responded. I saw Zoro standing in place with an air of being overwhelmed. Really no brains, just not reckless. What What plan? Luo asked blankly, looking at the outrageous scene in front of him. Tisk, do you think such a beauty trick can work? Luo forced Bartolomeo to ask while resisting the fluctuations in his heart. Reckless. A bunch of reckless. Luo really felt that his mentality was about to collapse. Scheme. Zoro stroked his chin, thinking hard, suddenly clapped his hands, and smiled at Luo. Do you think this is okay? And Bartolomeo turned his back to Zoro, suddenly turned around enchantingly, and whispered softly, Brother Jones, dong. Quote. No, if you can't beat Luo, Brother Zoro and I will fight another 10,000. Bartolomeo said with his neck stuck, unconvinced. 166, 90,000. 02. Careless. Zoro also felt a little inappropriate, and slapped his head. Also, can you see this? There's a boat, and everyone comes up. Zoro gestured wildly at Bartolomeo. Yes, that's it. What kind of trick is this? Luo asked expectantly. Snapped. Bartolomeo clapped his hands together, and suddenly realized, we are in the same boat together. A homophonic stock. The black line on Luo's head was almost unbearable. It was obviously a good plan to discuss strategies, why suddenly and inexplicably started to play. The homophonic stock doesn't work, then look at this. Zoro clapped his hands and began to gesture again. 4 seasons. 4 seasons of the year. The little fan clapped his hands, very excited. What happens to love every time we're good? Jealousy, measure. Enough. Luo couldn't bear it anymore, and interrupted the two who were playing crazy 747. Isn't this still a homophonic meme? What's the difference? You two just say, what's the difference? To be honest, Luo's mentality is a bit broken at the moment. If Kizaru was by his side at the moment, we must be able to find a common topic with Kizaru. I found out, the enemy is not 90,000. Luo looked at the two of them and said angrily. He's 90,000, and 2. Ah, are there more? The little fan looked at the distance in surprise, and began to count. Hey, that's fine. Zoro's IQ went online, grabbed the little fan and said, how can there be 2 more, isn't this pointing me to 2? Yo, ouch. Lu Fei suppressed a smile, and looked at Zoro in surprise. This little Zoro has grown up, do you understand? I came up with a plan. Luo looked at the two of them and said seriously, the 3 of us will attack alone, and the other 2 will create a large cloud of smoke to block their sight and make them think we have a lot of BBFD people. Then in the chaos, take it in one fell swoop. Oh. The little fan slapped his head and shouted excitedly. Understood. Luo asked expectantly. What do you mean? The little fan asked Zoro. Come on, die, I don't care. Luo is already on the verge of collapse. What the heck, 30,000 per person is 30,000. Talking to these 2 guys is really exhausting. Hey, that means we have a lot of people, don't let the other party think that we have a lot of people, Zoro taught the little fan carefully. Isn't that right? Luo let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his brow. It's such a simple thing, it takes a lot of effort. Hey, is that right? Luo Mubi looked at Zoro. Shouldn't it be to make the other party think that we have many people? This seems to be completely reversed. Isn't it? Zoro scratched his head. No problem. Yes. The little fan replied affirmatively. No. Ro said. Isn't it? Sure. Ha. The people around stopped playing mahjong at this moment, and looked at these 3 people one after another, laughing like crazy. Lu Fei looked at Luo who had doubts about his life, and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. When he met these 2 people, he was no one else. I know what's wrong. The little fan suddenly shouted. I know what Luo said, not necessarily right. Zoro sang unconsciously. I know right or wrong, I can tell the difference myself. What is this? Why is it so good that it is sung again? At this moment, Luo's ignorance has turned into a black and white painting style. You two be quiet, Lu Fei also sang 10 voices along. Ahem, after singing, Lu Fei hastily coughed twice in embarrassment. In fact, it's not that Lu Fei wants to speak, it's really that this song is engraved in Lu Fei's DNA. Come on, stop playing and get ready to start. Lu Fei looked at the 3 of them and smiled, stopping the farce. At this moment in the square, Hody Jones has already blew himself up, and he is the murderer who killed the princess. The 3 princes were also caught by Hody Jones when everyone was coughing. At this moment, Hody Jones is about to behead Neptune, the god of the sea, to prove his greatness. And the Murlocs watching, seeing Hody Jones not letting go of his compatriots, shouted one after another. At the same time, they are looking forward to someone who can take a shot to stop Hody Jones. Seeing that the giant sword was about to slash towards Neptune, Shirahoshi couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted the names of Lu Fei's group. Hey, little Hody. Lu Fei greeted Hody Jones with a smile. But no one waited for Hody Jones to resist. The next second, a golden light flashed, and all members of Lu Fei appeared in front of Hody Jones. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard thunder in his ears. Flying Thunder God Group Teleportation. All of a sudden, the walls collapsed and smoke billowed everywhere. Boom. The speed was so fast that even Hody Jones hadn't come to react. And the power of this punch directly blasted Hody Jones into the distant stone wall. You are. Hody Jones looked at the people in front of him in shock, and was about to ask something when suddenly a black shadow appeared in front of him. And at the moment Sanji hit, the phantoms of 5 silver steel nails flashed in the right arm, passing through Hody Jones' abdomen one after another. Master Lu Fei, Master Zoro, Master Sanji, please save my father. Whoosh, with one blow, Hody Jones flew upside down. Immediately afterwards, a special quality kunai flew over. A terrifying orange light beam, surrounded by terrifying lightning, flew towards Hody Jones. Before Hody Jones could see it clearly, Sanji's iron fist had already slammed into his abdomen. Armed color hyphenation. 5 consecutive nail punches. The giant sword in his hand was completely broken by this orange light beam. 167, we are the reality. Although Hody Jones was blown away by Sanji's punch, his life and death are unknown, but the Murlocs of the new Murloc pirates were very calm in the face of the sudden appearance of Lu Fei and others. Cough, cough, cough. Hody Jones clutched his abdomen, crawled out of the pile of rubble with difficulty, and walked towards the crowd with difficulty. It can be seen that under Sanji's blow, Hody Jones has been seriously injured. And because everyone slipped away very quickly in the Dragon Palace, and did not fight Hody Jones, this guy still has beautiful black hair. Is this the reinforcement Shirahoshi-sama called for? But aren't they human? But they saved Princess Shirahoshi and the king. As the Murlocs whispered, more and more Murlocs looked at Lu Fei and the others gratefully, chanting their names. Soon, everyone joined together, shouting the names of Lu Fei, Zoro and others, cheering for them loudly. This Hody, the hardness is okay. Zoro looked at the semi-disabled Hody Jones, and smiled at Sanji, but if I made a move just now, it would be instant. Watching Johnny, Joseph and others start to save people, Wulong bragged with everyone again. Sanji, who was just about to reply, suddenly realized that all his comics were imported from Zoro, so he could only sigh helplessly. Yes, who are you, the #1 swordsman in the world today? What? Hey, no. Zoro waved his hands, although he was very modest, but he couldn't hide the smile on the corner of his mouth. Tisk, how do you feel? Zoro has become more and more stupid this year. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was possessed by great intelligence, feeling a little helpless. It's okay. Mimi looked at the proud Zoro, smiled thoughtfully, and said, it's even more interesting. Hey, old man, take it easy, don't tease idiots, when the time comes, you'll be autistic, and you can teach yourself. Lu Fei glanced at Usopp, and then looked at Zoro, who was frightened. How could it be? He squinted innocently at Lu Fei, expressing that he was not such a person. Really? Lu Fei squinted his eyes in distaste. Seriously, if possible, Lu Fei really wanted to give Zoro some of Usopp's IQ. After all, the current Zoro is really stupid, especially since this guy defeated Hawkeye. He has no resistance at all to the words of the world's #1 swordsman. As long as others call him that, he will become a girl in minutes. Come on, let him have fun alone first. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro, who was still immersed in his own world, turned his head and shouted at Brook. Understand the boss. Brook stomped his staff, and rows of luxurious seats appeared behind everyone. As for Lu Fei and the others, Haki sat down as if there was no one else around. Even though everyone was trapped in the center of the siege, surrounded by Hody Jones' people, Lu Fei and others did not panic at all. It's time to eat and drink, as if Hody Jones is not in his eyes at all. Damn it, you bloody humans, why stop me? Hody Jones yelled at the crowd, and then looked at Jinbei with unfriendly eyes. And you, Jinbei, obviously your younger brother Arlong was killed by humans. Don't talk about revenge now, you even got mixed up with this group of damn humans. While talking, Hody Jones also knew that in his current state, there was no way to kill these people in front of him. So he asked his subordinates to bring the murderous medicine, and began to nibble on it, hoping to use a large amount of medicine to increase his strength. But don't say, although Hody Jones kept wailing and nearly collapsed, it also made this guy survive and complete the evolution. While his strength and speed increased dramatically, his stature also grew a lot, and he successfully evolved into a little white hair. Gahahaha. Hody Jones felt the constant strength of his body, and disdained the few people in front of him. At this moment, Hody Jones was already addicted to the power brought by this drug and couldn't extricate himself. After finishing you, I will kill all the kings in Mariajoy. Kick off the prelude to the terrifying kingdom of undersea legends. The same is true for pirates, all pirates will surrender at the feet of our new Murloc pirates. And, what can you do with just a dozen of you? Hody opened his arms, and Haki shouted, I have a total of 90,000 people here. Flutter. Everyone who was still listening carefully heard Hody say that he had 90,000 people, and couldn't help but think of Luo's resentful expression when he said, the enemy has Jufengshun 2 times. Ask for flowers. What are you laughing at? Do you know that there is a terrifying difference in the number of people? Huodi was completely angry when he looked at the few people laughing madly in front of him. Ahem. I'm sorry. Lu Fei apologized to Huodi, then looked at his little friend and said dissatisfiedly. This is obviously such an inspirational plot. I have endured it for many years, kidnapped the king, subverted the regime, and turned black with drugs. Be gentle when you smile anyway. Lu Fei looked at his little friend complainingly, pointing to the crazy Huo Shen, and said. Look at how anxious the child is. Little devil, how dare you tease me? Hody Jones roared, released a powerful water polo from his hand, and flew towards Lu Fei and others. Boom. Ahem, I should have paid off all the chapters I owed. The reality is cruel, my friend. Zoro turned around handsomely, leaving Hody with a back that he couldn't look up to. Ennui, it's reality. Lu Fei smiled, and slowly stood up from the chair, while Zoro and the others, seeing this familiar scene, also stood up. However, it's useless. Lu Fei looked at Huodi and the 90,000 people around him, and smiled kindly. The light of the knife flashed, and all the onlookers saw that Zoro had put the magic knife into the scabbard. After all, there are 90,000 people under his command, and there are also medicines to improve strength. Exclamation mark. After a loud noise, everyone was unharmed, because the little fan had already created a barrier early on when Huodi threw the water polo, blocking the attack of the water polo. Well, don't you feel very confused? Lu Fei crossed his legs, pointed at the barrier in front of him, and looked at Huodi playfully. In just a split second, the 90,000 people that Huodi was so proud of foamed at the mouth, passed out and returned to their original positions. At the same time, Zoro's figure instantly appeared in front of Huodi. As soon as the words fell, Huodi spurted a large amount of blood from his chest, and collapsed in a pool of blood. In the next second, the conquerors of the 6 people who stood up fully opened, and the terrifying black aura exploded instantly. Thinking about how to drop it, it can destroy the world, right? Dude, you must think that you are already awesome. 168, the arc strikes. At this moment on the battlefield, whether it was the mermaids watching or the cadres of the new Murloc pirates, they were completely stunned by the actions of Lu Fei and his group. 90,000 people, that's a real 90,000 people. I didn't see that Huodi Jones overthrew the king's rule by relying on these 90,000 people. Even more frightened, the residents of the Fishman Island dare not speak. But who would have thought that these ferocious and violent Murlocs would be instantly killed by a look from Lu Fei and the others? And more importantly, Huodi Jones took a lot of poisonous drugs and completed his evolution on the verge of life and death. Even the cadres of the new Murloc pirates couldn't see through the evolved strength. But everyone didn't know what happened at all, and with a flash of white light, they saw that their captain had fallen. I don't understand. At this moment, the remaining cadres of the new Murloc pirates really don't understand what happened to 793. Dream. This must be a dream. A cadre rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. What the hell did we encounter? Impossible. Our new Murloc pirates are invincible. However, what Lu Fei and others did all of a sudden completely broke the mentality of everyone in the new Murloc pirates. Oh, not bad. Lu Fei stretched out his hand and touched Zoro's fist, and now this guy can still steal his lines. But don't say it, although Zoro's mind is really not very good now, he looks like a fool. But if you say that everyone is ready to drink, the IQ of this guy will skyrocket in an instant, surpassing Einstein in minutes. With just one look, this guy might understand what to do next. Then you're kidding, Zoro said proudly, flicking his ponytail angrily. Yes, you are indeed the #1 swordsman. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was floating up again, and couldn't help being speechless. Lu Fei didn't know if Zoro's current strength surpassed Hawkeye's, but in terms of force, Hawkeye probably couldn't catch up to Zoro. Hey, low key, Zoro raised his head and laughed even more happily. Amazing, big brother Zoro is really amazing. The little fan stared at Zoro with starlight in his eyes. In the next second, the little fan suddenly thought of something, hurriedly took out a small notebook from his arms and wrote something frantically. Reality is cruel, and we are reality. The little fan laughed excitedly while recording the angry lines. Hey, that's amazing. Aokiji slumped on the chair, yawning boredly. Aokiji originally thought that it would be an exaggeration for Lu Fei and others to increase their strength by 30 to 40% in 1 year. But seeing Zoro make a move today, I realized that the strength of this group of people has reached an unfathomable level. And at this moment in the field, the only one who is confused is probably only Luo. Mingming still intends to show off well, to let everyone see his own strength. The results of it, Luo still doesn't understand what's going on, the other side has almost finished lying down, can you believe it? And what the hell is Lu Fei and his gang? Why is he still playing mahjong 1 second, and suddenly hockey is shooting all over the next second? These people are all split personalities. And while Lu Fei continued talking and laughing, the new Murloc pirates, after recovering from their senses, can be regarded as a complete blowout. Now, what should we do? The remaining cadres began to discuss. How about run away? Another cadre suggested. At this moment, the remaining cadres, after undergoing the brutal beating called reality, have completely lost the idea of fighting. What subverted the regime? What started the terrifying era of the Murlocs? Those are all shit. Surviving at this moment is the only extravagant thing in everyone's heart. Hello. Lu Fei glanced at the whispering crowd, and shouted. You guys, won't you attack? Yes, come attack. Zoro collapsed on the chair, pretending to be exhausted. Now we have no strength, we are very weak. After finishing speaking, Zoro coughed weakly twice, showing that he was very weak. Seeing the clumsy acting skills, the corners of the cadres' eyes twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that the new Murloc pirates couldn't beat Zoro, he would go up and beat him up. However, many cadres looked at the leisurely Lu Fei and others, and their thoughts of running away became more determined. That's right, everyone is indeed a villain, but it doesn't mean that the remaining cadres have no brains. How can you fight if you can't even see the opponent's moves? Really give it away. And when the cadres were riding a tiger, a huge black shadow shrouded the heads of everyone. Ouch, interesting. Lu Fei looked up at the arc in the sky, feeling very interesting. Originally, I was thinking about where the other villain went. Who would have thought that this guy would appear when he just thought about it? The takeaway is never delivered so fast. And the giant ship above everyone's head was built by the residents of the Fishmen Island hundreds of years ago and placed in Murloc Street, Noah. And during the conversation, Ark kept squeezing the bubble of the Fishmen Island, and it was about to be unbearable. Princess Shirahoshi suddenly appeared in midair. What a hassle, Zoro muttered dissatisfiedly, but seeing Neptune's determined face, he still gave up the idea of cutting down the Ark. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* angrily, holding his collar. Romantic ghost. Nami changed his style and yelled at Lu Fei, turned his head to look at Robin, and said dissatisfiedly, "And you, Robin, don't say such terrible things. But in front of this huge arc, what can such a small Neptune and others do to 1.4? No. No." Lu Fei turned his head away in embarrassment, not daring to look directly at Nami. "Really? Why did you hit me? Didn't Robin also say that?" Looking at Nami who was holding his collar, Lu Fei whispered. "That's really romantic." Lu Fei couldn't help smiling when he saw Robin's serious expression. "If we are crushed together, will the sea be dyed red?" Robin looked up at the arc and said seriously. Just when everyone was at a loss, Vanderdaken on the arc began to confess his madness to Princess Shirahoshi. Boom. "It's not that I'm stupid. If I say something stubborn at this time, it will definitely be another 5 consecutive thunder and lightning punches. Tisk, cut it off." Zoro put on a posture of drawing his sword on the spot, ready to show off to everyone, but Neptune hurriedly stopped them. "That ship must not be damaged in any way," Neptune said anxiously to Zoro. "And tell everyone that this arc will never stop until it hits the target." On the other side, the king and others who had been rescued looked at Noah above their heads and immediately became panicked. As soon as the words fell, Lu Fei received a lightning fist from Nami on the head. "Even if the end comes, I must protect the safety of Noah's ark." 169, Daughter of the Sea. Shirahoshi at this moment is ready for the sacrifice. In her opinion, since the target of the ark is herself, even if she sacrifices herself, she must absolutely keep the entire the Fishman Island safe. Just like that, Shirahoshi swam up into the sky little by little amidst the regretful or unwilling expressions of the crowd. With Princess Shirahoshi's movement, the bow of Noah's ark also slowly returned to normal, leaving the bubble of the Fishman Island. "What a nice girl." Zoro looked at Shirahoshi and muttered involuntarily. As soon as these words came out, Lu Fei, Sanji and the others looked at Zoro with strange faces. Is Zoro's preference so strange? And the difference in body size between the two is a bit too big. Hey, you bastards, what are you thinking?" Zoro looked at the crowd angrily. Moving, tempted, Lu Fei suppressed a smile and looked at Zoro carefully. "Hi, everyone is a man, what's the matter?" Sanji patted Zoro, seemed to think of the size of the two of them, and smiled obscenely. 11. Get lost. Zoro slapped Sanji's hand off angrily, and sighed, "What's going on with the expressions of these 8 trigrams? Zoro, you don't have to be shy, don't you have that?" Squinted eyes also from 8 trigrams came over. Daughter of the Sea, it's not like everyone hasn't heard of it. As soon as these words came out, Lu Fei, Sanji and the others all gave a thumbs up to Squint Eyes. Daughter of the Sea, wonderful, really wonderful, and should it be said that it is squinting? It caught the most critical details at once. Hearing the key question pointed out by Squint Eyes, Zoro couldn't help but a picture appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but froze in place for a while. "Actually, I think it's okay." Lu Fei looked at the silly Zoro, and then at the equally silly Shirahoshi. "That's right," Squinted Eyes nodded. "If you find someone too smart, I'm afraid Zoro won't be able to grasp it." "Yeah, actually, I also think it's quite appropriate." Sanji also nodded, expressing his approval of this marriage. "I don't agree." Neptune, the sea god, couldn't bear it when he heard this. "Wouldn't this be supposed to fix the ark overhead? Why is it so natural for you to talk about the marriage of my precious daughter? The main thing is, me, Neptune, Shirahoshi's father, still here. Are you bastards really talking like this?" Oh, sorry, careless, cough cough cough." When everyone saw Neptune, they immediately turned their heads aside in embarrassment. It's true that on a whim, everyone forgot about Zoro's father-in-law and 3 uncles behind him, didn't they? Have they always been like this? Luo leaned over to Nami's side and asked in a low voice. Along the way, Luo could also see that although Lu Fei's strength was truly unfathomable, he also bore the title of captain. But if you want to ask who has the highest status on board, the female thunder god in front of you is definitely at the top. Ahem, just get used to it, just get used to it. Nami smiled awkwardly, and then firmly remembered the actions of the few people today, preparing to settle accounts after the fall. Don't stop making trouble. Lu Fei whispered to them quietly. Female Thor, you're about to lose your temper. After speaking, Lu Fei pointed to Nami, who was already covered in lightning, and wiped the cold sweat off his head guiltily. Although a few people were coughing and coughing, they had been paying close attention to Shirahoshi above. By the way, you will see the situation later, one blow will instantly kill this guy. Lu Fei pointed to Vanderdaken on the ark. Sure, look at you. Hearing Lu Fei's proposal, several people said that there is no problem. At this moment, Vanderdaken on the ark looked at Shirahoshi who was working so hard, and then drew out a few throwing knives, looking at Shirahoshi with a crazy expression. Die beautifully, Shirahoshi. As soon as the words fell, a flying knife shot towards Shirahoshi quickly. Get ready to do it. Lu Fei saw that the time had come, and his left eye instantly turned into the purple Lugoyu Rinnegan. FK. It's too much, Captain Dog. It's amazing. The moment they saw Lu Fei open his eyes, everyone didn't understand what kind of attack Lu Fei was going to launch next. Following Lu Fei's order, everyone jumped up on the spot and flew towards Shirahoshi's position. Heavenly Hand Power. Launch. Lu Fei launched a staring skill, and in the next second, Shirahoshi, who was panicked in the air, exchanged positions with Lu Fei instantly. Seeing the flying knife so close at hand, Lu Fei didn't panic at all, and even smiled and waved 647 to Van der Daken to say hello. And Zoro and others came to Lu Fei's side in a blink of an eye. Come on. Lu Fei smiled and said to Zoro, Sanji and others. In the next second, Zoro's slash, Sanji's 5 steel nails, Brook's magic attack, squinting eyes and Frankie's long-range missiles all hit Lu Fei in the blink of an eye. Is there internal strife? Van der Daken looked at several people suspiciously, although he didn't understand why Shirahoshi in front of him suddenly became this man. But it seems that several people have internal strife. Two goods. Lu Fei spotted Van der Daken's position, smiled disdainfully, and activated the stare skill again. God's Hand Power. Let's go. In an instant, Van der Daken and Lu Fei switched places. Van der Daken, who was still puzzled, now understood what was going on. But at this moment, all the attacks are imminent. What can a Van der Daken who knows nothing do? Boom. With the end of the 3 long-range attacks, Van der Daken fell from the air and received a box of lunch. And the huge arc that was originally floating above everyone's heads was also taken into the system space by Lu Fei in an instant. 5 Court. 170. Negotiation. Crisis. Resolved. How come? Saved. Really saved. At this moment, the people fleeing in the square stopped and stared blankly at the sky, as if they were having an absurd dream. As Lu Fei and others landed steadily, the crowd broke out into strong cheers. The cadres of the new Murloc pirates also knew that they were no match for Lu Fei and others, so they simply surrendered. Otherwise, who knows if Lu Fei and the others will kill themselves when they think about it. Then, get ready to carry out our plan. Lu Fei looked at his friends and said, Look at me, boss. Brook patted his chest confidently, then stomped his staff. In the next second, a huge magic circle appeared behind everyone. The crowd who were cheering naturally also noticed this scene, and looked at Lu Fei and the others one after another. In the curious eyes of everyone, huge skeleton knights walked out of the magic circle. Boom. The skeleton knights moved the table, and lay the carpet. Soon, a small luxurious open-air conference room appeared in front of everyone. And the skeleton knight, after packing up everything, did not leave, but stood around the round table, guarding everyone. After everyone was seated, Lu Fei turned his head to look at Xiao Di and said, Let's go, little Di. Okay, Master Lu Fei. Xiao Di bowed respectfully to Lu Fei. Then Xiao Di took a step forward, looked at everyone with cold eyes, and said, Kowtow. Boom. Following Xiao Di's order, the Murloc's onlookers in the square knelt down on the ground the moment Xiao Di spoke, with their heads firmly attached to the ground. My lords, they are ready to listen, Xiao Di said respectfully to Lu Fei, looking at the people who had already knelt down. Well, step aside first. Lu Fei nodded to Xiao Di, then looked at sea god Neptune and said with a smile, Sit down, my lord. But before Neptune could speak, Jinbei looked at the sudden scene in front of him and asked Lu Fei anxiously. Lu Fei, you. But before Jinbei could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Fei. What's the problem? Wait until the end, let's have a good talk. A year ago, after Lu Fei made a fuss about Marlene Vander, the first thing the system gave him was an island with abundant resources. And the most amazing thing is that the islands given by this system can be placed in any corner of New World. And because of the system, the area where the island is located will not experience any geological disasters, and the seasons are like spring, making it very suitable for people to live. So after coming to the Fishman Island, Lu Fei discussed with his friends that if he got along well with the Murlocs, he could lend a helping hand to this group of Murlocs who wanted to live in the sun. However, Lu Fei and others also have selfish intentions and will not provide assistance in vain. It's just that what the Murlocs have to pay is to submit to Lu Fei's influence and take good care of their islands. After all, this island of mine is indeed rich in resources, but at least someone needs to live on it, because they take good care of it. Otherwise, what is the difference between this and a desert island? Moreover, Lu Fei and others also discussed how to talk to everyone. After much deliberation, Lu Fei and the others decided to be more assertive. Only in the face of strong force can they be qualified to talk about peace. Otherwise, there will be a new Murloc pirates from time to time, especially for the people on the expedition. It is really unbearable. That's why there's this scene where everyone is so strong now. However, Lu Fei also took care of Neptune's face, otherwise Neptune and his 3 silly sons would have to kneel in front of everyone just because of Xiao Di's words. Hey, I knew that such a day would come. Neptune sighed slowly, as if a hero is stranger. I only hope that after my death, your excellency will not embarrass your son and daughter. Before Lu Fei could speak, Neptune seemed to have finished acting a large-scale drama in his mind. Father, let's not fight. Yes, father, we are not afraid of death. When the 3 foolish sons heard Neptune's words, they picked up their weapons and glared at Lu Fei and the others. It seemed that as long as Neptune gave an order, everyone would fight to the death. Even Jinbei tensed his muscles, ready to take down Lu Fei and others in an instant. Lord Zoro, please persuade Master Lu Fei to spare my father's life, please. Shirahoshi looked at Zoro pitifully, and tears fell involuntarily. Click. Although Lu Fei tried his best to pretend to have a serious expression, he had already captured this beautiful scene in his hands. Later, when Zoro quibbles again, he can take out the photo and see that the grandson still quibbles that the two have no adultery. Why are so many people, Shirahoshi not looking for Sanji, not looking for Ranchi, but Zoro, the grandson thief, is very quick. Yuenwei glanced at Zoro, and then looked at Neptune calmly. Shin said that if he did not open his mouth, this guy probably had already played out the last life of a tragic old father in his heart. I came here this time mainly for 3 things. Because Xiao Di activated the magic of loudspeaker in advance, the Murlocs kneeling around the square could clearly hear everyone's conversation. First, from now on, the Fishman Island belongs to my power. Second, I will send people to form an army to protect you, but also to monitor you. Prevent things like today from happening again. Third, you must take good care of my island. That's it. Neptune and the others looked at Lu Fei in disbelief. They were clearly ready to die. Moreover, Neptune doesn't care whose power it belongs to, as long as it can protect its own people, no matter who it is, as long as the conditions are not harsh, anyone can. Your Excellency Lu Fei, I have a few questions. Neptune looked at the calm Lu Fei and asked cautiously. Don't blame Neptune for being careful, it's because the aura exuded by Lu Fei and the others at this moment is too scary. Say, Lu Fei looked at Neptune, and couldn't help complaining, so he quickly finished talking and called it a day. It's tiring to pretend like this. But for the sake of majesty, Lu Fei still had to sullenly. We just need to take care of the island. No need to do anything. Neptune asked cautiously. Unnecessary. Then, those humans who sell murlocs. Neptune gritted his teeth and asked. Death. Lu Fei said calmly. Huh. Neptune was stunned suddenly. Dead. Who died? Humans. One must know that mermaids are extremely precious in the human world, otherwise, there would not be so many human beings risking their lives to come to the Fishman Island. As long as they are selling murlocs, no matter who they are, die. Lu Fei said calmly. To be honest, I hate human traffickers, especially Lu Fei, Zoro and others, and I really want to fall into the hands of myself and others. Die. That's all cheap for these grandchildren. Then me. Neptune pointed at himself in disbelief. Would he die? Look at you. Lu Fei smiled, and suddenly seemed to think of something, until everyone laughed and said. By the way, as a benefit to you, you will be protected by me and live in the sun. At the same time, I also hope that you will respect every human being who respects you. It's all right, Xiao Di. Lu Fei shouted to Xiao Di, stood up and stretched well. Yes, Master Lu Fei. Xiao Di bowed excitedly, then looked indifferently at the murlocs around him, and said. Free time. At this moment, Neptune, Jinbei and the others stared wide-eyed, looking at Lu Fei in disbelief, not knowing what to say in shock. Even the murlocs who had been lifted from the curse lay on the ground in shock, digesting the information just now. Let's go, let's move freely. Lu Fei smiled at the friends. Anyway, it has been resolved, everyone, let's go shopping. Go. I want to play flying chess with Miss Mermaid. I want to roll the dice. Drink the beer. Lu Fei, don't run away, buy clothes with me. Oh, that's right. Lu Fei, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around, looked at Neptune and the others who were still in a daze, and smiled involuntarily. 3 days, we will only stay on the island for 3 days. After 3 days, tell me your answers. At the same time, don't worry, even if you refuse, I won't do anything to you. Just when everyone's minds were still blank, Lu Fei and others had already pulled Kami, it was time to eat and drink. 171, the Fishman Island surrenders. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Lu Fei and the others seemed to have completely let go, and the first batch of mermaid girls went to sleep after having S**X, and then went to sleep after sleeping. Of course, it's just simple drinking dice, and flying chess. Even Luo and Aokiji let Zoro Sanji, a bunch of LSPs, let themselves go. Meimei felt for a while, what is called beer flying chess and shaking dice. These 2 happy little games also opened the door to the new world for Luo and Aokiji. But people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Lu Fei even felt that these guys were very noisy. After all, beside Lu Fei, there is not only the female Thor Nami, but also a black-bellied robin. Not to mention playing flying chess with the beautiful mermaid girl. As soon as Lu Fei has the idea, he can see Nami next to him turn on Thor mode. And this move even made Lu Fei a little suspicious. Did Nami awaken Enel's hard net? In this way, Lu Fei could only spend these 3 exhausting 3 days in the midst of all kinds of jealousy. But generally speaking, Lu Fei and the others had a great time at the Fishman Island for the past 3 days. Food and drink are free, and wherever they go, the murlocs will look at them respectfully. But Lu Fei is happy here. King Neptune and his 3 silly sons, and even Jinbei Xiaoba, these 3 days can be regarded as entangled to death. After all, Lu Fei and the others don't know how much impact the saying, you can live in the sun, has on the murlocs on the Fishman Island. 180. You know, living in the sun is the goal that the murlocs have pursued in their entire lives. And for this goal, their respected princess, their hero, Fisher Tiger died because of this. So for so many years, the murlocs living in the Fishman Island have understood each other, and no longer mention this unreachable dream. However, who would have thought that the appearance of Lu Fei and his group not only helped their country Wang Ping put down the rebellion, but also told everyone so lightly. Living under the sun is not a distant dream. And in these 3 days, let's not talk about how crazy the Murlocs have become, just talk about King Neptune. His hair fell out in handfuls. You can't believe it, but the strength of Lu Fei's group was really unbelievable. The rebellion was put down in an instant, let alone such a big arc, would it be gone? But if you want to believe it, the question comes again, is it really that easy to live in the sun? You must know that there is no place for everyone to live on land now. All the land and islands have long been occupied by humans, and it is impossible for them to believe that humans will leave their homes and let them live with Murlocs. If it was really that simple, the princess and Fisher Tiger would not have died so easily. The hostility between mermaids and humans is not easily eliminated at all. Tangled, it's too tangled. For the first time, Neptune felt that being a king was such a difficult thing. Although in the past 3 days, Neptune has kept asking Jinbei to ask, and even asked Shirahoshi to come forward to find Zoro. But the answer is that this matter is under the control of the captain, we don't know. Hearing this perfunctory answer, the angry Neptune almost went looking for them with a harpoon in his hand. As for Lu Fei, his whereabouts have been erratic in the past 3 days. He was still here 1 second, and he didn't know where he was fooling around the next second. There was no way to ask an accurate answer. Even Jinbei, who spread the word, ran back and forth countless times, and was almost driven crazy by this incident. But the problem was that Neptune and the others couldn't find Lu Fei over and over again just for this shit. What if Lu Fei and the others walk away without accidentally offending everyone? What should we do? It would be fine if this was a hoax, since most Murlocs hate humans anyway. But, what if it is true? Many years later, a retired palace guard said that during the past 3 days, from time to time, there would be terrifying roars from the depths of the palace. But because the king had made a good greeting in advance, no one dared to go forward at all. 3 days passed in a flash. Neptune, the 3 silly sons, Shirahoshi, Jinbei, and countless Murlocs are all looking forward to the appearance of Lu Fei and others. With the arrival of Lu Fei and others, after Neptune expressed his submission to the forces of Lu Fei and others, Lu Fei found a place and released Noah. And let Shirahoshi call the Sea Kings, come and pull the boat. Although Shirahoshi couldn't shout at the moment, after Zoro rubbed his face frantically, Yuxing successfully awakened. After a day's voyage, the Mary with Nose arc appeared above the sea. Well, well, it's not bad here. Lu Fei looked at the endless sea in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. Here, Jinbei on the side couldn't help being a little confused, there was nothing in front of him. So, everyone will live here from now on. Lu Fei turned his head and shouted to the Murlocs on the arc behind him. Here, didn't you say, live in the sun? Live in the sea. As soon as these words came out, the Murlocs behind them were completely dumbfounded. Although they are considered fish species, everyone also needs a house to live in. Lu Fei, stop joking at this time. Luo hurried forward and said to Lu Fei in a low voice. Yeah, Lu Fei, didn't you say you want to manage the island? Jinbei also smiled awkwardly, but before everyone finished speaking, the sea surface not far away suddenly became violent. Thunder and lightning cracked the sea. A huge island slowly rose from the bottom of the sea and appeared in front of everyone. How? Jinbei and Luo were completely dumbfounded, looking at the island in front of them, they didn't understand what happened. What an exaggeration. Aokiji let out a breath of air, expressing his inner shock. A miracle. This is a miracle. Gods. They are gods. The Murlocs are crazy. Neptune is crazy. Even the old and new Shichibukai, who are well informed, are completely crazy. With the cheers of many Murlocs, Lu Fei took Noah's Ark and set foot on this island that belongs only to them. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully placing the island, and the following buildings are specially unlocked. Ding. Building 1, Adventurer Hotel. Host and island residents combined Hearthstone. No matter what distance, after using Hearthstone skills, you can return to the hotel bound by Hearthstone. Ouch. Hearthstone of World of Warcraft. Lu Fei was really happy to hear this building. Although it takes 10 seconds to rub the Hearthstone by hand, it is a magical skill. Ding. Building 2, Identity Management Bureau. Only those who have an ID card can legally live on the island, otherwise they will be blocked from the barrier. Ding. Friendly reminder, if outsiders want to enter, they must register their identity at the port and come for this purpose before they can enter. At the same time, if outsiders have any hostile behavior, it will be teleported out of the island in an instant, and will be permanently blacklisted. Ha ha ha. Yes, Lu Fei is very satisfied, the ID card is really good. Ding. Building 3, the mine, the minerals inside are endless, and there are special minerals, space stones and murderous stones. Ding. Friendly reminder, space stones can establish portals, which is convenient for host forces to quickly teleport in the island. P.S. The island must belong to the host's faction, otherwise thieves cannot create portals. Ding. The murderous stone is originally exclusive to the Shinigami world, has been altered to give it sea stone characteristics, and can be used to build the residence of the host and his crew. Lu Fei listened to the introduction of the system, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. This is to make himself an Orgrimmar from the other world. And what the hell is a murderous stone? Make yourself a jingling garden in the world of Shinigami. 172. First, give me 2 acres of land. While Lu Fei was still in a daze, the system's voice came again. Ding. Building 4, Devil Fruit Tree, Ninja Fruit. Those who consume its fruit ability will not have any side effects, and the host can withdraw its ability at will. Dash. Ding. Friendly reminder. After taking the fruit, 1 or 2 attribute abilities will be randomly awakened. The host can refer to the fire style or lightning style in the Hokage world, and with the seal, you can successfully release ninjutsu. Ding. Building 5. Ninja Academy. Only those who take the fruit are allowed to enter, and at the same time, the host ninja teacher, Kakashi, will be presented as a gift. Kakashi. Lu Fei was a little confused when he heard this. Leaving aside what this devil fruit tree is, how did Kakashi come here? Yes, that's right, although Kakashi is indeed known as a copy ninja, he can use thousands of ninjutsu. But this one water dragon bomb will cost more than 40 stamps. In the future, if there is a gang fight, a bunch of murlocs will show off, and the Kaka seal is not finished, their skills will stick to their faces. Besides, isn't it a little unharmonious for the murlocs to form seals? Ding. All knots and seals are simplified, and Kaka is an intelligent NPC, so host can rest assured. Phew, I was startled. Lu Fei exhaled slowly, simplifying it, I almost scared my father to death. Ding. The first level island buildings have been issued. When the island is upgraded to a second level island, more buildings and functions will be unlocked. Lu Fei. Lu Fei. Nami stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Lu Fei. This has already arrived at the place, why are you still in a daze? And even if you want to be stunned, you will be stunned again. Didn't you see everyone looking pitiful, waiting for your order? Especially the group of murlocs behind them looked anxious, like countless cat paws scratching their hearts. Oh, are you there? Lu Fei came back to his senses, looked at Nami who disliked him, and smiled awkwardly. Xiao Di, you, the king and others, organize everyone to land on the island in an orderly manner. There will be a machine that will assign people to live there. As for buying and selling houses in the future, let them decide for themselves, Lu Fei said to Shao Kahn. Yes, Master Lu Fei. Xiao Di spread his wings and flew towards Noah. Then, let's go and take a good look at the place that only belongs to us. Lu Fei looked at Zoro and the others and smiled happily. After coming to Otherworld for so long, do you finally have your own home? However, looking at this island that only belongs to us is really beautiful. Seeing Lu Fei, who was smiling happily but a little sad, the friends started to joke. Ha ha ha, why are you still feeling sad? That's right, open up Wasteland and open up Wasteland. We are infrastructure madmen. Don't say anything, first give me 2 acres of land, and I will plant the grain first. Yes, chickens, ducks and fish can't be wasted with their natural skills, can they? Everyone looked at the island in front of them, feeling a lot for a while. Huh, but, what's the name of this island, Captain? Zoro asked suddenly. Yeah, what's it called? When Lu Fei heard this, he came back to his senses. The system gave the island, but it didn't seem to say what it was called. Why don't we just call this island? Lu Fei casually mentioned it, expressing that it would be too troublesome to come up with a name or something. Okay, Captain, your ability to name names, I won't help you if I don't support you. Zoro gave Lu Fei a thumbs up. This island, yes, it's very creative, very much the pirate group style that we are interested in. No, it's too ugly. Nami expressed strong objection. Why is the name so random for such a beautiful island? What's that called? Lu Fei suddenly had an idea, looked at Nami with a gentle smile and said. How about calling it Nami Island? As soon as this remark came out, Nami's face flushed instantly. Show. The friends gave a thumbs up after watching Lu Fei's operation. Hee, it's really romantic. Robin looked at Nami and smiled softly. Really? Under Robin's teasing, Nami instantly turned on Thor mode, wrapped with terrifying thunder and lightning. Lightning fist. 8 consecutive. After a thunderbolt punch, Lu Fei finally learned how to behave and stopped teasing him. However, when choosing a name, when a few people set foot on the island, they found a cute creature that met in black and white. From today onwards, this island will be called Panda Island by everyone. More than 10 days later, after Lu Fei had thoroughly arranged the murlocs, under the godlike eyes of the murlocs, he embarked on a journey with his friends again. Of course, Lu Fei also knew that the Panda Island could not be defended solely by the strength of the murlocs. Therefore, Lu Fei left Whitebeard and Xiao Di from Imperial World reincarnation on Panda Island, and because Whitebeard is equipped with casual glasses, Whitebeard is just a little old man in the eyes of others. And Xiao Di has a super IQ, with this guy in charge, there will be no trouble at all. Besides, everyone is now a man with a heartstone, who would dare to make trouble if he doesn't have eyes. Asterisk. A few of them made comparisons, rubbed the furnace stones every minute and went home, let the enemy know well, what does it mean to hit a bag of rice on how many floors? On board the Mary at the moment, Lu Fei and the others were bathed in the sun, sipping a cold drink from time to time, feeling very comfortable. Chopper, the yellow-skinned mouse, and the panda that Nami must bring with him, Fad Dune, the 3 cute pets ran back and forth on the boat, having a great time playing. Lu Fei looked at the 3 cute pets in front of him, feeling as if he had forgotten something. What's wrong? Robin took off his sunglasses and looked at Lu Fei curiously. Robin sauce, have you noticed that there seems to be something missing? Lu Fei looked at the people on board and murmured in his heart. Are they all there? Are there any missing people? After counting and counting, Lu Fei feels that there are enough people on board. Where are those little guys? Robin smiled at Lu Fei. What about the little guys with gourds on their heads? Damn it. When Lu Fei heard this, he trembled in fright. How could he forget these things? At this moment, the gourd babies are all shriveled, as if they have been dehydrated. Swish. But to go to the secret realm trial, in order to prevent these dead children from causing any trouble, I took the gourds into the system space. Especially the big baby, the most serious, not to mention the shrinkage of the gourd's head, even the shriveled body has shrunk countless times. And after being nourished by the sun's moisture, this group of shriveled gourds gradually became fuller. After going back and forth, forget about these dead children. Ding. Friendly reminder, spirit bodies also need energy, and this group of gourds. Got it. Lu Fei hurriedly shouted at the system, telling his own system to stop talking. And because it is in the system space, even if these dead children shout out their throats, they will not be able to hear them. Let's fool an interesting elderly corpse first. Well, don't worry if you get into a fight. Lu Fei pointed to Aokiji, who was basking in the sun, and smiled at Brook. By the way, boss, who are we going to cut next? Brook asked Lu Fei curiously. Lu Fei took a closer look and almost died of fright. With a flash of white light, a string of gourd vines appeared in Lu Fei's hands. System, isn't this thing a spirit body? It's shrunk down like this. Lu Fei asked the system with a headache, expressing his incomprehension. Hold on. Lu Fei hastily hung the gourd vine next to the orange tree and watered it frantically. 173, Chapter Z opens. Interesting. An old man. Hearing Lu Fei's answer, the friends around looked over curiously. And Zoro, Sanji and others, seeing Lu Fei pointing at Aokiji, immediately understood who Lu Fei was referring to as the elderly. But boss, is the timeline correct? Brook looked at Lu Fei suspiciously. After all, in the original book, Luffy and his group went to sea 2 years later before meeting Z, that is, Zephyr. And they have only practiced intensively for a year, will they still meet Zephyr? No problem. Lu Fei said no problem to everyone. After all, when he was in Panda Island, he had already taken the time to ask the system. According to the system, it is because of the arrogant words of Lu Fei and others in the Dingshan War that the timeline of One Piece world has been slightly sped up. Although there may be a little change, the approximate timeline will start 2 years later in the original book. And the little change, 380, that the system said was Luo and Aokiji. Needless to say, Aokiji has completely let himself go. Every day, I have a lot of salty fish. I don't have the awareness of being a laborer at all. I'm either sleeping or waiting for cooking. I don't even ride a bicycle very much. Especially after Sanji's last meal show, every time it's time to eat, this guy is the most active. As for Luo, because this guy has formed an alliance with Lu Fei and others, and hangs around with Zoro and others every day, he has slowly changed from a cold male god to a funny joke. Boom. While everyone was chatting, dark clouds suddenly covered in the distance, and thunder flashed. Say Sao Sao will be there. Lu Fei looked at this familiar scene and couldn't help but said to the enemy. Are we going to run into Lao Huang again? Zoro couldn't help but get a little excited when he heard Kizaru's old face. Lu Fei looked at Zoro suspiciously, seeing him when he saw him, why are you so excited? It must be revenge. Zoro smiled crookedly. During the Summit War, he was pierced through the shoulder by a beam of light from Kizaru. And after this year of penance, he also wants to see what level he is against Kizaru. Ahead, there are people in front. Chopper, who saw it, pointed to the front and shouted at the crowd. In the direction of Chopper's finger, a man with short purple hair and triangular sunglasses was holding a wooden board and floating on the sea. What a coincidence. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr in the distance and couldn't help muttering. Save people quickly. Chopper hurriedly searched for the rope, preparing to rescue people first. Okay, Chopper, don't panic. Lu Fei looked at Chopper who was running around in a hurry, and comforted him. Let me do it. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Fei's voice had disappeared in front of everyone, replaced by Zephyr who was unconscious. Immediately there was a flash of golden light, and Lu Fei launched Flying Thunder God to return to the Mary again. It's such a convenient skill. It's worthy of being the most ultimate Shuji technique. Zoro said enviously, if it's food delivery, I'm sure I'll make a lot more money in a month. That's all you pursue. Lu Fei was flattered to hear Zoro's compliment, but this guy actually wants to deliver food. Then how about sending a courier? Zoro came back to his senses, looked at Lu Fei and said. With your strength and Flying Thunder God, we will be the leader in the express delivery and food delivery industry in the future. Go away. Lu Fei looked at Zoro angrily, the #1 swordsman in the world today, that's all he pursued. And just when the two were coughing, after Chopper's simple treatment, Zephyr woke up. Zephyr shook his head, looking at a group of strange people around him. Quote closing square bracket ... question mark quote. Before Zephyr could ask, Aokiji, who was lying on the side, walked over leisurely, yawning. Long time no see, teacher Zephyr. Zephyr, teacher. Hearing Aokiji's address, except for Lu Fei and the others, the rest looked at the man sitting on the ground in shock. No one could have imagined that the man with short purple hair in front of him was actually Aokiji's teacher. And Aokiji's strength is so unfathomable, so what will his teacher's strength look like? It's you, Kuzan. Zephyr stood up slowly, recalling that time in his mind. Why did you appear here? Are you here to stop me? Zephyr looked at Aokiji and said calmly, sorry, I won't stop. Do you want to die? Teacher Zephyr. Aokiji scratched his head, and then his serious expression became lazy again. If I was a few days ago, maybe I would have said this to you. Forget it, our little ghost captain, I seem to have something to ask you, so I won't get involved. Aokiji waved his hand, continued to put on the blindfold, and enjoyed the sunbath. Kuzan, you. Zephyr looked confused, he really didn't understand what happened to his student. Why do you always feel that you are more lazy than before? Could it be this B************ D Kuzan, what kind of blow did he experience? Zephyr was about to ask a few questions when he heard Aokiji snoring. With this move by Aokiji, Zephyr, who was almost out of breath, ran away on the spot, and gave this guy an iron fist, letting this guy know what a black and fat method is. Little ghost, you are the captain. Zephyr looked back at Lu Fei, then squatted down and looked at Chopper with a smile. Thank you for your timely treatment, excellent doctor. Hey, excellent doctor. Chopper smiled instantly like a flower. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** help smiling when he saw the dancing chopper. Well, let's stop here, brother Zephyr. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr and said, first of all, let me introduce, my name is Lu Fei, the one who caused the Dingshan War at that time. Lu Fei, Garp's grandson. Zephyr looked at Lu Fei, unable to connect the cunning kid in front of him with that naive Garp. But then when he heard Lu Fei say that he caused a big war on the top of the mountain, he immediately punched Lu Fei. Boom. In the next second, a strange-looking puppet suddenly appeared in front of Lu Fei, blocking Zephyr's heavy punch. Oh yo-yo, is this the teacher of San Admiral? Lu Fei took out the same sunglasses and put them on, looking at Zephyr with a crooked smile. Sure enough, they all look like monsters, so scary. Hiss. Zephyr looked at the kid in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little fluctuated. But why did you attack me? It's very strange. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr and laughed. Why? Zephyr sneered, and then punched again. Aren't you pirates? Swish. In a flash of golden light, Lu Fei has appeared behind Zephyr. Pirates. That's just imposed by the world government. Lu Fei said with a smile. We are actually a group of adventurers. Lu Fei commanded the dance, and the third cage puppet suddenly embraced Zephyr in his arms. Huh, brat, who do you think I am? Zephyr smiled disdainfully, and just wanted to break free, but in the next second, he saw the puppet in front of him suddenly dyed jet black. So now, can we communicate properly? Lu Fei looked at Zephyr who was tightly locked up, and smiled, isn't he young? This is a new skill I researched. Armed with color and love and gold and strong 7-day lock. 174, Damn kid. Zephyr turned his head to one side, not wanting to talk to Lu Fei. Unexpectedly, the man known as Black Arm Zephyr actually capsized in the gutter today. But among other things, the armament hockey of this dead brat is too exaggerated, it can actually cover the entire puppet. But Zephyr, who was blocked, was not worried about his situation. Anyway, he had a life card, and his army would arrive soon. At that time, when my army arrives, let this dead brat feel what love is better than the golden 7-day lock. Oh, why are the old people still so angry? Lu Fei looked at the arrogant Zephyr and smacked his lips. Huh, Zephyr snorted arrogantly, expressing that he didn't want to talk to Lu Fei. Okay, old man, I don't dare you to make a detour. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr, and was about to start his plan to turn right. After all, in the original book, looking back on Zephyr's life is indeed a bit staggering. I thought it was the beginning of Tianyu. After all, he became the supreme combat power of naval headquarters at a young age, and because of armament hockey, he was named Black Arm Zephyr. And while being promoted to Marine Admiral, he married a certain girl in the same year, and later had a son. It can be said that the first half of Zephyr's life was really smooth, just like the protagonist of a novel. But then what? His family was killed by pirates, Zephyr began to hate pirates, and offered to resign, but was retained by his boss. But at the moment, Zephyr still has expectations for Marine, so he became an instructor. During his tenure, Zephyr handed over a lot of students, 11 not only with the original 3 admirals, many well-known Marine vice admirals are also Zephyr's students. Just when everything was getting better, fate, this thing, happened to make a joke with Zephyr again. When Zephyr was 65 years old, the training ship he led was attacked by pirates, all his beloved students except Ain and Bins were killed, and Zephyr's right wrist was also cut off. After the Summit War ended, the world government reorganized the 7 warlords of the sea in order to replenish its combat power. And one of the newly promoted Shichibukai is the pirate who killed Zephyr's student. This move completely annoyed Zephyr, so Zephyr withdrew from Marine and established a new Marine with the purpose of annihilating all of them. So to be honest, Lu Fei still has a good impression of Zephyr. And if you come over here, isn't there a security training teacher for Panda Island? Although Whitebeard is also on the island, at any rate, after the optimization of the system, plus the impure world reincarnation bug that will not die, he must be a soldier in the front row at that time. With such a ferocious combat power, Lu Fei does not want Whitebeard to retire on Panda Island. Looking at Zephyr who was sulking alone, Lu Fei organized his words and said, actually, our purpose is the same, how about we join hands? Joining forces. Zephyr looked at Lu Fei with a puzzled face. After all, Zephyr did not participate in the war at that time, and Marine also did a good job of keeping secrets. Therefore, Zephyr didn't quite understand why he joined forces with Lu Fei. Well, it seems that you don't know what we are going to do. Looking at Zephyr who looked puzzled, Lu Fei smiled. End the era of great pirates and wipe out all pirate forces. Hearing this, Zephyr looked at Lu Fei with a dull expression, and really couldn't understand, how dare the grandson of Garp say that the era of great pirates would end. And after we clear the new world, we will go to Marlene Vander to start the war with the world government. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr and laughed. New world, war, world government. Zephyr was completely stunned at the moment. Garp's grandson, who has never heard of it, is out of his mind. Why is this going to destroy New World at one time, and start a war with the world government at the other? By the way, I'll tell you quietly. Lu Fei suddenly lowered his voice, and said in a low voice, when the time comes, I will call this war the Fourth Ninja World. Ah bah, Second Summit War. As soon as the words fell, Zoro, Sanji and other traversers looked at Lu Fei with strange expressions. Lu Fei, I definitely wanted to talk about the Fourth Ninja World War just now. Absolutely, if Uchiha Obito heard this, he would definitely call him an expert. And the words are clearly on the verge of my lips, and I can swallow them down, except for my own Captain Lu Fei, there is really no one else. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough cough. Zephyr choked on his saliva because of his exaggerated laugh, and started coughing crazily. Thus, Zephyr successfully became, after Lu Fei and Doflamingo, the third person who choked on saliva when he laughed. After a long delay, Zephyr finally recovered and looked at Lu Fei mockingly. Little devil, at least there is a limit to joking. Sweep new world, destroy world government. Little devil, stop looking down on people. Who do you think you are? Looking at the angry Zephyr, a group of people looked at Lu Fei with strange expressions, and even Aokiji who was beside him turned around unconsciously and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. Who am I? Lu Fei chuckled, then turned around handsomely, and put the Hokage Imperial robe on her body. Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Lu Fei. Quiet, deathly silence. At this moment, not only Zephyr, but also the friends around Amelie were all manipulated by Lu Fei's coquettish, and they almost lost their waist. Thump. With a muffled sound, Aokiji in the distance fell off the chair in a daze. Namikaze Minato, Aokiji said they are familiar with this product. Because Aokiji became one of his own people, Zoro's comics have naturally become a way of entertainment for everyone. And the Logia fruit people got a lot of inspiration from it. So when Lu Fei came to do this, Aokiji didn't tense up and rolled off the chair. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Fei didn't even need to turn his head. He knew that behind him stood a large humanoid Pikachu with lightning flashing all over his body, Nami sauce. I just see that the atmosphere is too dull, take it easy, take it easy. After a burst of thunder, Lu Fei slowed down for a long time, and struggled to get up from the ground. Really? Nami glanced at Lu Fei angrily. Talk to me. Lu Fei chuckled. Hey what the hell? Hearing this word, Nami wrapped his arms around lightning again. Thunder fist. 9 consecutive. And just when Lu Fei rolled over with his head in pain, a female voice came from behind everyone. Teacher, we are here to save you. Crack, crack. Because everyone was attracted by the D Lu Fei, they didn't even notice that the rest of the ships had already arrived nearby. And Nami and Robin were even slapped by Ain, and their bodies changed dramatically. And at this moment when everyone was stunned, Zephyr's students, Ain and Binz, had successfully rescued Zephyr and returned to their ship. Hey, did you let them run away? Lu Fei came back to his senses, slowly got up from the ground, saw that Zephyr had returned to his boat, and took back the third cage puppet. Do you want to chase? Aokiji leaned close to him. As long as Lu Fei opened his mouth, Aokiji had already thought about it, and once the Ice Age passed, no one could run away. Forget it. Lu Fei smiled and signaled Aokiji not to do anything. After all, Mr. Zephyr has to untie the knot in his heart for so many years, otherwise, how can he fool him when the time comes? And the twisted melon is not sweet after all, but it seems to quench my thirst, Lu Fei muttered softly. On the other side, Zephyr, who had regained his freedom, stood by the side of the boat, looking at Lu Fei calmly, wondering what he was thinking. Teacher, do you want to fire? Ain looked at Zephyr and asked. Forget it, let's go. Zephyr took a deep look at Lu Fei and smiled. You brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, let him go. After speaking, Zephyr and others gradually walked away under the watchful eyes of Lu Fei and others. Oh, what a beautiful day. Lu Fei stretched. Lu Fei, who was stretching, immediately tensed up, and the top of his head was sweating, but when Lu Fei turned around, he was struck by the cute girl Nami in front of him. And not only Nami, but even Robin has become a lot more immature, and Lu Fei's heart is bursting with joy. So cute. Lu Fei didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at the moment, picked up Nami, and slipped to Robin's side. Like a cat, rubbing Nami's cheek for a while, and Robin's cheek for a while. Hiss. Suddenly, dark clouds covered everyone's heads, and thunder flashed. Kara. In the next second, a thick thunderbolt in the thundercloud directly gave Lu Fei a lightning bath. Ordinary thunder. This move was modified by Nami based on what Lu Fei said, a unique move named Masaka Makoto, the real thunderbolt demon, and of course the power is much lower. Really, Nami kicked Lu Fei, who was lying on the ground smoking, in disgust, and went back to the room with Robin, looking for clothes. It's worth it. Lu Fei raised his head with difficulty and gave everyone a thumbs up. Seeing this scene, the friends all admired Lu Fei's behavior of eating tofu. Point 175, focus on the strange Zoro. A few days later, relying on the permanent pointer that Aokiji took out, Lu Fei and others arrived at the last island early, laying an ambush in advance, waiting for the arrival of Zephyr, Kizaru and others. But it's strange to say that after Aokiji took out the permanent pointer, the two things that Lu Fei is most curious about now are Brook's space backpack. The other is the small bag that Aokiji always carries behind his back. It doesn't look big, but Aokiji can always take out weird things from it. If Lu Fei didn't know that Aokiji is not a time traveler, I really want to ask this guy if he is carrying a first-class bag. But, shall we lie here? Luo said helplessly to everyone. When the Marine and the new Marine come, won't they be completely exposed? That's right. Zoro clapped his hands and suddenly realized, we want a squirrel behind us, so we can't expose it so easily. While talking, Zoro took a few withered tree branches from his side and blocked them in front of him. In this way, won't you be able to see it? Zoro asked everyone. Cover your face with a tree branch. You are the one. Everyone looked at Zoro's sick behavior, and really didn't want to make complaints about it, since he was obviously not stupid at the beginning of the game. He was obviously smarter when he was in the Summit War, but after practicing for a year, he seemed to have a disease called intermittent short circuit. Not only does the focus of attention get crooked from time to time, but they also often make some showy operations, which makes everyone dumbfounded. Could it be true that Zoro became stronger and lost his mind? Chopper, do you have the medicine for the brain? Lu Fei looked at Zoro seriously and said to Chopper. Brain cure. Chopper suddenly seemed to understand something, and looked at Zoro with teary eyes, as Zoro suffering from some incurable disease. Zoro-san, before you leave, is there anything you want to eat? Sanji sighed, patted Zoro on the shoulder and asked. Don't worry, Shirahoshi will be handed over to me after you leave. Don't worry. Brook also came to join in the fun, patted Zoro and said. What's messed up? Please be normal. Lu Fei looked at the people speechlessly. Why did he ask so cheaply if there was any medicine for the brain, and the friends acted as if they wanted to send Zoro away. Also Shirahoshi, Brook, your old thief behavior has been exposed. Wow. But as soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Lu Fei with weird eyes, and the meaning was very obvious. Obviously you were the one who was abnormal first, why are you still blaming us? Cough cough. Don't tease the cough anymore, think about it quickly, how to pretend to be down. Lu Fei changed the subject in a bit of embarrassment. This broken team is getting harder and harder to lead. But if you think about it carefully, after a while Marine and Zephyr's new Marine will meet. The place where I and others are hiding is relatively secret, but it's hard to say whether Marine will touch it. It's really blunt to change the subject. Zoro curled his lips in disdain. Look, what am I talking about? Lu Fei looked at Zoro speechlessly. This guy's focus is always so strange. Thump, thump, thump. Brook chuckled, took out a tent from the space, and prepared a show for everyone. After Brook set up the tent, everyone looked at Brook curiously. Some didn't quite understand Brook's operation. Once the tent is set up, isn't everyone's position more conspicuous? Hey, Brook smiled mysteriously and explained. This is an invisibility tent made of the material of the shadow cloak, which is very convenient. That's it, Harry Potter? Zoro asked curiously. Yes, that Harry Potter. Brook chuckled. Really, that's really it. Zoro thought for a long time, and suddenly clapped his hands and sang, You cha-cha. Sing the sunrise. Pour haha, sing the sunset. The little fan followed. Since the little fan has been mixing with Zoro recently, I have learned a lot of new songs. The invisibility cloak that Harry Potter flew on a broomstick. Sorry. Brook slapped his head, and he was brought in anyway. Yes, that's the one. And my broom. Before the little fan could finish singing, Brook covered his mouth and dragged him into the tent. And just after Brook entered and lowered the curtain, the entire tent disappeared completely, and everyone who watched was exclaimed. This thing has a trick. Zoro looked at the invisibility tent in shock, envious. What if this thing is placed by the lake? The second Dong Yang. Sanji interrupted. You understand me. Zoro and Sanji bumped their fists, and the thoughts of the two LSPs were completely exposed. Roll, hurry up and hide, I didn't see that the Marines have already touched it. Lu Fei yelled helplessly, and then called everyone to hide in the tent. After everyone hid, the first ones to come were the FA group. However, when they saw that Zephyr buried the explosive rock and did not detonate it, but sat aside and drank alone, everyone was slightly relieved. It doesn't look completely crazy. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr in the distance and smiled. Although Zephyr's actions were crazy, he still had the last sane left. But because of this, Lu Fei wanted to invite Zephyr to his Panda Island. It seems that there is no need for me to take action. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air, and lifted the elementalization of his arm. Although Aokiji was ready, at the moment Zephyr was about to detonate, it was completely frozen. But after seeing his teacher's behavior, Aokiji couldn't help but feel relieved. Boom! The constant roaring sound from all around represents that the battle between the Marine and the new Marine has begun. By the way, brother Aokiji, when we join the battle, this place will be completely frozen. Lu Fei glanced at the two people who were fighting, and instructed Aokiji. After all, the fighting power of my own partners is really scary. If the meeting is not well controlled, and my group accidentally blows it up, it will really be the finale. Sure. Aokiji gave a thumbs up. Zoro, Mr. Vice Captain. Lu Fei looked at Aokiji speechlessly, and said to Zoro, can you teach us something better in the future? It's okay, the character design of Aokiji doesn't fit well with the proper one, does it? While everyone was chatting, the battle below intensified. Marine and New Marine have been fighting together completely, and Zephyr and Kizaru were fighting back and forth. But after all, Zephyr is old there, and he still has asthma. So protracted combat simply isn't for the Zephyr. Teacher, Ain looked at the panting Zephyr, and wanted to help, but was stopped by another Marine Vice Admiral. Zoro looked at Ai Yin, and suddenly a bright light flashed in his mind, and he looked at Lu Fei with a strange expression on his face. What's the matter? Lu Fei was made a little guilty by Zoro's blow. Captain, on the boat that day, you didn't perform so hard to see Nami and Robin, young. Lu Fei kicked Zoro, who hadn't finished speaking, out of the tent. It's gone, I will never admit it, I just want to see if the scene in the original book will happen. Hearing this voice, Lu Fei shivered all over. It's over. Barbecue was over. Hiss. After Zoro flew to the battlefield suddenly, Lu Fei also fell into the battlefield with lightning all over his body. Don't think about it, Nami, the lowly at this moment, must be bathed in lightning, and her painting style has become very scary. This move was learned by Nami through squinting his eyes carefully. Thunder Dragon's Fist. Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, he didn't expect this grandson to find out, the focus is too strange. Damn Lu Zoro, you just wait for me. But even so, Lu Fei would never admit that he had already discovered them with his knowledge. Not to mention, he just wanted to see how Nami and Robin looked tender. Fly. Lu Fei turned his head tremblingly, just as he was about to explain something, he saw a small fist with lightning flashing, hitting him in the abdomen. How many days have passed, why does this grandson still remember? Boom. In the new year, I wish you all good fortune, live a life with the Empress in your left arm, Xiaozi in your right hand, Hinata cooking in the kitchen, Nami Robin feeding fruit, and Baby 5 cleaning. And this sudden scene made Zephyr and Kizaru stop their hands instantly, and looked at them with confused faces. 176, Black Hands. Zoro, who had fallen into the battlefield, was still thinking about how to get back to Lu Fei. But seeing the familiar thunder light wrapped around Lu Fei, Zoro couldn't help but smiled mockingly. Boom. Lu Fei fell into the battlefield, splashing a cloud of smoke. Really? Lu Fei stood up unsteadily, and patted the dust off his body. How do you feel that Nami's temper is getting more and more irritable? However, Nami's Lolita face came to mind. Lu Fei said that he naturally forgave her. Hey, Zoro looked at Lu Fei beside him and smiled disdainfully. Tisk. Lu Fei looked at Zoro in displeasure, if it wasn't for this grandson, how could he be beaten? What's the matter, practice? Zoro looked at Lu Fei provocatively, with mockery on his face. Hi, I have a bad temper. Lu Fei rolled up his sleeves and looked at Zoro dissatisfied. Hiss. Just as the two were spraying each other, a bolt of lightning struck behind them. In the next second, countless thunder lights gathered, and Nami's figure suddenly appeared behind the two. You guys, what are you going to do? Nami said to the two with a gloomy face, fists wrapped around Leg Wang. Ha ha ha. No, Lu Fei hurriedly hugged Zoro, expressing that the relationship between the two was very good. Yes, we are chatting. Zoro also hastily laughed, and when the three of them were chatting like no one else, Kizaru interrupted everyone. Yo, I didn't expect you, brat, to be alive. Hi, that's what I said. Lu Fei looked at Mr. Huang's face, and couldn't help but want to laugh. You, Mr. Huang, are getting older, so you should take good care of your body in the office. Asterisk 660 However, I did not expect this, Mr. Zephyr. Kizaru looked at Zephyr and smiled crookedly. You actually got involved with this troublesome brat. Quote, Pelusalino, what nonsense are you talking about? Zephyr looked at Kizaru impatiently. Are you actually so weak now? Zephyr was still puzzled when he heard Kizaru's words. Although he knew that Kizaru was extremely dependent on fruits, he still wouldn't call a kid a troublesome kid. It seems that you don't know what happened to him. Kizaru twisted his lips, and just about to explain, the ground was instantly covered with ice. Yo, what a scary kid. Kizaru showed a surprised expression. I didn't expect you to be fooled into Kuzan. It's really scary. Kizaru immediately pulled out the lightsaber from his hand, turned around and blocked the attack behind him. When the two sharp swords collided, and there was a crisp sound of iron striking. Hey, isn't this the kid who was playing with swords? Kizaru looked at Zoro in front of him and smiled. It's an honor to be remembered by Admiral. Zoro smiled and stepped away. Come on, let's go here first for reminiscing about the past. Lu Fei looked at the exaggerated number of Marines around him, and decided to clear a wave of minions with everyone first. As the black aura surged from Lu Fei's body, Zoro and others also opened conquerors one after another. Boom. The conqueror's haki of the 6 people was fully opened, and the terrifying black aura exploded instantly, covering a wide range, even covering the entire island. In just a split second, both the Marine on Kizaru's side and the new Marine on Zephyr's side foamed at the mouth and passed out on the spot. BBEJ. Oh, it's really scary. Looking at the few vice admirals left in the field, Kizaru was already considering whether to run away. Although it's only been a year, but the terrifying conqueror's aura on them is enough for Kizaru to take it seriously. How is it possible? Zephyr's expression was slightly dull. Conqueror's haki. And in a team, there are 6 people with conquerors. Zephyr looked at the 6 people who had withdrawn their aura, and wondered if he was really old. Why don't you just leave like this, old man? Lu Fei looked at Kizaru and smiled. To be honest, Lu Fei actually doesn't really want to fight Kizaru. After all, he put a lot of water in Summit War. If it was a red dog they encountered, Lu Fei and others would definitely not hesitate. But in front of Kizaru, Lu Fei decided to try to persuade him. It would be best if he didn't do anything. It can't be helped, kid. Kizaru pointed to Zephyr behind everyone. If you let Sensei blow up the last island, the New World pirates and even ordinary people will be burned to death by the destructive eruption of magma. What if I can guarantee that the last island will not be bombed? Lu Fei looked at Kizaru and asked seriously. Little devil, do you know what you're talking about? Kizaru also put away his smile, and looked at Lu Fei seriously. Although I really want to agree with your proposal, if I go back like this, I will be scolded. The look of the red dog angrily appeared suddenly in Kizaru's mind, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Then how do we make it like this? Lu Fei thought for a while, and proposed to Kizaru, in order to reduce casualties, let's play 5 rounds and 3 wins. Win out of 5. Kizaru smiled interestedly. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Fei saw that there was something interesting, and introduced to Kizaru. The so-called 3 wins in 5 rounds, each side will send 1 player, and the duel items are not limited. And for the sake of fairness, the next duel event will be decided by the loser. Listening to Lu Fei's proposal, although Kizaru also thinks it is good, but looking at the other side and looking at his own side, it seems that the combat power is not balanced. So, everyone can only participate in 1 duel, and you can come. Okay, Kizaru nodded immediately when he heard this. Anyway, if he really loses, he can make excuses at that time, saying that facing the attack of Lu Fei's group, there is really nothing he can do. And just under the expectation of Lu Fei and others, Kizaru sent a vice admiral with a knife. I want to challenge you. The world's #1 swordsman. Vice Admiral pointed at Zoro and said. Snapped. Kizaru slapped his head. No need to think about it, the first game must be a waste. Originally, Kizaru planned to pick the little girl and the civet cat in the first 2 rounds, and then he will appear on the stage. Hey, Kizaru sighed, his team is becoming more and more difficult to lead. As for Lu Fei, Zoro glanced at everyone triumphantly, and almost laughed out loud. Look, it's the board. Our #1 swordsman is so famous now. At this moment, with Zoro's proud expression, he wished that Lu Fei and the others would suspend the duel and beat this guy collectively. Come on, let me see, weak swordsman, do you have the courage to draw your sword against me? Zoro flashed, appeared on the battlefield, and said arrogantly while looking at Vice Admiral. As soon as the words fell, Vice Admiral ran towards Zoro with a knife. Ding! A crisp sound of hammering iron reached everyone's ears. At this moment, Zoro, holding a pair of scissors, blocked Vice Admiral's blow. Maybe you are well known in Marine, and you have the courage to swing a knife at me. Zoro looked at Vice Admiral and said arrogantly, but unfortunately, you are not worthy of my knife. And, what's more unfortunate is that I don't have a smaller knife than this. Zoro stroked the scissors and said mockingly, Lu Fei looked at this familiar scene, as if he had seen it somewhere before. This guy doesn't even change the words. Sanji looked at Zoro with a twitching corner of his mouth. These lines are what Hawkeye said to Zoro in the sea restaurant. As a result, this product, just don't make a big face, just move it by force. When Lu Fei heard Sanji's muttering, he also remembered the scene at that time. Drink, bah, the two spat disdainfully in Zoro's direction. Marine Vice Admiral was not upset when he saw that he missed a blow, and immediately moved away from his position. After all, the person standing in front of him at this moment is the #1 swordsman today, and the opponent must have his own arrogance. And Vice Admiral increased his speed again, constantly using shaving, turned into countless afterimages, and attacked Zoro frantically from every corner. Dang 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 dang. The continuous sound of iron strikes from the scene attracted the crowd watching the battle. But now Zoro, after a year of penance, his strength is already unfathomable. No matter what kind of 4 corners, no matter what kind of attack, Zoro's scissors blocked it accurately. Have you exhausted your means? Zoro yawned, looked at the panting Vice Admiral, and then threw the scissors out. Break up, shear blades. With a finger of Zoro's finger, the scissors split into 2, and after high-speed rotation, the layer faces the middle. Black hand. Seeing the scissors being bounced off, Vice Admiral roared passionately. Lu Fei and the others looked at the field curiously, wanting to see if Zoro would teach Vice Admiral what Hawkeye did back then. Young man, you still have a long way to go. Zoro turned handsomely, leaving Vice Admiral with an unattainable back. Vice Admiral held his breath, and a flash of the knife flashed by, allowing him to accurately judge the flight path of the scissors. Zoro's voice suddenly appeared in front of Vice Admiral, his right hand was armed with color, and he blasted towards Vice Admiral's face. This lit up, and with Zoro's black hand, the first battle came to an end. Seeing the galloping attack, Vice Admiral closed his glasses and let out a slow breath. With one blow, the split scissors will fly away in an instant. Following Zoro's roar, Vice Admiral looked at the black iron fist that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him. And before Vice Admiral fell into a coma, he was very confused. Shouldn't the great swordsman use a knife or a sword? In this battle, the insidious Zoro wins. Boom. When, that's it, I will become stronger in this battle. Whizzing. 177, squinting eyes, I am very weak. Seeing Zoro's proud look, Lu Fei and others really didn't want to complain. Damn, the #1 swordsman in the world today, you don't even want your face, can you believe it? Playing Marine Vice Admiral, actually playing tricks on others, actually using the friendship-breaking face fist. How? We won the first game. Zoro raised his eyebrows at everyone, very proud. That's great. Lu Fei sighed helplessly. You are really that one. It's too scumbag, really too scumbag. Sanji looked at Zoro, thinking that this could be regarded as a disaster for Pirate World, with such a disgraceful great swordsman on the stand. If Hawkeye knew Zoro's virtue, he must have been in the restaurant on the sea, he would have chopped off this grandson. Ahem, the second round, do you want to come? Seeing Kizaru's weird expression, Lu Fei felt a little ashamed. But the duel mentioned at the time did not say that iron fists were not allowed, did it? Come on. Kizaru looked at Lu Fei speechlessly, just about to open his mouth to remind his subordinates. Squint eyes, come out. Another vice admiral said, holding a long knife and pointing at Usopp on Lu Fei's side. Del. Lu Fei looked at the fearless vice admiral, and then at the squinting eyes beside him. For a moment, he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't help but blushed. Ah, call me. He squinted at Vice Admiral with a bullying look. Yes, it's you. Vice Admiral looked at the squinting eyes that could be blown by a gust of wind, and couldn't help but be full of confidence. Warriors. Lu Fei and the others looked at the rampant Vice Admiral in front of them, and squinted their eyes kindly. Forget it, let's persuade it. Lu Fei said helplessly to Vice Admiral. Master Vice Admiral, why don't you change it? Is this person really more dangerous? Dangerous. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Vice Admiral didn't care about it, and even wanted to laugh a little bit. Dangerous. Our Marines are never afraid of danger. Vice Admiral shouted confidently. For righteousness. That's right. For justice. Lu Fei slapped his head, and when you cry later, don't say I didn't persuade you. But looking at Kizaru who was always giving water to his group, Lu Fei still squinted and said. Boss, just play for fun, don't ruin it for the other side. How come? Squinted eyes smiled very kindly, I'm very weak. Hearing these familiar words, the vicious person on the side, Sealock Doll couldn't hold back anymore, and almost choked on his cigar. After all, he is too familiar with the words of squinting eyes. I still remember that during the Summit War, I really thought that this guy was going to die, after all, he always looked like a good guy. But who would have thought that with one shot, one Shichibukai? Yes, boss, be gentle, really, you must be gentle. Lu Fei looked at Squint who walked out of the queue, like an old mother, and instructed Squint again. Squinting his eyes, he unfolded the magic circle, took out a spear from it, and stood in front of him. Come on. Looking at Vice Admiral with squinted eyes, he smiled kindly. But at this moment, Lu Fei and his group, watching squint eyes and starting to play tricks again, began to guess what gaudy thing this time was. Wait. Luo squinted his eyes in confusion, then looked at Lu Fei. Usopp, didn't you also use the power of thunder and lightning? Luo recalled that a year ago in Sabayati Archipelago, when squinting against Kizaru, he used thunder and lightning. Why is it that you took out a long gun today? Everyone reacted instantly after hearing Luo's question. Leader Luo, let me tell you this. Lu Fei pointed to the skeleton Brook beside him, pointed to Brook with squinted eyes, and said, in the future, anyone in our team will be able to believe what they say. But what these two bastards said just now, remember. Absolutely remember. Lu Fei looked at Luo seriously and said, no matter what the two of them say, just listen to Ichiraku. Hey boss, I'm so honest. Brook heard this, and immediately cried out for injustice, and moved his skull face closer. Master Luo, look, do I have an honest face? Ahem, be honest. Luo could only say a few words in a perfunctory manner, but he began to complain crazily in his heart, with a skull on his head, who knows if he is being honest or not. Okay, let's watch the battle. Although I'm very curious, I really don't want to ask. Lu Fei turned his gaze to the battlefield and sighed helplessly. If you ask this question, with your narrow-eyed personality, you will definitely say, long gun, isn't it a gun? It started, how will brother Usopp end the opponent? The little fan looked at the battlefield with bright eyes, very excited. Shave. Vice Admiral looked at the squinting eyes in front of him, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, Vice Admiral appeared in front of squinting eyes, and swung a knife. But what is curious is that squinting his eyes for some reason, he didn't dodge at all, just quietly watching the blade cut towards his neck. Swish. With a swish of the knife, the imagined scene of blood splattering did not happen at all. Squinting eyes still holding the spear, looking at him kindly. What? Vice Admiral became serious at this moment, and unbelievingly swung a few more knives. But for some reason, this man was clearly standing in front of him, but even if the knife in his hand slashed across his body, it didn't feel like it hit him at all. What a fast speed. Aokiji looked at the squinting eyes in surprise, such a fast speed was unheard of. In fact, it wasn't that Vice Admiral didn't hit the target, but that the speed of squinting his eyes was too fast. When the blade struck, he left in an instant and returned to the original place. Because the speed is too fast, ordinary people are deceived by their eyes and cannot detect it at all. And just when Vice Admiral made a vertical slash, he squinted his eyes and smiled mysteriously, his body sank slightly, and the spear had already touched Vice Admiral's body. Be careful, he squinted and smiled, and then a purple light burst out from his body. 6. With just this blow, Vice Admiral's body flew backward unconsciously. How is it possible? Vice Admiral tried his best to stabilize his figure, but found that the squinting eyes in front of him had disappeared. Looking back, apart from a group of people watching the battle, there was no squinting figure at all. Ask for flowers. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment on the battlefield, except for the sound of approaching footsteps, Vice Admiral could not see anyone at all. Boom. Squinting his eyes, he waved his spear, and with a simple jump attack, Vice Admiral was thrown into the air. Cowhide, the shadow steps are all out. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched involuntarily. Shading step. The little fan has already taken out his small notebook and looked at Lu Fei respectfully, while the rest of the friends also looked over curiously without knowing it. Forget it, let me tell you. Lu Fei scratched his head, opened Shikai and explained, although we are outside, we can slightly see the squinting figure, as if it is moving at high speed non-stop. But in the current 1v1 confrontation, Vice Admiral on the opposite side can't see squinting eyes at all. In other words, the shadow step is to keep yourself out of the opponent's sight during the battle, so as to avoid the opponent's counterattack as much as possible when attacking. Oh. The little fan frantically took out his little notebook and began to record. Oh. Yes. Sanji looked at Zoro and said a word. Yes. Zoro replied simply with one word. I have to say, sometimes, Sanji and Zoro really have a tacit understanding. But at this moment on the battlefield, squinting eyes seemed to have had enough, and seemed to have stopped the unilateral beating, causing Vice Admiral to fall from the sky. I don't believe it. Vice Admiral roared angrily, holding a long knife at constant speed, and stabbing at the doctor squinting his eyes. Squinting his eyes and smiling slightly, he stood the spear in front of his chest. When, there was a crisp iron strike, and Vice Admiral couldn't stabilize his body due to inertia, so he took 2 steps back involuntarily. In the next second, squinting palms pressed against Vice Admiral's abdomen. Falling blossom palm, poison milk powder female mage skill, send out a powerful palm to the enemy in front, which can knock the enemy into the air. Boom, the petals bloomed, and Vice Admiral was once again slapped and flew into the air. Immediately, he squinted his eyes and waved the long spear, starting from the tip of the spear, slowly igniting a blue flame. The spear danced, and the blue flames that originally gathered around the spear condensed into a black dragon with blue flames. Fulong soars to the sky. With squinting eyes and a flick of the spear, the black dragon let out a deafening roar, swung its huge body, and bit Vice Admiral. Roar. But Vice Admiral in midair did not give up, looked at the oncoming black dragon, and tried his best to stabilize his figure. At the moment when the giant dragon bit him, Vice Admiral immediately used moonwalk, and his body leapt into the air, passing the fatal blow. Hide. But before Vice Admiral could rejoice, he saw the dragon's head that was flying close to him. The next second, the dragon's head suddenly tilted, as if twisting its neck, and swallowed Vice Admiral in one gulp. And the moment the dragon swallowed Vice Admiral, the entire dragon in the air exploded. Boom. After a violent explosion, Vice Admiral emitted bursts of white smoke and slowly fell from the air. Don't worry, it's fine. Smiling with squinting eyes, he retracted the spear into the magic circle. Although the explosion was violent, it won't be fatal. 178, gift giving. With another Vice Admiral being carried away, the score has reached 2-0 at this moment, but there is no panic on Kizaru's side. On the contrary, it is more like a sense of relief from a heavy burden. Is it actually like this? When Lu Fei curiously glanced at the expressions of Kizaru and several Vice Admirals, he couldn't help but become more certain about his guess. And when everyone was looking at Marine curiously, ready to see who would fight in the next battle, Kizaru smiled wretchedly. Forget it, let's regard you as victorious this time. Stop fighting. Lu Fei looked at Kizaru with a strange expression, and thought to himself that you should just go through the motions. And since the red dog is not here, it's starting to act obviously. But before Lu Fei could speak, the Vice Admirals behind Kizaru put away their weapons and began to shout loudly. Sir, we can still fight. Yeah, Kizaru Admiral, we're all right. For justice, we can fight till the end. However, Kizaru, who is the king of releasing water, saw the group of Vice Admirals like this. Although he understood what was going on, the corners of his mouth still twitched uncontrollably. Still fighting. What a fart to fight. Take out the 650 weapons anyway, and shout slogans again. Is it still for justice? Kizaru said at the moment that this task should have been postponed in the first place, and whoever loves it will come. As the king of fishing and the king of releasing water, Mr. Huang really couldn't believe that one day he would be played by someone else. Looking at the Vice Admirals whose fighting spirit was gone, Kizaru sighed helplessly. Knowing that the person on the other side is your teacher, you don't want to make a move, but have you ever thought that the one who will be scolded by the red dog will be yourself? But things have developed to this point, and at this moment Kizaru, after all, one of the 3 admirals in Marine, can't speak so clearly, he can only smile crookedly. Hey, brat, although the battle between us is over, that old man is not so easy to talk to. Kizaru pointed to Zephyr behind Lu Fei, and said very seriously. If you have no way to persuade that old man to let him live again, I will violate the agreement and kill him all. Full strength. Zoro drew out the magic knife, wrapped the armed color around the magic knife in an instant, and looked at Kizaru with a crooked smile. Come and try. Yes, yes, brother Zoro killed you. The little fan jumped out from the side, taunting Kizaru, and pointed at Zoro with admiration. My brother. The world's #1 swordsman. Who are you? Still want to try? Luo and Lao Sha on the side also lit up their weapons one after another. The war seems to be imminent. This gave Kizaru a lot of fun. He looked at Lu Fei with a weird face, and thought that the old man said it so straightforwardly, so he couldn't understand it. Cough, cough cough, come back, come back. Lu Fei hurriedly pulled back Zoro, who was possessed by the Dragon King with a crooked mouth, and turned to look at Kizaru with an embarrassed smile. I laughed, everyone. Lu Fei looked at the four of them speechlessly. It's okay for Zoro and Xiaomi to understand, but now Luo and Lao Sha's IQs are completely offline. Mr. Huang has already talked about this kind of thing, isn't it clear enough? Do people have to say, you should quickly persuade Teacher Zephyr to let go of his obsessions and change his identity to live again in the future, so that I can go back to work and report that Zephyr has been killed. If you really want to say this, Kizaru, who is one of the third, is shameless. Lu Fei hurriedly explained to several people in a low voice. After they understood what was going on, they all looked at Kizaru with different expressions. Ahem. Seeing the suddenly enlightened expression on the other side, Kizaru couldn't help coughing twice to cover up his embarrassment. But after all, after fishing for so long, Kizaru adjusted his mentality in a blink of an eye, looked at Lu Fei and asked. How about kid, what's your choice? Okay, look at mine. Lu Fei smiled confidently, then turned to look at Brook. Brook, hurry up, get a chair for Mr. Huang and Vice Admiral, and get your drinks ready. Lu Fei can be considered to be able to see that the Marines who were still standing at the moment are absolutely unwilling to kill. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Mr. Huang to act so clearly. After the magic circle disappeared, Kizaru and the Vice Admirals also made no secret of it, lying comfortably on the sofa. By the way, let's see what method Lu Fei will use to persuade that stubborn Teacher Zephyr. Looking at several Vice Admirals, Lu Fei suddenly had an idea, exchanged booklets from the system, and quietly gave them away a few times. As for Mr. Huang, Lu Fei naturally gave 2 more copies as a thank you. Little ghost, can you give gifts? Yo ho. We won't. This, the old man must criticize and criticize. You think it's just wonderful. For justice. Seeing several Vice Admirals glance at it in a panic, then hurriedly kicked the brochure into his arms, Lu Fei chuckled. This is a photo book that has been optimized many times according to the aesthetics of Pirate World. Just the girl on the cover can make people in this world blush and their hearts beat faster, not to mention how many cool outfits are inside. Lu Fei, you. Aokiji looked at Lu Fei with a strange expression. After all, Aokiji was taller, although Lu Fei tried his best to block the sight of the others. But sharp-eyed Aokiji still saw the pictures in those photos. Oh yes yes yes. Lu Fei seemed to understand something. A white light flashed in his hand, and he put the photo in Aokiji's hand. You little brat. Aokiji yelled in a panic, and hurriedly stuffed the photo into his arms. Has this dead brat not played his cards according to the routine? What? Weird. Zoro looked at the flustered Aokiji, very curious about what Lu Fei gave. Mysterious. Brother Aokiji, take it out and have a look. What is it? I'm really curious. Everyone looked at Aokiji curiously. If it wasn't for the fact that they were not familiar with each other, Zoro, Sanji and others would definitely rush over to have a look. After all, it must be something that makes Admiral flustered. Who? Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air slowly. The next second, Aokiji's right arm turned into ice. Don't ask, don't ask. Everyone hastily turned their heads to one side, but seeing Aokiji's nervous appearance, everyone became more curious. And on the battlefield right now. Grandpa, why don't you just come with me like this? Lu Fei looked at Zephyr and persuaded him, our ideas don't conflict. It's useless, brat, I have my own justice. Zephyr crushed the spray in his hand, looking at Lu Fei with fighting spirit. Come on brat. Hey, do we still have to fight? Lu Fei sighed helplessly, but thinking about it, if he was persuaded so easily, it would not fit the character of this stubborn old man. In the next second, the figures of the two collided fiercely. But for some reason, neither Lu Fei nor Zephyr used any skills on the battlefield at this moment. Just simply relying on his own physical strength, he and the other party had a fist-to-flesh fight. As time passed, the two had been fighting for an unknown amount of time. But at this moment, the two stubborn people in the field would never admit defeat so easily like the other side. Repulsed by the opponent, or was it knocked to the ground? It doesn't matter anymore, as long as there is still energy, as long as the body cannot move. The two will quickly get up and run towards each other again. Fighting, keep fighting, and this battle is no longer a simple victory or defeat, more like the collision of two people's ideas. Boom. With a roar, Zephyr's mechanical right arm exploded. And Lu Fei's fists didn't get any better, blood kept falling to the ground. Grandpa, I'm out of breath. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr and turned on the mocking mode. Armed color hyphenation point peacock. Little ghost, who do you think I am with 2.7? Zephyr smiled heartily, as if he let go of many things at this moment. Boom. Zephyr lay in the pit, panting heavily. Then Mr. Zephyr, can you teach me more in the future? Lu Fei looked at Zephyr in the deep pit, and stretched out his right hand. With his back against the cold ground, Zephyr finally completely let go of his obsession at this moment. When the fists of the two collided again, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched as he looked at Zephyr, who was using his arms. I'm old too. Zephyr looked at the sky quietly. It's a pity that I can't move my body at this level. At this moment, Lu Fei's arms turned into afterimages, and he waved his fists frantically at Zephyr. 8 Inner Gate's 6th view gate open. Damn, old man, you don't talk about martial arts. Little devil, let me see what step you can do. Zephyr also extended his right hand and held it with Lu Fei. After Lu Fei withdrew the cloth, he smiled, and then the green aura exploded from his body. If you say that, don't blame me for young people bullying old people. In the next second, the voices of the two came together again. It's done, old man. Lu Fei's figure instantly appeared in front of Zephyr. Little devil, you should take care of your hands. Zephyr replied. At this moment, the peacock-like scene bloomed again. 179, Living Buddha. Yama, unexpectedly, I actually let this stinky brat do it. Kizaru couldn't help muttering as he looked at the hands they held together. Looking at the vice admirals around me, all of them smiled unconsciously. Ahem, Kizaru coughed twice, and the vice admirals put away their smiles one by one, watching Lu Fei and his group glaring, wishing they could tear them apart. Lu Fei handed the Zephyr to his two students and smiled at Kizaru to express his gratitude. Yo, what a scary brat, I didn't expect you to succeed. Kizaru smiled crookedly, his fingertips shone with dazzling golden light. I can't help but touch you. Seeing Kizaru's actions, Lu Fei really wanted to say, Big brother, stop acting. But thinking about it, the time has been delayed almost. If you don't leave, if you wake up the surrounding marines, there will definitely be a bunch of troubles by then. Let's go now. Lu Fei smiled, glanced at Kizaru gratefully, and then greeted his friends to prepare to leave. By the way, Lu Fei slapped his head. After all, Mr. Huang has been acting for so long, 2 or 3 photo books may be too stingy. Immediately, a white light flashed in his hand, and an exquisite small box appeared in Lu Fei's hand. Mr. Huang, this 11 is a good thing. Lu Fei stuffed the box into Kizaru's hands, and quickly left with his little friend and 2 students of Zephyr. What Lu Fei gave Kizaru was the mahjong that Kizaru played with in Sabayati Archipelago. It's just that this mahjong is made of jade, which is extremely exquisite. Looking at Lu Fei and others who were gradually going away, the golden light on Kizaru's fingers went out, and he looked at the box in his hand, hesitating for a moment whether to open it or not. Kizaru Admiral, open it and have a look. Yes, sir, open it and have a look. What if it is a dangerous item? Yeah, Admiral, let's taste too. Check. Seeing the expressions of the 8 trigrams on the faces of the vice admirals, Kizaru thought for a while before opening the box. After all, the rest of the marines haven't woken up yet, so it doesn't matter if it's a photo for each person. However, the moment the box was opened, the vice admirals showed regretful expressions. But Kizaru's eyes really shined, and he put away the box happily. After Kizaru and others returned to Marine Base and finished their report, it is said that Akainu will not be able to find Kizaru for a long time to come. Of course, these are all things to come. What we have to deal with at this moment is not only these comatose marines, but also these other new marines. However, these new marines did not do anything dangerous. Kizaru also ignored it, woke up his own marines, recovered the dynamite rocks, and returned to naval headquarters. As for those new marines, just stay there, your own boat can't hold so many people. And now on the merry. Everyone gathered in the conference room, ready to discuss the next development direction of Panda Island. Little Ghost, tell me what I'm going to do first. Zephyr looked at Lu Fei and asked. Well, it's actually very simple, guard the Panda Island, and train newcomers by the way. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr, a very conscious worker, and nodded in satisfaction. Although there is an NPC Kakashi on the island, after all, this guy is only one person, so he can't be busy at all. And this guy is just a teaching NPC, the combat power is not strong at all, it is equivalent to an NPC teaching skills. Panda Island. Zephyr looked at the crowd curiously. At the same time, he was a little confused, feeling like he was out of the times. You'll know when you get there. Lu Fei also understood that he couldn't explain clearly in a few words, so he went to the place and asked Xiaodi to explain it properly. By the way, old man, the pirates who come to make trouble at that time, just knock them out, don't kill them. Lu Fei suddenly seemed to think of something, and said to Zephyr. Little Ghost, don't be merciful. Zephyr looked at Lu Fei and said seriously. After all, Fa will never forget what happened to him. It is good for Lu Fei to have such an idea, but for him, the future will definitely become a fatal existence. Hi, you misunderstood me. Lu Fei instantly understood what Zephyr wanted to say, and couldn't help being a little moved for a moment. I mean, the island is still in the construction stage, and it's very short of people. Considering that a large area of land is still in the desolate stage, there are still enough people to dig the mines, and no one is in charge of the breeding farms. Shopping malls, houses, tourist streets, etc. Thinking of this, Lu Fei couldn't help feeling very distressed. Although there were 90,000 Murlocs making trouble in the Fishmen Island at that time, Lu Fei also told Xiaodi before leaving that they would take over 90,000 people and accept reform through labor. But the island given by Nehi is really too big. Once these 90,000 people are scattered, they will not be enough in an instant, and during this period of time, the 90,000 people who made troubles probably only helped everyone build houses. Look, old man, what a pity to kill those pirates who do all kinds of evil. Look, If someone is injured and the blood is not enough, how can we return it? What strange disease do you have? What if you need someone as an experimental subject? In the future, what will happen to those who lack arms and legs and whose organs are damaged on the battlefield? I thought it was a living Buddha. I didn't expect it to be the king of Hades. Brooke couldn't help applauding. For meals, 310 has 3 meals for half an hour each time, and sleeps for 4 hours. As for the rest of the time, go to work. With a big wave of his hand, Lu Fei began to tell everyone about his fantasy about the future. The capitalists are crying when they see it. Sanji took a straight breath. But don't say, this way of handling, although rare, is really pleasant to the body and mind. Then what do you mean? Zephyr looked at Lu Fei in a daze, without turning his head for a moment. For arms and legs, the sentence will be reduced by 10 years, and for those eyes, nose, stomach, etc., the sentence will be reduced by 5 years. So I underestimated this brat. Zephyr and his 2 students also gasped. Listen to what you have to say, it will subvert your outlook on life. Zoro looked at Lu Fei in shock. When you're free, let these guys go to open up wasteland and mine and move bricks every day. Thank you for your support, I will try to update as much as possible every day in the future, thank you everyone. Of course I want to catch these pirates and make a contribution to society. And the most important thing is that when our own people are injured, we are criminals full of crimes. Yeah, that's all for now. If you have any good suggestions, you can come up with them. Lu Fei nodded eagerly, thinking that after returning home, he must discuss it with Xiaodi. At that time, if they dare to make trouble, they should be arrested first, and the rewards will be checked and sentenced. Seeing Lu Fei's eloquent speech, not only Zephyr's 3 views were impacted at the moment, Lu Fei's friends also looked at Lu Fei with strange expressions. After all, that's what this guy is for, so Xiaodi can come up with ideas. The second is to draw some blood every day, so that the urgent need can be relieved at that time. 180 to Dressrosa. After several days of sailing, everyone returned to Panda Island again, and Lu Fei and others also enthusiastically introduced Zephyr to this island that only belonged to them. After getting off the boat, Zephyr couldn't help being surprised to see all the beautiful things. Little ghost, you are really unexpected. Zephyr looked at the carefree murlocs in front of him, and couldn't help giving Lu Fei and the others another high-level look. It turns out that Zephyr, who holds a high position in marine, naturally understands the value of murlocs. One must know that in those dark auctions, a perfect mermaid would make celestial dragons crazy about it. But here, under the rule of Lu Fei and others, these murlocs not only do not have any unfortunate expressions on their faces, but are filled with happy smiles. Even whenever the murlocs saw Lu Fei and the others, they would stop and bow deeply to them to show their respect. But as the group got deeper, Zephyr's expression became more and more serious. I originally thought that what Lu Fei said on the boat was too serious. But looking at it now, Lu Fei's grandson is still taking it lightly. An island, not to mention many, must have all the facilities it should have. But now, after shopping for so long, let alone commercial streets, hotels and restaurants. No street lights, no streets at all. Even the houses of the murlocs were not completely built. Many houses simply laid a foundation. Ahem. Lu Fei couldn't help but blush when he saw Zephyr's strange eyes. But I was very curious in my heart. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. With Xiaodi's IQ, he wouldn't make such a mistake. And just when Lu Fei was about to make a serious argument, and completely threw the blame on Xiaodi, a beautiful girl ran over from afar. Master Lu Fei, you are back. Kami ran from a distance, looking at them excitedly. Are you, Kami? Lu Fei looked at the girl in front of him in a daze. It should be true, the upper body is exactly the same, but the lower body. Not only Lu Fei, but even Zoro, Sanji and others swallowed strangely. Nice legs. Well, do you see any changes in me? Kami turned around with a smile. A pair of big white legs made the round people dizzy for a while. Long and white and, hiss. The sound of thunder bursting from behind made several LSPs hurriedly correct their attitudes. Kami, where's your fishtail? How did it become like this? Lu Fei looked at Kami curiously. Hee, this is a potion made by Lord Demiurge. Kami said happily, it's not just me. If the potion wasn't produced enough, everyone on the street would be in human form now. Damn it. Lu Fei and the others were completely shocked. Although they knew that Xiaodi had a good brain, they didn't expect this guy to have such a talent. By the way, after Kami's reminder, Lu Fei completely remembered. In the story of the Bone King, Xiaodi went to the Holy Kingdom and captured many humans for experiments. Then, wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to do this? Zoro looked at Kami, although this form is very attractive, but the mermaid form is the best. Of course not, Lord Demiurge has improved the potion. Kami said admiringly, when we want to change back, it's convenient to just recall it in our minds. Talent. Suddenly, some indescribable pictures floated in Zoro's mind. This must be rewarded, and it must be rewarded fiercely. Sanji also seemed to think of some scenes, and couldn't help being very excited. It was so good, listening to Kami's explanation, Lu Fei could only shed tears of envy. And who could say no to a dual morph mermaid? Sure enough, happiness belongs to everyone. But if you think about it carefully, you already have 3 by your side, so it's not a loss. Although it is still in its infancy, we are at the starting line anyway, right? However, I'm still very envious, I also want to go out and surf. By the way Kami, what are these buildings? Brooke asked, pointing around. Right, Right, what's the situation? Lu Fei also came back to his senses, looked at Kami and asked. Hey, these are just a few thoughts from everyone, you will find out when you come with me. Kami looked at the crowd and smiled mysteriously. Immediately leading the crowd, they walked towards the center. More and more Murlocs stopped what they were doing and looked at Lu Fei and the others with reverence. It's Lord Lu Fei. Master Zoro, I will give you a monkey. Sanji-sama is handsome too. Master Chopper is still very cute. Master Brook's bones really want to be touched. Not long after, led by Kami, the crowd came to the center of the island. Looking at the huge building in front of them, Lu Fei, Zoro and the others had mixed feelings in their hearts. Although everyone wants to have a house of their own very much. Kami pointed to the palace in front of her and said proudly, but after discussing with everyone, they all felt that only after the adults' palaces are built can they be worthy of owning their own houses. So, during this time, everyone has been building here. Looking at the proud Kami, Lu Fei and the others were momentarily moved and speechless. By the way, besides the palace, Master Zoro and Sanji's favorite bar have already been built. Kami smiled at Zoro, Sanji and others. Wonderful. Zoro Sanji bumped his fist and couldn't help laughing. Isn't this something you can play at night? The rest of the people, on the melee, headed towards Dressrosa. And this time the location is also very clear, go directly to Dressrosa to eat. How can this kind of thing be missing from me? And because Aokiji and Lao Sha volunteered, Lu Fei simply let the two go directly to Punk Hazard. Luo, who was witty at first, planned to persuade everyone, first went to Punk Hazard to arrest Guy first, and then took the opportunity to attract Doflamingo. After introducing Zephyr to Shouty, everyone went through a brief rest, and good money is good, set off again the next day. But as soon as this proposal was put forward by Luo, it was completely rejected by everyone. Looking at Shouty's tired face, everyone understood that this guy was exhausted during this period of time. Brooke and Frankie immediately moved to their side, and even Luo and Aokiji were a little moved. But there is no way, why is there a shortage of manpower now, let's work hard for Shouty for a while. But after all, Punk Hazard still has a group of suffering children, and Guy can't let this stuff go. I've seen all of you supreme beings. Shouty flew over from a distance. He looked at several people respectfully and said, don't say that Kaido is standing behind him. Zoro said, even if Kaido's big brother and Guy are standing behind him, Zoro can bury him. Bring me one. To deal with Brother Ming, it's not enough for everyone to be so conservative. Lu Fei expressed that he is not envious, he really is not envious at all. After all, Luo has spent the longest time with Brother Ming, and knows that although Brother Ming does all kinds of evil, he loves his subordinates very much. Bah, a bunch of LSPs. 181, squinting eyes, made a little adjustment. On board the Mary, as the distance from Dressrosa got closer, Luo finally couldn't hold back, and asked the few people who were playing mahjong heartlessly. Lu Fei is the head of the family, is this really the way it is? That's right, what else? Lu Fei looked at Luo very puzzled, it's just a Doflamingo, it shouldn't be. It's not that Lu Fei and others are inflated. Didn't Doflamingo get squinted for a second during the Summit War? What's more, after this year, everyone will face Brother Ming again, even if Brother Ming has awakened, so what? It's impossible for them to be compared and be abused by Doflamingo. If this is the case, everyone doesn't have to wait for Brother Ming to make a move, just find a sword and wipe their necks. I think it's better to think of a plan. After all, Luo has been with Doflamingo for many years and knows this guy's style of work, so he couldn't help suggesting again. Trick. Zoro said that he was familiar with this word. Don't play homophonic stocks for me. Before Zoro started to perform, Luo predicted Zoro's behavior and said, Master Luo, I have a message for you. Lu Fei looked at the nervous Luo, and said with a smile, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are futile. Let me give you a word too. Zoro said to Luo, all the fear stems from the lack of firepower. 327 inches. Hearing what the two said, Luo also fell silent for a while. Unlike others, he had seen everyone's strength. But after all, Doflamingo is like Luo's nightmare, haunting Luo all the time. In order to get rid of this thorn in his heart, and to avenge someone, Luo absolutely does not allow himself to make any mistakes. While Luo was thinking silently, Lu Fei and the others looked into the distance together as if they had been rehearsed in advance. Here we come. Lu Fei felt the breath of someone in the distance and smiled. Get rid of him here. Zoro moved his body, and then drew out the magic knife. Seeing all members of Lu Fei looking at the sky in the distance, Luo came back to his senses and looked at them in bewilderment. Coming. What's coming? Did you guys explain it to me? You suddenly seemed to be rehearsed. Come here for a while, it made me very dumbfounded. Old Wu, do you want to say hello? Lu Fei squinted at the hair dryer. After all, the two are also old rivals, so it shouldn't be too much to say hello. Okay. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, then took out a gun that Zoro and Lu Fei were extremely familiar with from the magic circle, and held it in his hand. Is this the heavy sniper we met for the first time? Lu Fei squinted his eyes curiously. But it seems that in memory, Lao Wu's bullet should not be so big. Old Wu, why do I feel that this thing has grown bigger? Zoro looked at the exaggerated barrel, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. For this gun, Zoro expressed that he was very familiar with it. At that time, when I and Lu Fei met Smian for the first time, this guy used this thing to scare them. Well, maybe I think the power is too small, so I made a little adjustment. He squinted and said with a smile, and then set up the bullet on the bow. I have an ominous premonition. Lu Fei's heart trembled as he looked at the squinted eyes lying on the ground. Coincidentally, me too. After Zoro and Lu Fei looked at each other, the two hurriedly found a place to stand. The two clearly remembered that when they met for the first time, this guy shot at a tree. Although bullet has a great impact, squinting his eyes, whose physical fitness has been improved countless times, doesn't care about this impact at all. I haven't seen this guy carrying a bazooka, how can he be happy? But now, a sniper rifle that can make squint to use it. You taste carefully. While talking, Lu Fei pulled Nami Robin and hid in the corner with Zoro. Hurry up and cover your ears, and take it away later depending on the situation. Lu Fei looked at the squinted eyes who were adjusting the weapon, and hurriedly said to the two of them. Lu Fei is in charge, who are you? Luo looked at the cautious people, although he was very confused, but still imitated everyone and covered their ears. Boom. Be bad, a huge gunshot exploded in everyone's ears. Even though everyone covered their ears, they were still a little confused by the loud noise. How to describe this kind of sound? Lu Fei thought for a long time. Yes, this kind of sound is like the kind of thick detonator fired during the Huxia New Year. With one stick, the voice-activated lights can be turned on from the first floor to the top floor. But at this moment, squinting his eyes and firing a shot, his voice was even more exaggerated than that thing. Even at the moment when he squinted his eyes and fired the gun, Lu Fei felt that the melee retreated a short distance due to the strong recoil. Sure enough, there was no truth in this squinting mouth. Also adjust a little bit, firing a gun is like firing a cannon, this is not a little bit, in fact it is you a little bit. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Seeing that Squint Eyes put the weapon back, everyone slowly let go of their hands. How is it? Lu Fei squinted his eyes curiously. Let the bullets fly for a while. He squinted his eyes and smiled mysteriously, without explaining too much. But not long after the melee moved forward, everyone saw a flamingo standing in midair. Doflamingo. Take your life. Lu Fei smiled at Brother Ming. If you don't plan to do it, we'll leave. But after all, as a villain with brains, the number of people is not only not dominant. Last time, the 12 rings of Fujiwara and the sword that made people tremble in the soul, Brother Ming said that he will never forget it even in death. However, in order to make arrangements in advance, Brother Ming finally gritted his teeth and flew back to Dressrosa. The left side of the head, cheeks, and shoulders were scorched black, and it could even be seen from the pink fur coat behind him. Aren't you coming down for a chat? Brother Ming felt the burning sensation on his cheeks and shoulders, and couldn't help but get angry. If I hadn't subconsciously tilted my head just now, and the blow just now, I would definitely be gone. Shixi, it's useless. Ming Dao suppressed his anger and looked at the people on the melee and asked, I don't know if you are here. If he hadn't dodged this bullet in time, Brother Ming's head would have exploded instantly like a watermelon. After a few breaths, seeing Brother Ming who was still in the air, Frankie launched a melee, and everyone moved towards Dressrosa again. And if you go there so rashly, you may fall into the trap of this group of people again. But Brother Ming looked into the distance, and then at the advancing position of the melee, but still resisted the desire to do something. At the moment, Doflamingo doesn't look like a spirited guy, but want to kill me. It's not that simple, although Brother Ming doesn't know why Luo got involved with this group of people. Hey, isn't this heavenly yaksha, Master Doflamingo? Lu Fei smiled and waved to Brother Ming. But Dressrosa, it's my place. 182, Momonosuke is here. After the cordial and friendly conversation with Doflamingo, everyone continued to form the melee and slowly moved towards Dressrosa. Anyway, everyone is not in a hurry, just treat it as a trip. If possible, Lu Fei would also like to wait for Aokiji and Lao Sha. Dressrosa is so big, Lu Fei said that he will definitely not let these two rabbits go, it will take a lot of labor. Recalling Brother Ming's strange behavior just now in his mind, Lu Fei slapped his head, and everything became clear. No wonder the flamingo was so anxious, it turned out that Ching and Shaw had already succeeded. Otherwise, Brother Ming, don't wait for Dressrosa to come out for a walk. But I just don't know, what happened to these two goods in Punk Hazard? How much is the completion of the task? What if, it happens that the two act separately, and it happens that Lao Sha encounters a hidden plot and meets Momonosuke? Obediently, that scene is simply picturesque. After getting along for such a long time, although Lao Sha also promised not to shoot at civilians. And with Lao Sha's arrogant personality, he must do what he says. But what if it is in the form of Handy Xiaofenlong? Then with Lao Sha's character, he will never be forced to get used to this grandson, and just pick up a note of, people. Just as Lu Fei was crooked at the scene of the old sandstorm beating Momonosuke, the two bastards of Sword God and Sword God came together. Brother, I have a question. Johnny seemed to be thinking for a long time, but he moved to Lu Fei's side and asked. I have one too. Joseph also leaned over and looked at Lu Fei curiously. The purpose of this trip, as their own people, of course, is very clear. But, they obviously met Doflamingo just now, why didn't Big Brother and the others directly file a case? What's wrong? Seeing the weird expressions on their faces, Lu Fei asked. Brother, why did you have such a good opportunity just now? Johnny asked suspiciously. He even wiped it on his neck. The idea of killing Brother Ming was very blatant. That's right, Big Brother, I still want to have a good touch with that Doflamingo. Joseph touched Zanpakuto on his waist, full of fighting spirit. If the big brother gave the order just now, it will be over if I cut him or not. Johnny was a little depressed. Obviously, his strength has increased greatly now, but he has never had the opportunity to appear on the screen. That's right, brother, what a great opportunity. Joseph said regretfully. I directly backhanded a knife. Yes, we cut the sea with one knife. Okay. So amazing. The little fan moved to one side, with starlight in his eyes, looking at the two of Haki who were radiating. Question mark question mark question mark. One shichibukai per knife. It's okay for people to squint their eyes and say that. But you two, looking at the two of them, Lu Fei was filled with emotions for a moment. If Lao Sha hears this, will you two have a good life in the future? And what about Luo? Isn't this shichibukai too? When it's time to complain, why is this so quiet? Lu Fei listened to the speech of the two, looked curiously at the two people who were naive, and then looked at Lu Zoro aside. Floating. Or did it actually fly? But should it be said that it was taught by a master? In ancient times, there was Lu Zoro threatening to kill Whitebeard Kaido, but now there is Sword God and Sword God fighting Brother Ming. Seemingly aware of Lu Fei's weird eyes, Zoro looked over with a displeased face. I always feel that you are thinking about something bad. FK, is this grandson so sharp now? Ahem. Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment to cover up his embarrassment. Brother Ming, don't rush to act. Lu Fei looked at the two people who were depressed for a while, smiled and said, I will give you two a chance to challenge Brother Ming. Real. The two people who were depressed at first ran to the side happily in an instant, and started the special training. Draw the knife. Slash. Take the knife. The two of them just practiced over and over again, and they didn't feel boring at all. On the contrary, with the swing of a knife, the two people's understanding of the way of the sword is slowly deepening. It's nice to be young. Looking at the two people who were full of energy and started special training, Lu Fei smiled with emotion. Youth. This is youth. Hiss. The roar of thunder and lightning came again. Lu Fei immediately sat down obediently, looking at Nami obediently. Don't speak in an old man's tone again. Nami looked at Lu Fei, and a violent thunder shot out from his right arm again. Ask for flowers. Okay. Lu Fei immediately nodded frantically. Just kidding, is this going to kill you? Think with your toes, the next second Nami's thunder fist will definitely land. Oh, it's really love. Robin closed the book, looked at the two with a gentle face and smiled. I rely on Robin you. Lu Fei looked at Robin in disbelief. Matchmakers. Not like a good person. Seeing the black-bellied Robin who smiled very gently, Lu Fei hurriedly stood up and ran away. But a certain black-bellied girl had already crossed her hands and activated the fruit ability. 6 blooms. In the next second, Lu Fei's feet, abdomen, and head were all tightly controlled by Robin's hands. It's over. .00. WWW. Barbecue again. Listening to the raging thunder and lightning, Lu Fei didn't even have to think about it. After being stimulated by Robin, there must be a blushing humanoid Pikachu Nami standing behind him. Thunder fist. Erlian. Bang bang. Lu Fei fell on the deck again, clutching his head, rolling on the spot in pain. Hey, dinner is ready. Sanji and the little fan shouted to the crowd with their plates. Little Robin, I remember you. Lu Fei got up from the ground and looked at Robin with a displeased face. In the future, you can lock the door when you sleep. Otherwise, when you wake up in the morning, there will be an extra person by your side. Lu Fei sternly said harshly. Ah la la, I'm really looking forward to it. Ronan smiled softly. This is the so-called, do you want to see you at first sight when you wake up? Mom, I can't bear it, I really can't bear it. The enemy's firepower was too fierce, and it was a bit overwhelming. Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment, and headed towards the dining table. Hey, it looks like it's just in time. Listening to this familiar voice, everyone knew that Lao Sha and Aokiji were back. However, this time, there were 3 more people. Of course, one of them is something that many Heimi don't want to see. One of the death list, Momonosuke. The grandson was also brought by the two. 183. He is still just a child. After watching the two of them finish unloading their bags, Lu Fei was just about to ask what was going on. I saw these two guys with indifferent expressions, quickly slipped to the table and sat down, and started the journey of cooking. Ah, what a mess. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha and Aokiji wolfing down, and sighed helplessly. No wonder I am still curious about why the speed of these two goods is so fast. Obviously I went to Punk Hazard for a few days, and I came back in a blink of an eye. It turns out that Sanji has completely spoiled his appetite. Boss, what are you thinking? Brook glanced casually, saw Lu Fei who was stupefied, and hurriedly reminded him. Cooking is not active. Brain, there's something wrong with the brain, hiccup. Zoro made up his mind, and continued to eat and drink. As everyone's strength increases, every day when it's time for dinner, it's really the so-called 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. What you can eat and how much you can eat depends entirely on your hand speed. Leftovers. FK left. The people on the 940 boat said that even if Sanji was exhausted from cooking, it is impossible for everyone to have leftovers. Because one day after the plot of the Fishman Island, Zoro had to learn to return his life because he was too full to eat. Yes, it was after eating too much and causing him to become a ball and unable to move. Start to inhale crazily, and then exhale with a breath of stale air, the body will return to its original shape, and life will return. And this thing is not the most ridiculous. The most ridiculous thing is, after everyone saw their deputy captain, Zoro, after returning to his original form, he could continue to cook. Everyone is so angry that Genin is gone. Everyone is a comparison. Why can you continue to cook with your skills, but we can't? So in the current situation, except for the little fan who just came in and his subordinates, if anyone in Lu Fei's group doesn't know how to do this, he will definitely be despised by everyone. So sometimes, inward roll, just inadvertently, just like the parrot at the beginning, Lu Fei guessed that there was a high probability that this race could not speak. Until one day, a parrot that likes to show off opened its mouth. On that day, the entire parrot world underwent earth-shaking changes. Forget it, you guys eat first. Lu Fei looked at the frozen dragon beside him, tied it into rice dumplings, and sprinkled it on Guy who was about to suffocate. There are also Momonosuke and Kinemon who are standing at the dining table, who don't know what to think. By the way, what the hell is this thing? Lu Fei pointed at the frozen giant dragon and asked Aokiji. The person who brought him was actually okay. Lu Fei said that he knew them all, but this frozen dragon. Fresh ingredients, all right. Aokiji gave Lu Fei a thumbs up and continued to cook. Well, it seems that Aokiji is completely crooked. Lu Fei slapped his head. Since then, the ruthless cooking machine has added 2 more people. But let's see if Guy spreads this stuff first. Don't let this stuff suffocate. Lu Fei quickly untied the cover and sprinkled something like plastic on Guy, and then took out the sock that Guy sprinkled in his mouth, which was stained with saliva. The guy took a few deep breaths of fresh air, and then burst into tears. It's not human. It's not human at all. Guy burst into tears and snot, and began to complain to Lu Fei. As a terrible, talented scientist, when did Guy say he was insulted like this? Yes, I'm a prisoner, but I'm also a dignified prisoner. Guy continued to cry to Lu Fei with snot and tears. Just beat me up indiscriminately. You should at least ask, am I willing to go? No, don't ask anything. Come up and give me a beating. Look, my face. While talking, Guy moved his face closer with a grieved expression. Also, it doesn't matter if you put a bag on your head. Thinking of this, Guy couldn't help crying louder. Socks. It's my fresh socks. Guy shouted towards Lao Sha's position. Yes, it's him, just plug it in. Whether I like it or not. Just put it in your mouth. Vomit, vomit. Speaking of this, Guy couldn't help retching twice, and it was obvious that Lao Sha was about to play badly. HMPH, I'm afraid of this guy's noise. Lao Sha replied arrogantly. Besides, there was nothing around at that time, so what can I do? Lao Sha looked at the loveless Guy Saw, and seemed to feel that something was wrong, so he snorted arrogantly and continued to cook. And when Lu Fei was interrogating Guy Saw, and everyone was immersed in cooking. Clang, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of Momonosuke. Not hungry at all next time. I will never eat these things. At this moment, Momonosuke's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted angrily. Under the feet, there are scattered golden fried rice and broken porcelain bowls. Seeing Momonosuke's move, the little fan picked up Momonosuke's collar and was about to throw his fist at it. For the little fans who worship everyone, this kind of behavior can already be buried on the spot. It doesn't matter if you are a child or not, I will die to you. Snapped. Sanji blocked the little fan's punch, and breathed out a puff of smoke lightly. Brother Sanji. The little fan looked at Sanji puzzled. Obviously such a precious food, it took so much painstaking effort to make the food. Why does brother Sanji want to block himself? Let's put it down first. Sanji patted the little fan with a kind face and a smile. Okay. The little fan gave Momonosuke a vicious look, and threw it to the ground. Although the little fan was extremely unhappy, he still used his strength the moment he threw it down. Boom. This fall can make Momonosuke dizzy. Oh hoo, have fun watching. Lu Fei kicked away Guy Saw, who was still nagging, and walked towards the crowd. Of course, Lu Fei also saw the confusion on the little fan's face, but this guy doesn't really think that Sanji is so easy to talk to, right? Didn't you see that the 2 sword gods and sword gods are already hugging each other, and they are starting to tremble? Didn't you see that Chopper is already hiding in Robin's arms, covering his eyes with his hands? Even if you didn't see these things, on the deck, everyone moved the dining table to the corner with a look of horror on their faces. You should have seen these little fans, right? Lu Fei walked over and hugged the little fan who was still depressed, and walked towards the corner. Big brother. The little fan looked at Lu Fei even more suspiciously. Well, to put it simply, you, brother Sanji, don't allow others to intervene in this matter. Lu Fei chuckled, and when everyone was lifting the table, Kinemon saw Sanji talking so well, stood up, and smiled heartily. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be such a magnanimous person. The dog messed up for a while, I'm very sorry. Kinemon bowed deeply to Sanji, expressing his inner comfort. But after bending down, Sanji didn't respond for a long time. As soon as Kinemon raised his body, he saw Sanji looking at Momonosuke kindly and said. The fried rice on the ground, pick up 2.4 and eat it. After all, you are a brat, and you have the right to be willful once. But Momonosuke, he's still a child after all. This idiot, how can he understand the steps given by Sanji? Who would eat that kind of thing? Momonosuke was very stubborn. Even though his legs were trembling, he still raised his head and yelled at Sanji. As a warrior, I naturally have the glory of a warrior. Seeing Momonosuke so tough, Lu Fei and the others slapped their heads together. Hopeless. Wait to die, Your Excellency, the dog is just not very sensible. Kinemon looked at the two with a smile, and explained. He's still a kid, but the next second, boom, the black aura on Sanji exploded. Roll. Sanji turned his head and watched Kinemon spit out a word coldly. Kinemon looked at Sanji in front of him, his pupils dilated, and his body retreated unconsciously. How is this possible? Conqueror's Haki. Point 184, Sanji's special session. Little devil, I'll say it again. Sanji put out the cigarette, looked at Momonosuke coldly, and gave the dead boy one last chance. Eating the food you threw away, I act as if nothing happened. Tisk. The rest of the traversers smacked their lips together again. After finally finding an opportunity, I'm just waiting for you to eat meat. What the hell are you giving me a chance? Momonosuke must die. Not according to the current situation, everyone dare not go up to tease Sanji, they can only compare in a low voice. After all, as the foodie on board, who is out of his mind to mess with Sanji? I think back in the sea restaurant, Iron Fist Xiaofan now turned over the table with one punch. The results of it, Sanji didn't give him a chance at all, and he just went up and asked for it. Not only was he ashamed in front of his girlfriend, but he was also stuck with a supernatural symbol on his forehead. It's almost dead. Don't you have any reverence for food at all? Sanji looked at Momonosuke who was still dying in front of him, and shook his head. For the sake of Momonosuke being a child, Sanji gave him the opportunity, and it was twice. What do you want to do? Momonosuke looked at the man in front of him, his legs softened, and he sat on the ground. Boom. In the next second, smoke rose everywhere. The pink little dragon who has always looked very aggressive, appeared in front of everyone at 11. Is this your answer? Sanji looked at Momonosuke who had transformed into a dragon form in front of him, and wanted to hold it lightly. The results of it, everyone has put on a fighting stance, so it's not his fault. But Sanji did forget about this point, it's really not that this guy wants to fight. Because of his uncontrollable ability, Momonosuke will turn into a dragon when he is nervous or frightened. The next second, Sanji clasped his hands together and said in a very reverent whisper. Thank you for all the ingredients in this world. For a moment, Sanji suddenly emitted a strange red light all over his body. That kind of ominous aura made Kinemon behind him tremble with fear. Not good. Kinemon looked at Sanji at this moment, although he was terrified in his heart, he wanted to turn his head and leave immediately. But his young master is there, how could he escape? Your Excellency, please calm down. Kinemon suppressed the fear in his heart and prayed to Sanji. Say one more word, I'll beat you up too. Sanji turned his head and looked at Kinemon coldly. Roll. In the next second, behind Sanji, a red ghost suddenly emerged, hanging on the tablecloth on his chest, holding a knife and fork and looking at the angry little pink dragon below with a smirk. The terrifying aura exuded even made Momonosuke feel for a moment that he would be completely torn apart by the evil ghost in front of him in the next second, and thrown into his mouth. No. After seeing the evil spirit, Kinemon immediately wanted to go up to rescue Momonosuke, but when he was about to leave, he was overwhelmed by another momentum. Stay quietly, the last piece of advice. Lu Fei gave Wyman a cold look. Bah, Conqueror's Haki, how, possible, and, another name. Kinemon is almost completely insane. Momonosuke, what kind of people did he provoke? Although Kinemon wanted to stand up again at this moment, his body was no longer under the control of this guy. It is not easy to maintain a clear consciousness. As for Momonosuke who turned into a little pink dragon, this time, the grandson knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. He wanted to run away, but when he looked up and saw the evil ghost's eyes, Xiao Fenlong had no strength at all. Don't talk about running away, even if you move your fingers, it seems that you have exerted all your strength. I'm starting. Sanji clasped his hands together and let out a soft drink. No. Don't, come here. Xiao Fenlong retreated tremblingly, murmuring incessantly. Evil ghost. But Sanji, who has already given the chance, has already suppressed his anger, how can he let this unlucky dead child go? Step by step, Sanji slowly came to Momonosuke who was trembling all over. Did you hear that? It's food, the sound of crying. In the next second, Sanji's arms were dyed black, and when his hands touched, he made the sound of iron rubbing. Armed color double nail fist. Sanji made a fist with his right hand, and slammed heavily on Momonosuke's abdomen. Its strength was so great that the right fist sank deeply into Xiao Fenlong's belly, if Sanji hadn't controlled the strength again. With this punch, Momonosuke was completely gone. Whizzing. With one blow, two silver steel nails phantoms passed through Xiao Fenlong's body. Wow. Momonosuke coughed up a big mouthful of blood, and retreated unconsciously. But how could Sanji let this dead child go so easily? After all, regardless of personal grievances, most people have wanted to beat this guy up for a long time. What's more, this grandson completely PD'd me off today. Sanji's fists flashed with a dark golden light, and he pulled back. Momonosuke appeared in front of him again. Cracking skull with strong hands. Hauser's E skill, which slams all enemies on either side of him together, can also pull enemies on one side. As for Sanji, who is a muscular man, the system has rewarded Sanji with all skills very thoughtfully. Zawarudo, Sanji yelled. The world, stop at this moment. In the next second, the substitute behind Sanji, the world, started a frenzied output to Little Pink Dragon. Woo big wood big wood big wood big. The stand-ins double fists danced, several punches were thrown out in an instant, covering Xiao Fenlong's whole body accurately. But after Sanji's penance, the time has changed from the first 2 seconds to 5 seconds. Woo big wood big wood big wood big. Wood, big. 5 seconds later, the world turned again. Ooh, at this moment, little Fenlong has completely changed beyond recognition and is covered in blood. Really, why does Sanji use a body double? Lu Fei said with some regret. I took out the camera myself, just to record this beautiful scene. It's a pity that I didn't see the whole process. Zoro dragged his chin, but looking at the unrecognizable Momonosuke, he was inexplicably relieved. What should we do? Isn't it a little cruel? Nami looked at Momonosuke's miserable appearance and said a little bit unbearably. I've already kept my hand. Lu Fei patiently explained to Nami, otherwise, how could it be 2 consecutive nail punches, at least 10 consecutive starts, okay. And, is this cruel? How cruel is this? Lu Fei curled his lips indifferently. This brat is also thankful for himself, he has no time to stretch his hands to you too. Otherwise, the best ending at that time will be that the 2 claws 507 chop this guy up. With a loud noise, Sanji dodged and returned to the Mary. Boom. After watching Sanji finish, Lu Fei lifted the half-dead Momonosuke up the mountain, and threw him into the arms of Kinemon, who stood up tremblingly. No, Sanji picked up Momonosuke, jumped up high, and jumped off the Mary. Don't worry, I won't attack you. Lu Fei smiled at Jinwaiman. As soon as he said this, Kinemon's muscles tensed up, and he wished to escape from here immediately, but he, who had just begun to recover, couldn't even protect himself. Amazing. The retainer is a good retainer, the master, tisk tisk. Lu Fei looked at Momonosuke, who was still breathing, and snorted disdainfully. Hey, am I not an accomplice now? Aokiji yawned, and then his fingers turned into ice, and touched the surface of the sea where Sanji was about to fall. Brother Aokiji, Lu Fei shouted at Aokiji. Have you enjoyed it? Lu Fei looked at Sanji and asked. Wrist Hauser's big move, grab an enemy hero, carry the hero forward, and then slam the hero to the ground. In the next second, the ice cracked. I don't understand what you're talking about. Kinemon defended Momonosuke firmly, and said, pretending to be stupid. At this moment, Sanji's brutal beating of Momonosuke is still going on. You are not qualified to die in our hands. Well, it's okay. Sanji exhaled, then walked to the place where the food was scattered, and started to clean it. After the stand-in, he came to the home court of the wrist man again. 185, Fujitora is still here. A day later, the crowd came to Dressrosa. By the way, when entering Dressrosa, Kinemon left with Momonosuke. After all, after being beaten, Kinemon really didn't dare to walk with everyone again. According to Momonosuke's lack of winking situation, if the time comes, some big boss will be provoked. Kinemon made it clear that the concubine really couldn't do it, so for the safety of Momonosuke, Kinemon still took the brat with his last breath. But at this moment, everyone felt the comfortable climate and breathed the sweet smell of flowers in the air. At a certain moment, Lu Fei and other traversers were a little in a trance, doubting whether this place at this moment is really as dark as the old thief Oda painted. Flowers, delicacies, hot dancing of the dancers, Aokiji yawned and explained to the crowd. Is that all? Lu Fei and others looked at Aokiji curiously. If there are only these 3 things. Hit the wrong person. Flamingos are innocent. That's way off the mark. Hey. Lu Fei, Zoro and other traversers glanced at each other. The plot is crooked. But that's not quite right either. Summit wore Mingo's crazy speech, and isn't there Luo? Isn't this guy always trying to kill Brother Ming? Just when several people were wondering, Aokiji's voice came again. Of course, there are also products unique to the country, dolls, puppets. Aokiji glanced at everyone and laughed. After going in for a while, don't let it scare you. As soon as Aokiji finished speaking, Lu Fei, Zoro and the others let out a sigh of relief. What a grandson. This guy took a big breath, and the traversers thought the plot had changed. Lu Fei cast a helpless glance at Aokiji. Those half-spoken people will fall into the well sooner or later. By the way, should we put on a disguise? Luo looked at the crowd, wanting to make a good plan. However, since the plot of the Fishman Island, after Luo was persecuted by Zoro and the little fans, this guy has always been obsessed with the trick. From time to time, I just want to find an opportunity to show it to everyone. What is a trick? You can pretend. Lu Fei looked at Luo, who was persuading everyone earnestly, and nodded. Hearing this, Luo immediately became excited, but the next sentence made Luo froze in place again. But it's not necessary. A few people laughed. They didn't want to be thieves, just pretend to be chicken feathers. Lu Fei patted Luo on the shoulder and called everyone to walk into the city together. Although everyone has been mentally prepared after Aokiji's reminder. But when everyone stepped into this town, they were really taken aback by those living dolls. It's amazing. Zoro looked at the people around him, filled with emotion. Looking around, this town, no, it should be said that it is in the whole of Dressrosa. All people are more or less accompanied by puppets. If it is said that Lu Fei and others don't know the plot, maybe they really think it is a special ability. These puppets seem to have life and perfectly integrated into the city. Right. Aokiji looked at the shocked crowd and said with a smile, I was also taken aback when I came here. Aokiji recalled the time when he was the third admiral, and he was filled with emotion. Still, Aokiji doesn't regret his choice. Just like what he said at the time, some things can be seen more clearly without the marine. Brother Aokiji, with your character, don't you suspect anything? Lu Fei pointed at the group of dolls and looked at Aokiji helplessly. Doubt. Aokiji didn't quite understand, it was just a group of dolls, so there was nothing to doubt. Devil Fruit's abilities are so strange, what is there to doubt? Lu Fei, that lowly fruit has a bug. Zoro reminded Lu Fei. By the way, after Zoro's reminder, Lu Fei remembered. The ability of the childlike fruit, the person who was turned into a toy, will be erased from the memory of other people. System, this thing, is it effective for us? Lu Fei hurriedly asked in his heart, if the system's answer is yes, or not sure. Then the battle plan this time needs to be changed. Ding. Host, don't have to worry, this devil fruit is invalid for this system. After getting the answer, Lu Fei immediately whispered to Zoro and the others. You guys, ask that, and see if the fruit of childishness has any effect on you. Lu Fei didn't want to hit his name and it suddenly disappeared. No problem. Does not work. I'm okay here too. After hearing the replies from several people, Lu Fei felt relieved now. But my team, after all, is not all traversers, just to be on the safe side. From the system, Lu Fei exchanged a photo of Granos and took it out. Big brother, what is this? The little fan looked at the photo carefully, then suddenly slapped his head and shouted excitedly. Is this the third sister-in-law? Ah, Lu Fei whipped the kick and kicked the little fan away. Hey, I didn't expect you, Captain Kid. Aokiji looked at Lu Fei jokingly, and then at Nami and Robin. Too small. Chopper looked at Lu Fei in disbelief, as if he had discovered some shocking secret. Hiss, damn. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Fei hurriedly turned around and shouted. Nami, listen to me. But Lu Fei was a step too slow after all. Robin had already crossed his arms and activated the fruit ability. 6 rounds of flowers bloom. I rely on Robin again. And what the hell is your combo skill now, hey? Seeing the fists getting closer and closer, since he couldn't resist, Lu Fei could only close his eyes and accept the reality. Quote. Give me a good reflection. Nami let out a growl, and dropped his fist. Thunder fist. 10 in a row. After this blow, Lu Fei really shed tears of regret. Why? Happiness belongs to others. Fortunately, Zoro squinted his eyes and the others explained it to the others in time. How? How could? Impossible. Such a terrifying ability. It's horrible. Absolutely not allowed. When everyone heard Zoro and others' explanation, they were extremely shocked on the one hand, and looked at Lu Fei with guilt on the other hand. Really? Tell me earlier. Nami's textbook-like arrogance made Lu Fei think for a moment that he was wrong. Robin smiled softly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his activation ability just now. Seeing Lu Fei sulking alone, Nami said a little embarrassedly. Who asked you to take out such a clear photo? Everyone will definitely think that you. HMPH, woman. Lu Fei turned her head away, sullen. But in the next second, Lu Fei's head was embraced by Nami. Dwang. An inexplicable elasticity made Lu Fei's mind go blank. Oh, I seem to remember our plot in Moria. Zoro looked at the two people who showed their affection, and suddenly a flash of light came to his mind. By the way, hasn't this grandson Captain eaten rubber fruit? But before Zoro could speak, Lu Fei had predicted Zoro, a flying thunder god whip. Those who harm me and those who do good things are pregnant. Die to grandpa. And when Lu Fei plunged into Nami's arms again, enjoying this moment of peace. When, everyone turned around and saw a blind man holding a wooden stick, knocking step by step, slowly walking towards the crowd. Fujitora, is it still here? Seeing this familiar face, Lu Fei reluctantly got up from Nami's arms, and looked at Fujitora with interest. Is it a direct hit? Or just play mahjong? Lu Fei looked at Admiral Fujitora standing in front of him, and he was sure that this guy was targeting his group of people. Point 186, no regrets, the hand of God. Seeing Fujitora just standing there without speaking, Lu Fei and others were also happy. The other party is the newly appointed Admiral Fujitora. Lu Fei and others can't believe it. This guy would appear in Dressrosa for no reason, let alone Fujitora would appear in front of everyone by such a coincidence. However, is this more than patience? Lu Fei smiled indifferently, just in time to test out how terrifying this admiral's strength has reached. Brook, it's up to you. Lu Fei turned his head and smiled at Brook, who immediately nodded in understanding. Tap the staff lightly on the ground, and a chair appeared behind everyone. And in order to take care of Fujitora, Brook also thoughtfully prepared a chair for Fujitora. Immediately, Brook took out a tea table from his backpack and placed it in front of everyone. Skilled in cleaning tea sets, boiling water, weighing and so on. The standard tea-making steps one after another made Lu Fei and others look confused. Who would have thought that Brook would be so particular about drinking tea? Compared with Frankie who makes tea and drinks all day long, they are two extremes. It's like a well-mannered scholar who abides by the rules of etiquette all the time. The other is a rough man who has no rules, comes to whatever he likes, has a tiger in his heart but can sniff roses. Okay boss. Brook made a gesture of invitation to everyone. A drink. Lu Fei picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Fujitora. Thank you. Fujitora took the teacup and smiled honestly. Don't tell me. Fujitora looks like an honest man with a very deceptive appearance when he doesn't usually fight. If Lu Fei and others hadn't known the plot, they would have been deceived by Fujitora's honest appearance. Just like that, no one mentioned why they appeared here. The few people are like close friends at first sight, sipping tea, chatting, and talking about interesting stories from all over the world. And to pass the time, the three of them, Lu Fei, Zoro, Brook and Fujitora, had a few small games of mahjong. You have to say something else, maybe Fujitora is a slow learner. But if it is mahjong cards, this guy has been a gambler all year round. Simply listen to the rules, touch one side of the card with your finger, and let this guy remember it in an instant, can you believe it? But there is no way, this guy seems to be the god of gamblers who made Marine delay. And these few games of mahjong made Fujitora feel like he found a confidant in an instant. If you like it so much, you can go to Lao Huang when you have no tasks. Lu Fei looked at Fujitora's obsessed look, and instantly thought of Kizaru. I still remember a year ago, it was the same way back then, a few people played mahjong with Lao Huang, and it was very pleasant. Old Huang, Fujitora scratched his head in doubt, who was that? That's it, one of the three admirals, Kizaru. Zoro played a card and said indifferently. That's right, Lao Teng, as the third admiral, you can go find it if you have nothing to do. Lu Fei smiled and said, last time, I gave Lao Huang a set of exquisite mahjong made of jade. Tisk tisk, that feel is simply amazing. Thinking of the mahjong set given by the system, if it wasn't for changing Zephyr, Lu Fei really wanted to cheat, so he kept it for himself. Old BBFJ Vine. Fujitora pointed at himself in confusion, me. Although the expression is very confused, but the heart is a little shocked and a little curious. What shocked me was my identity and how these people found out. What made Fujitora curious was, knowing that he was admiral, why didn't he run away? That's right, Fujitora just smiled, what do you call old Vine? Tiger. Brook shook his head. Tiger is not good, not friendly enough. Ha ha ha, interesting, ha ha ha, Fujitora smiled happily. Hi Lao Teng, I'll call you Lao Teng. And when everyone was laughing and playing cards, a group of Marines hurried over. Oh, what a disappointment. Fujitora listened to the footsteps of the Marines, with a displeased expression on his face. Obviously, he was playing to the fullest, but suddenly came from the bottom. And the problem seems to be that you can make a fool of yourself, which is what Lu Fei and others call 13 Yao. Okay, let's come then. Lu Fei and others stood up and began to move their muscles and bones. There hasn't been much activity recently, and the bodies of several people are almost rusting. Oh, what a disappointment. Fujitora turned his head unhappily. Disappointment. At this moment, Fujitora doesn't look like Admiral at all, he is clearly a child who secretly went to an internet cafe and let his parents catch him. On Lu Fei's side, a few people fought tit for tat for the first shot, and no one would let the other. In the oldest game, rock paper scissors. In the end, Brook won and got the right to shoot first. Come on, old Vine, Brook waved at Fujitora, and then said with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I forgot you couldn't see. It doesn't matter little friend, you should come first, I'll give you 3 tricks, Fujitora smiled naively, signaling Brook not to care. Okay, I haven't experienced the feeling of letting people make moves. Brook chuckled, and then retracted the staff into the space. Just when everyone was curious about how Brook would fight next, who knew this guy laughed and said softly. Everything can be a child. With one order, one after another black and white chess pieces, accompanied by special effects of golden glitter, floated around Brook's body, making Lu Fei and others dumbfounded, feeling very envious for no reason for a while. Break the dragon. Brook held a chess piece and volleyed it down. Snapped. The moment Brook fell, a huge chessboard suddenly appeared in front of everyone, enveloping everyone in it. Boom. As soon as one fell, countless Marines rose from the sky. Attack it unprepared. Snapped. Along with the chessboard, another piece fell, countless Marines flew into the sky again. Break through the nest camp. Snapped. As Brook's third song fell, all the Marines that had rushed over were completely wiped out by Brook's hand. Good, so handsome. The little fan looked at Brook, frantically recording something in the small notebook. I really want it too. Chopper also looked at Brook with bright eyes. I have to say that Brook's song operation is really a show to everyone. The moves are handsome, and the lines are also handsome. Just ask, which boy at the scene doesn't want it? While talking and laughing, one fell, and the enemy army was destroyed. Such a handsome ability, Lu Fei and others said that they also want it very much. Little friend, pass 3 tricks once, be careful. Fujitora put away his simple and honest expression, even if Marine is completely wiped out, Fujitora is not worried. Just because, he is Fujitora lol. One of the 3 admirals in Marine. Fujitora held the stick knife in his hand, and then swung it out. In the next second, purple circles of light shot up into the sky, towards Kong Chen. Here we come. Lu Fei, Zoro and others looked up at the sky. Although I watched it many times through the screen, but the live broadcast of such a thing is really shocking. After only a few breaths, a meteorite suddenly fell from the sky. The sound of piercing the air is clanging. The meteorite fell extremely fast, rubbed against the air at high speed, and instantly turned into a huge fireball meteorite, hitting everyone. Good, so strong. Is this a god? Run, run. Hearing the panic of the surrounding residents, Brook helplessly covered his forehead. Old Tang, is it really okay for you to use such a destructive move in a residential area? In a residential area? Come on, this product is natural, sure. The golden chessboard was still standing intact above everyone's heads. I will beat his son-in-law too. But, is it a god? Brook smiled indifferently, and then his fingertips shone goldenly. Uchiha Madara glared at Sharingan and said arrogantly, "Despair, this is Uchiha Madara, the power of God." One piece fell, and the entire chessboard in front of him shone with golden light and expanded rapidly. But looking at the huge meteorite above his head, Brook didn't panic at all. Instead, he suddenly remembered the famous scene in Hokage. But this power of summoning meteorites is indeed very similar to the power of gods. Immediately afterwards, the golden chessboard quickly flew up and floated above everyone's heads. No regrets. Hand of God, snapped. It should be 5 more, ahem, slipped away. Flames are everywhere, smoke is everywhere. The smoke that drifted up for a while actually enveloped the entire sky above the town, completely blocking everyone's sight. For a while, people stared blankly at the sky, even forgetting to run away. Even if the gods are here. As the meteorite and the golden chessboard collided, they exploded above everyone's heads like a missile. When the smoke above their heads gradually dissipated, everyone looked at the sky in shock. Boom. 187, installed by Zoro. People who were panicked and fled in all directions because of the meteorite landing. The moment the chessboard lifted into the air, they all stopped and stared blankly at the golden chessboard in the air. Good. So amazing. The power of the gods, the power beyond the gods. Who are they? At this moment, countless eyes gathered towards everyone. It's a bit too much, old vine. Brook put away the chessboard and said with some reproach. Ha ha ha, didn't I forget, this is a residential area, ha ha. Fujitora smiled awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. Fortunately, the little friend in front of him blocked the blow, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Although I have a way to solve it, but to put it bluntly, the result of my own shot again is that the residents may be fine. The surrounding buildings, streets and other things must be gone. Fujitora wiped the cold sweat off his forehead when he thought that the just 250 Marine would be resisted and abused by the public for destroying public property. On Lu Fei's side, when a group of people were watching, Zoro looked at Lu Fei curiously. Whatever you want to ask, just ask. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro angrily. Now I don't know how to drop it. Looking at Zoro's wise eyes, my heart feels healed for no reason. But it should be fine recently, this grandson won't think of anything again. Thinking of this, Lu Fei already tensed all the muscles in his body. As long as Zoro said a word wrong next, he would definitely make up for it with a flying thunder god whip. Hey Captain, Zoro leaned over and asked in a low voice. Just now I wanted to ask you, what did old Wu do? FK. Lu Fei looked at his deputy captain in a daze, speechless in shock. Obviously, the fierce fight and the handsome big move just now didn't attract this dog thief. Didn't you watch the battle just now? Lu Fei stared at Zoro, a little curious. Although this product is indeed quite unreliable, but in terms of cupping and strange attention points, this product is really sharp. Look, haven't you been watching carefully all this time? Zoro scratched his head, not quite understanding why he said this all of a sudden. See, Lu Fei smirked. If you've seen it, how would you know to leave with squinting eyes? Lu Fei obviously didn't believe what his deputy captain said. From Lu Fei's point of view, Zoro just wanted to fill a small cup, but was exposed by himself. If you saw it secretly, just say it. What are you talking about? You have been watching the duel seriously. Bah, just when Lu Fei kept complaining about Zoro from the bottom of his heart, this guy's next sentence almost drove Lu Fei crazy. How should I put it? Zoro leaned on his chin, looking deep in thought. Afterwards, his deputy captain slapped his head and suddenly realized. I just saw it, do you understand? Looking at Zoro who was struggling to explain, Lu Fei's heart chugs for no reason. Look, see, what do you mean? The conversation between the two of them at this moment also caused my little friends to temporarily shift their eyes to the two of them, and asked one after another. How did you see it? Yeah, what did you see? What's interesting? Zoro listened to everyone's inquiries, and quickly recalled the description words in his mind. It's kind of like Sharingan's forecast, you know. Everyone nodded and looked at Zoro curiously. After all, due to the publication of comics such as Hokage, everyone knows that there are all kinds of weird abilities in it. Could it be, Zoro, you brought the Sharingan? Wow, so handsome, I want to have it too. Big brother big cowhide. No, it's not that exaggerated. Zoro waved his hands hastily, and then said, it was just after we finished the boxing game. For a moment, I seemed to see a certain fragment of the picture. Hearing this, Lu Fei had already fully reacted, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the stupid Zoro. Sharingan's prediction. That's a fart. In the face of this exaggerated ability, just talking about Sharingan's prediction, compared with it, it is a younger brother. But after this guy loses his mind, he really belongs to God and has no identity. Who will feed him behind him? The most important thing is, how long has it been since Zoro has been strengthened until it becomes a bug in the game, and now Nima is still strengthened. If this goes on, can everyone still have fun playing in the future? Hey, and every day, licking a big face, saying that others are introverted. You be *******D, give me a good self-reflection, hey. And just when Lu Fei complained in his heart, Zoro opened his mouth again and said. At first I thought I hadn't had a good rest recently, so I wanted to find a place to take a good rest. But then everything Lu Fei did was actually exactly the same as in the picture. So, I just want to ask the captain. Zoro spread his hands and told the whole story. Amazing. The little fanboy and Chopper looked at Zoro with bright eyes. While feeling amazing, they also hoped that they would come to experience this experience at a certain time. While the others were feeling emotional, Lu Fei and other traversers, as well as the well-informed Aokiji Laosha, all looked at Zoro with strange expressions. CA2. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, gritted his teeth and said, "Ah." Zoro heard Lu Fei's muttering, and looked at Lu Fei in a daze. Charlotte. Katakuri. Sanji glanced at everyone and explained, "One of the 4 emperors, the second son of the Charlotte family. Has a very strong observation haki, and overcultivated Yinka too. We have reached the state where we can see the future." As soon as Sanji said this, everyone who was curious to discuss was completely stunned. "Ah, is that so?" Zoro nodded thoughtfully, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was clearly captured by Lu Fei and others. Confirmed. This grandson definitely knew it when his ability was awakened just now. As an old hamey, if you want to talk about others, Lu Fei can't take it easy. But how could the grandson of Zoro not know about this ability? Damn it, let this stuff arrive. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and looked at Zoro. No wonder this grandson took the opportunity to talk to him, so he just wanted to show off his ability. Not envious. I'm not envious at all. The villain in Lu Fei's heart once again held the handkerchief in his mouth, crying silently. Dog, you're really getting more and more like a dog. Sanji also understood what was going on at this moment, and looked at Zoro angrily. 1.1. At first everyone thought there was something wrong with this product, but what happened? This guy just awakened his ability and just wanted to show off. Outrageous. Nima is outrageous. And just when Lu Fei and Sanji exchanged glances, they were about to give this cup-packed guy a good meal. Awesome. Zoro suddenly said something inexplicably, making everyone confused for a while. Sharp, who are you talking about? Although at the moment Brook and Fujitora did fight back and forth. But compared to the big move just now, it is much worse. But after a while, everyone understood what the so-called powerful was. After a few breaths, in the crowd of onlookers, countless dolls emitted golden light. At this moment, the entire Dressrosa doll turned back into a human body. Those lost memories also returned to everyone's minds at this moment. 188. 3 brothers gathered together. At this moment, all the residents of Dressrosa, with tears in their eyes, hugged the people around them tightly, crying loudly. Obviously the most important person in your life, and the one you should never forget. But how could they be forgotten so easily? Regret, remorse, rejoice. Countless emotions surged into everyone's hearts, but they couldn't say a word at all, they could only hug each other and cry bitterly. Sure enough, Squinting Eyes is still reliable. Looking at the people who have transformed back, Lu Fei was full of emotion for a while. After all, after the boxing guessing ended just now, Lu Fei just felt that if they fight, they will definitely attract a lot of attention. So later in the duel between Fujitora and Brook, Squint took the task and left the team quietly. And squinting the eyes is because of the help of the system, and quickly found the location of the sugar. Although the means may be a little rough, but for Squinting Eyes. Since the enemy is the Doflamingo group, no matter what means, the end result is the same, so it's fine. Stop, little friend, there is no need to continue fighting between us. Although Fujitora is blind, he can still feel what is happening around him with his heart. And the most important thing is that the people around who become dolls are not only the residents of this country, but also his marines. Because at this moment, a lot of memories about Marine flooded into Fujitora's mind. Looking at the angry Fujitora, Brook also nodded and backed away. Is it so dark? Aokiji exhaled coldly and clenched his fists. Although he was reminded by Zoro just now, he already understood the terrifying power of this fruit. But the scene in front of him still makes it difficult for Aokiji, who used to be a marine, to accept. After all, the king of Dressrosa is held by Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. And for nearly 10 years, no bad news has come out. After a cruel pirate ruled a kingdom, it was very strange that no negative news came out. But what is even more strange is that neither the world government nor the marine side have ever sent personnel to investigate. Where is this? Lu Fei looked at the heavy-faced Aokiji, and muttered involuntarily. Kaido's place is the most disgusting. After all, the people of Dressrosa, with the arrival of the crowd, will finally usher in liberation. But at Wano-kuni, many local residents were hungry and ate a lot of failed man-made devil fruit. The price is deprived of expression. No matter how painful the heart is in the future, there is no way to make other expressions except for a crazy smile. Phew. Aokiji exhaled slowly, and gradually calmed down. After all, Aokiji also understands that there is no way to worry about this kind of thing, and he can only move forward step by step. But at this moment Aokiji also made a decision in his heart: if the rest of New World were like Dressrosa, then in the future, when facing the world government, he, Aokiji, will definitely get involved. Not long after, everyone watched off the cursing Fujitora, and just about to move on, when he was looking for trouble for Brother Ming, 2 figures galloped from afar. Lu Fei, Lu Fei. Hearing the familiar voice coming from a distance, Lu Fei and others stopped in their tracks. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, and a scorching breath spread over the face. Looking at this aggressive appearance, it must be Ace. Yo Lu Fei. Ace greeted Lu Fei with a smile, and then said with a mysterious face. You would never have imagined that I met. But before Ace finished speaking, he saw Lu Fei smiled and reached out to fist bump Sabo for a hug. Long time no see, Lu Fei. Sabo looked at Lu Fei in front of him, and said with a manly smile. Long time no see. Looking at Sabo in front of him, Lu Fei was also indescribably happy. At that time, he and Ace knew about the news of Sabo's death at sea. But because he had no strength and the system was not turned on, Lu Fei could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart and wait for the opportunity silently. Fortunately, the system told Lu Fei that Sabo was rescued, which reassured Lu Fei a lot. But also because of the limitation of the system, Lu Fei can't tell Ace that Sabo is still alive. Coupled with the messy things during this period, it has been dragged until now. Looking at the warm couple, Ace looked puzzled. It's not right. Wouldn't Lu Fei be surprised when he saw Sabo? You must know that he was quite out of control when he saw Sabo. Moreover, this guy is not the Lu Fei I know. Ace looked at the warm two with a face full of pain. Obviously when he met him, it was either a XX card or a poisonous dragon drill. He also wanted to see what strange reaction Sabo would have when facing these moves. After all, he can't just let him suffer the beatings, at least give Sabo a couple of beatings, right? Stop. Ace hurriedly pulled the two away, turned into lemon essence, and looked at the two with a displeased face. Where's your white crane spreading its wings? Where's your black tiger digging out its heart? Ace frantically played tricks on Lu Fei, and by the way, he learned what Lu Fei, a martial arts master, looked like at that time. Alas, Lu Fei looked at Ace in front of him and let out an exaggerated scream. This is the right reaction. Ace closed his eyes, and nodded in satisfaction, but Lu Fei's next words almost flashed Ace's waist. May I ask who you are? Lu Fei looked at Ace curiously, then waved his hands indifferently. Forget it, it's not important. Seeing the two get together again and start a warm conversation, Ace couldn't help it. Ace, the head of the three dignified brothers. Hey, I'm angry, I'm really angry, hey, I'm terribly angry right now. Seeing Ace getting sick, Sabo smiled at Lu Fei. Lu Fei, stop teasing Ace. Seeing Ace getting more and more stupid, Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly. Why is Ace getting more and more stupid? How did you meet this big fool? Lu Fei pointed to Ace and asked Sabo. Actually, it's like this. Sabo looked at the two and smiled, then told his own story. He originally lost his memory, but one day he saw a photo of Ace about to be executed. At that moment, Sabo recalled everything before. Due to the flood of memories, Sabo was in a coma for several days. When Sabo wakes up, the Summit War is completely over. Although Ace was rescued, Lu Fei disappeared, which made Sabo very anxious. However, through Sabo's efforts, Sabo found Ace who was practicing penance within the sphere of influence of Whitebeard. After the conversation between the two brothers made a decision and came to Dressrosa no Nuos ahead of time to wait for Lu Fei's arrival. After all, the younger brother of the two threatened to wipe out all the forces in New World, so Dressrosa and Lu Fei would definitely change. And after the battle just now, Ace knew at a glance that Lu Fei was doing something again, so he and Sabo rushed over in a hurry. By the way, after this is over, follow me. Lu Fei looked at Ace and said. This may not work. Ace sighed and shook his head helplessly. Since Dad left, Blackbeard has been encroaching on our sphere of influence. After this place is over, I will go back quickly. If I tell you to go with me, you can go, just say one more word to cut you off. Lu Fei glared angrily, and then his arms were wrapped in arms. As long as Ace dares to say one more word, Haihu will serve him wholeheartedly. Besides, I finally showed kindness and let you see Whitebeard again. Are you still in love with me? Well, then as soon as possible. Although he didn't want to agree, but when he thought of Lu Fei's exaggerated force value, Ace could only shrink his neck silently and said aggrievedly. .189, Fire Fist Sabo. Seeing the grievance on Ace's face, when Lu Fei was about to say a few words, a girl suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The person who came was none other than Crawl, the revolutionary soldier, the girl who grew up with Sabo, and the second sister-in-law in Hamy's mouth. But at this moment, Claire was obviously angry, and grabbed Sabo's face as soon as he came up. Hey, Sabo, you should be clear about your position. Claire grabbed Sabo's face and muttered dissatisfied. On the other hand, Lu Fei and the others had a look of anticipation, ready to see how Sabo would make a warm-hearted counterattack. After all, Sabo smiles very warmly when he sees everyone, and the way he treats his second sister-in-law must be very special. And in the eyes of everyone expecting, this guy actually dared to stick his neck, and said dissatisfiedly. My younger brother is in crisis, how can I take care of so much? Show, what the hell is good fortune Zhang Shensho? Lu Fei listened to Sabo's speech like a straight man of steel, and couldn't help but want to applaud Sabo. Originally, Clara, who was planning to just pull it a few times, was fine, but when he heard this, he was so angry that his style of painting changed immediately. Half-moon-shaped white eyes and a mouth full of shark-like fangs. As Crawl continued to pull outward, Sabo's face also began to extend horizontally. At this moment, Lu Fei even wondered if this guy secretly ate the rubber fruit. You have to control, Clara said angrily. Never mind, Sabo yelled, still scratching his neck. With such a straight man-like handling, Lu Fei hastily took out his camera to record this beautiful moment. Click, an interesting photo was taken. Lu Fei nodded contentedly. But the more Lu Fei looked at it, the more he felt that this scene was so familiar, the same fangs, the same white eyes. It's Nami-chan. Lu Fei closed his eyes, recalling the scene of Nami running away. The mouth is full of fangs, and the style of painting changes. It's just that Nami can entangle lightning. It really is that familiar large Pikachu, Nami. Hiss. Huh. Lu Fei tilted his head curiously. How come there is sound in the picture recalled? Is it possible that I have also awakened the color of knowledge? And it is more advanced than Zoro's, and can hear voices? Lu Fei closed his eyes, tried his best to recall this feeling, and wanted to get familiar with this feeling. But, it's not right. People's knowledge and knowledge is to predict the future. I have never heard of memories, the past. Hiss. The familiar voice came to Lu Fei's ear again. If it was just a weak electrical sound just now, then now, it is the sky thunder above the sky. 6 blooms. Feeling the hands on the feet, shoulders, and waist, Lu Fei knew that it was barbecue again. Boom. After a lightning punch, Lu Fei failed to survive Sabo, and fell to the ground first and rolled over with his head in his arms. The loud noise in this life also made Clar let go in fright, and because of Sabo's uprightness, Clar pulled his face this time, but to an incredible degree. Snapped. Like a rubber band, with strong resilience, Sabo fell directly to the ground. So, following Lu Fei, Sabo also hugged his face, writhing in pain. Really? Clar and Nami looked at the two and said in unison, then sighed helplessly. The two looked at each other, and suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. Okay, don't make trouble, Nami kicked Lu Fei in disgust, and said. When Lu Fei heard this, he jumped up quickly and kicked Sabo. What about you, second brother, stop making trouble. After finishing speaking, he patted the dust off his body, and didn't feel any embarrassment at all when he rolled on the ground just now. Hello, you are Sabo's younger brother, Lu Fei, right? Clar smiled at Lu Fei. Yeah, thank you for your hard work, second sister-in-law. Lu Fei looked at Clar and smiled, not feeling that there was anything wrong with her address. I'm not. Claire covered her mouth in surprise, but her blushing cheeks had completely betrayed Claire. It's Lu Fei, wrong call. Sabo patted the dust off his body, and explained to Lu Fei. Alas, looking at his honest second brother Sabo, Lu Fei could only sigh helplessly, and looked at his second sister-in-law with a little sympathy. It was really hard work for you to play with these two idiots along the way, second sister-in-law. Lu Fei bowed to Clar. Not at all. At this moment, Claire was completely lost in Lu Fei's second sister-in-law, unable to extricate herself. By the way, is there anyone selling Mara fruit? Lu Fei suddenly thought of an interesting thing and asked the system. Ding. Friendly reminder. The host can understand that the appearance of the same demon fruit power will increase the importance of the world government to the host. Oh come on. Isn't it just world government? I wasn't afraid when I said harsh words back then, but now I'm afraid of ghosts. And there is no Sabo of Mara fruit, so can it still be called Sabo? You must know that the theatrical version of One Piece had a box office of 5 billion. That Fire Fist is worth 4.9 billion, and of course the remaining 100 million belongs to the Empress, Big Perfume Femur. Ding. The side effect-free version of Mara fruit has been released, and the host can use it normally. Ding. The right to use the random character third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will be deducted. Oh, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. The living Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't even need a dog, so the deduction will be deducted. By the way, Sabo, have you eaten devil fruit? Lu Fei asked just to be on the safe side. Otherwise, just stuff it down. If the product is eaten, it will explode on the spot, and I can't stand it. No, why ask this? Sabo said truthfully, then pointed to the steel pipe behind him. I have this. Come on, open your mouth and say it. Lu Fei patted Sabo's shoulder and laughed. What are you trying? Sabo was a little confused, although he felt the strength the moment the devil fruit was eaten, but he didn't know what he ate. Seeing that the time was right, after a white light flashed in Lu Fei's hand, an orange devil fruit with flame spiral skin appeared. How to try? Could it be possible to try Fire Fist? Although he was curious about Lu Fei's request, Sabo, who was a favorite brother in Madman, still opened his mouth. Well, that's the one Ace used all the time, the Fire Fist. Lu Fei glanced at Ace. Sabo suggested. Boom. Hi, Lu Fei, if you want to see it, I'll make it for you. Ace's fingertips were burning with flames, very proud. In the next second, Sabo's right hand turned into a huge flame, making Ace rub his eyes in disbelief. Cough, cough, cough. Sabo choked heavily and dressed heavily, as if for a moment, Sabo seemed to see the young lady in white with wings. Fire Fist Sabo, see you. Bigger, try it. Lu Fei looked at Sabo, who was recovering, and suggested. Go. Lu Fei squeezed the fruit, regardless of whether Sabo could bear it or not, and directly stuffed it in forcefully. Your second brother doesn't have a flame, how can you use it? With Sabo's low cry, a flame shot up into the sky. Fire Punch. 190, the game starts. With a blow of Fire Fist, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. The Traversers are actually okay, and they all shouted that the youth of the Master is back. But it's not just the Traversers who are on the scene at the moment. Lao Sha, Luo, Aokiji, Ace, etc., all stood there dumbfounded, and their worldview was constantly being impacted. Above this sea, who doesn't know that all devil fruits are unique? At the same time, there are no fruits with the same ability at all, only fruits with similar abilities, such as Mara fruit and hot fruit. Unless the ability user dies, the devil fruit it once ate will reappear. And now, Sabo's flame ability is clearly the unique ability of Ace. Little ghost, that fruit. Aokiji came back to his senses and asked with a trembling tone. In fact, the sharp-eyed Aokiji had already seen the texture of the fruit the moment Lu Fei took out the fruit. But what happened this time was too sensational. Mara fruit. Lu Fei didn't hide anything, looking at Aokiji with a mysterious smile. And, it's devil fruit with no side effects. Kara. As soon as the voice was over, countless ice walls were lifted up around them instantly, isolating everyone from the outside world. Lu Fei, do you know what you're talking about? Aokiji let out a breath of air, looked at Lu Fei with a serious expression, and even called him Lu Fei from Shaogui. This shows how serious Aokiji is at the moment. But Lu Fei just smiled indifferently, instead looking at his friends around him, he said proudly. However, our group, as early as a year ago, it's ready. Aokiji looked at Lu Fei in front of him, and his group of proud companions, feeling a little indescribably envious for a moment. But envy is envy, what happened just now made Aokiji very confused and scared. After all, this matter only needs to be spread. From now on, Lu Fei will definitely become the target of public criticism, and this sea that is not calm will stir up waves again. Oh, forget it, let's get everything done today. Lu Fei clutched his chest in distress, took out 3 contracts from the system space, and handed them over to Aokiji, Luo, and Xiaomyong's Yuchen. This. The 3 of them looked at the paper contract in confusion. Well, how should I put it? Lu Fei thought for a while, then said. It's a kind of soul contract, there are no restrictions, you can take a look. After finishing speaking, Lu Fei ignored everyone and started communicating with his own system. System, what conditions to eliminate the negative effect of devil fruit? Lu Fei smelled the system painfully. By the way, I also counted the number of people who need to eliminate side effects in the game, Robin Chopper, and the little fan of Laosha. If Aokiji and Luo signed the contract, the number of people eliminated would be as high as 6. Ding. If the host simply eliminates the side effects, it will also immediately deprive the right to use the character. Lu Fei was a little confused, why is this the same as the exchange terms just now? Ding. Exchange for Mara fruit without side effects is a permanent deprivation of the right to use, and the elimination of side effects is only temporary. Ding. Friendly reminder. After the temporary deprivation, the host will still be able to draw characters in future lottery draws, but not forever. Damn. Hearing this sentence, Lu Fei couldn't help but lamented how lucky he was. If Mara fruit had directly brought disaster to those big boss characters just now, I would really have no place to cry. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was blamed. Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and shouted in his heart. Third Hokage, next to. Ding. Confirm with the host again, do you want to exchange for 7 bottles of side effect elimination potions? Alright. Let's exchange it. Lu Fei glanced at everyone, it's only for the time being, and there will be more time to draw characters in the future. However, 7 bottles, shouldn't it be 6 bottles? Lu Fei glanced at the crowd curiously to see who else he had missed. Oh, by the way, and my big brother, Ace, a big fool, hasn't recovered yet. After Lu Fei exchanged the potion, he threw a bottle to Lao Sha. Little ghost, what is this? Lao Sha was smoking a cigar, looking at the small medicine bottle in his hand, playing with it curiously. Lao Sha, take it easy, this is to eliminate the side effects of your fruit. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha throwing and picking it up, and said angrily. What? Lao Sha staggered, the small medicine bottle fell from his hand, and he was about to fall to the ground. Thanks to Robin's quick eyesight and quick hands, he activated his fruit ability, transformed into a pair of hands on the ground, and caught the small medicine bottle. Damn kid, don't throw such an important thing over here. Lao Sha carefully picked up the medicine bottle and roared angrily at Lu Fei. After distributing a few bottles of potion, Lu Fei looked at Aokiji and Luo in front of him, waiting for their decision. You really figured it out. Aokiji looked at Lu Fei with a smirk in front of him, and he stopped being vague and signed his name. Hey, take what you need. Lu Fei handed Aokiji a bottle of potion, looking at Ai with a tangled face. For the time being, I can't give you an answer. Luo handed the contract to Lu Fei very tangled. After all, there is a man I must kill. Luo stared at the palace in the distance, and said with hatred. Okay, it's decided at that time, then tell me. Lu Fei didn't care, and took the contract back into the space. Just when Lu Fei was about to wake up the big fool Ace, Claire's voice came from beside him. Ask for flowers. This, such an important thing, let me hear it, is it really okay? Seeing Claire's uneasy expression, Lu Fei looked at Sabo, then at Clara, and said with a smile. Second sister-in-law, what you said, did you see someone else? Krull, who was still panicked, was defeated again by Lu Fei's second sister-in-law. Hey, Lu Fei, why don't you hit me? Ace looked at Lu Fei with a confused face, why'd I feel that I'm not here? Boom. Before Ace could finish speaking, Lu Fei's fists wrapped around the armed color, and an armed color double dragon went to sea. The moves are ruthless, no mercy. Before Ace could recover, he was blasted into the ice wall by Lu Fei, unable to buckle. Boom. Flames ignited on Ace's body, looking at Lu Fei with a smirk on his face, he shouted angrily. Brother B****************, D, you don't play cards according to the routine. 000. Come on, drink this thing, it's over here, I'll explain it to you slowly. Seeing Ace jumping out of the ice wall, Lu Fei smiled and handed Ace a bottle of potion. It started. Zoro looked at the sky, and suddenly said something for no reason, which made the coughing crowd very confused. But at this moment, the residents of Dressrosa, who have finished crying and making trouble, have reached a peak of hatred for Brother Ming in their hearts. The white line that split at this moment has completely enveloped the island. Houses tilted and collapsed in all directions. After the vibration stopped, Brother Ming placed at the top and used the phone bug to report to the whole country. Those people under control took up their weapons one after another, and involuntarily swung their butcher knives at the people around them. The game has officially started. But after a few breaths, a white line shoots into the air from bottom to top in the distance, and after reaching a certain height, it spreads out. One of Brother Ming's signature skills, these white lines are not only extremely sharp and tough, but also can shield phone bugs, making it impossible for everyone in the cage to communicate with the outside world. And as more and more people came under control, the whole island became completely chaotic. Parasite string. Countless people were chanting the catchphrase of Dove Langningo, and when they were furiously preparing to kill the palace, the appearance of Birdcage made everyone stop for a while. Birdcage. And the whole Dressrosa also began to shake, and shocking changes took place. Cries, shouts, gunfire and more. At this moment, countless voices are mixed together, and this caged bird has completely turned into a purgatory on earth. Boom. After a loud noise, I saw the distant palace rising from the ground and flying towards the distance. Immediately, above the sky, countless white lines exploded and pierced towards the marines and pirates on the ground. 191. The handsome gourd babies. After Doflamingo's solo, everyone on the entire island has understood the rules of the game. To put it simply, Doflamingo is in the palace in the distance at this moment, and everyone has the opportunity to go to the palace to take Doflamingo's head. In this way, the game will naturally end. However, since it is a game, there must be a second option. That is to kill Lu Fei and others who stepped into the island, leaving no one behind. The advantage of doing this is that you will get a huge bounty afterwards, because Brother Ming has already prepared a sky-high bounty for Lu Fei and others. At the same time, Brother Ming also told everyone not to think about staying out of it. In the birdcage, you never think about who will attack you in the next second. Choice, only two: kill Doflamingo, or take a gamble for a sky-high bounty. And as the game begins, the people on the entire island are making difficult choices. But on Lu Fei's side, everyone didn't care about Brother Ming's game, but the displeased, 630, looked at Zoro. After all, during this period of time, this product has been opened too much. Especially with the ability to see the future, good guy, it can be regarded as pretending for Zoro. Every now and then, he spit out a few words with an indifferent expression and then acted like an outsider. Hey, forget it, I still can't live up to it. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro in disgust, greeted everyone, and walked leisurely towards Brother Ming's position. Lu Fei is in charge, shouldn't we should hurry up. Looking at the leisurely crowd, Luo couldn't help it. Even though the game has already started, why are Lu Fei and his gang still so leisurely? There's no rush. Lu Fei looked at the anxious Luo, and explained, I'm waiting for the residents of Dressrosa, a choice. Choose. Luo looked at Lu Fei suspiciously. Yes, choose. Lu Fei smiled, looked at Luo with interest and asked, do you think the rest of the players in this game are looking for Doflamingo? Or for the high bounty, give up the hatred for Brother Ming and come to us? Of course. Hearing Lu Fei's rhetorical question, Luo was stunned as soon as he opened his mouth. That's right, the residents on the island didn't even know that their group saved them. And facing Doflamingo, do these residents really dare to face Doflamingo and his group? In this way, Lu Fei and the others did not hide their whereabouts, but swaggered towards the location of the palace. Then you decide. Luo thought for a long time before asking Lu Fei. Decision. Lu Fei smiled and shook his head. Actually, it's just their decision. The moment they draw their swords, they should be ready to die. Look, isn't this coming? Lu Fei pointed forward and smiled mockingly. How come? Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Luo really couldn't believe why this group of people would target his group. Mingming was turned into a doll by Doflamingo and ruled for more than 10 years. Why did you let go of the hatred in your heart? To deal with your own group of people? Is hatred really worthless in the face of high bounties? Hey, Zoro stepped forward, slowly drew out the magic knife and sneered. Actually, sometimes, I think Brother Ming turns these people into toys, which is pretty good. Huh, what you said reminded me. Lu Fei nodded thoughtfully. After all, my group is in the early stage of starting a business, and the ability of sugar is indeed quite useful. At that time, a group of obedient dolls will go to mine. This is really a trick. Use AoE skills, such a good labor force, what a pity to die. Lu Fei looked at the dense crowd in front of him, with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Also, Zoro withdrew the magic knife, and the black aura on his body exploded. Boom! A terrifying momentum spread in all directions, and before the group of people understood what was going on, they rolled their eyes and fell on the spot. However, although these people have recovered their lives, what awaits them in the future is 20 years of labor reform. Not long after, Lu Fei and others slowly arrived at the top floor of the palace. After all, everyone has awakened the conquerors now, and ordinary miscellaneous soldiers were completely stunned before they even got in front of the crowd. Therefore, this little trick of Doflamingo did not cause any trouble to everyone. But when he saw the people beside Brother Ming, Lu Fei understood why he didn't meet any cadres from the Don Quixote family along the way. So they are all in this last place, waiting for our arrival. Shi, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Brother Ming looked at the crowd with his hands paralyzed and smiled. Now, do you want to remove my head? But at this moment, Lu Fei and the others obviously didn't want to pay attention to Brother Ming in front of them, and instead asked Brook to summon the little skull to start cleaning up. After the carpet, round table, and chairs are arranged, countless skeletons carry fruits, delicacies, and drinks on the dining table. Brother Ming and his group were stunned, their chests filled with murder. Lu Fei, isn't it, a little? At this moment, Lu Fei's two big brothers couldn't stand it anymore. It was obviously the final decisive battle, such a hot-blooded moment. But it abruptly made Lu Fei and his group feel like watching dramas. It doesn't matter, sit down. Lu Fei cast a glance at Brother Ming and the others, and beckoned everyone to sit down. On the other side, Doflamingo finally understood the mood of Red Dog at that time. Why was the Red Dog so impulsive at the time, shouting to smash the tables of this guy? Because at this time, Lu Fei and others are really irritating. No, one of Brother Ming's subordinates couldn't bear it anymore and rushed towards Lu Fei. Yo-hoo, capture the thief first and capture the king first. Lu Fei looked at the little boy rushing forward, and just wanted to encourage a few words of courage, but when he saw this guy's outfit, he felt that his eyes were about to be blinded. This person is one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family, Dellinger, who is a fighting fish and half a fishman. And as a man, this guy is actually wearing shorts and high heels. Dressed up like this, Lu Fei and his group couldn't bear to look directly at them. But in general, Dellinger's strength is not bad, but it's a pity that he is facing a group of low comparisons. In the blink of an eye, Dellinger's figure had already appeared in front of Lu Fei. Die. After Dellinger hooked his right leg back, he kicked Lu Fei's head at the speed of a pistol shot. Just as Johnny Joseph and the others were about to make a move, Lu Fei shook his head and signaled everyone to sit down at ease. After all, it's been such a long time, and it's time for him to pretend for a while. And the moment Dellinger's high heels were about to hit Lu Fei's head, a ball of red light emerged from Lu Fei's body. Stop hurting my lord. The big baby let out an angry cry, and in an instant, his figure became incomparably huge. Looking at Dellinger who was bounced away in front of him, Dawa threw out a punch. Not good. Brother Ming hurriedly hooked his fingers, and a figure galloped out, blocking Dellinger's front. This person is the little yellow-haired Bellamy that Lu Fei met under the Sky Island at that time. It's just that even if this guy joined Brother Ming's team, he was still treated as cannon fodder. Boom. With one blow, Bellamy, who stood in front of Dellinger, was blown away by the big boy's punch, and his life and death are unknown. He actually let his hands come down to die. The big baby glanced at Brother Ming coldly, then returned to his normal size at 5.6, folded his arms, and stood by Lu Fei's side. Like such a baby, why don't you surrender? Lu Fei sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and suggested to Doflamingo. There is only the big baby, with his arms folded, although he is also extremely handsome. As soon as the voice fell, 4 beams of light appeared out of thin air. And Dellinger took advantage of this fleeting opportunity, and was pulled back by Mingo. But after all, it is a gourd head, which still makes people laugh a little bit. Wu knelt on one knee, and the blue water flowed all over her body. Siwa's appearance was unremarkable, but the whole body was ignited with raging flames. Sanwa's whole body was filled with a golden aura, which was aimed at everyone. Lu Fei smiled mysteriously, and pointed to the eldest child beside him. Coward. Lousy has 7 in total. At this moment, the 4 calabash babies around Lu Fei are extremely handsome. By the way, let me tell you a secret by the way, PK your ears and listen. Urwa was surrounded by orange light, and the power of thunder flashed in her eyes. 192, mirror space. Okay, so handsome. The little fanboy and Chopper looked at the 5 brothers with bright eyes, obviously surprised by this way of appearance. Isn't that right? Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction, extremely satisfied in his heart. After all, isn't such a handsome appearance better than that foolish appearance at that time? Yes, the poses of the dolls were shown to Grandpa, and Lu Fei immediately communicated with the 5 gourd dolls in his mind. Face, give me a hard day. Let me be a bit more aggressive for the big baby, and show me the muscles for the old ones. Urba, you acted a little unpredictable to me. Yes, Sanwa is smart and knows how to kill with a side face. Lu Fei kept praising her 5 dolls in her heart, her face was full of pride. Especially looking at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, the proud little expressions, it's almost the same as my grandson who got full marks in the exam at school. But Brother Ming and his group on the other side are not in such a beautiful mood at the moment. Originally because of the birdcage game, even if it didn't hurt a few people, at least it could hold back everyone's footsteps, right? But who would have thought that Doflamingo called his own partners, and before the meeting was over, this group of people would kill them. Although only the gourd head shot just now, the power of that punch, although for him, can be blocked with moves. But among Don Quixote's cadres, there are not many who can withstand it. What is this strange ability? Doflamingo looked at Lu Fei and the others with a gloomy face, his teeth almost gnawed in anger. Although Lu Fei has always claimed that he is a ninja fruit capable person, he has been cooperating with Kaido. How could I have never seen those ninjas in Wano Kuni? And, what ninja have you ever met that is qualified to team up with Whitebeard and let Rakuten sleep? Of course, if Doflamingo complains at this moment, the people on Lu Fei's side will definitely tell him seriously. There is a kind of ninja called Hokage ninja. Entering the strength of 6 paths, let alone a red dog, it is even a nest of red dogs. A ninja who enters 6 paths can only take an extra stick at most, and hit the red dog as he wants. Thinking about how to surrender, Lu Fei looked at Brother Ming who was silent, and turned to Brother Ming. Or, think about how to break them one by one. Looking at Brother Ming who was still very calm, Lu Fei decided to add another fire. Aren't you doing it yet? Then what if that's the case? As soon as the words fell, Lu Fei waved his hand, and the gourd babies turned into 5 rays of light, flying into Lu Fei's body. This time, it can be regarded as completely angering Brother Ming. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to underestimate himself so much. Wah! Doflamingo was so angry that he looked at Lu Fei madly. Little devil, do you know what I hate the most? I know. Lu Fei raised his right hand, like a primary school student actively answering the teacher's questions in school. It must be taking off the glasses. Lu Fei looked at Brother Ming's glasses curiously, really curious. Under Doflamingo's glasses, are there bean eyes or some strange eyes? Otherwise, why was this guy caught in the back and still wearing glasses? Why don't you shave your legs? Seeing Brother Ming who was about to explode, Lu Fei added another sentence. Enough! Brother Ming shouted angrily, every inch of his body was full of hatred. Destroy Punk Hazard, kidnap Geisa, and now even the entire Dressrosa doll is back in human form. And now, he keeps provoking himself. All of these things, everything, are constantly touching their own bottom line. What I hate the most is being looked down upon. As soon as the words fell, Doflamingo's 5 fingers became claws, and he swung down towards Lu Fei vigorously. And the moment Doflamingo swung his claws, 5 white lines came galloping, seeming to penetrate Lu Fei. It's too impatient. Lu Fei looked at the furious Brother Ming, and 5 blue silk threads emerged from his fingertips. Ding! The third cage puppet stood in front of everyone, and instantly bounced Brother Ming's white thread away. Little devil! Brother Ming looked at the failure of the blow, moved his fingers, and countless lines fell from the sky. Anyway, an emperor, you don't need to play such a trick anymore. Lu Fei smiled helplessly. Swish! A flash of white light flashed, and Zoro sat down without paying attention. The white line above everyone's heads was also split into 2 by Zoro's blow. Wait first. Looking at Brother Ming who was about to make a move, Lu Fei suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly stopped Brother Ming. What? Tell me your last words. Brother Ming looked at Lu Fei coldly. You guys, is there anyone who wants to try it? Lu Fei pointed to Brother Ming, and turned to ask everyone. If there is no one, then I will kill you directly. Wait, I'll go. Zoro got up from his chair impatiently when he heard that it was time to pretend. Brother Zoro, give the boys a chance. Yes, brother, give the child a way out. Watching Zoro get up, Johnny and Joseph hurriedly hugged Zoro. He clearly promised to let himself play, but he forgot about us once the fight started. But when several people were arguing, there was one person who couldn't bear it anymore. The room space unfolded, and the ghost crying in his hand pierced Doflamingo's heart. When Brother Ming pulled out 5 silk threads with both hands, blocking Luo's fatal blow. Do you still dare to appear in front of me? Brother Ming looked at Luo who was holding a sharp knife, and said in a cold tone. As soon as the voice fell, Brother Ming didn't give Luo a chance to speak, and instantly bounced Luo's ghost cry. Taking advantage of the moment when Luo's body was unstable, the white line in his hand kept waving towards Luo. For a moment, Luo could only rely on the sharp blade in his hand to block Brother Ming's violent attack. No matter how the white line hit the ghost crying continuously, it made a clanking sound. Oh, right. Lu Fei looked at the two fighting each other, and asked his little friend. Do you have any kind of enchantment? It can protect the surrounding buildings. Lu Fei pointed at the 2 people who were fighting each other, feeling distressed for a moment. After all, whether the strength of the 2 is good or the fruit is good, under one blow, they are all worthless money. It's fine if you just leave it alone after the fight, but the problem is that this place will be the stronghold of my group in the future. In the heart of being able to save a little, Lu Fei anxiously asked the crowd. Huh, Aokiji let out a breath of cold air, his right arm had already turned into ice. Stop, bro, stop. Lu Fei looked at Aokiji who was about to make a move, and shouted hastily. And you, old Shaw, pinch that little sandstorm in your hand. Shouting to stop the 2, Lu Fei couldn't hold back when he saw Zoro who was kneeling on one knee, ready to sing. Stop it, Azu. Your barrier is only 5 minutes, it's useless. For a moment, many friends looked at me and I looked at you, and instantly felt that their captain was too difficult to serve. Neither does this, nor does that. If it wasn't for taking care of the captain's face, everyone would really like to say. Yo look yo poof, make a fuss about BB. Oh, let me do it. The handsome Uncle Frankie put down his thermos, and stood up unsteadily. Brother, don't make trouble, I'm talking about enchantment. Lu Fei thinks that Frankie may be old, and he doesn't understand the new vocabulary of young people. Just when he was about to speak to persuade him again, he saw Frankie slapping the ground with his palm. Just like a stone falling into a calm lake, ripples appear. Stuck. At this moment, around everyone, the space shattered like a mirror. Mirror space. Here, without affecting reality. Frankie stretched, then picked up the thermos cup and continued to slump on the chair. Clap clap. Everyone looked at Frankie, who had something to do, and couldn't help applauding. 193, I will build you into a stone statue. With the expansion of the mirror space, Lu Fei no longer has any worries, and became a melon-eating crowd together with everyone, watching the two people who were fighting fiercely at this moment. But let's not say, Brother Ming's strength is still much stronger than Luo's. Zoro kowtowed melon seeds, commenting on the battle between the two. The knife is too slow to cut the silk thread at all. Ah yes, Lu Fei responded perfunctorily. After all, as the #1 swordsman, of course you are good at anyone. But are we just sitting like this? Zoro yawned, suddenly feeling a little bored. Then what should we do? Lu Fei pointed to the group of cadres. Do you want to kill them? Looking at the direction of Lu Fei's finger, Zoro scanned the crowd and shook his head disinterestedly. Too weak. It's a one-knife product, I don't feel it. Looking at the drowsy Zoro, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched non-stop. Swell, it's so G inflated. But it seems that this grandson has not been seen for more than a year, and the strength is really unknown. Master Zoro, play 2 games. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was about to fall asleep, and couldn't help but suggested mahjong. Come on, hurry up. Zoro immediately felt relieved when he heard playing cards. Fighting, how can this thing have the fragrance of playing mahjong? If it weren't for everyone's helplessness, who would want to do this uprising job? Just like the current Panda Island, everyone gets up and has fun, planting fields, raising national treasures, isn't he delicious? The three of Lu Fei, Zoro, Brook, and Sanji started a pleasant mahjong journey together. It doesn't matter whether he fights or not, anyway, with Lao Sha and Aokiji watching, nothing went wrong. But Lu Fei and the others didn't know that Brother Ming saw all the scenes of them playing mahjong. This move made the arrogant Ming brother almost explode with anger again. Ever since, Luo, who was still fighting back and forth with Brother Ming, was kicked flying by Brother Ming in the next second. Luo Shu, who was kicked into the air, activated his fruit ability in an instant, came to Brother Ming's back in an instant, and swung his knife. But at this moment, Brother Ming really seemed to have expected it, and dodged sideways, standing on the white line with his feet in the air. Luo activated his ability again, appeared in front of Brother Ming, and slashed vigorously at Brother Ming. Seeing that his slash was under Brother Ming's crotch, Luo couldn't believe his eyes. Being in the room space, how can you not cut Brother Ming's arm due to shoes? At this moment of bewilderment, Luo was kicked away by Brother Ming. Boom! In an instant, countless smoke splashed from the ground, choking the onlookers to cough. Crane, ant, Brother Ming immediately landed, and glanced at Luo with disdain. Then he looked at Lu Fei and his group, thinking about countermeasures. After all, at this moment, Lu Fei's group is far superior to his own group in terms of overall strength. If he swarms up, he is definitely not the opponent of everyone. And if he wanted to escape, Brother Ming had thought about it at the time, but after all, he had been planning for more than 10 years. But for some reason, this group of people found the sugar exactly when they came, and let their years of hard work go to waste. Damn it, if only we had a little more time. Brother Ming looked at Lu Fei and his group, trembling with anger. Counter shock. With a roar, Luo clicked between his thumbs, and rushed towards Brother Ming. But the difference in strength between the two was too serious. Brother Ming dodged the blow deftly, and immediately grabbed Luo's hands. Let me tell you what a real fight is. Brother Ming held Luo's hands, stepped on the silk thread, and leapt into the sky. Immediately, he raised his left foot, and the steel wire was connected to the ankle, like a hacksaw, standing across Luo's shoulder. It's really touching to work so hard. Brother Ming let out a sarcastic laugh. The few people who were playing cards also noticed this scene, and looked up at the sky. It's time to make a move. Lu Fei looked at the three of them and said, then get ready to end it. Zoro shoved his cards into the river and didn't care. Yeah, agree. Lu Fei also pushed the cards into the river. But their actions completely angered Sanji and Brook. Hey, I'm going to FK up with this 13 in no time. Sanji looked at the two and said with a twitching corner of his mouth. That's right, my 18 are hits. Brook looked at the cards in his hand with heartache. Okay. Zoro mixed the cards of the two into the river, not feeling anything wrong. Lu Fei and Zoro looked at each other and bumped their fists. As expected, there was a tacit understanding between the captain and the deputy captain. The two of them would never say that they messed up the cards because of their inability to play. And just when everyone was about to rescue Luo, Aokiji, one of the strongest beaters, was already standing behind Brother Ming. Brother, don't move. Aokiji let out a breath of white air lazily, and also stood on the white line. Excuse me, this guy is someone our captain wants to protect. For a moment, Brother Ming froze and was at a loss. At this moment, in Brother Ming's heart, it's as if he just had fun with Red Dog. Obviously I have tried my best to guard against Aokiji, but who would have thought that the speed of this guy is so fast? Brother Ming felt a lot of feelings in his heart for a moment, and he couldn't help but tighten Luo's hand. Click. In an instant, the ice burst. Brother Ming's whole body was covered in ice, turning into an ice sculpture standing in the air. Really, didn't I tell you not to move? Aokiji yawned lazily, carried Luo over and fell from the air. Boom. The moment Aokiji fell, the ice on Brother Ming's body exploded, and he also fell to the ground. Show. Lu Fei, Zoro and others looked at Aokiji, who was full of style, and couldn't help applauding. But in the next second, Brother Ming's fingertips moved slightly, and Luo, who was sitting on the ground panting heavily, suddenly held a ghost cry in his hand, and swung his saber at Lu Fei and the others. Boom. After one blow, although no one was injured, but everyone's mahjong table was indeed completely destroyed by Luo's blow. Lu Fei stared blankly at the bewildered Luo, and then at Brother Ming, not knowing whether to laugh or cry for a while. But when Zoro saw the damaged mahjong table, he completely exploded. Who are you? The #1 swordsman of Zhao in the pirate world. Normally, only you can cut other people's shares, how can anyone dare to be arrogant with yourself? Maid, I can't take it anymore. Zoro walked towards Brother Ming step by step with a gloomy face. You are the first man who dares to hack my mahjong table. Zoro looked coldly at Brother Ming in front of him, and didn't make any comparisons, then spread his arms and threw his head back. Hiss. As a purple lightning fell from the sky, purple halos lit up around Zoro. Immediately afterwards, several thunderbolts gathered here. Zoro's whole body was bathed in thunder-like light as if the god of thunder had descended into the world. The raging breath of thunder and lightning, and the sound of exploding, frightened everyone's mind. Immediately, a sharp blade, twined with dazzling purple light, slowly emerged from Yuanlong's chest. Zoro drew out the sharp blade, and countless thunders gathered in the sharp blade. I will build you into a stone statue. Jung. With a wave of Zoro's sharp blade, the shattered space behind him completely shattered and exploded. 194. Brother Ming fell. FK. Is this grandson's strength so exaggerated? Lu Fei looked at Zoro with twitching corners of his mouth, not to mention what was going on with this familiar scene. Just such a simple wave of the hand can actually cut open the space around him. 1 year, everyone just sees each other for 1 year, is the vice captain so scary? One must know that this grandson logged into Zaraki Kenpachi's account a year ago, and his strength was not so exaggerated. As for the rest of the traversers, their expressions were not much better. Those who knew this classic knife were all like Lu Fei, the corners of their mouths twitched, and the expressions on their faces were very rich. I don't know, even as a companion. But even standing not far from Zoro, under this terrifying aura, his heart skipped a beat. Even in the Don Quixote family, some weak cadres unconsciously turned their heads away, not daring to look directly at the majesty of the thunder. What is this? Sanji, as a two-dimensional novice, pointed to Zoro, who was transformed into Thor at the moment. Milk fragrance. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched, and he unconsciously uttered the name 847. Grandma. Grandma what? Sanji asked again with a confused face when he heard the indecent name. Originally heard Sanji's question, everyone was also interested and looking forward to the answer. After all, Zoro's skill names are a bit handsome. Think about Blizzard Endless Slash, Unlimited Sword Control, and something like a waltz of sharp blades. But such an overbearing skill, how could it have such an unscrupulous name? How can there be such an indecent name? Yeah, Grandma, or something, it's too indecent. Lu Fei, LSP. Sensing everyone's strange eyes, Lu Fei smiled indifferently. Anyway, he didn't come up with the name himself, so what? And, LSP. Lu Fei glanced at Nami, feeling very disdainful in his heart. If possible, he really wanted to say something. Just ask which man is not an LSP until his death. BBDA. But Lu Fei only dared to compare these words in his heart for a while. As for Naixiang Yidao, in fact, this trick was not originally called by this name. But the original owner of this skill, a seemingly cold, but silly and sweet goddess, always draws the knife from the chest, and then. Hence the dishonest name Naixiang Yidao. Wushang's knife. Frankie looked at the destroyed mirror space and sighed helplessly. He didn't expect such power to be so exaggerated that even his own mirror space couldn't bear it. Is this technique too perverted, or is Zoro's current strength already admirable? Yo-ho, brother also played Yuenshin. Lu Fei looked at Frankie, who was explaining to everyone, showing a weird smile. Cough cough, cough cough, these are all old things. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Frankie suddenly thought of his own age, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. It was like shouting slogans in a fast food restaurant when I entered the pit. This embarrassment of being exposed in front of everyone really makes one's scalp tingle. And on the other side, Zoro looked at Doflamingo in front of him, and said coldly. Have you thought about your last words? Last words. Doflamingo laughed maniacally with veins popping up on his head. But at this moment, there was indeed a little more fear in Brother Ming's laughter. Forget it, that's it. Have you ever heard of Wushang's knife? Zoro took a sword flower, and then stepped out, and his figure was in front of Brother Ming. Now, the time of death. Zoro didn't compete with Mingo Dobi anymore, and cut him off with a single blow. Verb. Move, move. Brother Ming looked at the sharp blade constantly falling in front of him, constantly urging his body. But facing this blow, a knife that could cut even space, Brother Ming seemed to have completely lost control of his body. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp blade kept zooming in, pushing towards him. Even Brother Ming didn't know if it was his illusion, when he faced Zoro. For a moment, it seemed that what I was facing was not this man. It's a high cold god, an indifferent god who looks down on all living beings. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and countless pictures flashed through Doflamingo's mind. Father relinquishes celestial dragon status. His mother died of illness and was hunted down by the villagers. Everyone was hung on the wall, waiting for death to come. Immediately in the flames, he swore an oath. But at this moment when life is moving toward the midpoint, does he, Doflamingo, regret it? Do not, let's not. Thinking back on his life, Brother Ming exhausted all his strength, opened his arms, and looked crazy. It's really awesome. Boom. With one blow, the space is shattered. Within sight, everything is divided into two. Old Wu, tell me, will the darkness really disappear? Lu Fei looked at Brother Ming who was lying in a pool of blood, and asked with narrowed eyes thoughtfully. After all, among them, Lao Wu is the one who has been exposed to darkness and understands darkness best. How is that possible? Usopp smiled. Under any light, there must be darkness. 17. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Lu Fei nodded, as if thinking about something. 195, Return from Hell. Is this the end? Luo stared blankly at Brother Ming who was lying in a pool of blood, although he still didn't quite believe it. The king who ruled Dressrosa for more than 10 years, Doflamingo, will end his life in this way. However, should it be said that he is the #1 swordsman in the world today? With one blow, the gods retreated. Such a knife that transcends reality, even the 4 emperors will fall under this knife. To be able to die under Zoro's knife, he Doflamingo, is quite an honor. Luo staggered and sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Mr. Korra. But Zoro turned around and left after slashing out with a knife. The sharp blade in his hand changed into a little bit of starlight and disappeared. Calm down. Lu Fei looked at the aggressive Zoro, 060, and asked with a forced smile. It's okay. Zoro looked at the mahjong table on the ground, still feeling a little distressed. Maid, let me chop again. Zoro looked more and more angry, took out the magic knife and walked towards Doflamingo, wanting to give this guy another knife. Don't. Lu Fei hurriedly grabbed Zoro, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No wonder people always say that the stronger the strength, the hotter the temper. Look at Hawkeye back then, and Zoro now. For a moment, Lu Fei felt that the great swordsmen of the One Piece world could ascend to the throne of the swordsman only if they had a violent temper. Hawkeye got up so angry that Crick, who was chasing him, was about to cry. As for the current Zoro, they just knocked over a mahjong table. This guy will directly remember Nishiyong. No way. Lu Fei pulled Zoro, who was grumpy, and persuaded him. Anyway, Brother Ming, he can be regarded as a strong villain. Death is dead, corpse abuse is a bit too much. We don't do immoral things like corpse abuse. Lu Fei hurriedly patted Zoro's chest, trying his best to comfort the manic Zoro. But as soon as these words came out, Zoro suddenly became quiet, looked at Lu Fei with a strange expression and said. I didn't say, I hacked this guy to death, didn't I? ? What are you talking about? Lu Fei glanced at Zoro in disbelief, and said in a bit of confusion. Stop messing around, brother. A knife with milk fragrance. With Dove Langming's small body, how could he be able to carry it? This is mainly my guess. Zoro looked at Lu Fei with a weird face, and explained. The knife just now was about to be cut off. I avoided the vital point. ? Avoid the vitals. Let's make a fuss. Lu Fei looked at Zoro helplessly. You're cutting everyone else in half. Now you are still licking your face and saying that you have avoided the vital point. Listening to Zoro's nonsense, Lu Fei slapped his head, wondering if he was crazy, so he and Su discussed this issue. People were almost cut in half, how could they still be alive? Even if it is a thread fruit. No such nonsense. Well, just avoid the heart. Zoro looked at Lu Fei, scratched his head and said. You also know that Brother Ming's string fruit can sew up the body. So you just avoided the point. Lu Fei looked at Zoro, who was simple-minded, and then at Brother Ming who was in a pool of blood in the distance. But it shouldn't be possible, no matter how you sew it. And just as Lu Fei was thinking, Zoro's voice came from beside his ear. Of course, this is just a guess. Then Zoro looked at Lu Fei and said very seriously. The most important thing is that darkness can never be eliminated. ? What about chicken feathers? Lu Fei was really a little confused, thinking that Zoro in front of this meeting will not be taken away by someone. And in other words, these profane words are not suitable for a reckless man like you. Which cultural person have you ever met? Just because the mahjong table was chopped off, he chopped off the opponent's mahjong table in a fit of anger. I don't understand. Lu Fei looked at Zoro blankly, and said in a daze. At this moment, the IQs of the two seemed to have switched. Lu Fei became a scumbag, and Zoro became a wise man. I mean, since the darkness cannot be eliminated, Zoro smiled mysteriously, darkening the fallen Doflamingo. We can hold the darkness in our own hands. Numb. At this moment, Lu Fei is completely numb. Hearing this, Lu Fei will be gone tomorrow. What is Zoro plotting? Indeed, as Squinting Eyes said, no matter what kind of light, there will be darkness hidden. Therefore, people in the light cannot easily step into the darkness. At this time, someone needs to replace them and walk in the dark. What Zoro means is that Doflamingo is a material that can be considered. However, why do you think that you can control Doflamingo? Lu Fei looked at Zoro with a strange expression, and really couldn't figure out what was going on with this guy's brain. Why do you feel that for a moment, you seem to be demented? One day, I was educated by Zoro. The most important thing is that this dog thief is definitely not out of his mind, but just too lazy to think. I even suddenly felt that I really underestimated the world of One Piece, although Zoro said that he avoided important organs. However, after being cut in two, he was able to suture himself with the fruit and successfully survived. Lu Fei glanced at Brother Ming, who was surrounded by his men, thinking quickly in his mind. On the other hand, is it really possible for Brother Ming, who was cut in two by Zoro, Ji Naixiang, to come back to life? I crawled out of hell. This. Zoro suddenly smiled casually, looked at Lu Fei and said, I'm just a charge, so I'd better leave this kind of matter to you, the captain. Just as Lu Fei was thinking rapidly, the iconic laugh 3.9 suddenly came from his ear. Demon, this is definitely a demon. At this moment, Brother Ming stood in front of everyone, like a demon crawling out of hell. He, Doflamingo, is really a man who has developed his fruit ability to ultimate. Hearing everyone's comments on Brother Ming, Lu Fei glanced at Brother Ming with a twitching corner of his mouth, and then at the nonchalant Zoro, feeling dizzy for a moment. Can this survive? It's too ridiculous. I'm so numb. Lu Fei held his head and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Saying that, Zoro smiled and patted Lu Fei's shoulder, not feeling anything wrong at all. 196, Double Sword Cut. Seeing Doflamingo laughing wildly in the field, Lu Fei admired Doflamingo for a while. After all, it seems that there are not many people who can develop a string fruit to this level. But Brother Ming has done so many things over the years, and this guy happened to be in the hands of his group. Although Zoro's proposal just now is indeed a bit exciting, but the final result depends on whether this guy can survive from the hands of a group of them. And even if he survives, after decades of labor reform on sewing machines, this guy will never escape. But Vice Captain, if you want to talk about dark things, even if you forget to squint your eyes. Lu Fei looked at Zoro and smiled, then pointed to Brook's position. Shouty under this guy, have you forgotten? FK. Zoro burst out a beautiful dialect immediately upon hearing this. That's right. Zoro slapped his head. Sloppy, really sloppy. As he spoke, Zoro held the knife, and was about to stab Doflamingo, who was laughing wildly, and planned to send 11 away directly. Calm down. Lu Fei grabbed Zoro, and his whole body was really numb. Is this guy really lazy to think about it? Or can you switch between brain and brainless mode with one click? Or, if this guy uses his brain, it will waste his life just like Lu Fei shifting gears. Why do I feel that you are thinking of bad things? Zoro drew out a third of the knife and looked at Lu Fei with bad eyes. What the hell? This beach's intuition is quite accurate. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched, he turned his head to look at Lao Sha and Aokiji beside him, pointed to Doflamingo's cadres and said. Lao Sha, you guys will keep an eye on these for a while. Death. Lao Sha raised his arm upon hearing this, revealing a gleaming golden hook, and the vicious boss's figure was really sitting. Get chicken feathers. Lu Fei immediately shouted. If you kill it, then you can go to Panda Island to mine. Tisk. Boring. Lao Sha lowered his arms, and exhaled a big mouthful of smoke in dissatisfaction. He kept his hand when he was beheading someone, and Lao Sha was smoking a cigar, thinking of those beautiful days in Alabasta. Looking at the displeased Lao Sha, Lu Fei wished he could kick him. Squeeze. Sooner or later you'll kill your B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Glancing at Lao Sha again with disgust, Lu Fei asked Zoro again. What do you think about opening the boss later? Every one of them will be killed at random, or should we all open the boss together? That's not nonsense. Zoro chuckled. Single-player games, how can everyone be online together? That's fine, you can chat with everyone in a low voice, and I'll chat with Brother Ming. While speaking, Lu Fei walked towards Brother Ming's place. Zoro, on the other hand, beckoned to his friends, and after a small discussion, he let out a shy laugh. Tisk tisk. Looking at Brother Ming, who had almost recovered in front of him, although his face was exhausted, this guy had indeed completely stitched his body together. No bloodline oozes, nor does it affect the movement of the thing in the slightest. At this time, Lu Fei felt that the best match for string fruit should be Luo Kai. Like suturing a wound, performing surgery, and the most important thing is that Luo is also a professional counterpart. Such a fruit will definitely be in Luo's hands, because it will shine. Actually, if you hadn't done those things, I would have missed you here. Looking at Brother Ming with a gloomy face, Lu Fei said with emotion. Ha 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 ha. Brother Ming let out a sharp laugh, and then said coldly. Is this a compliment to me? Forget it, let's stop chatting here. Lu Fei stretched out 2 fingers, and smiled at Brother Ming. Now, you have 2 choices. First, surrender and go to my territory to accept labor reform. What about the second one? Brother Ming looked at Lu Fei madly and smiled. The second one, Lu Fei smiled mysteriously. Walk you half to death, and then go to my site to accept labor reform. Little devil. Doflamingo looked at Lu Fei gloomily and said, I should have said, I hate being looked down upon. As soon as the words fell, the conqueror's breath on Doflamingo's body exploded. Really, don't you just have to surrender? Lu Fei looked at the angry Doflamingo, sighed helplessly, and immediately burst into Conqueror's breath. In this way, it makes us look like villains. As the Conqueror's breath gushed out from their bodies, 2 suffocating breaths collided together. Boom. Conqueror's showdown. This is a duel only for kings. A series of black ripples spread from around the 2 of them. With a destructive, ominous breath, on top of the highest palace, it exploded, and the aura that exploded in the anti-boom blasted away all the people with low strength around him. Yes, all the people who were blown out were from Doflamingo's side. Slash with 2 swords. Seeing this familiar posture, Lu Fei withdrew 1 step at a time. What are you talking about? Brat, Doflamingo yelled angrily. When he came back to his senses, Zoro's figure had already appeared on the other side. But soon, in the next time, Doflamingo will understand what Lu Fei meant by the despicable words. By the way, don't call us mean for a while. Lu Fei looked at Brother Ming. As if thinking of something, he suddenly smiled mysteriously. Let's leave the battlefield here to Zoro first. The people on Lu Fei's side are basically fine, and those who should eat melons, and those who should go to the theater should go to the theater. But your masterpiece. After all, Lu Fei has more important things to discuss with Ace and Sabo at the moment. Blast wind, there is also a way back. Woohoo, is Zoro going first this time? A faint crooning sound came from behind, making Brother Ming's scalp tingle instantly. At this moment, Zoro lowered his body, crossed his hands, with his left hand in the words of Dao Yi, and his right hand with the magic knife Thousand Blades. After all, the game that makes everyone hunt us down. Looking at Brother Ming with bulging veins on his forehead, Lu Fei also knew that Brother Ming's Conqueror's 203 level, so that's it. As for Doflamingo, a huge cross wound appeared on his chest, and his body was involuntarily knocked into the air. With a low shout, Zoro's figure has disappeared. 197, my youth is back. Little Lord, seeing Brother Ming who was knocked into the air again, Don Quixote's cadres also became anxious. Originally looking at Brother Ming who had returned again, everyone thought that their young master would deal with these people in an absolute crushing manner. Who knew that in the next face-to-face meeting, his young master would still be washed? Ah la la, I'm sorry. Aokiji did not know when he came to the back of this group of cadres, exuding a cold air all over his body, and said to everyone. Little buddy, don't move. For a time, the cold air overflowed, shocking the minds of everyone around. At this time, everyone remembered that Aokiji, the saltiest fish on board, is a proper admiral. It's Admiral Aokiji who fought Red Dog for 10 days at Punk Hazard. Hey, Sanji, are you alright? Zoro looked at Sanji who had just drawn out his sword, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Wait, now, you were in control for a while, I'll be right away. Sanji smiled apologetically at Zoro. After all, he always made the first move. Zoro was so fierce that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Zoro sighed helplessly, although his Yong'an's ultimate move could force the opponent to float in the air for 2 seconds. But the few seconds that Sanji delays are enough for Doflamingo to control his body. No, this guy has already dealt with the wound, standing in the sky and looking at his group of people. Zoro said that next time Sanji should be the first to go first. It's really annoying to feel like your teammates are still reading the notes after you've done it yourself. It's like being in the valley, even though I have lost all control, my teammates are still counting their WeChat steps in the valley. Nima is outrageous, but since Sanji isn't ready to finish yet, let's play a little longer without myself. Immediately, Zoro held 2 knives, and his figure disappeared instantly. Blade Mad Lan, the whisper in the ear made Brother Ming, who was out of breath in the air, feel his hairs stand up again. Zoro turned into countless afterimages in the air at this moment, dancing with 2 knives, constantly attacking Brother Ming in the air. Dang dang dang, even though Doflamingo kept using armament hockey to defend, but even so, there were still wounds on Mingo's body. How is it possible? Doflamingo's hands became claws, and the multicolored silk thread kept waving. But Zoro's figure is already approaching ultimate, no matter how Brother Ming attacks, he can't hurt Zoro. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Doflamingo roared angrily, stretched out his index finger, judging Zoro's figure, and continuously fired thin lines from his fingertips. The speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot see it at all. And its destructive power is even more so that it can penetrate a person's bones in one blow. Bullet string, but it's still useless, for the current Zoro, the threat of this speed. Either they are dodged by Zoro's prediction in advance, or they raise the knife at will and cut them all with one blow. It's finally changed. Zoro took a step back and retracted the 2 sabers gracefully. After all, this kind of fighting style that can be killed but insists on holding back is really uncomfortable. But Brother Ming in the sky will never let go of such a good opportunity. Die, Doflamingo roared, stretching his palms behind him. Super hit whip. In Brother Ming's palm, dozens of almost transparent thin silk threads spewed out instantly. These threads are then wound together to form a thick strand like hair. I am the witness of your life. Following another whisper from below, a figure appeared in front of Doflamingo again. Boom! The super strike twisting whip and Sanji, who was holding a giant blade, collided fiercely, making a huge roar. The collision of just one blow, and the continuously spreading air waves, shocked the hearts of everyone below. When, after a crisp sound, the giant blade in Sanji's hand scattered. Funny. The corners of Doflamingo's eyes twitched uncontrollably. I've never heard of anyone with such a useless weapon. Fall apart after one hit. But then seeing the blue aura gradually gushing out from Sanji, Doflamingo realized that he was really naive. The giant blades were scattered, forming 6 knives of different shapes, scattered around Brother Ming. Super Martial God Overlord / Activate. A more exaggerated blue aura suddenly burst out from Sanji's body. In the next second, the figure of Sanji disappeared in front of Brother Ming, holding different knives, and slashed at Brother Ming from all directions. Slash horizontally, cut vertically, break. With the flash of blue light, there are more and more bloodstains on Brother Ming's body. Whoosh whoosh. After numerous slashes, Sanji's figure appeared above Brother Ming's head, holding the last sharp blade, from top to bottom, a quick slash across Brother Ming's body. Boom. With the final blow, Brother Ming exploded in midair. Rest in peace in the memories. Sanji took a knife that fell from above his head, waved it casually, and said with a faint smile. Dang 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 dang. As soon as the words fell, the remaining 5 knives fell from the sky and stuck around Sanji. It's my turn. He squinted and smiled gently, and took out a special sniper rifle from the magic circle. Kneeling down on one knee with squinting eyes, a red line aimed at Brother Ming who was vomiting blood. Let the bullets fly. Gaisoline's big move in the canyon, after 1 second of preparation time. Bullets can bend. Then I'll join in the fun too. Seeing the squinting eyes who took out the sniper rifle, Frankie also smiled, and a shield appeared in his hand. Let's go. Frankie turned handsomely and threw the shield in his hand with all his strength. Nice. No, it looks like a 5-pointed star on the shield. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched as he looked at the 5-pointed star on the shield as the leader of the flower planter. Okay. Looking at the shield that was not weird, Lu Fei suddenly thought of a short drama that a company named Wan Tianyi made. Before the US team successfully integrated into the crowd, they were pushing bicycles and carrying shields. He was still muttering, I'm going to take down another scene of a gun tower. Ding. A crisp sound of coins brought Lu Fei back to reality. I saw a coin falling slowly. Nami aimed at Brother Ming's position and flicked his thumb. Ultra railgun. Boom. A frightening orange light beam blasted towards Brother Ming. Just at this very moment. Bullets, shields, railgun. 3 types of long-range attacks from different eras bombarded Brother Ming one after another. Woo. Armed color overlay. Brother Ming looked at the 3 attacks that had arrived in front of him, and used his armed forces to protect important parts of his body with difficulty. What people didn't expect was that the first attack was actually Frankie's shield. When, after a clear and crisp iron strike, Brother Ming felt his head suddenly go blank. Although his forehead was covered with armor, the powerful blow from the shield still made Brother Ming's head buzz. And at the moment Brother Ming was shot flying by the shield, the super electromagnetic gun was in front of him. Spider web. In desperation, Brother Ming stretched out a spider web in front of him, trying to block this blow. But the high-temperature orange speed of light, when facing the obstruction of the spider web, simply ignores it. Boom. The orange light beam slammed into Brother Ming's abdomen fiercely, and the powerful impact carried Brother Ming to fly a long distance. A piercing sound came, and before Brother Ming could do anything, a bloody hole exploded on Chu Ming's shoulder. Let the bullets fly. Tsk. How miserable. Lu Fei couldn't help but smacked his lips as he looked at the miserable Brother Ming. Yeah, it's so miserable. Brook also looked up at Brother Ming and sighed. You, don't do it. Lu Fei looked at Brook curiously. It seems that you are the only one missing now. Hey. Brook let out a long sigh. I'll let it go. I'm afraid that one move will kill this guy in seconds. Seeing Brook's regretful expression, Lu Fei and other popular people's teeth itch. Especially Lao Sha. Zhao he clearly remembers that when he was in the Summit War, this dead skeleton said he was a cheerleader, a member of the Atmosphere group. But what's going on with this big boss's way of speaking now? Okay. Lu Fei looked at Brook, turned to Ace and Sabo and said. In the blink of an eye, 3 roars and 3 fiery fists exploded on Brother Ming's body. Whoosh. Gomo no. And Ace and Sabo were not idle, watching the time when Lu Fei was reading the note, their right fists also ignited raging flames. Lu Fei's right arm suddenly stretched back, and the arm continued to elongate. Boom. Fire punch. Lu Fei glanced at Ace in disgust. This product is still in good condition, and he learned it really quickly. Fire fist. Gun. Sure. Ready. Poor me. Even because the arm stretched out too fast, the flames generated by the friction made the clouds in the sky red. In a blink of an eye, the arm has been completely covered by the armed color. Look. Fire punch. With an order, the 3 disappeared in place. In the next second, 3 figures appeared at the same time, standing in 3 directions, surrounding Brother Ming. 198. 3 introverted brothers. It's back. My youth is back. Zoro looked at the blow of the 3, and the hairs all over his body stood up. For a moment, I even felt a little excited, wanting to draw out my 2 knives and have a fight with the place. Ha. Extra food tonight. You must add extra food. Sanji looked at the 3 fire fists and shouted excitedly. Sure enough, it's very interesting. Kazilin squinted and opened her big eyes, smiling very kindly. What to do? I want to howl now. Brooke said excitedly to everyone. Really, don't you know that old people are easily moved? Frankie wiped the corners of his eyes and said emotionally. At this moment, 3 fire fists sounded, driving the group of traversers completely crazy. After all, as Haney's traverser, he clearly remembers when he was watching fanatic action. The part that impresses them the most. It's not Luffy and the Bullet Conquerors fighting against each other. Not to mention the fragment of Luffy crushing the Eternity Pointer, although that scene is indeed very handsome. What everyone remembers the most is when Luffy and others were about to leave at the end, they were surrounded by Marine. At the moment when Kizaru's 8-foot Chonguyu was about to fall. That fiery fist that made the blood boil. A fist of fire. 2 voices, 3 smiling faces. So when seeing this scene, this group of traversers can be regarded as completely crazy. Especially Zoro and Brook, who have already started to become monkeys, yelling crazily beside 647. What's the matter? Although Chopper has an inherited system, he is not a time traveler after all, so he doesn't know what this fire fist represents. I don't know. Nami looked at the monkey-shaped people and said it was hard to understand. It was obviously 3 flame fist attacks. Why did everyone get so excited? After all, in everyone's hands, there are many more gorgeous moves than this fire fist. Maybe, this is the romance that belongs to men. Robin glanced at the crowd and smiled softly. Although I don't know the reason, but for this group of men to be so excited, there must be some unforgettable memories among them. But after the blow from the 3 of them, Doflamingo fell from the sky without knowing whether he was alive or dead, and the wolf was in the ruins beside him. The 3 looked at each other and smiled, and when Lu Fei was about to fall to the ground, Ace turned into a flame and fell gracefully. When Sabo saw Ace like this, he also turned into flames and fell down. Question mark. Lu Fei looked at the 2 who were descending gracefully, and 3 greetings popped up above his head. Obviously the cooperation just now was so beautiful, why did it suddenly become circled when I saw it? Don't understand. At this moment Lu Fei really doesn't understand. But introversion sometimes happens so inadvertently. Lu Fei resisted the desire to complain, thinking about the way he fell in his mind. Absolutely cannot be so simple fall. Fights between men sometimes happen so casually. My fruit, are you using it well? Ace ignited the flame with his index finger, and pushed his hat and said. Isn't that natural? Sabo's index finger also ignited flames, and topped his own hat. After all, we are brothers. Carol and other women looked at the bickering Sabo and Ace, and 2 words popped up in their minds. Childish. Whoosh. Just when the 2 were bickering, a handful of unique kunai nailed them in front of them. In the next second, a golden light flashed. Lu Fei knelt down on one knee, holding the flying thunder god kunai on the ground with his left hand. With a wave of his right hand, the 4th Hokage Imperial robe behind him swayed with the wind. Am I late? Lu Fei, a standard Namikaze Minato, joins this battle called Man's Face Can't Lose. No, just in time, brother. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and smiled. Flames came out of their index fingers, and they put on the hats on their heads. Hey, I have a bad temper. Lu Fei looked at the hats on their heads, took out the straw hats from the system space, and put them on their heads. Isn't it just a hat? I have grandpa too, and it belongs to One Piece Luo Jia. What, am I proud? Everyone who was still excited, looked at the 3 people who suddenly rolled up, and covered their faces one after another. How to say, Ace and Sabo are actually fine. As for Lu Fei, they were fine just now. Dressed in Namikaze Minato, he is also very handsome. But this guy didn't know what to think, so he put the straw hat on his head. Okay. Zoro took off Lu Fei's hat and persuaded his own captain. No way. Yes, there are other things, it's not possible. Sanji also rushed over and pulled a few people away. If a few more people continue to roll like this, it will not only harm the world of pirates and Hokage. Ding. Dressrosa is already in a neutral country. Whether it is occupied or not, it will be included in the PowerPoint. It must be occupied. Lu Fei turned to the system and said, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time for me and my group to be busy BBBC these days? Ding. A free portal has been put into the backpack of the host space. Please put it in the host as soon as possible. Ding. At the same time, please host the remaining forces on the island as soon as possible, subdue or drive them away. The rest of the forces. Lu Fei looked at Brother Ming who was already lying down, and didn't quite understand what the system meant by the forces. Ding. According to system detection, there are not only marines, politicians from other countries, pirates big and small, but also the king of Dressrosa on the island. Oh, after being reminded by the system, Lu Fei remembered it. Among the group of coolie dolls, there are also many pirates, politicians, marines, and even various ferocious beasts. By the way, Zoro, you guys have to tie up those guys first. Lu Fei pointed to Doflamingo's group, and then let the system make a huge screen, which was placed in the midair of the city. You do it first, I will occupy the stronghold first. After finishing speaking, Lu Fei stepped aside, took out the microphone, and was about to say something casually. Hey, Lu Fei tried the volume of the microphone. Not bad, although the sound is not loud, but after system optimization, it can reach everyone's ears. At this moment, the residents of Dressrosa raised their heads to look at the screen in midair. In the screen, it was Lu Fei and his friends behind him. First of all, let me introduce myself. Lu Fei smiled, pointed at himself and said, I, Monkey D. Lu Fei, a man who wants to wipe out all forces in the New World and overthrow the world government. Yes, it's one of the people you were instructed by Doflamingo to kill just now. However, those are not important anymore. Lu Fei smiled kindly, because Doflamingo, who has dominated you for many years, has been defeated. As soon as these words came out, the residents on the island were completely stunned, but when they realized that Birdcage had disappeared, just when they were about to cheer, Lu Fei's joking voice came again. Let me guess, are you ready to cheer? Lu Fei on the screen smiled jokingly, and then said again. Then you are happy, but it is too early. Because, this island will be under my control from now on. Everyone who was excited at first turned pale when they heard Lu Fei's words. I thought it was an unknown hero who cut off the dragon for them. But in fact, is it another ferocious dragon? Of course, kind people, don't worry. Lu Fei smiled and continued. All forces, listen to me. At this moment, Lu Fei on the screen smiled very kindly, looked at the sky, stretched out a finger and said. One night, I only give you one night to leave. No thief, or die. Or, let me stay in the mine forever and accept labor reform. After speaking, Lu Fei on the screen waved his hand and turned off the screen. At this moment, the entire Dressrosa was completely lively, and some forces began to flee out of fear. And other pirates who are powerful themselves disdain Lu Fei and others. Oh, that's right. Suddenly, the screen turned on again, and Lu Fei appeared on the screen again. The kind king 10 years ago happened to come to the palace and asked you for something. Don't worry, I won't do anything excessive. After speaking, the screen went off again. But the king who heard Lu Fei's nonsense thought that it would be no problem to go as soon as he went. But Lu Fei said don't worry, which made the old king a little panicked. I am very afraid that Lu Fei, like Doflamingo back then, will set up that terrible trap and let himself fall into the abyss again. Point 199, gift to Ace and others. Lu Fei, you. Sabo looked at Lu Fei in confusion, not knowing what to say for a moment. Okay, I will explain these things to you slowly. Lu Fei looked at Sabo and the others with a smile, turned his head to Lao Sha and Aokiji and said. Bosses, will I trouble you two tonight? How to say? Lao Sha raised his arm again, showing off his gleaming golden hook. Huh, Aokiji also let out a breath of cold air slowly, ready to see what Lu Fei wants to do next. There must be pirates taking advantage of the chaos to rob tonight. Lu Fei looked at the two of them and smiled. So, whoever dares to do it. Nejut, kill him. Is it finally possible to do it? Lao Sha smiled very excitedly. After such a long time without doing it, his hands are indeed a little itchy. Especially when he saw Lu Fei and others making flashy moves, Lao Sha actually wanted to do it. But Lao Sha, who is fierce and responsible, can't get rid of this face for the time being, and discusses it with everyone. Sure enough, I read you right. Aokiji breathed out a breath of cold air, and disappeared in an instant. Tisk tisk, you're so hot-blooded, why do you eat frozen fruit? Lu Fei looked at Aokiji who disappeared and smiled, then looked at Lao Sha who was still in fantasy and couldn't help reminding. Hi, Lao Sha, you're back to your senses, Aokiji is gone. Hearing this, Lao Sha immediately rolled up a gust of wind and sand, and was about to leave. Old Sha, Lu Fei yelled to stop the anxious Lao Sha, and asked again, priority is given to protecting civilians. After such a long contact, Lu Fei also knew that Lao Sha had his own pride and would not do anything to civilians. But this time the task is mainly to drive away, so Lu Fei is afraid that if this guy is happy to kill, he will forget about the civilians around him. Tisk, I got it. Lao Sha glanced at it angrily, and hurriedly left in the wind and sand. If you're staring at me, your salary will be deducted. Lu Fei looked at Lao Sha who was going away, and howled. Seeing Lao Sha in midair, Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction and looked away after his body suddenly paused. Johnny, Joseph, and the minibus, you go too. Lu Fei suddenly felt that the two might not be enough, so he instructed the three of them again. Okay brother. The three of them also left the palace after receiving the order. Then us. Nami looked at the few people leaving and asked Lu Fei. Oh, let's take a break. Lu Fei slumped on the chair. After all, King Liku will be here in a while, so I have to pretend and rest. So why don't you pretend to be tired? Nami looked at the collapsed Lu Fei and asked a little puzzled. You can't pretend. Lu Fei rubbed his head. There is no strong strength. Peace is just empty words. Looking at the tired Lu Fei, Nami's eyes flickered with distress for a moment. Then he walked over slowly, and pressed his head for Lu Fei, to relieve this guy's fatigue. It's really cunning. Robin smiled helplessly, seeing the smile on the corner of Lu Fei's mouth, he already knew that Nami had fallen for it. However, what he has done during this time should give Lu Fei a good rest. After a long time, when it was almost dark, King Liku came before Lu Fei and the others. However, not only King Liku came, but also King Liku's daughter, Violet. This woman is not only the dancer of Dressrosa, but also the killer of the Don Quixote family Triple Legion. But her real identity is the Princess of Dressrosa, accompanied by Cyrus and Rebecca. Seeing the arrival of several people, Lu Fei didn't go around in circles, and directly explained his conditions to King Liku. But compared to the Fishman Island, Lu Fei pointed out that everyone must surrender, or leave here. After all, everyone has already taken the first step, and they will not stay here at all. As for King Liku, everyone had already planned to die with the other party. But hearing the conditions of Lu Fei and others, King Wulian couldn't believe his ears. Not only does nothing need to be changed, but the other party will provide protection, and the condition is only that they need to belong to their power. In this way, Lu Fei and others sent away King Liku and the others with a headache. If Lu Fei hadn't taken advantage of the lateness of the sky to send this guy away, King Liku and the others would definitely have chatted with Lu Fei until dawn. After all, in King Liku's heart, he only hoped that the people of his own country would be well. Otherwise, King Liku would not have fallen for Doflamingo's scheme and allowed Ming to seize the country. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden plot. The three fire fists gathered, and a special mysterious gift bag. Question mark question mark question mark. FK. Lu Fei looked at the contents of the gift bag and almost jumped, not knowing where to go. How is it possible? Lu Fei looked at the contents of the gift package in a daze, unable to imagine what kind of impact this thing would have on everyone. What's wrong? Yeah, Lu Fei, what's wrong with you? Sick. Medicine chest. Medicine chest. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lu Fei looked at everyone's concerned eyes, and then smiled mysteriously. To celebrate, we won the second stronghold. Tomorrow, a little gift. After finishing speaking, Lu Fei flashed a golden light and disappeared in place. Really? What? Nami pouted, looking at Lu Fei, who disappeared, very dissatisfied. That's right, a gift or something. Hey, how could people like it? Chopper shook his body and danced. Mysterious. Ace sighed helplessly, becoming more and more unable to understand his brother. Okay, let's go to rest too. Robin took Nami's hand and said to Zoro and the others, so, I'll leave it to you tonight. After one night, the crowd was awakened in a daze by the excited Lu Fei, and followed Lu Fei to a remote place. After Lu Fei installed the portal, he was about to speak when he was interrupted by everyone's voices. Dog thief, isn't it just a portal? Zoro sighed, rubbed his confused eyes, and was really powerless to complain. That's right, boss, a portal, a little later is fine. Brook yawned, also looking like he was still awake. What is this? Although everyone knows about this thing, Ace, Sabo and others have never seen such a miraculous thing. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Lu Fei also yawned. He didn't sleep all night just to surprise everyone, but he didn't expect to make everyone complain like this. Besides, isn't this portal a gift? Don't move here, I'll buy you oranges. Lu Fei glared at the crowd angrily, leaving everyone with a confused look on their faces, and walked into the portal. No. Zoro tilted his head, and suddenly felt that he had heard this sentence before. Back view, Brook reminded weakly. What's wrong with the back view? Zoro was still confused, recalling Lu Fei's back view, and didn't feel anything wrong. It's okay, Sanji couldn't complain, so let it be. Otherwise, let his deputy captain understand, and Lu Fei will be killed. Not long after, Lu Fei walked out of the portal with a little old man. Lu Fei, you. Ace was about to speak when he was suddenly attracted by the little old man with glasses in front of him. Although the opposite was just a thin old man, his aura was so familiar to Ace. Gu la la la. The thin little old man looked at Ace's puzzled expression, hearty laughter. Old man. Ace looked at the little old man in front of him, his eyes were moist for a while, and he asked the little old man with a trembling tone. You know Papa Whitebeard. But this little old man with eyes, looking at the respectful Ace, smiled even more joyfully. Ask for flowers. Gu la la la. Question mark question mark question mark. FK. No. The Traversers looked at Lu Fei even more confused. If this little old man is Whitebeard, then the captain of his own family is hiding too deeply. After all, even they don't know about this matter. Glasses. Zoro pointed at the little old man's glasses and screamed in shock. Oh, Lu Fei looked at the shocked Zoro, and it was the grandson who discovered it quickly. Casual glasses. After wearing it, in the eyes of others, the image will undergo earth-shaking changes. Didn't expect that Zoro had only seen it once, and recalled it so quickly. Looking at the partners with different expressions, Lu Fei smiled and said to the little old man. Okay bro, take off your glasses. Gu la la la. I want to see more of my son's expression. After the little old man took off his glasses, a burly man appeared in front of everyone. This person is Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Gu la la la. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, looking at Ace with moist eyes. Son, long time no see. Old. Dad. Ace looked at Whitebeard in disbelief, turned his head to look at Lu Fei with a dull expression, and said blankly. Lu Fei, I seem to see my father. Also, still smiling at me. Ace stared blankly at Whitebeard, tears streaming down his face. If this was a dream, he would rather not wake up. Ada. Lu Fei beat the black tiger out of his heart, and Ace was embedded in the ruins. Does it hurt? Lu Fei walked over and asked Ace, who still looked blank. It hurts, Ace said blankly. Then it's not a dream. Lu Fei looked at Ace and smiled softly. No. Wasn't it a dream? Ace turned somersault, walked to Whitebeard in a hurry, pinched and touched. If it weren't for Whitebeard being a man, Lu Fei would have kicked this guy to death a long time ago. Really? It's not a dream. Ace hugged Whitebeard, tears streaming down his face. Oh, that's right. Ace suddenly let go of Whitebeard, fumbled in his backpack hurriedly, found a phone bug and called it. Boo boo boo, boo boo boo. Hello, Ace, said the phone bug with a pineapple on his head and glasses. Horse. Marco, you, hurry up. Ace was so anxious that he almost bit his tongue, but the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't speak clearly. Ace, what's wrong with you, Ace? At this time, Marco on the other end of the phone was also anxious. As the Ace rescued by Whitebeard's father desperately, there must be no accidents. Marco, you, hurry up, bring, all, come on, Dressrosa. With such a few simple words, Ace seemed to have exhausted all his strength. When Ace wanted to say something, the other end of the phone had already hung up. Don't think about it, Marco is already crazy at this moment, maybe he has already started to code people, rushing desperately towards Dressrosa. After waiting for a long time, Ace finally decided that everything in front of him was not a dream. Snapped. Ace hugged Lu Fei tightly, tears streaming down his nose. Thank you, Fly. Thank you. But Lu Fei looked at Ace with extreme disgust. Mata cried and cried, don't step your nose on it. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Fei decided to do it once, only today. Okay. Lu Fei patted Ace on the back, comforting this aggrieved Ace who was crying like a child. 200 Gifts from the other three. After a long time, after finally appeasing Ace, Lu Fei just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but he met everyone's weird eyes again. Dog thief, it's quite deep. Zoro glanced at Lu Fei and said with some dissatisfaction. However, this should be Impure World reincarnation. Sanji glanced at Whitebeard and asked curiously. Although his appearance remained old, he always felt that there was something different. However, in the pirate world, besides Brook and Big Mom, do they still have souls? Squinting his eyes, he was a little surprised. It would be understandable if the world of Hokage or the world of Shinigami could make this. But in the world of pirates, it seems that the description of the soul is not very comprehensive. Actually, I don't understand too much. Lu Fei couldn't help but get a little dizzy as he watched the crowd talking one after another. What the hell? Several traversers looked at Lu Fei in confusion. You made Whitebeard, now you say you don't know. What about trouble? Cough. Lu Fei coughed twice in embarrassment, and, 740, pointed to the top of his head. It's mainly because of that thing, and I'm a little unclear about the details. In fact, Lu Fei asked about the system after Impure World reincarnation Whitebeard. However, according to the system, it seems that they don't want to mention this matter, and instead let Lu Fei go through the customs clearance plot. After the final plot is over, Lu Fei will get everything he wants to know. That's really amazing. Zoro nodded thoughtfully, can get the Impure World reincarnation from the Hokage world, and can actually get Whitebeard's soul back. There is indeed something about their captain's system. Oh, that's right. Zoro seemed to have remembered something, and hurriedly asked Lu Fei. Didn't you say yesterday, prepare a gift for us? Gift. When everyone heard the gift mentioned by Zoro, they all looked at Lu Fei with interest. Ace's gifts are so surprising, so the gifts of his group will definitely not be so bad. Compared with the appearance of Whitebeard at this moment, everyone is still more curious about what their own gift is. As long as you remember clearly. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro, and said angrily. But unfortunately, this gift has nothing to do with you guys. Lu Fei looked at his fellow traveler, nodded his head and said affirmatively. Don't look, it's you guys who came with me. So ruthless. Zoro, Sanji and the others were still looking forward to it, but when they heard Lu Fei's words came together, they all understood. They are all passers-by. Didn't they just come together? Ah, isn't it? Zoro pointed at himself in confusion, and said with a displeased face. Since it has nothing to do with us, why did you wake us up so early to dry chicken feathers? Seeing Zoro with a displeased face, Lu Fei simply stopped playing tricks and handed over a ring to everyone. After this thing is bound to you, it can be transformed into any shape you like. Of course, you can also hide it. As he spoke, Lu Fei pointed to the ring on his hand, and then the ring disappeared. Okay, let's talk so much first, and talk about the rest as we go. While talking, Lu Fei raised his hand and summoned a portal again and walked in. Tisk, mysterious, Zoro muttered, and after putting on the ring, he walked into the portal with everyone. Turning their eyes, when everyone stepped into the portal, they were completely surprised. Everyone seemed to have come to a paradise Genichi. Under the blue sky and white clouds, peach blossoms are in full bloom. There are no miscellaneous trees in the middle, and the fragrant grass is delicious. The land in the distance is flat and open, the houses look like houses, and there are fertile fields and beautiful ponds. Zoro looked at everything in front of him, pointed to the distance with trembling fingers and said. Another piece. What? Everyone looked at Zoro curiously, not quite understanding the meaning of this guy. I mean, Zoro rubbed his head helplessly, and said helplessly. Panda Island hasn't been built yet. Here's another one. Zoro's liver hurts at the thought of opening up wasteland and building. Let's not talk about how troublesome logging and mining are. The problem is that the construction of Panda Island is still in progress, so let's come again suddenly. Do you want to continue the adventure first? Or do you want to survive on a deserted island? Although Yuan she beautiful wooden house, but glanced around. There are only a few small houses in such a big place. If the mermaids in Panda Island knew about it, their livers would definitely hurt. After all, the Murloc never imagined that one day, he would worry about where to live. Okay, this place is not for living people. Lu Fei glared at Zoro angrily, and led the crowd towards the house in the distance. Question mark. As soon as these words came out, Chopper and Nami were stunned for a moment, and then hugged each other in horror. Seeing the two trembling, Lu Fei slapped his head. How could he forget that the two were afraid of ghosts? It's not what you understand. Lu Fei angrily separated the two, and pulled Nami to walk towards the house. Lu Fei, you let me go. Nami looked at Lu Fei who was pulling her, almost crying. I remembered, there are still patients who need to be treated. Chopper just wanted to run to the portal, but Lu Fei snatched him and grabbed him on his arm. And you, Robin, come here too. Seeing Robin backing away naturally, Lu Fei directly used the Six Paths mode. A chakra fox claw emerged from the arm, grabbing Robin as well. Lu Fei, if you force a woman, you will go to jail. Robin looked at Lu Fei seriously and said, "What a mess." Lu Fei glared at Robin angrily. But what he didn't expect was, is Robin also afraid of this? If this is the future, when you are free, let everyone put a grudge, old corpse in the mountain village or something like that. It's so beautiful, Lu Fei, put me down quickly. Although Robin was very calm on the surface, his trembling tone had completely betrayed her. Seeing that they had come outside the house, the three of them closed their eyes tacitly. Open your eyes. Lu Fei looked at the three of them angrily, feeling very helpless. Hearing the sound of the wooden door opening, the three panicked for no reason, but still closed their eyes tightly. But immediately, those familiar voices made people's eyes widen in disbelief. Nami, really, is that you? Hearing this familiar voice, Nami opened his eyes involuntarily, and looked at the handsome woman in front of him in disbelief. Belle-Mel, looking at the woman in front of her, May burst into tears unconsciously. Haha, are you little Chopper? You're definitely a Chopper, right? Have you grown up so much? Another voice came from the ear, and Chopper, who was struggling constantly, also fell silent. Chopper looked at the familiar man in front of him and was completely stunned. Hey, why didn't 3.8 speak? The man walked up to Chopper and touched Chopper's forehead. Are you sick again? The man nervously took the chopper from Lu Fei's hand, and hurriedly began to check it. The man looked at Chopper curiously, really not quite understanding. Did you take good care of yourself? Chopper, the man looked at the tearful Chopper and asked gently. Doctor. Chopper hugged Shirulik tightly and burst into tears. And when several people hugged each other and cried bitterly, a white-haired woman came out and looked at Robin tenderly. No. Impossible. Robin covered his mouth and looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. Because in my memory, my mother left when I was very young. It turns out that I have grown up so much. Nicole Albia looked at the slim Robin in front of her, and smiled very gently. 201, ready to start fooling. Taze. Lu Fei looked at the 6 crying people in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a gift carefully prepared by the system. Hey, Captain Dog. Zoro patted Lu Fei on the shoulder, pointed to the 3 people in front of him and said. Aren't you going to explain this kind of thing to us? Yeah, what's going on? I'm curious too. Seeing his little friends gathered around him, Lu Fei could only smile helplessly, and explained. It turned out that when I completed the 3 Fire Fist achievements, my system didn't know why it was going crazy, and suddenly gave myself a mysterious gift package. And the things in the gift bag are the place where everyone is now, and the souls of the 3 people in front of them. According to the words of the system, this place is just like Shinigami's soul society. Under normal circumstances, living people have no way to set foot here, so everyone can only enter here by wearing the rings given by the system. Hey, pirate version of soul society. Zoro's mouth twitched a few times. However, if we mess around like this, nothing will happen. Sanji slapped his head. It turns out that everyone is using skills from other worlds, but now, the soul society has done it. Everyone is a little 11 doubtful now, whether he is serious or not in this pirate world. Boss, I have a very important question. Brook looked at the empty grassland, the corners of his mouth twitched. If the living can't come in, what about the construction? Such a big place, you can't finish it until you are 80 years old. Yup, listening to Brook's reminder, everyone looked around, and their heads were involuntarily covered with black lines. Although opening up wasteland is really interesting, you can build your own habitat according to your ideal place. But the problem is that the planning of a panda island has made everyone feel overwhelmed. I didn't see such a smart person as Shouty, and he got dark circles under his eyes. If there is a pirate version of the Soul Society, or a soul society that does not allow living people to enter, will this still make people unable to live? Don't you have an army of skeletons? Lu Fei looked at Brook in embarrassment. Since the living are not allowed to enter, then Brook's army should not be a problem. Wait, boss, I'll try. Brook's staff touched the ground, and a magic circle appeared beside everyone. After seeing the skeleton coming out, Lu Fei and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. Fortunately, Brook's skeleton army can be used, otherwise, it would be completely cold. After all, the system has reminded itself that in the future, more and more souls will come. Although the souls can also be allowed to do it themselves, in some specific places, Lu Fei and the others are still required to do it. How does it feel? It's getting more and more troublesome. Lu Fei scratched his head, feeling a little inexplicably upset. Obviously the most popular trip, everyone can go wherever they want to go. But after a top battle, more and more things came out. I think we really need to poach someone. Sanji suddenly proposed. As the saying goes, as long as the employees work hard, the boss's business will double. At this point, Lu Fei, Zoro and others looked at Sanji in unison, and nodded thoughtfully. Well, it is indeed possible to have. Lu Fei suddenly thought of that cheap old man, and suddenly realized. Isn't that what Long's revolutionary army is for? Since there is no conflict of ideas, when is the time to combine? Lu Fei and his little friends continued to wander, and after occupying the stronghold, let his cheap daddy do the aftermath. Thinking of this, Lu Fei suddenly felt clear, as if he had already thought of the beautiful life of his children and grandchildren in the future. No, one dragon is not enough. Lu Fei gritted his teeth and began to solicit opinions from his friends. What about Kizaru? Zoro thought of a certain old man who was released into the sea and mentioned. This should not work for now. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Although Kizaru's fighting power is indeed strong, Mr. Huang is really good at fishing. Before thinking of a set of conditions that can restrain Mr. Huang, Kizaru must not dig this person. And even if Kizaru is dug over, it can only be used as the most intimidating card. If you really want to let this guy do something, you must definitely think twice. Tisk. Red Dog. What a wage earner. Seeing Sanji's regretful expression, Zoro suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Red Dog can't dig, but others can. Others. Lu Fei looked at Zoro curiously, never heard that this guy has anything to do with marine. Could it be? In fact, Zoro is also the son or grandson of a certain marine boss. Same as your own background. Tisk. Your grandpa. Zoro looked at Lu Fei and yelled. Huh, let's talk about it, don't scold people. Lu Fei glanced at Zoro dissatisfied. No. Zoro glanced at Lu Fei speechlessly, and said again. Your grandfather, marine hero, Garp. Question mark question mark question mark. Everyone looked at Zoro in disbelief, although Garp was indeed a good fit for his side. But how difficult is it to dig it out? Actually, we can do it. Squinted eyes also nodded. It's just a matter of time to pack Sengoku. FK. Lu Fei looked at the two in confusion, his mind was a little buzzing. Is he crazy? Or are these two people crazy? Although Sengoku and Garp are said to be retired, they are not the same as Zephyr. Although the two were also disappointed with the world government, they were not to the point of despair. You have to find a way to trick him. Zoro nodded and said thoughtfully. And then Aokiji and Zephyr, understand it with reason and move it with emotion. Sanji muttered back, if the reason doesn't make sense, how about using force to suppress it? And serve you delicious food and drink every day. Perfect. Snapped. As soon as Sanji and Zoro clapped their hands, they immediately felt that this was a trick. And in front of you, there happens to be a beater who is very good at fooling around. He squinted and interrupted the two of them, and said again. Aren't you? Zoro squinted his eyes and asked twitchingly. Yes, it's the Whitebeard pirates. He squinted and smiled, and explained. This group of people is actually not bad, if they can be fooled by Whitebeard. After it is captured, the security on the island will be completely hopeless. With squinted eyes and a mysterious smile, he pointed to the teleportation gate in the distance. And we have this thing, which can quickly gather troops in an instant. Under Whitebeard, Dragon's Revolutionary Army, Sengoku Garp. Lu Fei thought about these three choices in his mind, and the possibility of being able to fool around. But to be honest, after hearing what everyone said, Lu Fei was really a little bit cautious. But Whitebeard and Dragon's Revolutionary Army are okay, Sengoku Garp. It's okay, Captain. Zoro seemed to see Lu Fei's worry, and smiled confidently at 430. Can you trick the two of them over here? Immediately, with a sinister smile, Zoro told everyone his plan to lure Garp and Sengoku over. As this, can it work? Lu Fei glanced at Zoro, muttering in his heart. Look, you must never underestimate the friendship between men. And, old man, the mentality of protecting the calf. Zoro's plan is to have Zephyr and Lu Fei call and chat with Sengoku and Garp. As for Lu Fei, first tell Garp that Zephyr was secretly rescued by him, and at the same time tell Garp that Zephyr is about to leave. One of my dying wishes is to see the two shots from that year. According to the old people's friendship, Sengoku and Garp will probably think that people are about to die, and they will not tell this matter. At that time, everyone can come and invite you into the urn. After hearing Zoro's plan, everyone applauded. No wonder people always say that it takes 3 days to recognize it, and you should look at it with admiration. However, there is a problem with your plan. Lu Fei gritted his back molars and said bitterly. What's the problem? Several people looked at Lu Fei and asked. After all, everyone feels that their friends are about to die, and Sengoku and Garp are very nostalgic people, so it is impossible not to come. The problem is, when the time comes, I can't resist being beaten. Lu Fei pointed at himself, and said to the crowd angrily. When Sengoku and Garp came together, they found that Zephyr was fine, and when they wanted to leave, they found that they couldn't leave. So the question is, who will the two of them vent their anger on? Do you know who was beaten up several times? Needless to say. Point 202, channeling Zephyr. Hi, what do I think is the problem? Zoro curled his lips in disdain. I thought something unexpected would happen, but what happened? It's just a simple beating, so what's wrong with it? That's right, Captain, isn't it just a severe beating? Sanji also took the opportunity to move Lu Fei. Boss, think about it, 1 beating, 2 admirals. Sanji took Lu Fei's hand, put it on Lu Fei's chest and said. You touch your conscience and say, do you think it's a loss? That's right, when the time comes, we just waste our time and they will do the aftermath, isn't it good? Zoro continued again, listening to the persuasion of the two of them. Lu Fei has a black line at one end. But it has to be said that this plan may indeed succeed. Lu Fei sighed helplessly, his old man Garp alone was already enough to make people's heads dizzy. Add another Sengoku at this time. To be honest, Lu Fei couldn't imagine what the two of them would do when they found out that they had been cheated. At least the two of them beat themselves up casually, and the matter is over. But what if the two go crazy? Needless to say, the old man Garp, at that time will definitely open the Iron Fist mode. What about Sengoku? The cliff directly opens the Golden Body mode, a set of Buddha's palm method. Don't think about the captain. Zoro and Sanji persuaded earnestly from the side. The children are still young. There is still a lot of time to waste. That's right, boss, is it possible that in the future we will really assign each of our strongholds? Stop, stop, Lu Fei hastily interrupted the two of them. Good guy, if I don't call stop again, who knows how long these two guys will continue to chatter. I'm going to talk to Nami Robin and the others, get ready to act. Looking at the longing eyes of his friends, Lu Fei sighed helplessly. Not long after, Lu Fei, Zoro and others used the portal provided by the system to arrive at Panda Island and walked towards Zephyr's office. Soon, after everyone found Zephyr, they briefly described the whole plan. Ha 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 ha, funny and interesting backquote. Zephyr laughed out loud. If I can really fool my two friends over, then I will really be much more relaxed in the future. After all, these days, I have been worrying about the various plans of the panda. Although this place is really good, the problem is that it mainly teaches students, and some things are not handled as well as Sengoku. Ding, if a hidden mission is detected, anyone who successfully instigates Garp and Sengoku can successfully summon the souls of Zephyr's wife and son, as well as some. The trainee soul led by Fa. Ding, complete the task perfectly, and successfully instigate two people, you can get a Soul Academy as a reward. Ding, the host of this building can refer to the Spiritual Arts Academy in Shinigami. Ding, friendly reminder, in this academy, the soul can normally practice the moves in the world of pirates. Boss, Brook shook Lu Fei, how could this be so good, and then he suddenly became dazed. Didn't see anyone else, Mr. Zephyr is looking at you eagerly, ready to hear your plan. What's the matter? Lu Fei came back to his senses, looked at Zephyr in front of him, and suddenly laughed for no reason. What the hell? Zoro looked at Lu Fei who was smiling happily, very confused. Isn't it? Sanji pointed to his brain, then to Lu Fei. Get out. Lu Fei glared at the two of them angrily, then looked at Zephyr and said. Master Zephyr, let me tell you clearly, I have a way to let you see your wife and son. What did you say? Zephyr jumped up, grabbing Lu Fei's shoulders with both hands. Why does Zephyr hate pirates so much? Isn't it because the pirate killed his wife, son, and even killed many of his students afterwards? Little devil, you can't just joke around about this. Especially a stubborn old man like me. Zephyr panted heavily, looking at Lu Fei seriously. Although he has indeed seen many incredible things on Panda Island, but Zephyr still can't believe that one day, he will see his wife and son again. The resurrection of the dead, is there really such an outrageous thing? And why can Lu Fei do it? Calm down. Lu Fei looked at Zephyr with a complicated expression. Shocked, terrified, sorry, there was even a little hopeful expression on Zephyr's face. As long as you can keep either the old man or Sengoku, you can meet both of them. Even, those students of yours who were killed back then will have the opportunity to meet some of them. Click. Hearing this, Zephyr grabbed the hand on Lu Fei's shoulder and tightened it again involuntarily, even using Haki unconsciously. Lu Fei grinned in pain at this moment, but seeing Zephyr who was about to cry, he still held back. Done. Zephyr looked at Lu Fei seriously. Little ghost, don't let me down. Zephyr stared at Lu Fei with burning eyes, hoping that what Lu Fei said at this moment was true. After all, it is not something to be happy about rekindling hope for an already hopeless old man. Actually, I also know the relationship between you and Whitebeard. Zephyr suddenly smiled in relief. Don't worry, who is the enemy and who is the friend, I, an old man, can still tell the difference. After all, Zephyr's wife and son can live normally in the soul space. Unlike Whitebeard, who was brought over by impure world reincarnation, he still has a little flaw. Hey, Mr. Zephyr, don't worry about this. Zoro laughed. Whitebeard. Zephyr listened to the words of the crowd, panting heavily and staring at them again. Hearing the explanation from Lu Fei and others, Zephyr immediately mobilized everyone to study his deception plan. Instead, the old man sighed, and Mo Qianzhao sat down. Hearing Zephyr say this, everyone breathed out slowly. Sanji looked at Zephyr's gaze, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Among them, the difference between the two is also explained to Zephyr. But after a while, everyone didn't wait for Zephyr to go crazy. Knowing that Zephyr's enemy is Whitebeard too, mentioning Whitebeard at this time should be regarded as adding fuel to the fire. In fact, everyone was really a little scared. When Zephyr heard about Whitebeard, he went out to find someone to fight again. After all, Zephyr has no idea what crazy things will happen if the old man's hopes are dashed again. Well, it's a special method. Lu Fei briefly explained to Zephyr. That's right, among other things, isn't the ready-made Whitebeard just staying there? Sanji also hastily explained to Zephyr. But, Whitebeard, is he really alive? Zephyr still couldn't believe it. How could it be possible for a dead person? 203, Fudge Garp. Taze. After discussing the plan, everyone sat aside, waiting for the performance of Lu Fei and Zephyr. Hey, at this moment, Lu Fei said that he was not in a panic, that was a lie. After all, after the Summit War, I haven't contacted Mr. Garp for more than a year. What's more, this time I still have to pack the old man and Sengoku together. At that time, if I don't get hammered half to death, it will be regarded as a kindness of the two old people. Seeing Lu Fei whimpering, he took out the phone bug he hadn't seen for a long time from his bosom and dialed it. Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo. B asterisk 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 D grandson. As soon as the phone bug connected, he heard an earth-shattering roar from the other side. It made Lu Fei, who was already terrified, almost tremble, and threw the phone away. You still know how to call. What, you son of ABCH. You're talking. Percent hash percent. Percent hash at. On the other end of the phone, Garp's roar came again. After a long time, Lu Fei picked up the phone cautiously when he heard the other person gradually calm down. Really, as far as my old man's lung capacity is sufficient, Lu Fei believes that it is definitely not a problem for the old man to be at 690,000 decades. Tell me, B asterisk 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 D grandson, what's the matter? Maybe he had enough scolding, but Mr. Garp on the opposite side gradually calmed down, and Taguchi asked impatiently. Ahem, old man, find a place where no one is around, and I have something to tell you. Lu Fei said cautiously, speak quickly. Garp's impatient voice came again. No one, just talk. Hearing the old man's impatient tone, but saying no one, Lu Fei was very moved. Master, you should know about Mr. Zephyr. After a long time, a helpless sigh came out from the phone. That old guy Zephyr, hey. Garp sighed again, feeling very depressed. That old man, old Zephyr, was saved by us. Lu Fei whispered. For a moment, the phone bug seemed to be disconnected suddenly, and there was no sound. Just when Lu Fei thought the phone was cold, there was a sudden panting sound from the opposite side. Then there was an earth-shattering shout. Lu Fei, BBBF. Ahem, don't get excited, old man. Lu Fei hastily comforted Garp, and then said in a sad tone. But at this moment, Mr. Zephyr is already at the end of his battle. He wants to say a few more words to his former friends. So, I'll call you. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted anxiously by Garp. Quick, B asterisk 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 D grandson. Give it to Zephyr. Hearing the panicked roar of the old man on the opposite side, Lu Fei gave Zephyr a look, and handed the phone bug into Zephyr's hand. Although he has practiced several times just now, Lu Fei is still a little worried about whether FA can perform this scene well. Cough, cough cough, yes, cough 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 cough. Is, card. Garp. Seeing Zephyr's weak face and intermittent tone, Lu Fei and others gave Zephyr a thumbs up in unison. Unexpectedly, Zephyr also has these two brushes. If everyone stabilizes in the future and wants to make a movie or something, they will definitely ask Mr. Zephyr to play the second male lead. Zephyr you. Hearing Zephyr's limp and staccato voice, Garp felt mixed feelings for a moment. Hearing his friend's voice again, Garp didn't know what to say. Originally, Garp also thought of countless scenarios where the two meet, but Zephyr has come to the end of his life. This made Garp really not know how to speak suddenly. Blame or comfort. Garp at this moment is also a little confused, if he has experienced such a thing. The actions he made must be even crazier than Zephyr. Can be before leaving. Still, I can still hear your voice. Full, satisfied, cough, cough cough cough. Listening to Zephyr coughing out his lungs, Garp's anxious punch smashed the wall beside him. But what can be done in a hurry? Listening to Zephyr's intermittent voice, Garp has already completed a picture in his mind. Zephyr narrowly escaped death, drifting alone on the sea. When I met my grandson, when the fuel was exhausted, I finally let go of the obsession in my heart and called myself again. Then, so be it. Really, hope, still, see you again, you and Sengoku. After finishing speaking, there was a sudden bang from the opposite side, as if something had hit the ground. Damn it, boom. No need to guess, hearing this voice, it must be another wall that has been black-handed by Garp. Zephyr, hold on to me, you B asterisk 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 D. I'll go find Sengoku right away. However, no matter how Garp shouted, there was still no response. After a long time, Lu Fei's voice came again. Old man Zephyr is already in a coma, depending on the situation, he is almost dying. Wait for me, definitely wait for me. Zephyr shouted anxiously. Tell me, where are you? One day, no, half a day and Sengoku and I will definitely be there. Lu Fei raised his eyebrows at the crowd. The fish has already been hooked, and next, everyone needs to arrange it. But at this moment, Lu Fei must not show any signs, otherwise everything will be in vain. But, I am a pirate after all, old man, Lu Fei said with some embarrassment. But before Lu Fei finished speaking, he was interrupted roughly by Garp. Fart pirate, I'm only coming with Sengoku. Hurry up, you son of ABCH. After Lu Fei hemmed and hawed to tell Garp the place name of Dressrosa, the other party hung up the phone. Needless to say, Garp must have gone looking for Sengoku. Then, it's time for us to make arrangements. Lu Fei smiled at his little friend, and prepared to entertain the two of them in Dressrosa. Anyway, Sengoku and the old man Garp are also unhappy, and both of them have retired, although they didn't approve it. But the job-hopping thing, is that the thing. Even if the two of you don't join for the time being, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have a lot of time to wait for others. Let's go, Mr. Zephyr, Lu Fei chuckled. Let's greet Sengoku and Mr. Garp well. Let's go, those two guys, the expression must be very exciting then. Zephyr also laughed, and followed Lu Fei to prepare to go to Dressrosa. 204, everyone came one after another. After explaining everything, Lu Fei, Zephyr and others came to Dressrosa through the portal, waiting for the fish to take the bait. And Dressrosa has been destroyed by Doflamingo, almost destroyed, and has not been rebuilt. At that time, if the two old men lose their temper, let them do it. Anyway, in the end, the two old men replanned and cleaned up, and they didn't have to worry about it. As for those pirates in Dressrosa who want to rob their houses by the way, either it will be frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji, and it will be used as free labor when Dressrosa is rebuilt in the future. Either it was Lao Sha Jingo. Anyway, when he died, he didn't look very good. But now, the entire Dressrosa power has been sorted out. Except for Johnny Joseph and others patrolling everywhere, the rest of the people have been ambushing not far from the location, waiting for the arrival of Sengoku and Garp. But what people didn't expect was that Marco was the first to arrive. Old horse, this way. Lu Fei waved to the phoenix wearing glasses in the air. Whoosh. Marco saw Lu Fei and the others dive straight down, splashing a large cloud of smoke and dust. Ahem. Old ma. What AF GDK. Lu Fei slapped his hands in disgust, and muttered dissatisfiedly at the old horse. Ace. Where's Ace? Marco asked anxiously, grabbing Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei looked at Marco's sweaty face, and couldn't help but feel sorry for the old horse. It's all because that dead boy Ace couldn't speak clearly, otherwise Marco wouldn't have flew over like crazy. But don't say it, old horse, your speed is quite fast. Zoro nodded thoughtfully, recalling Marco's phoenix form. Yeah, you're too fast. Lu Fei was also a little surprised at Marco's speed. Unexpectedly, it took more than half a day, and this guy actually rushed over. Ace, where are the Ace people? Marco was so anxious that he was about to cry. He, Marco, could clearly hear Ace's intermittent voice in the phone bug. Ace was rescued by Papa Whitebeard at the cost of his life, if there is a second execution of Ace. Marco couldn't imagine how he would explain to Father Whitebeard if he was gone. And just when Lu Fei wanted to explain to Marco, two dusty figures ran over from a distance. Needless to say, it was Sengoku and Garp. At this moment, Sengoku and Garp are also very tired. After all, when they know that their old friend is dying, they want to see the two of them before he dies. After all, according to Garp's description, Zephyr has reached the point of exhaustion. Sengoku and Garp immediately went crazy, found a small boat, and drove towards Dressrosa. Damn it! Marco looked at Sengoku and Garp running around, and seemed to understand something. Before Lu Fei and the others explained, Marco glanced at the two of them, as if he had made a decision. Boom! In an instant, Marco's hands turned into wings, and a chilling blue flame ignited all over his body. Marco waved his wings, turned into a phoenix, and galloped towards Sengoku and Garp. Huh, no. Lu Fei slapped his head and was about to explain when Marco was in front of the two in the blink of an eye. With a volley whip kick, he kicked towards Sengoku. Marco's thoughts at the moment are also very simple, and he wants to take this opportunity to kill one person first. At that time, deal with Garp, and after the remaining captains arrive, everyone can rescue Ace again. If they met at another time, maybe these two people would be more lenient. But Sengoku and Garp just want to find Zephyr and don't want to care about the rest. Seeing a strange blue bird attacking the two of them, he didn't think too much about it. He directly armed the bird and swung it with all his strength. In the next second, two fists the size of sandbags landed on Marco's chest. Boom! After a loud noise, Marco vomited blood, was hit by two people, and was embedded in the ruins. Hey, if people find out about this, they will definitely die. Seeing such violent Sengoku and Garp, Lu Fei first mourned for Xiao Ma for a while, but then thought of his own fate, and wiped the cold sweat off his brow. Lao Sha, you are flying fast, call Whitebeard here. Lu Fei muttered to Lao Sha. What the hell? Lao Sha looked at Lu Fei as if he was sick. How do you see me? Give me a knife, and I'll go down and call for you. But it's not surprising that Lao Sha said this. After all, Aokiji and Lao Sha have been hunting the evil forces in the town. Ask for flowers. Hearing that Lu Fei told him to call Whitebeard at this moment, he couldn't help being very confused. That direction, you will understand after flying there. Listening to Lock Doll's standard native dialect, the corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he pointed in the direction. What a domineering president, why did this get mixed up? But now is not the time to complain, it is time to meet the old man and Garp. But what Lu Fei couldn't understand was why the two of them came to Dressrosa and didn't call themselves. After giving instructions to Lao Sha, Lu Fei gave the rest of his friends a wink, and flew towards Sengoku and the old man. Okay, long time no see, old man. Lu Fei looked at the two people in front of him exuding a brutal aura, and couldn't help but feel a little drummed in his heart. Zero. Hello, Mr. Sengoku, you are in good health. Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, Impu's figure had disappeared in place. In the next second, Garp's figure appeared in midair, and his right fist was covered with armed color. Wait. Lu Fei looked at the fist falling from the sky in a daze, and hurriedly dodged to leave the spot. Boom. After a loud noise, smoke and dust rose everywhere. The corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched as he looked at the deep hole on the ground, really not knowing how to proceed. Wait, Garp. Don't forget business. Just when Garp wanted to continue chasing him, Sengoku hurriedly stopped Garp. If because of this incident, I missed the last meeting with Zephyr, then when the two of them died, how could they have the face to meet Zephyr underground? D grandson, you're lucky. Garp glared at Lu Fei angrily, then shouted anxiously at Lu Fei. Hurry up and lead the way. You want to kill me. Where's that old B************ D Zephyr? He shouldn't be dead yet. Looking at the anxious two, Lu Fei was already secretly setting up the mark of Flying Thunder God. According to the current situation, after Zephyr shows up for a while, the two of them will most likely chase after themselves and give them a hammer. Zephyr, wearing sunglasses, slowly came behind the two of them and said mockingly. Both of you are not dead, how could I go first? Zephyr. At this moment, Sengoku and Garp's eyes widened, and they looked at Zephyr in a daze. 205, Sengoku, you play me, right? War, Sengoku, I think I saw Zephyr. Garp looked at the grinning Zephyr in front of him, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Zephyr, you. Looking at the energetic Zephyr in front of him, Sengoku also understood at this moment that the two of them were calculated by Lu Fei and Zephyr. But what was suspicious about this was not just Zephyr appearing intact in front of the two of them. The first point is why Kizaru reported that Zephyr was dead. Could it be that Kizaru has betrayed his partner? The second point is, why does Zephyr, which has obviously disappeared from everyone's eyes, appear again? And why did Zephyr get together with Lu Fei? Could it be that they are plotting some kind of conspiracy to subvert the world? Garp, let's go. Sengoku hurriedly yelled at Garp. Let's go. Then we can't go away. Lu Fei smiled at the two of them. In the next second, 4 huge ice walls, 573, rose around the crowd, completely blocking the escape route of the two of them. Kuzan. Sengoku looked at the exaggerated ice around him, and felt that he was going crazy. How is it possible? Even Kuzan joined you. How is it impossible? Lu Fei looked at Sengoku, who was ignorant, and shook his head. If it weren't for the shameful things you world government did, how could Zephyr and Kuzan leave? I didn't expect that you would degenerate and join the pirates. Sengoku looked at the two and shouted angrily. Hey, old man, don't talk nonsense. Lu Fei muttered to Sengoku dissatisfied. First of all, we are just a group of adventurers, don't compare us with those pirates who do all kinds of evil. Secondly, Mr. Zephyr and Mr. Aokiji, this is called seeking happiness for the people. As for the corruption in your mouth, think about those parts of your marine. Hearing Lu Fei's ridicule, Sengoku recalled the ruins along the way, and looked at Lu Fei with a cold smile. Adventurers. These are the things that adventurers should do. Sengoku excitedly pointed at the ice wall on one side, and Fei said angrily. Dressrosa, a place that countless people yearn for. The result, you look at everything around you, you say you are adventurers. Listening to Sengoku's angry expression, the two sighed helplessly. However, in order to successfully fool the two of them, Lu Fei explained patiently. Old man, what you saw along the way was all done by your respected world government, Shichibukai. Hey, Sengoku smiled coldly, scoffing at Lu Fei's explanation. Shichibukai made it. Why did nothing happen here before you came here, and it has been peaceful for so many years? But now that you've come, this place has become like this. It's true. Aokiji also came in front of the two, and said with a serious expression. Aokiji then explained to the two what Doflamingo had been doing all these years, although Sengoku was still a little unconvinced. But after all, speaking from Aokiji's mouth is more credible than Lu Fei's speaking. Even so, Aokiji, you shouldn't degenerate into mixing with these pirates. Sengoku turned into a troll at this moment, and whoever he catches trolled whomever he caught. Hey, old man, it's almost over. Lu Fei felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Sengoku say, degenerate, and pirate. Yes, although I and others are identities, I am indeed a pirate in the eyes of others. But Lu Fei and his group, are they doing something like pirates? At most, it is participating in the Summit War. But that execution was originally because the world government had a brain problem, and Ace didn't do anything. Just because he is Luojia's son, it's a bit unreasonable for you to kill him. HMPH, am I wrong? Sengoku looked at Lu Fei coldly. Burn, kill, loot, do all kinds of evil. As long as there are pirates, civilians in this world will live in fear forever. Sengoku stepped forward, looked at Lu Fei with a dignified look and shouted loudly. And I, Sengoku, it is to completely wipe out the pirates. Then, do you want to join us? Lu Fei looked at the transformed Sengoku and asked abruptly. Following Lu Fei's words, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became awkward. Sengoku was a little stunned for a moment. It was obvious that the two armies were facing each other. Why did they suddenly poach a corner? And, most importantly, who are they two? Former Marine Marshal, another Marine hero. I really joined the pirates, so I don't want my old face anymore. Brat, how dare you tease me like this? Sengoku came back to his senses, his old face flushed with anger. In the next second, Sengoku jumped, and before Lu Fei could yell, a golden body struck from above. The Sengoku of the Buddha turned into the form of a great Buddha, and a set of palm techniques descended from the sky. Hey, old man, you are not a young man, why don't you talk about 5 wood? Lu Fei looked at the glittering golden Sengoku in the air, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Hey, don't play homophonic memes at this time. Luo emerged from the ice wall and shouted at Lu Fei. Over the head, look at the top of the head. It's really boring. Lu Fei murmured to Chao Luo dissatisfiedly, and then a white light flashed in his hand, and a thick mace appeared in front of everyone. Zoro Sanji looked at the familiar black iron rod and covered his face helplessly. This familiar scene, familiar stick. You don't need to think about it at all, your captain must be messing around again. After all, everyone awakened to conquerors a year ago, and everyone is pegged, so it's not a problem at all to be entangled with conquerors. But isn't it a little too much to copy like this? Before the friends around could complain, the black lightning on Lu Fei's body had already exploded. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, and the wind blew up everywhere. Even Sengoku, who was in midair, was shocked by the violent wind that rolled up. Boom! Everyone raised their heads when they heard the sound, only to see thunder in the sky, and the raging ore seemed to destroy everything. At this moment, Lu Fei's whole body is covered with black and red haki, and purple thunder is wrapped around his body. Like a demon lord descended into the world, the exaggerated mace is entangled by haki, and the whole weapon becomes clouded with magic clouds. Seeing the shock wave that Sengoku was about to fall, Lu Fei waved the mace in his hand, towards Sengoku. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom! The attacks of the two collided instantly, and countless thunderbolts fell in response, exploding around the two. Only 3.5 is the air wave generated by the two people fighting each other, smashing the surrounding ice wall to pieces. But the Lu Fei at this moment, after all, is no longer the Lu Fei of a year ago. The two who were still in a stalemate, as the power in Lu Fei's hands continued to increase, Sengoku finally couldn't bear it. Accompanied by the purple thunder, Sengoku spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Boom! With one blow, Sengoku was also successfully embedded in the ruins. Cough cough cough. Sengoku struggled to crawl out of the rubble, and looked at Lu Fei in shock. What kind of monster is this? Has it grown to such a degree in just 1 year? Pooh! Just as Sengoku was about to say a few words, he heard Garp's laughter in his ear. Sengoku turned his head and looked at the white Garp angrily, he couldn't help it. Master is working hard here, you are playing me right.